Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG Series Modern 5K now. We're going to get into, I think, round 3 coming up pretty soon here, as we did conclude the 20K top 8. The quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals was won by the team of Maxx, Kominowski, Connor Mullally, and Theodore Jung. But moving into Modern here, I'm joined by Doomwake, aka, or actually Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake. Devin, I'm glad to have you here. I'm excited to watch a Modern 5K, and also, I get to the first round with probably one of the most veteran players in just the entirety of the Magic community. So pretty excited. How are you feeling about this? Anything you're interested in seeing today?
I'm very excited to be here. Thank you guys for having me. I've been thinking about legally changing my name to Doomwake, so the intro might actually be correct there. So, but yeah, no, Modern is pretty interesting. The deck that I'm pretty excited to see if we see it at the top table is the scam deck, the Rakdos scam deck. I don't know if you've actually I don't know if you've actually seen that, but yeah, that's that deck. I'm pretty interested to see if people play that today. Actually won the challenge yesterday, so
it's funny because I see I think I saw Nassif was streaming some red-black scam deck before. Is it like an evoke list or something like that, or how does it actually play out?
Yeah, so it's like Fury Grief, pairing that with Malakir Rebirth, Undying Evil, and then I think Undying Malice to basically double up on the evoke triggers, and then it's just your typical Rakdos mid-range cards, Thoughtseize, removal spells, things of that nature. So, but it's basically just like a mid-range deck that can play this kind of really aggressive game. Like even when Fury is bad, you can still just go Fury, Undying Malice. You have a 4/4 double strike, and you just kind of get people dead quickly with that. So yeah, it's a really powerful deck, and definitely excited to see people bring it to the table here.
Yeah, that reminds me of I think it was earlier in January, the championship series here at NRG for the prior year. And Joe and I were talking about I forget who it was playing the Elementals deck, and we were like, how does this player win games, with a deck when nobody else is? And then the first turn of the feature match was literally like turn 0. All right, evoke Fury, Ephemerate. Here's this, 6 points per turn. What you got? And then just like tempoed out the opponent super quickly. But yeah, that is an interesting deck that I personally haven't seen, so it'd be good to learn about. And I think it'd be exciting to learn about that. Looks like we have our first round ready to go. That's gonna be pretty exciting. And then at some point too, Devin, I do want to find out what your thoughts are on just the new set coming out in a short amount of time. Dominaria United. I know there are a couple cards that will definitely be impacting Modern. And so before we even get there, why don't we take a look at here? So we've got the matchup at hand is it Murktide versus 4-color Yorion? And I would say that if this is not the hallmark matchup of the format, I don't know what is. Talk to me about this a little bit. We've got two very powerful mages, Zach Allen on the left, Zach Dubin on the right. Who's ahead in game one? What are these decks trying to do? Walk me through it.
So I would typically say that the 4-color deck is ahead. You get to play. It just has a better late game. It also has cheap interaction like Solitude, Prismatic Ending to answer things like Ragavan, and then even going long, it has plenty of ways to answer Murktide region with Solitude. So I would say for the most part, the Izzet Murktide deck is trying to close the gap as quickly as possible. Like Zach Allen is definitely looking for a fast Ragavan, fast DRC, and really doesn't want to let Dubin have time to set up. So that's kind of the this is a very atypical aggro versus control, as it were.
Okay, yeah, makes sense here. And I think that sentiment sort of makes sense as well. I think the trending 4-color Yorion list that I saw last was the Traverse variant that features Traverse is it Ulvenwald? Oh, I always get that word wrong, which is a Delirium enabled tutor that can get lands, but if you have Delirium, it can get better lands or creatures. And this is sort of a just cheaper version of a card like what is it? Eladamri's Call, right? So we'll see how much that comes into play in this matchup. But basically, the concept is to take the 4-color deck and make it even leaner, which should definitely help in a matchup like this.
Right, and if we take a look at Dubin's list, we're looking at, just want to see, so this is actually not the Traverse version. This is kind of more typical versions that you may have seen a while back with a couple of copies of Eternal Witness. We're on 1 Fury main deck, 1 Eladamri's Call, 2 Ephemerates, so not a ton of the typical like Evoke and Ephemerate stuff along with Traverse, but more of a traditional 4-color control deck.
Okay. We see turn two Ledger Shredder on Zach Allen's side. So walk me through why one might choose to play a more traditional list featuring all the cards you mentioned, as opposed to maybe the hottest tech, which was the Traverse builds that I saw.
So I think when you're playing with Mishra's Bauble, it makes your mulligan decisions kind of awkward because when you're looking at your opening hand and it has a bauble or two, and you don't necessarily know what that's going to be. So it's, you can imagine a situation like your hand is, 3 or 4 lands, a bauble, a Ren and six, and something else. And when you're keeping that hand, it's, you just don't know what that bauble's going to be. So it can make your mulligan decisions a little bit more awkward. It also kind of exposes you a little bit more to graveyard hate because if people have graveyard hate and you're trying to traverse, you could imagine that shutting that angle of attack off is pretty powerful too.
All right. Well, we're going to see one of the lightning bolts take care of a Ledger Shredder, but Zach Allen has a backup. I try to get a glimpse of what's in Zach Allen's hand, whether or not we have a way to potentially proc the connive trigger, but it doesn't seem like we do. I see at least a couple lands in hand, but that's not a problem. Ledger Shredder is the kind of card that generates value over time. If you're in Zach Dubin's seat, what are your thoughts right now?
I mean, you're definitely happy that Allen didn't have the one drop that we talked about because again, I think Allen's best shot in the matchup is really just trying to go under Dubin. I guess the other thing is maybe if you're thinking if you have like a Ren and six in hand, you're not going to be able to ping the Ledger Shred or anything like that. But I would say that Dubin should be pretty overall happy with the pace of the game, the way that the pace of the game is going.
Okay. Prismatic ending on X equals one, two colors is going to get spell pierced. That's a big play here for Zach Allen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because spell pierce, especially in this matchup, can get dead pretty quickly. Especially if Zach just makes all of his land drops and has access to something like Omnath, just getting to trade efficiently. And that was a really good turn for Allen. He put a threat into play, had a spell pierce. Now we get a bauble, and I see a bolt in his hand. I wonder if he's going to fire that off to trigger the shredder. Probably not, but we'll see. We'll see what Allen's doing. I think he's resolving the bauble trigger. I'm not sure if he already did.
All right, so Delta, now you get to decide whether you want to keep that card with the Mishra's Bauble or not. Looks like Zach is electing to shuffle it away, get maybe a better card. And then I think given the texture of Zach's hand, it looked like it was 2 lands and a bolt. That doesn't seem so strong going into the mid-game portion of the first game here. So potentially we need just better cards. And I mean, what are good top decks here for Zach Allen?
Expressive iteration. That's the card you're pretty much always looking for in these spots. It was pretty much every single format at this point, right? So, yeah, expressive iteration is Zach's best draw. It's also going to probably allow him to trigger the shredder because if you iteration into a spell, that turns on the shredder, which can find you more spells, maybe elude away that land. So, definitely wants to find iteration. Maybe something like a Murktide region, but there's only one spell in the graveyard, so it's only a 4/4 anyways. Yeah, it's pretty much iteration, and looking at Zach's deck list, probably not a ton else that he wants to find. Archmage's Charm just to get like a little 2-for-1 action. But yeah, not a ton else besides those two cards.
All right. Well, speaking of expressive iteration, there's a copy in Zach's hand right now. I don't know if I saw a fourth land here. Ideally, we would curve, like iteration into red and six, but probability of hitting a land here must be pretty high.
Yeah, it's also awkward too. You think that Zach could have gone just like Ren and six uptick, get back a land, which I'm kind of surprised if he didn't have a land. I'm kind of surprised he would want to pass that up. But if you Ren and six into another spell that triggers the shredder, and that Zach's hand's kind of like you can kind of presume that Allen's hand is pretty much air at this point because he really hasn't played threats, and I guess you could have counter spells, but you really don't want to trigger. You want to try to avoid triggering the shredder as much as possible in this situation, given how the way the game is played out.
Wow, and now check this out. Solitude found off of the expressive iteration. Casting that is going to proc the Ledger Shredder to draw and discard, getting rid of an excess land here, and it resolves. Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge turn for Zach, just being able to, iteration, hit his land drop, and then also find a removal spell for the Shredder. I think Alan picked. I'm going to keep saying Zach. I know that's probably confusing for chat, but I think Alan picked up a Mishra's Bauble, so I don't know if he has another fetch land to pair with that, though.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit dire here. I mean, Zach missed the fourth land drop, which means no, Dubin missed the fourth land drop, which means Alan knows that the hand is just mono gas, and against a hand of mono gas, only having a single Murktide is not exactly where it's at.
Yeah, especially because as we talked before, I think there's only one spell in the graveyard. So pretty small Murktide, only being a 4/4. Funnily enough, we might see the only time in history that a Murktide has been killed by a Fury because it's only a 4/4. You don't usually see that, so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Do we have an answer here for the Murktide region? Because if it goes unchecked, yeah. And see, this is interesting. Playing the Ren and 6, which means maybe we don't have an answer. Buy back a land, make that land drop. Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of a little surprised that Dubin didn't want to play the Ren and 6 last turn, because the only threat that Alan had at that point was the Shredder, was a 1/3. So if you just go like Ren and 6, uptick, get a land pass, you don't trigger the Shredder, and you hit your land drop. So interesting to see that Dubin didn't want to play the Ren and 6 last turn.
Yeah. Perhaps was banking on the iteration to find that land drop and then play both spells, iteration and Ren and 6 at the same turn, but then found Solitude instead. I'm just drafting up how the game may have changed differently. And I think in that situation, you're happy to take the Solitude to get rid of the Ledger Shredder because, clear the board. You have so much stuff to do in your hand that, I mean, mana will come eventually anyway. So I could see both sides of the story here. Murktide Regent, though, going to enter the red zone. And what do we have?
Chump blocker. It replaces itself, so it's not that bad. But yeah, given Dubin's mana situation, actually no, not a chump blocker because we know about the bolt. So yeah, Bolt's going to take care of the Coatl. Murktide's going to go after the Ren. A little bit of relief for Alan, but Dubin did get access to the fourth land, so if he has something like an Omnath, he can maybe follow that up. We're doing a quick Delirium check. I'm assuming Alan is Delirious. We got instant artifact, creature, land. So yeah, because I saw him pick up a Heat. And Alan's hand looks pretty good now. We got an uncontested Murktide with an iteration and a removal spell for Omnath. So,
Well, this is not so good here as Teferi, the Time Raveler, going to enter play, balance the Murktide region, go down to 1 loyalty. I guess Unholy Heat can clean that up, but now we need to make sure that we are able to still develop an expressive iteration. A great way to develop.
yeah, and I actually saw Alan pick up a second iteration for the draw step this turn. So you could see something like iteration, hit your land drop, maybe kill the Teferi, hold up counter spell. Next turn, maybe go like Murktide or iteration Murktide, hold up the counter spell again. So yeah, Alan is doing pretty well here.
I was gonna say this game looked really bleak for Alan in the beginning, but now the draws are slowly coming together. We're actually able to crawl out of this situation, and now I think almost Zach Allen kind of in a commanding spot here. Iteration, Murktide, Counterspell, all in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to take a look at Dubin's hand because remember a couple turns ago when Dubin missed a land drop, we know he had all spells in hand. So depending on what Dubin's leftovers are, maybe he has access to something like an Omnath, but we do know that Alan has the counterspell ready for that. So
Yeah, and then also given the fact that you have that looming bird serpent 8th card always there. So I mean, there's also that. Yeah, I guess it's going to be pretty close here. There's a lot of work to be done from the Izzet Murktide side of things here. But let's talk about the Yorion side. Like evaluate the situation here. How are we feeling? Is this is probably one of the better board states, right?
yeah, I mean, Dubin definitely just wants to see the board as clear as possible because, as we talked about, Dubin definitely has the better late game. Both players have access to iteration, but Dubin just has so much more card advantage with the Orions and all the cantrips. So this is kind of exactly how Dubin wants the game to be played. Yeah, just and again, you kind of see how this game played out with Alan not having access to a 1-drop. Like, imagine if there was a Ragavan or something on turn 1. This game is just wildly different. So.
All right. Iteration to play at the start of the game here. Another copy of Counterspell. I think I saw a Spell Pierce and what looks to be a Murktide Regent. So take the castables.
Yeah, pretty good, yeah.
Put the dragon into play. And this time it'll certainly be more than a 4/4, which is good news.
Yeah, we get to dodge the Fury. We have to check and see if Zach wants to keep Delirium here. So looks like he is, right? Sorcery, creature. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, see, it's kind of tough because he wants to hold up the counterspell.
Ooh, this is good. So dress down on the stack here in response to the Murktide Regent exiling a bunch of instances spells means that Murktide Regent does not enter with any counters. So the dream of being able to Fury a Murktide Regent is still on the table here, and that is what I'm about. It's like the scene from Peter Pan, like way back in the day, where I don't know, was it Tinkerbell like was not doing too hot, and Peter was like, I was 6, and Peter. Oh my goodness, there's so many Peters, so many Zacks. Oh, too much. Peter was like, believe, clap. So now I need everybody in chat to clap right now if you want to see This Murktide region get Furied one time. Just one time. I'm not asking for much. We have one clapper. Nice.
Exactly one clapper. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting from Alan's perspective. You could have counterspelled the dress down and fought over that, but that's just kind of a losing battle if Dubin has like its fairy or a solitude or anything like that. So, it's kind of sad that you have to, the Murktide's only being a 3/3, but I kind of agree with Alan's play there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at least Murktide has back. You have the backup Murktide in your hand, right? So you can always make the first one a little bit larger if you need to. I believe that's the case, right? Teferi did bounce a Murktide much earlier on.
Yes, yeah. So
Okay.
and Dubin knows about that too. So Dubin knows about the Murktide because the Murktide that's in play was off of the iteration.
Okay. See, this is where things get a little bit dicey, right? Because I know in terms of like answers for threats, we do have a limited quantity, right? Solitude being the best answer for Murktide region, but now we're having two Murktide regions. I guess like a death touching Ice Vein Coatl is also pretty good, but from the board state, it doesn't look like we have that at all. So maybe these dragons
Yeah,
can get the job done.
lots and lots of non-basics from Dubin's side, which is something you don't usually see. I mean, you typically see, especially with the heavy Kodo versions, you usually see a lot of fetching basics aggressively and stuff like that. So
Now, this is an interesting question. So we do have a copy of Unholy Heat. It looks like there's a Ragavan in the grip as well. How would you proceed with this turn given these cards?
I'm probably going to go Heat dash Ragavan hold up counterspell. Okay, this is also the other line, but you can't really do it all because you don't want to go you can't really go like Heat, Murktide, dash Ragavan and shields down. You have to hold up the counterspell.
Okay.
So I like this line. He's basically prioritizing getting the Murktide big and then dash Ragavan next turn if all else fails while holding up the counterspell. So this is a pretty good setup for Alan here. I mean, he's got two lethal threats. Dubin's at 6. He has a counterspell in hand, so Dubin essentially needs two answers, and I don't even think he has the first answer in his hand. So, well, he has an Odawara, but
if you asked me how this game was going to play out based on the opening hands in the first few turns, this is not the ending that I would have expected.
yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I mean, Alan played this game like phenomenally. Alan played very, very well this game, navigating around Dubin's answers. I don't know. I think the game might have been a little bit different if Dubin had just played the run-in 6 and not missed the land drop that turn rather than play the iteration. Because I think just like, as we talked about, because Dubin's late game is a lot better, I think just prioritizing hitting your land drops is a little bit more important than, he basically got a little too greedy, I think, that turn.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I think the exact trajectory of that turn is we're seeing the snowball here now, right? Because we didn't get our fourth land into play naturally. The red and 6 then died to the Murktide region when the Ice Vein Coatl was deleted. Okay, here's an endurance, but that doesn't seem like it'll do much. Yeah.
You can just let that go.
And that's also interesting too, is that we chose to main phase it as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, playing her on Charm, I guess, because Alan only had 2 mana up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dubin is going to get to live a turn, though, because we can go Chump Block and then Odawara the other Murktide. So, because obviously you can't counterspell the Odawara. So, he's going to get a turn. I don't know what he can really do with that turn, but especially with the Ragavan connecting this turn, could find imagine if it hits a Teferi here or something like that.
That'd be pretty dirty. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Counterspell. And that is a 1/1 channeler, no graveyard.
So looking at the deck list now for Zach Dubin, how do we get out of this situation? Do we play any copies of Supreme Verdict in the main deck? And I think the answer is no. No sweepers. 4 iteration, 4 prismatic ending are the only sorceries.
Yeah, lots of 1-for-1s. We got bolts, prismatic ending, solitudes. I guess Fury. No, Fury doesn't do anything here. So I mean, I guess Zach's looking for iteration. Yeah, you just counter this and the game's probably over. Yep, there we go.
All right, going to game 2. Zach Allen going to take down the first game in the Murktide versus Yorion matchup. in a very unexpected twist of turns here. Had a weak hand, but was able to claw back into the game using multiple copies of Expressive Iterations. And also something that I really liked is just like the macro strategy of putting like multiple Murktide regions into play in very quick succession, sort of just loading the gun and firing it hot, saying, hey, you need to have multiple copies of Solitude or whatever other, removal that matters on this board state, and is able to take the first game down. But talk to me now, because we're going to go into game 2 and 3, and sideboarding is where most of our matches are played. What's important in the post-board games?
So let's take a look at sideboards. I don't know if we can get that up on the screen. All right, so if we're looking at the post-board games, taking a look at Zach's list, we got a couple of chalices. Those are definitely coming in. Endurances to potentially break up Delirium and or potentially stop from casting a Murktide, like an early Murktide. We're looking at those. As you said, the Supreme Verdicts, those are in the sideboard. Definitely going to want access to those. So yeah, we gain access to a powerful tool in Chalice and then some additional sweepers within, with the Verdicts. And Verdict is especially powerful. Like that game, for example, Zach Allen, once you get to that point in the game, your primary goal is to just go threat, hold up, counterspell, and Verdict just getting around that is pretty powerful. So definitely going to be happy that he has access to that for sure.
Okay. That makes sense. On the other side, though, Zach Allen looking at a sideboard of Unlicensed Hearse, Engineered Explosives, Flusterstorm Dress Down, Mystical Dispute, a couple subtleties, Jace the Mind Sculptor. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. A Braid and Blood Moon. Anything catch your eye here from this sideboard?
So I am going to assume that we want the Mystical Disputes to help fight over counterspells into fairies, along with the Flusterstorm. Same thing, fighting over counterspells. And I mean, maybe if Alan knew the composition of... So this is kind of one of those things where if Alan doesn't know that Dubin is not playing Traverse, he might... This is where a situation where Hearse might come in. If you think your opponent's playing Traverse, you might want the Hearses. They're not as good against Dubin's deck. He does still have access to Eternal Witness, but that's a card that I'm kind of iffy on. I like Subtlety a lot. It's being able to, even just hardcasting for 4 mana, to potentially just get some really big tempo swings with like putting Omnath or Teferi on top. That could be pretty good. And then obviously the Jace is definitely going to be coming in.
That makes sense. Speaking of... All right, this is a really bad segue. I don't have it. Hey, if you're watching the video right now and you're enjoying the content that you are watching, this Zach v. Zach battle with Zach in chat talking about all the Zachs, why don't you hit the follow button real quick, show support for NRG. They're doing some really good work here, traveling across the Midwest, traveling across the country, connecting players to premier events. DreamHack Atlanta is coming up soon, and these events are some of the ways to qualify for it. Would be great if you could show your support by following not just here on Twitch, but also Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. That is the NRG series. I mean, that Norm, Maxx, the crew, they've all been delivering stellar content over time. And it's been great. So much love, support to them. And looks like Zach Dubin on Yorion going to take a mulligan down to 6 here. Both players, in fact, both Zachs going to take a mulligan down to 6 here going into the first post-board game.
I have a very important question to ask you, Anu. Who wins? Is it Zach or is it Zach?
My money's on Zach. This is the easiest question ever. I get to laugh at these jokes. It's weird. I've always wondered like where dads get like their like repository of dad jokes from. And I'm not a dad yet, but like I know in the next couple of years it's going to happen. And so like over time, I feel like, am I just supposed to like manually scribe it into my repository, my own personal list, or is there like a secret cult of like once I become a dad, I'll just get like inducted into this and they'll give me that? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. But anyways, definitely gonna root for Zach to win here. But looking at the actual match, I think okay, looks like Allen going down to a mulligan to 5, and that's where the red flags start popping up. Because I mean, crawling back from 5 is certainly doable. From 4 is almost impossible, especially in the matchup where... Yeah, go ahead.
It's one of those things, like, you would normally think that mulling to 5 in a matchup, like, when Dubin has access to so many of those 1-for-1s that we talked about, you might think that's pretty bad, but I think Alan really understands his role in the matchup with regards to... He really just is probably prioritizing those 1-drops. I mean, he didn't... It's funny that I keep saying that, because he didn't have it game 1, and he still won, so maybe I'm just wrong, but... Yeah, I think that maybe, especially maybe that dynamic changes on the draw. I can't remember who was in the play game one. I don't know if you remember that, but
This is interesting. I think Zach was on the playing game one, but game two, look at it right there. You mentioned one of the upsides to not playing this traverse build that is more common is simply you get to avoid the impact of unlicensed hearse, and that is in Zach Allen's hand. And without a way to maybe put it back into the deck, like let's say like casting a 1 mana instant that draws 3 and puts 2 back, it's stuck there for a while. I guess literal Jace the Mind Sculptor is in this deck now going to the post board game, so that's one way. But big deal here. This mulligan to 5 might functionally be a mulligan to 4, which is closer to getting a free win.
yeah, I mean, unlicensed Hearse is not that bad against Ren and 6 either, so maybe it's a little bit more defensible than I initially thought. You see him not deploying it. Interesting. Wonder. I guess he wants to just. Okay, we're just looking for a threat here. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say he could have played the Hearse there, but yeah, it's Dubin does have a couple of things that it stops. Like we mentioned, the Eternal Witnesses. There's also Ren and 6, but outside of that, I think that's pretty much it with regards to graveyard synergies. Yeah, there's no heats, no traverses. So
I guess you could. Okay, this is the weirdest thing that I saw at a Legacy tournament the other day. But I was talking to my friend, an Elves player, and he said to me, "I lost this match to Delver, and oddly enough, Unlicensed Hearse is the card that killed me." And I was like, "What? What do you mean?" Well, he pumped his Murktide Regent with the Unlicensed Hearse, and I started cackling maniacally. I was like, "Okay, this is something else."
yeah, when unlicensed Hearse is just a combat trick.
It's funny. Oh, okay. All right. Here's what it is. I think there's a copy of Counterspell in the hand, and that's why we didn't play anything on turn 2 and are still leaving a blue mana. And I mean, look, it's just one of those cards that you just know is going to be there. And so Zach is pressuring on the end step, saying, "Hey, I'm going to tap you out here. Now maybe I get to untap and do something else." This could be a very, very impactful turn.
Yeah, you see the endurance was kind of basically just bait. Maybe he has something to resolve like an Omnath. Looks like he's lining up at the ferry. That one, not the best against Ragavan. Like obviously you don't want to bounce the Ragavan, so he's probably just going to plus here. And yeah, we'll have to see what Alan has. But yeah, and notably, Dubin did shock there. So representing could be a removal spell of sorts, could be a Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm, Veil of Summer. We do see that there is a Lightning Bolt in hand. And that's going to be able to, take out the Ragavan cleanly because the Teferi's in play. Alan can't respond with a counterspell.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Dubin's hand, actually, this hand is quite loaded. I also see a copy of Solitude, a counterspell of Dubin's own. And is that last card an Omnath?
I got a Solitude, a counterspell, a bolt, and a land, I think? Maybe an iteration?
Okay.
No, it is an Omnath. You're right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because
that is
I
a
see those
loaded hand.
Yeah, those mean mugging hands just floating in the air, and I'm just like, you can't see me right now, but I'm holding my hands up, and
Just wait until we get the full the full art Omnath.
that one looks so sweet. The promo one, right? The full art, yeah. But Unlicensed is finally going to come into play here, and I think this is a mental fist bump here for Zach Dubin because sort of just realizing that card doesn't have that much text in this matchup, or as much text as it normally would, and happy to let that resolve. Plus, you could also just bounce it with the Teferi. It's not a bad target. Being said,
Yeah, we're definitely going Omnath here. Trying to draw a
Yeah.
fetch land. Looks like I think it was a white card, or maybe a verdict. Yeah, it was a verdict. I think. Yeah, it was a verdict. Okay.
Not
So
a
no
land.
land.
That's the key thing, yeah.
Well, it could find a land off at the ferry. So I like this. Just really wants to hit that land drop here. That was a stomping ground. Yeah, stomping ground. So no mana from the Omnath, but we still get to gain a bit of life here. I think he's thinking about shocking to hold up the bolt, which I think is probably worth it. Like you're gaining 4 off the Omnath anyways, and you're trying to think worst case scenario where he goes like where Alan goes Unholy Heat the Omnath dash Ragavan. You want to make sure you have the X to that bolt.
Right. Yeah. Life total is a resource. It seems pretty disposable when you're this high up as Zach Dubin is. And so the next question is, all right, how do you get back into this game here? Because this is a pretty dominating board state as far as they go in the matchup. Teferi plus Omnath. What are the key cards to have now from Zach Allen's side?
Zach, I think, is really looking for a turn of Unholy Heat Teferi plus Murktide. Now, obviously, we know that there's a Solitude in hand, so that's not quite going to be good enough. But because I believe Zach still has, I think, or Alan still has a counterspell in hand. I think what he's going to be lining up is maybe a turn where he goes kill Teferi, do something, and then maybe the turn after deploy a threat, hold up counterspell for the Solitude that he kind of has to assume that Dubin has at this point. So I think we're going to start with Heat. We're heating Omnath, okay.
Okay,
Okay, that makes sense because I don't think there was a. Yeah, I looked again. I don't think there was a counterspell in Alan's hand, so that does make a little bit of sense now. Question is, does he want to redeploy the Hearse? Does he want to go for Murktide? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Teferi is only on 2, right? Because we went plus Teferi and then minus it, so it should be on 2,
yeah,
which means
it's on
can't bounce the Murktide. So this is good. We know that there's a Solitude, so not going to be exactly what Alan was looking for, but you got to try and pressure the Teferi somehow.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this is probably your best foot forward kind of deal here. This will force Zach Dubin to have exactly another copy of Solitude. I guess Supreme Verdict coming in from the sideboard means that's something that, Alan doesn't quite exactly know about, would be happy to see going into game 3. But I guess through your best foot forward, just put the Solitude into play, get rid of the Murktide Regent. That looks like that's what's happening. Or maybe it's go to the graveyard. Maybe it is a Supreme Verdict. But Teferi will survive.
We know he has Verdict. We know he has Verdict and Solitude. So I wonder. I don't know if I like casting Verdict here. I kind of like casting Solitude. So the situation that I'm thinking of is maybe if Teferi dies, and then I'm trying to think like 5 turns down the road. Teferi's dead, and then you end up casting Solitude and Alan has Counterspell. Whereas if you cast the Solitude now, not only do you get to resolve the Solitude, it's a better use of your mana. I mean, I guess there's no difference between leaving up 1 mana spent, but you get to guaranteed resolve a Solitude now, and then if your Teferi dies a couple of turns down the road, you have an uncounterable Verdict. So I kind of like casting the Solitude a little bit more there.
Okay. My new decision, I don't know how much of an impact it will make in the longer term of things, but those are very good considerations to make. And I think that should be, it's just good to think about, like, in terms of how you want the game to develop and how you want turns to play out here. Notably, one thing that I've seen over the past few turns is Zach Dubin has a copy of Counterspell in hand, but hasn't really had a good opportunity to hold up mana for the Counterspell, nor even has the mana to cast it in that one instance, having fetched plains and a forest at earlier points in the game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, to be honest with you, there hasn't been a ton that he would even really want to counter. I guess maybe the iteration, we would have liked to counter that one turn. So I guess that is fair. But yeah, mana's a little bit awkward because he drew the Stomping Ground, but then he ended up fetching the basic plains. So just hasn't really had a good opportunity to convert that yet.
Yeah, quite interesting for sure here. So, Unlicensed Heart's going to activate on the end step, exile 2 cards, one of which is the Supreme Verdict. It's going to be good against the Eternal Witness line to buy that back, should that come up. But otherwise, it looks like Zach Dubin kind of just chilling here on this board state.
Yeah, he's the Alan isn't really presenting a threat here, so he doesn't have a ton to worry about, and there's a Solitude and a Counterspell anyways. Well, I spoke too soon. That's definitely a threat.
Papa. Jace the Mind Sculptor, tap 4 mana. That gets immediately counterspelled. And wait, I don't know if I'm seeing this incorrectly, but there are a lot of promo cards in Zach Allen's hand. I guess that means there's a mix of subtleties and counterspells in the hand for Zach Allen.
Yeah, I believe Counterspell 2 Subtlety, if I remember correctly.
All right, well, that does not seem particularly good against an on-board Teferi.
Maybe even 3 Subtlety.
Not making a good case here for Zach Allen on the Murktide side. They keep in mind Allen did mulligan to 5 this game, so understandable that he might be a little bit behind on this board state. Is there a way back in?
We talked about how during sideboarding we talked about how Subtlety was a card that Allen would want access to because there are some powerful, expensive cards that Dubin has, but Subtlety is looking pretty bad in the face of a Teferi. So, I mean, at this point, Allen's really looking. Oh, I was going to say Iteration, and that's obviously the card he drew. So it's a good start.
So Iteration going to give a massive amount of resources here. More importantly, I think it's just like digging to find maybe bolts or unholy heat, I suppose, to handle this Teferi. Beyond that,
think I saw land, a dispute, and a dress down. So not exactly what he was looking for.
Okay. Well, Dress Down can certainly cycle here. Get a little bit closer to finding the red removal spell here. And just to double check, that Yorion is in play, right?
Yeah, because he went, tap. I think he played the Yorion Blink the Teferi after minusing the Teferi. So yeah, the Yorion's in play.
Okay. Well, more blue cards. I'm personally I love my blue cards, but this hand of entirely like reactionary creatures and counter spells and whatnot is not going to be what the doctor ordered here on this exact board. So Yorion crashing in for 4 points. Zach Allen dead in the next combat step.
Wait, Zach's at 4. Alan's at 4.
Yeah,
How did it take so much damage? Wait, what? I'm so confused.
right,
I just
like,
didn't even
slowly over
realize
time.
that he was. Yeah, I just didn't. I hadn't even registered that he was at 4. Okay, well, there was an Eladamri's call, which I assume was going for a lethal threat, and that will do it for game number 2. Zach Dubin picking it up, and we will get to a deciding game 3 here in just a moment. That was an interesting game. Alan did mull the 5, so a little bit unfortunate, but didn't have any early threats. And also, he didn't have any early threats game 1 either, but didn't really have the Murktide plus Counterspell combination that you saw in game 1. Teferi really, really did a lot of work for Dubin that game.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And I mean, it again, gonna reiterate, doesn't help that Zach Allen mulliganed to 5 in that game, but in those sort of situations when you're sitting on the other side from someone who has mulliganed to 5, what are the thoughts going in your head, right? You want to be able to close the game as quickly as possible. Don't let your opponent crawl back in. Don't let them get resources, and that's exactly what Zach Dubin did, leveraging the power of very, very powerful 3-mana Planeswalker. Talking about recalibration on the sideboards, though, after the way that game specifically played out, and a couple key pieces, right? You've seen now one Supreme Verdict. You've seen now Eladamri's call. How do you feel about the unlicensors after this information?
So I'm fairly certain that Eladamri's call usually means no traverse and no delirium package. So Alan might want to consider moving those back to the main deck or back to the sideboard. The one thing about Hearse is when you're on, I guess, play or draw, it is decent-ish against Ren and 6, but it's much better in the play. Like imagine on the draw against Ren and 6 where you play your first land, they play their Ren and 6, get back a land, and then you play your Hearse. Well, they're already up a card off their Ren and 6. So it's a little bit better on the play versus Ren and 6 specifically. So maybe it's something he wants access to. Like I could see the first copy being okay. It's definitely not. I probably wouldn't want both though.
Yeah. Okay. No, that definitely does make sense. And I'm actually going to twist this matchup a little bit here because I think we've seen the Murktide versus 4-color matchup so much, so often. It's been a while. Are there any new cards from Dominaria United that you think might impact the texture of this matchup?
Well, I think the 4-color deck, the card that I think a lot of people are talking about is Leyline Binding, and I think that's a card that pretty easily slots into the 4-color deck. That's the removal spell. There it is on screen. Essentially 1 mana flash. If you have a black source, and this one's really powerful. Just 1 mana, instant speed, kill anything. It doesn't get hit by a prismatic ending. It's a really, really powerful effect.
Yeah, I was looking at that card too, and it definitely raised my eyebrows because I was like, "What? This domain so powerful?" And all it takes is like maybe playing like one Xander's Lounge or splashing something. I think 4-color gets a big boost from this card because it also handles cards like Planeswalkers and just whatever non-land permanent that you might have a problem with here.
And the really nice thing about it too is if you can, you can play it early on a 1-drop, and then later on in the game you could just blink it to get a better permanent with Yorion. So
Yeah, more answers to Murktide region, so that's something to think about. A lot of draw go back and forth going on here in the first few turns of this Hallmark matchup. Now, this must usually scream something like a counterspell being in the hand here. One thing that is absent from the board state is a 1-mana threat. So, if you're in Zach Dubin's side and you see there is no 1-mana threat, what kind of expectations do you have? What information does this give you about Zach Allen's hand, or what do you think is in it after processing that information?
a lot of blue cards. Lots and lots of blue. I guess there could be some red cards too, but most likely a lot of blue cards. We see a couple. Ooh, this is actually, I think, a pretty good spot for subtlety. Especially because you have the second one in hand, so you could go hard cast the subtlety, try to bait Zach into tapping out for something, and then just go pitch cast the other one, and you kind of get a decent-ish tempo swing there. I don't know if that's something that Alan wants to do, but I kind of like it. He's going to go for counterspell. He'd be a little bit safer.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I think if there was a better payoff, then maybe the tempo. If you could convert the tempo into something more meaningful than just the 3/3 body, maybe that's Zach Allen's way of processing the situation here. But I do kind of agree that would be nice to bait, switch, duck and dive and punch and whatnot. But maybe this is the real prize here, the red and 6. Then we'd rather just counterspell it, assuming there's a second copy in hand.
Yeah, and this is tough because Ren and 6 isn't something that you want to subtlety, especially if you have to pitch cast it, because it's only 2 mana. You're not getting a big enough tempo swing by putting a 2-drop on top of your opponent's deck, because you obviously know that Zach's going to put it on top. So does Alan get maybe a little bit punished there for counterspelling the endurance? I'm not saying it was a wrong play. I think that play was fine, but the Ren and 6 is kind of a massive punishment because he doesn't really have a clean answer to it now.
Right, and speaking of Delirium, it looks like there's just 2 lands and a counterspell, so only 2 card types. Delirium not achieved. Unholy Heat cannot kill Ren and 6. So we're going to see the mana base develop quite cleanly here. And things are going pretty well for Zach Dubin now.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly where you want to be with the 4-color deck. Just have Red and 6 going, make all of your land drops, eventually find a way to convert that into stuff. You have, Zach's just got a whole bunch of gas in his hands. So, Alan's not really doing anything. There's no threats. There's no, there's just nothing going on here. So.
Oh wow,
That's
this
beating.
is powerful. Oh wow, this is powerful. Okay.
All right, that was a nice little turn.
Yeah, Teferi going to come into play here. Counterspell to protect the Teferi from subtlety gets answered by a spell pierce. Teferi goes back on top, and this is pretty good tempo because now you can attack down the red and 6 and then use Unholy Heat to finish it off. I don't know what the full plan here is for the upcoming Planeswalker, but this was a good turn. I spoke too soon. This is a really good turn for Zach Allen.
Oh my god, he's going to get to play the Teferi too. Oh boy. So you go Ragavan, hit, get the treasure, subtlety, put the Ren to 2. Then you have 4 mana to go heat the Ren, play Teferi, uptick. That was an absolutely brutal turn.
Wow, and what was a disastrous board state here for Zach Allen just converts into the actual perfects. Teferi now in play. We're going to be able to Unholy Heat the Ren and 6 Planeswalkers. I don't care if they're on your side, because I'll just put them on top of your deck and make them mine.
Yeah, subtlety in combination. That Ragavan was just such an unreal top deck. The subtlety in combination with Ragavan is just it's pretty good.
Oh, it's gonna be so. I don't know if it's gonna be so hard to come back from this, but it certainly will be a journey for sure here.
So I'm kind of confused there. I wonder why we went to Fairy downtick on the Ragavan. Interesting. I guess you wanted to get the card out of Teferi because you're worried about Dubin potentially having a prismatic ending. So you wanted to get the card out. So yeah, I guess it's the same thing as just bouncing nothing. Which I can understand that you want to get the card out. The only thing is now you play into the Ren and 6 on board, which is a little bit awkward.
Okay, well here's an Omnath.
Yeah, so we're gonna dress down in response, which.
It's counterspell.
Yeah, getting a little punished for minusing the Teferi. I mean, it's tough. Like you don't know that that Dubin doesn't have a prismatic ending. Or, you're a little bit worried about him having it. But minusing the Teferi into the onboard Ren and 6 is a little awkward. So potentially maybe wanted to plus the Teferi. That's kind of close though.
That's so interesting too. One big decision here. I think there's a mystical dispute in Zach Allen's hand. Chose not to dispute the Omnath here, instead electing to dress down. And I think having the Unholy Heat means that you're allowed that sort of luxury to select and choose and optimize your removal spells here. And I believe we have Delirium. There's land, instant, enchantment.
Yeah, land, instant, enchantment. That's it. So that's why he was a little bit more. He really wanted to counter the Omnath. We're double heating. Ugh, that doesn't feel great. I mean, you do what you got to do, but
yeah. Yeah, so this
Yeah,
is
just
interesting. I do think at some point it would be super sweet to review this specific match and that specific turn cycle with the Teferi activation. That might be a make or break moment here. I think maybe the resources are just more important, and like think about it, right? Like also if you the Ren and 6 ticks down, then you can just attack the Ren and 6, and then things will be a little bit better. But moving on to what we see right here, a second copy of Teferi going to come into play now, going to tick down on the subtlety. We know there's a copy of Ragavan in the hand. The question is there another answer for it?
yeah, and kind of going back to that turn, you also remember like Zach or Al, I keep saying Zach. Alan had the unholy heat to kill the Renin six, so you could have also seen. The reason he didn't is because he wanted to hold up the dress down, but because he had the mystical dispute, I kind of maybe wanted to see like unholy heat very hold up dispute, and then or unholy heat the Renin six, because then you go uptick to fairy, the Renin six dies, you dispute the Omnath, and nothing bad happens. You kind of blank the counterspell in Dubin's hand. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what Alan what was going on in Alan's mind when he minus that to fairy that one turn.
Oof. And this is starting to go from bad to worse now. After that insane tempo swing, stealing the Teferi, looks like Iceman Quaddle going to block a dashed Ragavan, subtlety hardcast on the main phase, but now it's going to meet an Endurance that also clears the graveyard while Zach Allen is staring at a Murktide Regent in the hand here and a dead counterspell. And I think this game is about to be wrapped up here. Teferi taking over the stack, Yorion somewhere in the midst of things as well, and an Endurance, just the green cow battling in.
Yeah, I believe we are done here. Just too much going on in Dubin's hand. That Endurance was a blowout, because then also Alan couldn't even play the Murktide that turn. So just kind of got destroyed on basically all fronts there. Lost the graveyard, lost the Murktide, lost the subtlety. Just not having a lot here. Yeah, I don't even really know what Alan can really do to come back at this point. Obviously, as we always say, it starts with expressive iteration, but it would have to be iteration into basically the two perfect spells. I don't even know what those are.
Yeah. And we're not even close to Delirium now after the Endurance has cleaned up the graveyard here. And Zach Allen going down to 7 life here between the Renin 6 and the Endurance in play. That is looking like a 2-turn clock. Oh, speed it up a little bit. All right, Yorion.
Make it a 1-turn clock.
Mm-hmm. All right, Heart of the Cards one time, and that's a mystical dispute.
I was going to say Miracle Terminus, but there's a Teferi play.
Ooh, yeah. And that is the fist bump. It looks like we have a backup match that we might be ready to go to, as Zach Dubin on 4-color Yorion going to take the win here in 3 games against Zach Allen. Is it Murktide? Great feature match, and we got to see. I think there's so much theory to break down in here, but let's see what we've got in the backup, and we'll get right to that. More Magic on the way.
That was a super interesting game. That's one of those ones where you could go back and watch and analyze it, because there was like so many different points where that's one of those ones where you would like talk to Alan after the match and kind of get like I was saying what was going on in his head and all that kind of stuff. So
absolutely. And here's my like headliner is that, look, Zach Allen is far more talented player than I am, and so generally his decisions will be much better than me. Now, let's walk into this updated board state. So we have Ethan Cummins on Izzet Murktide against Jeffrey Blyden on Golgari combo, which I was going to say is Yawgmoth, but I see a Manifold key in play, and that has my eyebrows a little raised.
This is what we like to call the aspiring spike effect.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you've seen him stream this deck a little bit, but it's basically there's an infinite combo. There's a couple of different ways you can set up the infinite combo, but the main goal of the deck is to set up Magistrate's Scepter. I don't know if you know what that card does, but it basically the gist is you can tap, remove 3 counters from it, take an extra turn, and it can put counters in it itself for 4 mana. I think 4 tap put a counter, but you're using ways to put counters on it, like Surge Node. You can Manifold Key, untap the Surge Node, Voltaic Key, untap the Surge Node. There's a lot of cool stuff going on with this deck.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of aspiring spike, I think I've seen the clip now, as I saw on Twitter or something like that, with Harry MTG. It was some good stuff here, but it's really cool to see. This is definitely like a newer deck here, and it's already round 2 being put up against basically the one of the boogeymen of the format here in Izzet Murktide. And from what I
You know
can
what that is?
gather, I think this is game 3, um, which means that it was able to take a game down, so it could very well do it again here. And Devin, this is where you're gonna have to walk me through what I'm seeing on the board here, bit by bit. But what is the matchup looking like right now? Who's ahead?
Well, there's a Murktide and a Ragavan in play, so the blue-red player is definitely ahead. We have a lot of ways to put counters on stuff. We have 2 core tappers, we have a or a manifold key that can untap a core tapper, but we don't have a payoff quite yet. So we're missing the Magistrate Scepter. That's definitely the card that Jeffrey is looking for, because you could see Magistrate Scepter, tap the core tapper, put a counter on it, maybe sack the core tapper, put 2 more counters on it, then you can remove 3 counters from the scepter, take an extra turn, maybe get something going with that. But yeah, without that payoff, then there's just a lot of wheels spinning going on here.
I see. Okay. Now this is interesting. Now that I've gotten a better look at the actual deck list here, so it does seem like a variant of like the older like Dice Factory lists. Got a lot of cards that are just similar. So like 4 core tappers, there's 4 Karn the Great Creator, 4 manifold keys, 4 copies of Astral Cornucopia. That's a sweet one. Everflowing Chalice. And then, like you mentioned, there's like Surge Node, Power Conduit, a lot of sweet lists. Oh, and a Mystic Forge as well. Okay. So this deck is definitely vibing. But like I mentioned, you're gonna have to have a fairly good amount of threats to get through what is a commanding board state here from the Murktide side of things. Ledger Shredder joining the party.
All right. Well, didn't find a threat. I think we lost a couple of core tappers to explosives, so kind of a little bit awkward, but
Sometimes that is what it is. Yeah. I mean, and that's the reason I'm saying is right. Like if you think about it, like in Legacy, for example, you have Izzet Delver, that's the fun police. And in this format, you have, 4-color Yorion and also Izzet Murktide living in there. Those are somewhat like the fun police, right? You need to be able to persist through their bevy of the most efficient creatures and most efficient answers. And, unfortunately, this deck not able to take it, losing to Murktide in 3, but props to Ethan Cummins for winning. Let's take a look at some of the events coming up here. We also have the 3rd season of the NRG series that we'd like to go over and announce. So first slide, hit me with it. I think the next event might be in Minneapolis. Let me see. So this is the season 3 schedule. Yep. Got a Modern 10K, a Pioneer 5K in Minneapolis in a couple weeks, the 24th to 25th of September. That's going to be sweet. And Dominaria will be legal for this event. So this is going to be the event to check in and see after a couple weeks of testing what cards are actually rising to the top here. And looks like season 3, you can see below, we have a series of events here in October, in November, and December as well. And here's the grand prize, $65,000 in total prizes over the next 4 events you can see on the screen in Newark, Fort Wayne, Chicagoland, the Chicagoland area, and then also Louisville. It's sweet. I hope to see everybody there. I also hope to see everybody following as well. I'm checking on you. This is I turned 30 today. You have to listen to the birthday boy. Hit the follow button as well. And after this, I believe we are ready to take a quick break. So transition there. And yeah, it'll be pretty good. I don't know. Any events that you're excited to potentially play in or see?
I mean, I'm super excited to see that first weekend of Dominaria United. I can't wait to see it. We have Modern and Pioneer, which I think are the 2 formats that get impacted the most by the set for sure. I guess maybe Standard, but yeah, I'm super excited to see what ends up happening that weekend. That's going to be a blast.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. Joe Lissette is going to sub back in for me. I know I did a good impression, but it's going to be fun here as we go into round 3 of the Modern 5K here in St. Louis.
All right, we are back. I am back. Honorog's Audi here. Thank him for his service today. I'm back, joined by Devin O'Donnell, Mr. Doomwake, who is not celebrating his birthday for a few more days, unlike Honorog. How you doing?
Doing good. We got to see a couple of sweet matches. Got to see some wanted to see a little bit more of that Golgari combo deck, but maybe we'll get to see a little bit more later on. So
Yeah,
hopefully at some point.
I'm never in the booth when the core tapper deck is on camera. What the heck, man? I would have watched that for a few minutes. Anyway, we've got new set of matches coming up for round 3. We've got, I believe, 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed by all the elimination rounds. So we'll be here for the whole rest of your afternoon, evening, wherever time zone you're at. We'll still be here. But before we get started, so we talked some about Dominaria United spoilers yesterday, and now we've got Devin in here. So he's got a couple he's going to go over, or at least start with one. We'll see how much time we have. So what's one of the cards you want to look at?
The one that I kind of want to take a look at a little bit deeper is Aether Channeler. So if we can get that up on the screen, it is this is the new blue 2/1, I guess, Manowar, as it were. So it is Manowar, but it has a lot more going on, specifically for, I think, the Pioneer Bant Company decks. A lot of the company decks that have been playing recently have been more humans focused, and I think this one will slot into that very nicely as well. But it just offers you so much. Not only it bounces any non-land permanent, not just creatures. So you typically see Reflector Mage in those spots, which has some upside because it makes it that they can't replay the creature next turn. But this being able to bounce any non-land permanent is kind of massive. You can get some pretty big tempo swings by like bouncing a Planeswalker, something like that. It also is, unlike Reflector Mage, not necessarily dead in the late game because it can draw a card, it can present another body. Just a lot going on here that I think is really, really good. I think more so in Pioneer than Modern. Could potentially break out to Modern, but I'm way more excited for it in Pioneer for sure.
Yeah, the draw a card option and the bird option both are like Reflector Mage. A lot of times when you play against a creatureless deck, you're kind of just stuck. Okay, it's a 3-mana 2/3. That's not exciting. But both of these other two options, yeah, I feel like that's maybe not so much an upgrade on Reflector Mage, but a nice option to have in some scenarios. So good call on that one. And then okay, what's your second one?
Let's pull up Evolved Sleeper.
Okay.
So this is the new figure of Destiny, as it were. So there's a lot going on here. I think the main application that I see this in is I know that Mono Black Aggro was a deck in Pioneer that a lot of people had been playing for a lot. It was a huge part of the metagame. It kind of fell off a little bit, but I'm really excited to try Mono Black Aggro specifically because this, in combination with Knight of the Ebon Legion, gives you powerful 1-drops that scale as the game progresses and gives you a lot of things to do with your mana. So between Ebon Legion, you have Mutavault, Castle Locthwain, you just have this aggressive deck that can put a lot of pressure on opponents early on, but also just has this really good staying power with just so many things to do with its mana. You have Scrap Heap Scrounger. I was even thinking about splashing blue for Ledger Shredder because you have the 8 1-drop creatures, you have Push, you have Thoughtseize, and then Shredder can discard either Bloodsoak Champion or Scrap Heap Scrounger. So I think that could be a really, really good deck in Pioneer, and I'm super excited to try it out.
Yeah, I played against just in a random league match online. I played against Black Devotion, and this is kind of something that they're a little shy on developing the early game. And this would fit in well there too, probably. So yeah, this however you want to, as long as you have a lot of black mana, this is a nice. Yeah, so both cards kind of on the board fairly early and then able to be useful late in the game. So yeah, sensing a theme here. All right, production tells us we get time for one more. Do you have one more?
We got one more. Let's put up Soul of Windgrace. So this is, I don't know if you've talked about,
yeah,
Jund creature. So there's a lot of text here. So basically it is 5/4 for 4, which is statted pretty well. It has the ability when it enters the battlefield, you can put a land from either graveyard onto the battlefield. So it's very powerful. I'm thinking more in Modern because you can either get back your own Urza Saga, you can get back their Urza Sagas, and also just in combination with Wrenn and 6. Normally Jund decks have an issue where they Wrenn and 6, they get back a lot of lands, but you have a lot of lands that you can't do anything with. This is a really good way to utilize those extra lands. So this might be something that maybe puts Boomer Jund back on the map. So we'll have to see about that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and also good size on it too. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, putting your opponent's Urza Saga, that's gotta be irritating, especially if you're playing against a Wrenn and 6 deck and they've just got like one fetch line. You're like, yeah, just grab it. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Okay, so yeah, Dominaria United pre-release next weekend, legal the week after that. All kinds of new cards coming into play, especially for the lower tiered formats, standard, Pioneer, maybe some Modern. See what gets swept up there, what changes in the format. All right, sounds like round 3 is ready to go. So here we are. We've got Gerrick Alford, who we did see yesterday playing in the team event, and Zach Cavers, 5-color Zoo versus Azorius Control. Okay. Well, without even looking at the deck lists yet, I'm going to say 5-color Zoo is going to be trying to be real fast and get underneath Supreme Verdict here.
See, it's funny. I always have to take a look. You know, you've probably had this feeling too with the melee naming of decks. People
That's
sometimes where they put
true.
5-color Zoo, but it's actually just 4-color control.
You're
This is
right.
actually this is unironically this is actually a 5-color Zoo deck. There's Bloodbraid Elf, Mantis Rider, Scion of Draco, Tribal Flames. So I appreciate Zach for utilizing the deck naming convention correctly here and not just calling it 5-color Zoo but playing Burn or something. So
Yeah, all these people loving to do that. Ivan Espinosa, who won the Nerd Rage Championship last year, really set a bad example for everybody by just loving doing this in every format, every event. It's just so, I mean, some people are going to call it cool. I'm going to say it's just lame. I'm just tired of it. But yeah, all right, here we go. So Zach Cavers down a card here on a mulligan, and Yerk Alford with control deck, probably not knowing what he's facing yet. You see what if it was like, oh, it's a 4-color control deck, no problem. But yeah, actually it isn't.
yeah, and noticeably now this is a Zoo deck. Now a lot of people associate Zoo with 1-drops like Wild Nicodle, Goblin Guide, the Loam Lion going all the way back in the day, things like that. This is much more of this deck is basically all 2s and 3s. There's no 1-drops here. There's no Ragavans. There's no Nicodles. It's Scion of Draco and Territorial Kavu on turn 2, and then Mantis Rider and Shardless Agent on turn 3. So, 1-drop, you see a Zoo deck with no 1-drop, you might think that that's a little awkward, but that is exactly how Zach wants to go about it. So,
yeah, okay. And then this control deck, this is a Narset Days Undoing deck, a little heavier on the Days Undoing. Now, I'm not up on all the numbers in the different control variants in Modern, but having 3 copies of Days Undoing, that seems heavy to me.
yeah, that is. Oh, and we see a Chalice of the Void from Gerrick Alford. Now, Gerrick doesn't know that Chalice basically has no text, but that's kind of probably a fist pump from Zach, right?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, there's lightning bolts, and that's it. So
Yeah, 4 bolts.
so no problem. For Zach, yeah, that basically makes up for his mulligan.
Yeah, exactly. We both mulligan. Now everything's fair. Now I'll have to see what kind of 3-drop that Zach has. I assume there's got to be a 3 with no 1 or 2. No Kavu or no 2. I guess I should say. Well, no 3-drop. Okay.
Okay, so that's now we're getting. I mean, no 1-drops in your aggro deck. That's fine. You're just designed that way. No 2-drop this game. Okay, no thing on 3. I feel like you're starting to get worried.
Yeah, and that kind of makes you wonder what is in Zach's hand. So probably a lot of burn. We see Lightning Helix, I believe. I think I maybe saw Tribal Flames. So it looks like Zach's hand maybe. Ooh, you know what? It might be a Bloodbraid Elf, and with that Teferi in play, that's kind of awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, problems developing here for Zach Cavers here in game 1 of round 3. Picked up the first 2 matches, but this one's not off to a great start. And for Gerrick, may have figured out what's playing against at this point, just because what else is it? I mean, there's all these land types in play. Was this Tribal Flames, alternate art?
Tribal
Takes down
Flames.
Teferi.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 1-for-1 trade against Teferi. I mean, that's nothing to complain about.
Yeah, and if he didn't know before, now he definitely knows he's playing against a Zoo deck. And that Chalice, that one's a little bit more backbreaking because there are quite a bit of 2s. So we have Tribal Flames, Lightning Helix, Territorial Kavu. I guess that's it, but that's still a decent amount of cards that you're stopping with that Chalice on 2.
Is this the general that just came into play here? What is this?
That is General Ferris Rockerick. So that is I believe that's from MH2. It's a 3-mana 3/1. It's got some, I think it has First Strike maybe. And then when you cast a multicolored spell, you make a 3/3 Golem.
Aha, even 4/4. Yeah, there we go.
4/4, sorry.
Yeah, hexproof from monocolored. Okay.
And hexproof and monocolored, pretty relevant here because the Jace can't bounce it.
Right. Here's the Bloodbraid Elf.
Yeah. And awkward with the Chalice. I was going to say this is good for us because this is good for Zach because we cleared the Teferi last turn. Now he gets to play the Bloodbraid Elf essentially uncontested. Was that a miss trigger? Oh, I think that might have been a miss trigger from the Ferris Rockerick off the Bloodbraid Elf.
Yeah, that's Well, okay,
wouldn't
so
have
it doesn't
mattered.
actually matter, but yeah, that is something you want to avoid. A 4/4 is not something to shy away from here, but Supreme Verdict does clean things up. Another Ferris Roderick would be nice. Although there's only 2 copies in the deck. Here's a Manus Rider. Okay, that's something.
Yep, not a 2-drop or a 1-drop, so that can get in there. And I believe Zach's leftover. I saw Tribal Flames. I have to take a look. He's got a lot of promotional cards, so it's kind of hard to tell what's in Zach's hand outside of that Tribal Flames. Yeah, he drew a card. I have no idea what that is. It's like, okay, Bloodbraid Elf.
We know that one. Let's see. Can he find something he can actually play?
This is the dream.
Yeah. So this is a guaranteed miss on Charlotte's Agent with double Chalice on the board, but what are you going to do?
Yep.
I wonder if Zach has no plans on removing those chalices, I think he's just choosing not to cascade in, not to play the spells, but maybe you want to actually let them get countered so they're not back in the deck.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because now if Zach cracks a fetch land, you're shuffling away the dead Helix. So yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. You probably just want to, just cast it just to get it out of your deck.
All right, so trade here, and 3 comes across.
And we saw a subtlety on the Shardless Agent, which Zach put to the bottom, which makes sense because of the Chalice in play. The Shardless is not doing anything essentially. It's just a 3-mana 2/2. So definitely wants to put that at the bottom for sure. He's looking for more Bloodbraid Elves, more Mantis Riders, stuff like that.
Yeah, in fact, exactly those probably. So let's see. Do we have any? I don't think we have even a way to get rid of these chalices in the main deck. So
Not that I'm seeing, no. Looks like we have Force of Vigor in the sideboard, but yeah, no Prismatic Ending or anything like that to main deck, which makes sense. You can't really play Prismatic Ending with Elf and Shardless Agent, so understandably so, but yeah, no ways to remove Chalice game 1.
yeah, and another Jace comes down. Here's a Scion, I think, which
Yes.
may be paying 2 mana for, but Chalice is not anywhere close to countering, so that's nice.
You don't think we're going to see a Chalice on 12 this game?
I mean, I don't even know what it would be. Let's see, like original. How many even cards in the format cost 12? One of the original Eldrazi, I think, cost 12. Oh, Director David
that betrays.
It that betrays. Yeah. All right. Well, Gerrick, Alford. Yeah. All right.
I think there might have been an affinity card. What's the there's like a yes, Mycosynth Golem. That's the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah. All right. So big mistake from Gerrick Alford, not planning on charging up his lands and running up 24 mana into Chalice on 12, but he decided to play them for 1 and 2. I guess he's probably satisfied with what he's done so far. And this Jace is still out there. Still feels like okay. Here's Narset. It still feels like Gerrick likely has control of this game, but he is now facing quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he finds something like a Supreme Verdict this turn. Yeah, because I don't believe Gerrick has played a land, so if he hits a Verdict off of the Narset, was that a miss? Or did we just not catch it because the Narset was there? I was going to say, it's very hard for Garrick's deck to miss on a Narset. It's basically all spells.
Oh,
okay.
Baize Undoing.
So this is good, but there's still 7 power in play. And Zach is going to get to draw a single card. And then a card for his draw step. So there's 7 power in play. And if we take a look at Garrick's deck list, okay, there is Solitude. So that is a card that Gerrick is potentially drawing into Solitude to take care of the Scion of Draco.
Okay, yeah. Otherwise, looking like, I mean, with 2 Planeswalkers on the board, Zach Havers would have the option here, being tempted by the left total of being 1 shy on where he sends his attacks here, depending on, we'll see what is drawn up here. As he only gets 1. Gerrick gets 7.
Just what a feeling, you know. You draw your 1 card and then you look at your opponent just fanning out 7. Just God, that's got to be demoralizing.
Rather lopsided. Yeah, here comes the attack in.
We'll see if there was a Solitude drawn. I think there was. Yes, there was. Okay.
All right.
And normally this would be a spot where you would want to draw something like Trouble Flames, but because of the Chalice, that one's a non-starter.
Yeah, and preserving through this turn now, and both planeswalkers still on the board as Zach was obviously going to attack Gerrick. I don't know why I corrected myself. I was like, I said the name. I was like, wait, no, that's the planeswalker. I must have read it wrong. But no, that is his name. Gerrick Alford here. Probably feeling pretty safe now.
Yeah, Gerrick is getting relentless this game.
Yeah. 2 force negations and 3 force negations in hand. Probably don't need any of those. I'm not sure. I guess there's Riveteer's Charm. That's not going to do any good either. That might be the only actual non-creature spell that Zach can even resolve through a Chalice at this point. Another Verdict cleans the board. So,
yeah, we don't like to call games this early too often, but with, we're going to Riveteer's Charm. Okay. All right. Maybe I spoke too soon. That's going to be a draw 3. Oh, no, we're going to force it. Okay. Yeah, it just seems really, really difficult for Zach to really get anything going in the face of the Jace and the Chalices. Oh,
yeah.
there's a Mantis Rider. Okay. Maybe there's no more Solitudes. That is, yeah, and we're going at face. I actually like that. I think you're kind of past the point where you want to attack the Planeswalker. So I kind of like going face and just kind of maybe hope that Gerrick can't find an answer.
Yeah. Okay, so on the Jace draw 3, I didn't see any white cards drawn, which are generally what the answers are going to look like. This Mantis Rider didn't have haste. Jace could have just bounced it to buy a turn, but that's not the case. So let's see if Gerrick actually being put to the test here. There's Prismatic Ending. That's going to work.
Yep, so there's an answer for the Rider. You know what that is? That's a Gaia Reach Sanitarium.
Yeah, so that will... Zach still has a card in hand, so he's not completely locked out yet.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's the Ferrous Rockrick, the one that makes golems. Okay, not a haste creature though. That's really what Zach was looking for there.
Yeah, and now here's the Geiger Reach activation, which from Zach's perspective, he won't get to draw because of Narset, so he just discards a card and loses from hand. And now,
this is the hard lock, right?
Yeah, I believe we are locked.
You just draw step activate Sanitarium every game. Yeah, this should be locked up.
Yeah, so there's a verdict. So the only vulnerability for Gerrick now are instants, and Chalice on 2 is going to protect from Chalice on 1 and 2 will protect from that, and Zach Gravers will just draw straight into the graveyard.
Yep.
And I guess we don't even need a win condition. Jace is already on the board.
Jace.
Yeah. And that's it. So Zach Gravers will
do it.
Drop game 1 here. Basically the might of the Chalices there played a role, but Zach also just did not get off to a good start. This is a somewhat unusual deck. Let's go ahead and pop up the deck list here and take a look. See Zach Havers' 5-color zoo deck.
All right, so what are we looking at in the sideboard? Now, obviously, Zach is aware of the Chalices, so we're probably going to have to get to look at something like Force of Vigor. That one's probably a slam dunk. Even though, there's not a lot else besides Chalice, but his deck it's really hard to play into a Chalice on 2, so I can understand that. Rest in Peace, probably no. Damping Sphere, maybe Unmoored Ego to stop the Narset Days Undoing lock, but even that one's kind of sketchy. But yeah, it's pretty much just Force and Ego, I think the cards that Zach might potentially be looking at.
Now, Hidetsugu consumes all. I know it wipes out 1-drops. Does that wipe out zeros as well? Would that take out the Chalice, or is it just creatures? I actually don't remember the wording on this card. Maybe we can bring that up.
It does, actually. You're right. I think it's non-land permanent. So that one actually might be good against Chalice, too. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because you're right. I mean, it hurts to bring in Force of Vigor against the Chalice, where the Chalice is just kind of an incidental part of the deck. It's not, part of some strategy that's going to include a lot of artifacts and enchantments. But let's go ahead and look at Gerrick Alford's Azorius control deck and see what we see what we have to peer at here. Incarnations and Planeswalkers seems to be the order of the day.
Yep, there's the Chalices that we saw. We got there's another interaction, Dress Down versus Territorial Coffee. We'll see if that maybe comes up. But yeah, as far as Gerrick, he's probably going to want to look at getting the Force and Negations out of his deck. Those ones don't seem particularly great against Sue for the most part. Subtlety, maybe, but if you're trading Subtlety, because Subtlety is kind of awkward against the Cascade cards,
right?
Because you don't want to put the Cascade cards on top, and most of the time the card that they're cascading into is free anyway, so that's not really a good exchange. But yeah, pretty much just the forces. Maybe you trim on the Narset days and doing stuff depending on how much he has to board in, things like that.
Do we have the sideboard for Gerrick Alford?
Potentially.
If we don't have that ready to go, that's... Oh, here we go. All right.
There it is.
So we can see it is a Kahira deck. All right. So what? Well, we have Extra Supreme Verdict. That sounds like a winner. Maybe the debate comes down to whether Shark Typhoon is sort of an answer to haste creatures as we move into the middle late game. That's potential, because you did mention a few cards that want to come out, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of obvious candidates coming aside from the Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, potentially the Shark Typhoon, maybe the additional copy of Chalice. Aether Gust is a card that maybe he's looking into, because that can hit the Ferrous Rockerick. It's kind of awkward against Bloodbraid Elf. Maybe not the best against Tribal Flames, because those cards are cheap, so maybe it's only good against the Ferrous Rockerick. But yeah, there's maybe the additional Dress Down against Kavu. That one could come in as well. But yeah, there's not a ton that Gerrick is looking for here.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and head down to the table see if Zach can have a little bit better start this game.
Yeah, avoid getting locked out, the prison, as it were, with the Nars. What a brutal lockout too. Narset plus Gaia Reach Sanitarium, especially if there's a Teferi in play. That's just the hard lock, because you can't cast any spells on your draw step. So,
well, hey, we can still channel.
You could. I don't know what I guess so. Kenzon maybe.
Okay. Zach Caver is looking to put on a little better show this game than last game. Turn 1 looks the same, which we knew it would.
Yeah, this is kind of the important part. We'll have to see if Zach has a 2-drop, because as we saw last game, Zach just went nothing on 2, nothing on 3. And Gerrick wasn't under any pressure. It was really easy for Gerrick to kind of set up through that. Zach really, really wants to have a Kavu or a Scion, preferably Scion, because that one doesn't die to a, what's the card? Dress Down. So, yeah. So we're going to see a 5/5 Kavu here. Territorial Kavu has been cast from Zach. So we'll have to see again. We talked about the interaction between that and Dress Down. It's not great for the Kavu player, because it makes it a 0/0 and then it would just immediately die. So
yeah, well, I'm sure that's something. I mean, Dress Down sees plenty of play in the format, so Zach Cavers must know that it's worth the risk, as 2-mana 5/5 is somewhat above curve.
Yeah, now we'll have to see if Zach potentially has a second Kavu. That would be a little dicey. Probably don't ever want to extend the second one into 2 open mana, right?
Here's an attack for 5. Okay, it's gonna eat a Solitude. Well, that's
fine.
Yeah, that is a worthwhile trade.
That is a trade that I'm sure Zach is pretty happy with.
Yeah, I needed a follow up there though. Doesn't have one. Gerrick is perfectly happy to just play a land and pass the turn.
Yeah, so no follow up there. Might mean a Bloodbraid Elf. Because obviously if there was a Mantis Rider or a Ferrous Rockerick or anything like that, Shardless Agent, we would have seen it cast. So it could be a Bloodbraid Elf, could just be a handful of Burn too.
Yeah, well, Burn is nice, especially when it's Tribal Flames hitting for 5 apiece, and there's at least one of them in there. But it's hard to take your opponent all the way down with spells.
I love that basic land choice, by the way.
That's a mono-text planes there. Yeah, okay. All right,
here we go.
Yeah, double Cascade.
So are we responding to the Cascade trigger? Oh, this is actually really heads up from Gerrick. So he's going to respond to the Shardless Cascade trigger, put the Bloodbraid Elf on top. So that means, yeah, this is really smart, because obviously if you top it, then it just gets cascaded away anyways. Very heads up play by Gerrick.
All right. So here we go. Still, this is another solid exchange for Zach, card economy wise, rebuilding the board here, and Gerrick losing a couple more cards. I mean, this is almost 2 creatures for Zach, and then -2 cards for Gerrick. All right. Kavu gets bounced again, or not again, gets bounced, but Teferi's vulnerable.
Yeah, just look at the card disparity. Zach has 6 cards to Gerrick's 3. And it's just, Gerrick has been kind of put into these awkward situations where, yeah, he's answering the creatures, but at what cost? and he's not really developing his board or anything like that. Maybe has a Supreme Verdict in his hand, and we're going to be able to cast that with the Polluted Delta. But maybe even if there was a Supreme Verdict, maybe you wouldn't see him fight over the creatures that he did so aggressively with Solitude and Subtlety. So it's not even clear that he has Verdict lined up.
Right. And this is, these two creatures here. So this is 7 damage on the board. Plus, when the Kavu attacks, Zach will be able to rummage, which is not bad. Go ahead and clean things up long game. And okay, there is a verdict. So Zach Taylor's board will start over again. And with Gerrick still at 18, I mean, this is, he's got a lot of work to do here. And I think there's a Force of Vigor in hand, which is just useless at the moment. Like we talked about, if the chalices aren't drawn, there's not really anything else for it to hit.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's awkward, right? From Zach's perspective, he knows how powerful Chalice on 2 is against this deck because a lot of the heavy hitters in his deck are 2 mana, like Territorial Kavu, Tribal Flames. So he kind of feels compelled to bring them in, but then you get into spots like this where, his opponent, Gerrick, was down a lot of cards because he's had to use Solitude and Subtlety, but Zach's also down cards because he essentially drew a blank. So
yeah. Okay, Gerrick. So actually needs to ponder over the turn here. Figure out how best to deal with this general and the 4/4s it may bring with it.
Yeah, I think I see a Jace, a Chalice, which I guess we finally got a target for the Force of Vigor, which is not bad.
So this is a Helix in response here, and this is kind of a brutal. I mean, you're 18 life here. You're taking 3, and then you're gonna Zach's gonna tap and attack for at least 7. That's pretty threatening.
Yeah, that's a really good turn for Zach. Just the double spell of Rockrick plus the burn spell make a lot of power. This looks like maybe a Bloodbraid Elf too, just going to make even more golems. Could make even more golems if it cascades into a Shardless Agent.
Well,
okay,
this
probably not the card he wanted to hit.
Right, and this time it makes more sense to put it back in the deck as there is ways to deal with the Chalice, but still pretty solid attack here. And Gerrick's going to need another Supreme Verdict or something similar to stay in this game.
Yeah, that's 10 damage, putting Gerrick to 5, and we have 6 mana plus Force and Tribal Flames. So next turn, even if we get swept, we can just go 4 mana, Force the Chalice, 2 mana Tribal Flames use. So Zach does have technically lethal even through a Verdict here, so Gerrick's going to need a lot of stuff.
All right, Teferi, that's, deals with 1 token, draws a card, but without the mana for Supreme Verdict, can Gerrick even deal with the rest of this stuff? That was pick up Kahira, I think. Yeah, well, unless the life totals are dramatically wrong, this game looks over. I guess there could be
I think,
all right.
I was going to say.
There has to be a lot of solitudes to deal with this board.
Now, life totals made sense because the Helix was the 3 and then 10 more, so.
Yeah. Okay, and we're going to game 3. So hopefully you're enjoying this. And for Nerd owner Norman Cohen, I will remember at least this one round to please follow, subscribe, whatever you feel like doing. If you're enjoying the content, you can follow Nerd Rage Gaming on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. At one point, I was told NRG TikTok was incoming, but that was over a year ago. I haven't seen anything. I feel like that one has kind of passed us by. I don't expect any follow up on that platform. But
wait, Joe, you're not the TikTok manager?
Dude, this comes as such a surprise to you, I'm sure. But no, I do not have a TikTok. I do not watch TikTok. I could probably spell it if you gave me 2 tries, but that's about it.
But yeah, going back on what Joe was saying, NRG's putting on an amazing show. Every single event that they run is great, and just an awesome showcase of just live Magic. And I know a lot of people are fiending for live Magic, and it's slowly coming back. So appreciate you guys tuning in, and hope you guys are having a good time.
Yeah, speaking of people slowly coming back in, we had Caleb Scherer in the team event. It's the name I haven't seen in a long time. In the chat, Feline Longmore. That's another name I haven't seen in a long time. So definitely some players from the previous decade coming back into play for Paper Magic, which is awesome. Nerd Rage is very pleased to be able to bring you continuing events once a month here on the channel around the Midwest of the country. And then I know we see requests, and I live in California, and people are like, hey, when's NRG coming to California? Well, that's a little outside of the reasonable range. But hey, we're going to Kentucky. That's at least not Midwest, right? Is Kentucky Midwest? I don't. Oh, okay. I'm told it is. Well, never mind then.
I think that maybe depends on if you're from Kentucky or not. Yeah.
Well, maybe so. Yeah. All right. So Zach on another mulligan here, but did take down game 2 to even this up. We'll get that indicated on the screen momentarily.
Yeah, we'll have to see if you kind of saw that game. That was a really good example of game 1 versus game 2. So game 1, Zach didn't have any pressure on turn 2 or turn 3. Game 2, Zach did play the 2-drop, and you saw Gerrick 2-for-1 himself just to deal with it.
Mhm.
And that kind of like that decision to kill the creature on turn 2 by using the Solitude and an additional card just kind of snowballed almost the entire game. It just Gerrick was basically behind on resources almost the entire game. So we'll see if similar thing has to happen this game for Gerrick. Now, because Gerrick is on the play, he could have something like Teferi Bounce, which it looks like he does have. So that's a much cleaner answer to the Kavu than Solitude Menace a card.
Yeah. These Kavus are looking pretty good, though. We haven't seen the interaction where they actually really get punished, like you talked about. The dress down making them look kind of embarrassing. But other than that, they are oversized and with a couple attack triggers that are nice to have. I guess that's a way to deal with Chalice also. I'm sorry. No, I was thinking attack disenchant, but it's not. It's attack exile card from graveyard. All right. Well, that's not as relevant. But
yeah,
regardless, it's back on the screen, back on the board again.
Yeah, and we'll see if maybe Gerrick has a follow-up prismatic ending or something along those lines. Dress down as we talked about before. And also the awkward thing is, second Teferi. I was going to say we know that Zach has access to 8 Cascade spells, and Teferi making Cascade spells look a little awkward. Potentially Zach's hand might be full of those. Where it's we'll have to see what Zach's going on with.
Yeah, this is maybe a somewhat tough pairing for the 5-color zoo deck. Its ways of advantage, cascading, and putting multiple creatures on the board can be cleaned up both by Supreme Verdict or prevented by Teferi. So not ideal.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of problems that Gerrick's deck presents, and Zach doesn't have a lot of clean answers to those. Now, interesting, both players missing land drops here.
Right.
I would have to imagine that would favor... It's kind of tough, because you would think that favors the aggro deck, but Zach's cards are maybe a little bit more expensive than the aggro decks that you're probably used to, and the fact that there's Teferi in play also makes things a little awkward, because most of Zach's powerful cards are those Cascade spells that we mentioned. So I would probably say that the way that this game is going maybe is good for Gerrick, but we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is a bit of a misstep there by Gerrick, who had to discard a hand size and then prismatic ending, which he can do at instant speed because it's a fairy. But by doing that on your own turn, he could have not lost that Jace, which currently can't cast anyway, but certainly would be nice to still have it in hand. And then here we have pick up Kahira and pitch to Solitude. So back to the old original style of companions, which just get picked up and immediately discarded incarnations of one color or another.
Yeah, don't even put it in your hand. Just put it from your companion zone and just kind of tap it sideways to indicate that it's going to exile.
Yeah, that seemed to be what was happening for the first few months of the format. All right, Tribal Flames takes out Teferi, the third Teferi, and it pluses.
That's so rough, because you know for a fact Zach would only make that play if he has a whole bunch of Cascade cards, and the fact that there's another Teferi there, it just makes it so backbreaking, because obviously he wanted to set up Tribal Flames Teferi, untap, play a Cascade spell, but because the third Teferi showed up, then that couldn't happen as well. So
at least that one traded 1 for 1, as that Teferi did go up to 5. Not too many burn spells. I guess Unholy does the same thing. Able to trade 1 for 1 on plussing Planeswalkers, which did, I feel like, noticeably diminish the power of Planeswalkers a little bit, but they're still pretty strong. As here's Narset.
Yeah, so Narset's going to find more answers, potentially a Chalice here, or just Narset.
Okay, so Garrett's not too excited about the prospect of Chalice on 1.
Okay, we finally get to cast a Bloodbraid Elf. Feels like there's been a Teferi in play, the entire game.
It does.
Okay, we'll see if Gerrick wants to Solitude this. Okay.
General is a nice card here. That's a pretty impressive 3-drop and then attack across here. And okay, Gerrick just lets the Narset go. Unclear if he even had an answer to it or not, but that's not too bad for Zach Havers. Keeping up here with Cascade, trying to keep up with the card advantage of the blue Planeswalkers.
Right. Yeah, notably, the General Ferris Rockrick also can't be Solitude because it has hexproof and monocolored. So, and it also can't be Prismatic Ending. So Gerrick's really only answer to it is actually Supreme Verdict, which I caught a glimpse. I think I did see that in Gerrick's hand, which, it looks like a 2-for-1, but it's really only a 1-for-1. You're really only trading with the Bloodbraid Elf. That's the only resource that's that committed. So, probably a trade that he would be okay with. Maybe he doesn't want to commit more to the board at this point. And I think Gerrick is thinking, okay, how if his hand is maybe like really leaning on that Supreme Verdict, he might want to try and get a little bit more juice out of it before he fires it off. So that was kind of the decision that he was thinking about there.
Maybe this is a big swing to take in here. Now, Solitude cannot pick off General, but it's hexproof, so it could actually Solitude could take out something else and then block and trade with the General, I believe. Instead, we're just going to see.
You actually see that the General didn't attack there. Really heads up by Zach. I actually kind of like that. Because obviously, if you attack with the General, Solitude hits the Mantis Rider, trades for the General, that can be pretty backbreaking. So, pretty heads up play by Zach there. I like that.
All right, so that was a Castle Scry there at the end of the turn. And Gerrick, well, if he held back Supreme Verdict before, he certainly needed to play it here. And there you go. And some damage came across, but Gerrick's still sitting at 13 with an empty board. Although Zach's still got a full hand.
Yeah, Zach still got some resources.
Something you wouldn't see on a traditional deck that's committed this much to the board and played a couple burn spells. They would be low in hand size, but these Cascade spells do a good job of not exhausting your resources. And we see here another Bloodbraid and I think another General.
Yeah, specifically with the elves and the shardless agents, you get to put a lot of pressure into play, as you said, without committing a lot of resources. So you can kind of play this. You can kind of play Gerrick's game alongside him, which is something that aggressive decks don't usually get to do. So,
and then, so yeah, Hexproof, like you said, Hexproof monocolored, fairly relevant here. I guess it can be bounced by Teferi, but we've already seen 3.
They never have the 4th one, right?
Oh, there's another Narset. That's not too much of a worry.
I see chat asking about the lands that Gerrick used to cast Verdict. There's a Mysticate in there. It's the one that's the furthest to the bottom. So I know it's hard to tell. There's a lot of promos over there, but there was a Mysticate.
Okay, there is the 4th Teferi.
I guess we spoke too soon.
And yeah, bounce the General. And yeah, now Zach, I mean, with Gerrick at 10 and the kind of the beastly burn spells that are in his deck, able to bring across a lot of damage, I don't know what this Bloodbraid Elf's going to attack this turn. There are 3 legitimate options.
I know, right? Especially because I believe I saw at least one copy of Tribal Flames, I think. I see a Bolt of Tribal Flames. Does Zach have 2 red mana? No, I think that's Temple Garden, Breeding Pool, Forest, and then Grixis Land.
All right. Well, it doesn't matter this time, as Solitude will take it out.
Yeah, Zach's mana with all these dual lands into play actually kind of awkward that he only has access to 1 red source. Because he can't really fire off multiple red spells, which is something that he really wants to be able to do.
Right. Being able to bolt down that Narset would have been nice there, as it's going to stick. Teferi's going to stick, be able to plus up, allow instant speed sorcery removal next turn, which is nice because Zach does have a fair number of haste creatures in hand. Now let's see what Narset is able to bring up here.
And Zach's really trying to fade a Daze on doing here.
All right. Jace is the worst, although I guess it's still pretty solid. How am I even able to actually say Jace isn't the worst? I mean, geez, Jace used to be just the end all be all. Now it's fine, but
you've been converted. It's not like the good old days where you just Jace back a Terminus, right?
Yeah, those were the good times.
Yeah, so if we get a look at Zach's hand, I think I saw Tribal Flames, definitely Tribal Flames Bolt. I think maybe a Kavu in there too, maybe another Bloodbraid Elf. But yeah, like we talked about, just all these red cards, but only run red source, so can't really set up a good double spell turn.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gerrick with 4 mana, another Verdict, maybe.
Kind of interesting to main phase the Verdict after
I agree.
Teferi Plus.
I wonder if that was something, just kind of a mental slip, that because it does seem very questionable to do that here with Teferi on the board, and it did plus this turn.
Yeah, and with all the burn spells in Zach's hand, just choosing to go with a Kavu instead.
Mm-hmm. Well, Prismatic Ending will dispatch that. So Teferi Plus was meaningful there, and Gerrick gesturing there, that was the kind of gesture I would imagine someone making if the clock was a factor. I don't know that it necessarily is. Okay, the players have plenty of time.
Yeah, clock shouldn't be an issue this game.
No.
Yeah, Chad also brings up a good point. Gerrick, this is very strange. I don't think you really don't see this very often, but Gerrick is playing a blue-white control deck without the card Counterspell. So these burn spells in Zach's hand are even more effective than they would normally be against traditional blue-white decks because there's no counterspells. And as we talked about, we kind of assumed that Gerrick was going to board out the force negations because they don't have a ton of targets. So it's really unclear how many how many answers to the Tribal Flames that Gerrick actually has access to.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so Windswept Heath will increase the mana capabilities for Zach here. And okay, here is a Lightning Bolt. Teferi is done.
So if we're bolting Teferi, that kind of leads me to believe that there's got to be a Bloodbraid Elf in hand.
Right, I agree.
Gerrick's given a long think about this. I wonder what he could be. I guess maybe it's got to be Force Negation, right? Because we know that there's no other card that could be there.
So, and then he signaled for a judge. We saw the dice. He did remove the dice from the Teferi and then reconsider. I don't think this is a scenario where he's asking, "Hey, did I acknowledge the spell resolving since I took the dice off?" So there must be something else here.
Yeah, I wonder what could be in his hand. Interesting.
I wonder if this is a question of the Teferi is going to die, but it plus on my turn. Can I play sorceries still, even after the Teferi is dead? The answer to that is yes, but that is a conceivable question that would be asked here.
Yeah, it feels like a prismatic ending or something.
So
not like the old days when the damage prevention rule, the planeswalkers used to just bolt this would be one of those situations where you just you bolt upstairs and you'd have no idea what Zach's even doing with the bolt.
That's true. That would make a big difference on having to protect yourself from burn spells. Okay, so here is the Kavu. So no haste.
Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning, what Zach's thinking about, why he would want to bolt Teferi if we don't have a follow-up Cascade spell. Because I know there's a Tribal Flames left over, but that, killing Teferi wouldn't really have an effect on casting Tribal Flames specifically. So I'm kind of curious about that.
All right, well, the turn is passed. Gerrick, now, for one of the few times this match actually up on cards, which is something that Jace tends to do. And
yep, that's all thanks to Jace.
And a slew of Teferis and Supreme Verdict. So we know there's no more Teferis coming.
That is true. We've gone through all four. Legally, there cannot be any Teferis left in Gerrick's deck unless a Day's Undoing gets cast to shuffle them all back in.
Well, that's true. That would certainly.
Then all four are back on the table.
Yeah, that would reload. Well, now how do you approach this from Zach's perspective? Do you just try and trade off and threaten on the board and then draw 2 Tribal Flames and blow up your opponent? That's tough since one is gone, but I think we said that there's one more in hand. So
Yeah, it's tough. Like, from Zach's perspective, again, we have a lot more information. We know that Gerrick doesn't play Counterspell. Zach obviously doesn't know that per se.
Right.
So it might be playing under the assumption that, okay, well, what's my best line against the card Counterspell? And that might, kind of trip him up a little bit.
Yeah, not only does he not know that there aren't counterspells, he probably assumes there are.
Yeah.
And here's Tribal Flames. And okay, Jace goes down, but Solitude on the board now, the ability to gain life for Gerrick is going to make this a lot harder for Zach to ever win through burn.
Yeah, and there's also a Hall, which I don't know if that's necessarily going to get fired up.
Well,
just
Geiger
yet,
Sanitarium activates here, so Zach will discard Force of Vigor. And yeah, that's just kind of a nuisance. The Geiger Sanitarium, we may reach a point again for too long where Zach is kind of stuck.
Locked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Seagate Restoration for 5. 4 cards in hand, you drop 1 more than that, so you drop 5.
That is the first time I've ever seen that card cast. Nice.
Well, you don't play enough Pioneer then. But
that's true. Yeah.
See, I mean, it doesn't get cast in Pioneer very often either, but it is more common than it is in Modern. Okay, so land drop made, and now Gerrick doesn't have to worry about discarding hand size anymore. Yeah, Zach Evers. Ooh, this is gonna be tough.
Yeah, Gerrick's not worried about cards anymore. Now,
no.
Gerrick at 12. Zach's got, I couldn't quite get a glimpse of what he's got left over. I'm trying to think if it's not really a lethal line here, unless the leftover is Tribal Flames and you like Bloodbraid Elf into another Tribal Flames, that would get us 13. Assuming that there's no Solitude or anything like that, but yeah, now it's kind of rough. Once you let the player untap who just drew an additional 5 cards in his 10 cards in his hand, it's probably going downhill from there.
All right, there's a Helix. Will you even shoot here? You're shooting Narset, okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
So that means no haste.
And well, for a second, Gerrick picked up everything at once. I was like, "There's no way he's conceding here. What's happening?" And no attack from Bloodbraid Elf and no block either. Is that what just happened?
Well, he couldn't attack because there was the dress down, so that made it lose haste. Okay. I'm kind of surprised no block there though, because you're kind of treading water with the Solitude at this point.
All right, there's a fresh Narset, and okay, Chalice is found. That's nice. Gerrick doesn't even really need Days Undoing here. He's got plenty of cards, and Zach already doesn't have very many, so.
And now you can just Chalice on 2 to just basically shut off all the Tribal Flames and that kind of stuff. Although I think Zach's already gone through at least 2, maybe 3. So yeah, might just want to hold on to the Chalice for a little bit. It's not clear that there are enough impactful 2-mana cards left in Zach's deck anyways. And as we said before, you can't Chalice for 12.
No, well.
Yeah, you can try.
I'm not even sure there's enough land in Gerrick's deck to be able to do that. There probably are. And there's a Days Undoing being discarded to Geiger Sanitarium, I think.
He's got too many cards. Doesn't even want the Days Undoing.
Well, yeah.
Just says, you know what? Yeah, I got enough cards. It's fine.
Yeah, well, not anymore after just 2 incarnations there. Yeah, Gerrick's like, well, I don't have to discard the hand size anymore, but just in case, I'm gonna deplete my hand enough that it's not relevant, or maybe he's just trying to make the Days Undoing worthwhile.
Yeah, he might also have a second one. Maybe that's why he pitched the first one. Shocking. Okay, because we're firing up the Hall.
Let's go, Storm Giants. Yeah,
10 damage, 3-turn clock. No, we can still activate the Sanitarium, so now we can just go draw step. Yeah, we should. Gerrick should have this one locked up.
Yeah. But
Yeah, for those of you in chat who don't know the interaction, there is Narset, which prevents your opponent from drawing extra cards. And if you activate Sanitarium, Gyre Reach Sanitarium in the draw step, which says each player draws a card and discards a card. If your opponent has no cards in hand, they can't draw because they've already drawn for their turn, and then they have to discard the card that they drew in their draw step. So it's essentially just a way to kind of lock up the game.
Mm-hmm. There goes an Omnath, and that will do it. So Gerrick Alford will advance to 3-0. All right, so we are going to skip the time-shifted replay and move in live to the backup match. Let's go ahead and do that right now. No breaks for anybody involved. You want more magic? We're going to bring it to you.
Non-stop. All
That's
the
right.
action. Let's see if we can take a look at who we have. So, there is an other deck list. Oh, Joe.
Whoa.
Joe.
So
I think you should thank the producers for this one. If you want to take a quick look at Mark's deck list.
all right, Mark Mehochko with it says colorless combo. Is that in fact not what it is? Let's take a look. Oh,
Ask and you shall receive.
I even said, man, I never get to see the Core Tapper deck, and it's another Core Tapper deck. All right. Against Rick Courtney's 5-color Indomitable Creativity. Okay, well, that's a deck that we see some of occasionally using Indomitable Creativity, in this case to power out Archon of Cruelties, which is certainly a respectable thing to be doing, and he is up a game. And Mark, let's go ahead and get this Core Tapper nonsense started.
Ooh, the Mirrodin's Core. Yeah, so what as we saw a very brief glimpse of it last round, but Mark is essentially playing a lot of cards that add counters to permanents and trying to combine that with Magistrate Scepter, which is a card that you can pay 4, tap it to put a charge counter on it, and you could tap with 3 charge counters on it to take an extra turn. So you're combining that with stuff like Surge Node, Core Tapper to put additional counters. You have Power Conduit, which also works very well with Saga, because you can remove counters in the Saga, keep the Saga in play. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. Astral Cornucopia, which is stuff that you normally see in like Dicetron and things like that. So a lot of cool interactions going on in Mark's deck.
All right. Well, hopefully you get to see some of them. Mark is down a game already. It is game 3. Okay. So okay. Mark has won a game.
Got that updated for you. We got Cornucopia Core Tapper. So this is a good line because now even if Rick has a removal spell for the Core Tapper, you can just sack it to put count. Oh, we're actually going to go right now. Okay. We got some plans for that mana.
Another one. All right. So yeah, I'll try and keep up the pace on since some of the cards in this deck may be unfamiliar to some people or commentators. We'll keep a steady pace of revealing what the heck's going on here.
Yeah, Power Conduit is especially a really interesting one because there's so many things that basically get counters for free, as you saw the Mirrodin's Core and the Tendo Ice Bridge, and it's just, now we get 4 counters in this Cornucopia, which allows us to Karn. I believe, now, I think, let me take a look at Mark's deck list. I know some of these lists are playing all 8 of the keys in the main deck, and some of them are sideboarding the 8th one, so we'll have to see. Looks like there is a sideboard Voltaic key, so that's a card that you might want to get here.
All right, let's see. Karn Greatcure obviously providing a lot of options for a colorless deck to do all kinds of nonsense. That is Mystic Forge that was found. And okay,
so we went for a Magistrate Scepter, which got spell pierced.
Yeah, sadness all around. But Mystic Forge can do a heck of a lot of work. That's a card I played with Summoning Legacy.
I was going to say, there's a creativity here. That's kind of rough.
Mm-hmm. So that's going
to get the Karn. Yep.
Yeah, there's the Archon of Cruelty. So opponent sacrifice a creature or a planeswalker, I believe.
Yeah, creature or planeswalker, discard a card, lose 3 life, and then you draw a card and gain 3 life.
Right.
We didn't. Go ahead.
We didn't sacrifice the Karn, though, did we?
What are we missing? Are we missing something? Okay, I think they just realized it. Wait. There was nothing else in play to sacrifice, right?
I
It
don't
was just
believe
the
so.
card?
Yeah. I mean, Mark did discard a card. I think we may have.
May have not resolved the trigger entirely.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Mark is. I don't know, something. Maybe if we can, we'll
Yeah, if we
rapidly
can maybe pause it.
we're rapidly going to get to a point where we can't back it up. But
Yeah.
it does appear that was missed.
And I'm guessing that's a trigger you can't miss with the
Well,
Archon. Those rulings always get kind of confusing to me.
You certainly can miss it, but you're not allowed to resolve half of an ability. And we know that the trigger was remembered because the card from his hand was discarded.
Right.
So there's
Yeah,
no
it's
opportunity. So if I don't know that we can rescue this at this point, but
probably too far gone.
Director, if you can, okay, so a judge has been called for, and Rick's like, oh yeah, you were supposed to sacrifice Karn.
Yep, now they realize it.
Okay, well, boy, about 9 things happened between now and then. So
yeah, there was a Karn activation, an Ancient Stirrings cast, a Key cast, a Paradox Engine cast. So I don't know. It's going to be tough with this one. We'll have to see what the judge says, what the ruling is. I'm kind of with you. It's probably too many things have happened at this point to really rewind the game state. I don't know if it's one of those things where it's. But I was going to say, because like you said, you can't resolve half of the trigger, and they did resolve half of the trigger. Because normally with missed triggers, it's something where you can just. I think the ruling is your opponent gets to choose whether or not they want to put it on the stack or something like that. But with resolving part of a trigger. It's kind of weird. We'll have to see what happens with this, but
all right, so while we have the moment here, let's go ahead and bring up some of the cards that are now in play that weren't before. So like we've got Mystic Forge in play for Mark, which allows the deck to play off the top.
yeah, I want to say this is close to infinite. If assuming the game state stays the way it is, I think this is just basically infinite.
Yeah.
Because you can activate if you brick on a spell off the Mystic Forge, you can just tap it. Hypothetically, I guess you could hit like back-to-back lands or something.
You can. There's also Paradox Engine, I believe, is the card on the bottom, which is a 5 or 6 mana artifact that whenever you have an artifact come into play, I believe you can untap the rest of them, which is another way to untap the Mystic Forge and clear off a land off the top of the deck. We do have the Surge nodes in play, and we have the Karn that likely shouldn't be. Now, I believe we did wish with the Karn to start this turn. I don't recall at this point what it got, but it's probably one of
the engine.
It got the Paradox Engine, yeah. So
yeah,
and then that led to, I don't know. This is what judges are for. Their experience with cleaning up stuff like this, but
yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Like you said, there's normally in circumstances like this, if not too much has happened, we can just kind of rewind the game state. But because of how many things have happened, it'll be tough to say. I'm not sure if they can really go all the way back there.
Mm-hmm. And with the Ancient Stirring being cast, cards have gone from the top of the deck to the bottom. Cards have been revealed. I don't know if the Mystic Forge ever activated. They might be discussing, is it possible to back up at this point? Or they may be demonstrating for the judge everything that's happened. And then it'll be up to the judges to determine what the solution is going to be. But yeah, this is unfortunate. This is a reality that does happen in Paper Magic. And I mean, the fault is on both players here for not properly resolving the Archon trigger.
Yeah, the failure to maintain game state. I'm assuming that's what that would go under. Yeah, but things like this have always changed. Now obviously it's one of those things where the part of the trigger had resolved. So, but yeah, it's really tough. Not sure exactly what's going to happen. We'll have to see. Like you said, the judges are there. They're very good at creating, fixing these kinds of issues. So that's what they're there for. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. All right. So while we've got a minute here, while that gets sorted out, what's a interaction that you can remember in one of your matches or that you saw live that got rolled back that was fairly extensive? Anything come to mind?
Um,
I'll go first while you think. So I had
okay.
one where an Emrakul went to the graveyard and then was exiled, and then everything shuffled in, and then the other player, my opponent, was like, "Oh, I wanted to activate Scavenging Ooze before everything shuffled in," and the deck had only been partially shuffled. So the
Okay.
judges determined we'll try and figure out how many cards on the bottom of the deck used to be in the graveyard, undo it, allow the opponent to select one, and then shuffle everything else back together again. And that took, it doesn't
Oh,
sound drastic, but that took quite a while to figure out and resolve. So
yeah.
that's one that is in my memory. You have one?
I can't think of any one specific situation off the top of my head, but I have been, involved in situations like that in the past where a couple of things have happened. It's really hard to rewind the game state, especially if library is changing, you're rearranging the bottom cards, shuffle happens, this and that, and it really kind of all depends on whether or not that the judges think they can reasonably get back to, essentially get to the game state back to where it was before the error occurred.
Right. Yeah, so this will take a moment. But you've certainly played. I guess we can expand the topic. You've certainly played your share of competitive Magic and Paper. What's a memorable judge call, even if it didn't recall a rewind, that was just a mess that you can recall having to be sorted out, where judges played a role in fixing a match?
Well, there was a recent one. I wasn't actually a part of this, but I heard that there was it was a local RCQ, and there was a judge ruled that it was just a very simple one, but a judge ruled that you couldn't crew at instant speed. So
Okay.
the person, and somehow that got upheld. Obviously, that's not the case, but and then the Grease Fang player was just like, okay, my deck just doesn't work now, or what's going on here? Like the entire reason that I'm playing this deck. So yeah, that was one that I didn't experience firsthand, but I heard about that through word of mouth.
Judges getting calls wrong. That's a whole other topic of conversation that will probably get us in trouble. So maybe we shouldn't go too
True.
deeply into that one. Okay, so the head judge is now being consulted, and things are still. We're not missing any live play. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I
There was
figured this one would take a little bit longer.
yeah. And there was a comment. Oh, the player was playing very quickly after that happened. They're probably trying to end the game before the ruling is caught. I don't think that's what it was. I think this is a scenario where you're practiced at running your combo. So once it's assembled, especially a combo like that has 1,000 moving pieces, you're used to moving through it very quickly once your opponent's not interacting. So I think that's all that was. The fact that the pace of play sped up, I don't think has anything to do with what this trigger.
For sure. Yeah, and obviously we're getting close to the end of the round. Players are, they're definitely under some time pressure trying to make sure that they can finish the game. We're in game 3. There's, probably when they start a game 3, probably less than 10 minutes left. So it's, they have to take that into consideration as well. It happens, there's obviously mistakes happen. Not everybody's perfect. People are, and again, it's on both players to to maintain the game state. So it's not necessarily one person's fault. It's in most of those situations, it's going to be, just players not maintaining the game state.
Right. But let us know how you feel about the issue. If you have never been involved in a judge counter like this and always play cleanly, go ahead and follow the channel. Whereas if you want to tell us like, oh yeah, you've made mistakes, you can relate to the players like this, you can tell us that by following the channel. So yeah, it's just universal. Everyone's been involved in this stuff. If you play enough paper Magic, these things will happen. It does. Well, the only problem with it right now is that it takes a long time to resolve when it's this messy, and so we have to wait. We have to sit here and wait. All right, the ruling is being made. Wow, we are going to
Hey,
back up. Okay, so that
I
is
like it.
yeah, I do too. I mean, obviously, this is the best outcome. It's just a
Yeah, the
matter of
natural conclusion.
whether it was possible or not. But yeah, so we are going to roll back the game to where we're at. That process might also take a few minutes, but we'll see.
True. We may have to go back for a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know. So the point where this started was when Well, the first action that was taken that shouldn't have been was Karn wishing for Paradox Engine. So that when this all ends, oh boy, Ancient Stirrings was. I don't know if there
in
was
the hand.
Right. I was gonna say I don't know if there was another Ancient Stirrings cast previously. I don't remember one. So I think
I don't
that's
see
the
one in his graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the order of operations was untap, draw, Karn minus, get engine, play Paradox Engine, play Ancient Stirrings, trigger the Paradox Engine. I think there might have been a Voltaic key activation, and then I think that's when it got realized.
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines.
Yeah. If the Mystic Forge never activated, that simplifies things somewhat.
Yep.
Question from the chat: can they not use the stream video to help back up? So they actually don't do that. In general, I believe it has something to do with treating all matches equivalently. And since there's not the ability to do that in anybody else's match, they try not to use video replays they do use it for cheating investigations, but they don't use it for fixing things like this, I believe, is how things work.
I think that's correct as well. Like you said, you want to, even though there is a feature match, we want to kind of make sure that each match is treated as fairly and as equally as possible, and just having access to that within it sort of creates this kind of like, I guess you could call it an unfair advantage if you're in a feature match. So I assume we try to tend to avoid that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, chat, what's going on? Who's qualified for Atlanta? Who's making the trip to Atlanta? One of the commentators is, I'll tell you that right now. And one of them is still trying.
I think I'm about 8 RCQs deep, and I only have I have 3 top 8s, but
it took me 8 tries before winning. So nothing to feel shameful about not having it done yet. We had qualified 3 players for Atlanta this morning. The winners of our team event, and one more today. The winner of this Modern 5K also will book a DreamHack pass or DreamHack badge, I guess. Which I don't know. Have you ever been to a DreamHack event, Devin?
I did. I went to Dallas. That was a lot of fun. So I'm going to end up going to Atlanta regardless of whether I qualify or not. But that was just an absolute blast.
All right. So I have never been to a DreamHack, so I'm looking forward to my first one in November, and I'm playing high stakes Pioneer as it is. I'm curious now. Are you aware, and maybe some people in chat aren't, about how the set release schedule is going to work for the DreamHack event? This is pretty wild. Where we do have Dominaria United, which is the paper release date is September 10th. And then we have the Brothers War, which paper release date is November 18th. DreamHack Atlanta begins November 19th, which is the next day. So if you're planning...
I believe it's legal, right?
It is. So if you're in the region and planning on going to play in the last chance qualifiers, which the DreamHack does have, you can go on Friday and try and qualify into the main event, which starts on Saturday. Keep in mind that Friday, the day of the last chance qualifiers, is the first day that the Brothers War is paper legal.
Yeah.
So, wow. I mean, that's just
it's going to be a wild event.
Yes, it is. And I imagine you will see some qualified players walking around Friday looking at what's going on in the last chance qualifiers to learn, the impacts on the new cards. It is going to be interesting. I have played in events and Pro Tours where a set was just recently released. It is certainly more hectic. And yeah, I don't really even have an opinion whether I'm happy about this or not. It's just kind of mind-blowing that that's actually the reality of what's happening.
I tend to, the PTs that I've played in were kind of like the old school ones where they usually about, they give the set release, then 2 weeks, then the PT.
Right.
And, 2 weeks still, there were some times where they would have like an event, maybe a moderately sized event prior to the PT, and we get some results that way. But for the most part, everybody's kind of on the same playing field. So.
Okay. So we're going back to the table. And apparently the backup was determined to be impossible, so we're going to stick with where we're at. Some of the chat says I'm wrong and it's not legal for the last chance, but maybe that's true. I just assumed it was because that's the paper release date.
Wait, is
but
it
I did
not
not.
legal for the last chance, but legal for DreamHack?
I
That
have
there's no way that would be the case, right?
that seems unlikely, but I don't actually know. It is going to be a crazy weekend either way. I agree with that. Anyway, so this game continues on, and Mehochko is going to go through the motions of what we think is probably an infinite win here was regarding mana and card draws and activations of any number of artifacts.
I think it's not 100% infinite, but he would have to hit like 6 lands in a row off these Mystic
Right.
Forges. So.
Yeah. Now there's a second Mystic Forge in play, which makes it even less likely to fail as long as there's sufficient mana, which there probably is.
I think that's 3 Mystic Forge, actually. Yeah, I think it's 3 Forge.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So I have played this deck in Legacy a number of times, although it doesn't contain all the same cards, but it does have Mystic Forge, Paradox Engine, and Karn the Great Creator, and it's great fun, even if it's not elite. And it looks like Rick Courtney is going to pack it up here. So unfortunate that the trigger wasn't resolved correctly. Nothing necessarily to say that Mark wouldn't have won anyway, but we obviously would prefer things to resolve correctly at all times, and I slip up there, such as it is. Okay, so that's going to conclude round 3. I would anticipate a fairly short break because the time extension, the delay on that match, probably
was probably the last match.
Yeah, probably. So we're going to step away, and we'll probably be back very quick. So stick around. This is NRG coverage of a Modern 5K. We'll be right back. All right, I'm happy to say we're back. Sometimes I promise a short break and it ends up being 15 minutes. This time I said a short break and it was short, so I feel good about myself. All right, Devin O'Donnell's here with me. We've got round number 4 coming up. We're going to watch another Indomitable Creativity deck against Mono White Hammer this time. See if the Hammer deck is able to get enough things going before the Archon of Cruelties and their correctly resolved triggers. You better believe it.
We're not going to mess that one up this time.
No, we're not. And it's a little less significant when the trigger is likely to hit an Ornithopter or something else like that. But all right, round 4 of the NRG 5K. Thanks for being with us. We've got 5 rounds of Swiss remaining, including this one, and then the elimination rounds this evening, running through all day. If you had to get up early to be with us today, we appreciate it. If you got up yesterday morning to watch the team event and you're getting up tomorrow to watch Artemis, awesome. That's what I'm doing. Devin, are you excited about Artemis tomorrow?
You're going to probably laugh at me for saying this, but I don't know what that is.
I don't blame you. Honorark didn't know either. The NASA is launching the Artemis rocket tomorrow it's the first real step in returning to the moon. It's exciting stuff if you're a dork like me. And I will probably get up early to watch the launch tomorrow.
Nice.
All right. Daryl, Patino, Samantha Murphy, round number 4. Let's get this going. No reason to wait for us. So we've got Grixis Archon combo is what it says. It is, in fact, another Indomitable Creativity deck. And Mono White Hammer from Daryl Patino.
Yeah, so this is a fairly interesting matchup. I've seen a lot of people typically say it seems the consensus is that the Archon deck is typically a favorite in this matchup, and that's just due to the plethora of interaction. So if we take a look, at Samantha's deck list, it looks like we got Prismari Command, Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt. So the Creativity deck has a really, they have enough interaction to kind of tread water and then kind of slam that Archon of Creativity. But obviously Daryl can definitely have draws where, a fast hammer or something along those lines, especially backed up by the Giver of Runes to kind of protect against all those removal spells that we talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. What have we got? Oh, I see. Yeah. So, maybe we can, it's not really relevant. Maybe we can edit Daryl's match record there. It is
30. Daryl's already played 30 matches this weekend.
Even if he's still going to have some number that even if it's, 30-0, we got to get the 30 there we go. All right.
True.
Look at that direction. Got it right on 2 tries only. Excellent.
See, I kind of wanted it to just, I kind of wished it would just say 30-0, but.
Well, but then it's just ambiguous. Is it 30 match points or is it 30 match wins? We don't know. Can't have that. All right, Saga into play. This is a pretty nice start for Daryl here. Anytime you can use your Springleaf Drum mana on turn 1, that's a good place to be in. And Ginger Brute comes across for 1.
Yeah, Hammer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was like, even after having seen it many times now, I still can't believe Ginger Brute gets played in Modern.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because you don't see, like, a lot of these permanents don't necessarily look that threatening, but it's just, this is kind of what the hammer deck, when it doesn't have those draws that involve, like a really fast hammer with Scarta's Aid, it's just a lot about setup. This is a lot of setup permanents, making the Saga better, making potential top deck Pure Steel Paladins better. And we saw Samantha cast a Tainted Indulgence. Now, this is a card that not a lot of creativity decks are playing, but Samantha is playing 4 copies of Persist to pair with 4 copies of Tainted Indulgence. And this is a really, really nice way for kind of, Samantha to get some really early pressure on.
I agree. That's a nice way to get around the fact that you're not relying on just one expensive spell to be cast. That is a nice innovation. So we'll see if that comes to play here. There's not going to be interaction from Daryl's side, at least in game 1, for potential reanimation. And like we predicted, Archon is going to swallow up an Ornithopter, but still, that's better than nothing. But no, it's going to be a Fable here to start.
Yeah, like imagine that turn, for example. If Samantha had a copy of Persist, you just go Persist the Archon, you get a thing, and then you also still get to hold up a Fatal Push or a Lightning Bolt. That would be a really backbreaking turn.
All right, so we're waiting for acquisition of the token. There we go.
The most expensive token in Magic. Do you want to take a guess at how much those 2/2 Goblin Shaman tokens run?
The Fable tokens?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember. I always assumed that the Merit Lage tokens were pricey, but no, I don't have. You want me to guess? All right,
Take a guess.
You said it was expensive already, so I'll go with. We're talking about just like Wizards produced tokens.
Yeah, and this is from one of the most recent sets. This is from Streets of New Capenna.
I mean, I feel like I'm even going high. I'll say $15.
$27.
Okay.
Which we'll have to check and see if they have them in stock, but NRG.com, definitely go check them out. They might have them in stock. They probably don't because they're a hot commodity, but we'll have to see.
We got plenty of hot commodities stocked up at NRG. Although if you don't see them on the website, that might be because they brought them all to the tournament.
True.
You have available for the players. The show stock does travel. A lot of the stock does travel to the events. So yeah, if you were ever considering, hijacking a vehicle, the NRG event series weekend would be a good place to start because there's a lot of card value in there. Yeah, Norman's gonna love that comment. All right, so we've got one issue with this hammer deck is if the equipment aren't coming, then something rather unimpressive, even if it's a $27 Fable token, is able to hold off the board. That's not really the way it's supposed to go.
Yeah, now Daryl does have that Urza Saga, so we're going to be able to make a couple of tokens there. What you're going to see here is probably end step Saga activation, untap Saga activation, likely getting a Shadow Spear, so we can kind of push through damage on that Shaman token. Also, maybe if Daryl finds something like a Pure Steel Paladin, maybe also gets a Colossus Hammer instead. So we'll have to see. But this is kind of the setup that Samantha was looking for, because now you could see something like attack. So this Dwarven Mind's going to generate a 1/1. You can go attack with the Shaman token, generate a treasure, and now you have 5 mana with 2 creatures, which then equals creativity for 2. Right. So that sets up a nice creativity turn if Samantha has access to that.
Although that may require the 5 mana 2 creatures would require the token to survive its attack, which it probably wouldn't. Instead, we're going to see hard evidence here. Putting a whole collection of stuff onto the board.
Yeah, so it kind of seems to me that Samantha just doesn't have a payoff. No persist, no creativity. So maybe just kind of drawing a little bit too much air here.
Yeah. So that's kind of the same, the case on both sides, except this Urza Saga is going to allow Daryl to really build up a board presence, put a lot of pressure on. And this Fable, I mean, I suppose Mono White Hammer is not going to be great at actually killing the Fable itself, the actual Kiki-Jiki, but then there's not a whole lot for it to do right now either.
Yeah, and you saw the pickup there. That was a pure steel paladin, so we might change up our line a little bit here. So Daryl looks like we're just going to float him in instead of making a second Saga token. I would have to guess this is probably getting a hammer with the paladin drawn. Yeah, that makes sense. So now you could see something like use the or tap the 2 planes, play the paladin, use the floating mana, activate Ginger Brute, equip the Ginger Brute. That's what, 11 unblockable there. And then I guess you can't really give her because there's 2 different colors of creatures to block. There's a red creature and a blue creature, so we can't give her the construct past the blocker that way. So as far as I can tell, not a lethal attack, but definitely going to put Samantha in a pretty rough spot here.
Right. So from Samantha's perspective here, we're just looking at block. There is a creativity in hand, it looks like. So maybe it's just block what we can and then set up for a big turn next turn. Because with a couple creatures coming in, with a couple Archons coming in, that will, in addition to clearing out some of Daryl's board, also pad Samantha's life total a little bit.
Yeah.
But you're right. This is going to be a fairly sizable attack.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, that is true, because Samantha could have cast the creativity last turn, but as we talked about, if the Shaman token did attack, it would have just got swallowed up by the Saga token, so you would have been left over with a 1/1 and a treasure, but if you sack the treasure, you can't target, well, you're allowed to, but it doesn't do anything if you target it with creativity, so it would have still only been creativity for 1, so Samantha probably is just trying to set up for maybe a bigger creativity this turn.
Mm-hmm. So we've got 6 creatures in play for Daryl right now. So he's going to have plenty of leftovers even after the Archon Barrage. He will lose his hand, but probably not too worried about that.
Yeah, the awkward thing about this situation is there's 5 non-Gingerbread creatures, and the Gingerbread is lethal by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Even with, well, I guess 3 Archon triggers puts Samantha to 13, and the Gingerbread is 11, so not technically lethal. Right, because you gain 9, go to 13, and then, yeah, the Gingerbread's 11.
Well, that's if, okay, I was going to say if there's a land, but there is. It's a fetch land.
Oh, wow, Chad actually makes a good point. Creativity can target the hammer. I didn't even think of that. So you can creativity the hammer and just hope that Daryl doesn't spin another hammer. Maybe, yeah, that's actually kind of, I'm assuming we have enough mana for that, right? So we go Dwarven Mine, get a token. You can attack with the Goblin Shaman token, even though it's going to die because you get another treasure. So then you go creativity for 3, right? Because we have 5 lands plus the treasure. Creativity for 3. Target your 2 tokens and the hammer.
And now Giver can only protect a creature, right? It can't protect a permanent, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, only creatures.
Yeah. All right.
Target creature, yeah.
The token actually might survive the attack this time also. If the token attacked and then got blocked and Giver of Runes protected whatever blocked it, then the Dominant Creativity could actually hit the Gingerbread as another option. So a lot.
It's a good point.
Things that could be in play here.
Yeah, a lot of things to think about. This is a really complicated board state, especially once you kind of throw in the creativity, your opponent's things in the mix. There's a lot of different outcomes and a lot of different situations with how this turn could go. So
yeah. All right, so here's the attack. Here is the treasure made, giving Samantha access to 6 mana. All right, construct blocks.
Only 1 treasure, right? Treasure, yeah, treasure clue, so. 03, and then 2 1/1s. Okay.
All right. Well, this is the turn, and it is going to be for 3.
See what Samantha targets.
Oh, it's going after. Okay, so it is the Ginger Brute.
Uh-oh, that's probably not what we wanted to do. I think we had to go after the hammer. Maybe Samantha. Huh. Yeah, I wonder what's the reasoning for going after the Brood, not the hammer there.
All right, so this is going to be a creativity resolving for 2 for a pair of Archons. And
Yeah, but this is not enough, right? Because then
right.
we gain, Daryl just sacrifices probably the Ornithopter and the Sentinel. We gain 6, go to 9, and then we just go on tap, activate Gingerbread attack for 11.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I can tell, this is not going to be enough.
Daryl could trigger the Esper Sentinel to draw a card here. However, he would have to discard it anyway from the Archon triggers.
I think he's got a couple of cards in his hand down at the bottom there.
He's got at least one. I thought it was just
yeah.
one. Maybe if it's 2, then yeah, it's just one.
So discard the planes, but yeah, this should be lights out. Yep, sack the Thopter, sack the Sentinel, and then no haste creatures for Samantha to block the Gingerbrute, so that should be enough to cross the finish line. Make Daryl go through the motions.
Yeah, activate, attack, and game 1 goes to Daryl Patino. Question about so the Fable itself was still summoning sick. It had just rolled into chapter 3 there. Otherwise, I believe that would have worked. Copying something to make a haste blocker.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But no, actually,
right, because the Fable gives it haste. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the Fable was not available yet. All right, so let's go ahead and bring up the deck lists for these two players. Daryl Patino's Mono White Hammer up first. There we go. So these decks have changed a little bit over time, but still basically the same. No more splashing.
Yeah, that's something you usually see, even more recently, you see like Spell Pierce, Mana Leak, Teferi, things of that nature. But just plain old Mono White here. A little bit more of a deep equipment package, too. We see a Nettlecyst, a Sword of Fire and Ice, and a Cauldron Complete to go with the Stone Forges. So.
Right, that's what caught my eye also, seeing 3 large equipment there. So okay, that's what Daryl Patino's got. Do we have sideboard available? Okay, we do. So we're playing against Indomitable Creativity for Archons. Well, Hushbringer seems like a winner.
There's a card here that I haven't seen in quite some time. There's that 3 of going third from the right hand side. That is Hallowed Moonlight.
I agree. That's one I haven't seen in quite some time either.
But pretty good in a matchup like this.
Yes, it is. So that is a way to. It's an instant speed containment. Well, okay. I was going to say instant speed containment priest, but that is not a valid comment as containment priest has flash. But yeah, as an instant and a cantrip. And Relic of Progenitus, I mean, that stops the persist version if Daryl's even aware of it.
Daryl probably would at least kind of sniff that out because you saw Tainted Indulgence that game, and that's not a card that typical creativity decks would play. I don't even think I've seen it in any list, to be fair. So once you see the indulgences, you can it's probably safe to assume that there's a heavy persist theme going on here.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at Samantha's deck list. Meanwhile, there's a question: does Hallowed Moonlight stop the Kiki Jiki transform? That depends on whether it exiles itself and returns or whether it just transforms. I don't actually know the answer to that.
I believe it exiles itself because I know for a fact that it triggers Fatal Push. Triggers Revolt on Fatal Push. So I believe it exiles itself.
That's a good call. Then it would. All right, so we see Samantha Murphy's Grixis Archon combo here. Full set of Archons. Not too much unique here, except for, like you said, the Persist Tainted Indulgence setup. And also we have 1 Transmogrify. So really a lot of enablers here for Samantha to get things rolling.
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be especially important in this matchup with those Hallowed Moonlights. That's going to be a card that that Daryl's going to bring in and lean on, and Samantha having access to a pretty good way to circumvent that. And then we look in the sideboard for Samantha. We're going to be probably bringing in Alpine Boons, Pyroclasm, Inquisition, and that would probably be it for me.
Okay. All right. Game 2 is underway.
And planes go. Not a typical opening start for Mono White Hammer. I wonder Wonder what Daryl's got going on over there.
Well, I feel like the chance of there being meaty cyborg cards dramatically increases when there's no development on turn 1, and that's something that Samantha is probably capable of recognizing as well. That like, hey, my opponent played 4 cards on turn 1 last game, and this game just a land. Why do they keep this hand? What can I expect to have to battle through this game?
I see somebody in chat asking about the Unmoored Ego in Samantha's sideboard. I have to imagine that's for big mana like Tron, potentially Amulet, also maybe Cascade, Living End, things like that.
Sure. I mean, that all makes sense. There's a Saga.
Okay. Now I got a quick glimpse of Daryl's hand. It looks like there is Colossus Hammer, and I think an Ornithopter as well. Potentially, I maybe saw a Pure Steel Paladin. So I think what Daryl's trying to set up, rather than kind of go one by one, especially because Daryl's aware of the presence of potential Spell Pierce, maybe Daryl is just trying to kind of throw everything at Samantha all at once to kind of overload potential Spell Pierces or interaction. So that could be something that Daryl's playing towards. Also, I did see a Howl of Moonlight, so that could be something. And this is going to be kind of rough. I can imagine a scenario where Samantha goes end of turn Indulgence, untap Persist, and you fire off that Moonlight. Oh, that's going to be a rough one.
Well, there's
Yep. It's like a train wreck just waiting to happen. You can just you see it right before your eyes.
Well, this only works if Samantha has all the pieces, which is unfortunate because then, I mean, is there a world where even if you have it, you wait until your opponent has a creature? I don't think so, because the attack trigger, I think you just do it immediately if you have it. Okay, Fable is a discard, so that disaster avoided.
Yeah, so discard Fable instead of playing Fable. But I guess that's fair, because Samantha doesn't necessarily want to tap out. So it's weird, because I think Samantha can probably pick up on the fact that Daryl's playing around Spell Pierce because he's not playing anything. And even though Samantha doesn't have Spell Pierce, she doesn't want to tap out to tell Daryl that she doesn't have it. You know what I mean? Right. So she's kind of playing this mind game with Daryl almost.
Well, there's the Archon.
And just want to point out that we have almost 1,200 people in the chat. Thank you all for tuning in. If you're enjoying the content, be sure to hit that follow button. And hope you guys are enjoying some live Magic, because I'm having a blast.
Okay, there's the Persist. See, you left a part out there. Yeah, you're asking them to follow if they're enjoying themselves. You got to get everybody. If you hate the coverage, you can't stand us, you should also hit the follow button.
All right, well, here's the disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we got a reader.
At least it costs Daryl, from Samantha's perspective, it costs Daryl a construct.
That's true.
That's something.
That's true.
Maybe not enough to make you feel good about the turn, but
the problem is now, obviously Daryl got a card out of the Moonlight, and the Archon is now exiled. So now Samantha has to basically have all the pieces again to set everything up. It makes it much more brutal. It's not necessarily a 1-for-1. It's almost, I would quantify it as like a 2.5-for-1. It's not clear that the Archon in the graveyard is worth a full card, because if Samantha doesn't have a second Persist, maybe it's not. So, probably more like a 2.5-for-1, I would say.
All right. So here goes the Saga. So no constructs made off of this Saga. And yeah, heading into turn 4 here, this is an unusual hand size for a mono white hammer.
Yeah, I know, right? Daryl just has like 9 cards or something.
But let's see. We're likely to see some explosion of stuff here.
Daryl was fanning through the deck. I almost thought that was his hand for a second.
Yeah. So I believe Samantha has her Pyroclasm in hand. So that when Daryl does decide to commit to the board, that will likely clean up everything except whatever might have an equipment on it.
Yeah, see, the thing is, with Daryl getting a hammer, you know that your Pyroclasm may or may not be good, because that means there's probably a Paladin. And I do think I caught a glimpse of a Paladin at some point. Yeah, there's a Paladin. So it looks like, yeah, we probably just want to do this while we have the ability. So very good sequencing by Daryl. You saw play out the Ornithopters, then play the Paladin. Just minor sequencing thing. You always want to make sure you have 3. If you're going for this line, you want to make sure you have 3 artifacts in play before playing the Paladin, so that you can immediately equip it before your opponent has a chance to have a removal spell.
Right. And you, am I correct in saying you do not want to be equipping the Paladin here?
Yeah, my guess is probably you want to equip an Ornithopter. The thing is, if you equip a Paladin and Samantha does have a Lightning Bolt, then you don't get to equip anything.
Right.
Whereas if you equip the Ornithopter and Samantha decides to bolt the Ornithopter, well, then you could just have another artifact and then equip it to the other Ornithopter or something along those lines. So.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens here. Samantha does have a Lightning Bolt. And a Dwarven Mind token in play.
So I think what's going to happen is Samantha's going to go Bolt Ornithopter.
Okay, well, that's a Bolt on the Paladin. So that's out of here. And then, okay, push on the... So either way, so that cleans up all the problems there.
How? Okay. Oh, I wonder if Daryl went to equip the Paladin.
Potentially. I don't think so, because Samantha wouldn't have killed the Ornithopter in that case.
Well, I'm trying to think of the sequencing, right? Because Daryl got the hammer off the Saga, played Ornithopter, then played Paladin, right?
Okay, we can discuss that during the sideboarding, because the Download Creativity has wiped out the rest of this game, and we're heading to game 3. Okay, so continue with what your thought there.
Yeah, so I was just trying to think of the sequencing, because we went, Daryl went get the hammer off the Saga, play Ornithopter, then play Paladin. And then it looked like Samantha was responding. But I was trying to think of, you can't respond to the Paladin and bolt the Paladin. So if the Paladin resolves, then if you're, let's say, I guess what Samantha was doing is maybe there was a shortcut where, like, Paladin resolved, you go Colossus Hammer to the Ornithopter, then you just go bolt the Paladin, Fatal Push the Ornithopter. Okay, that's likely what happened there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no different really than killing the Ornithopter and then the Paladin. It's the same. And then and she was ready to go. That Indomitable Creativity flew out of the holster and blew that game away. So going to game 3 here with Daryl on the play to try and take down the match. That is interesting. So game 1, he has an aggressive draw and is able to finish it off with Gingerbrute. Game 2, a very slow developing hand with sideboard card. The sideboard card does pay off, but it's not enough.
Right. It's one of those things where you draw your sideboard card, but your sideboard card unless it's something like a Leyline of the Void against Dredge or something along those lines. Your sideboard card is a minor inconvenience, but it's not a haymaker, and that's exactly what it was. It was a minor inconvenience for Samantha. The issue is Daryl didn't have any pressure to back it up with, and that's kind of what you saw that game.
Yeah. So Daryl mulligans and Samantha hand on forehead, considering the keep, and well, we'll find out.
I think she already kept.
Okay.
Saw Fable, saw a couple lands. Didn't get a great glimpse of what else was there, but
practically a keep already.
It's good enough, right?
Fable is quite good at, even if the what's the name of the actual saga when it becomes a creature? Because the token is what's the name of the actual thing? Is it just Fable, or is it?
Oh, it's Reflection.
Reflection. That's what it is. You're right. Yeah. Reflection. Okay. So Reflection may not do a whole lot for this deck, but certainly the tokens do, and just the value provided by the rummaging. All right. So on the board with the Esper Sentinel first, a card we saw do a lot of annoying work yesterday in Legacy. Also regularly played here in these modern hammer decks.
Yeah, see, if I got a good glimpse at Daryl's hand, this is kind of exactly what Daryl's looking for. Pressure, and I think I also saw Moonlight. So you have a good setup here. Sentinel essentially taxing Samantha, so you're going to get some cards out of it that way. You have the turn 2 Saga to get a little bit of pressure going that way, and then you also have your sideboard card. That's kind of where the sideboard card really shines, is when you're also applying that pressure.
Right. Okay, so let's see. We're unlikely to see a removal spell end a turn here because of just the... Oh, I take it back. We are. So Sentinel's going to pick up a card. So no disaster there. Now they're back to just even cards where they would have been if Daryl hadn't mulliganed. And the second Sentinel is deployed. So maybe we're
Must
going to
have not
combat
been
there.
end of turn. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, another Sentinel draw, but this is also a 1-for-1 trade as the Saga gets killed. Well, I guess it's kind of a 2-for-1. Anyway, so Sentinel up 2 cards already. That's a pretty great Sentinel.
Yeah, and no second land for Samantha.
Yeah,
So
that
I guess you were probably right with the what hemming and hawing about keeping the hand.
yeah. And okay, so Samantha kept the hand based on Fatal Push and Alpine Moon and good development once the lands came, but they are not there, and that's an issue. This hammer deck can get on top of you real quick.
Yep, this is going to be a tough one. And, as we mentioned now, the good thing for Samantha is she bought herself a lot of time with the Alpine Moon because the bulk of Daryl's pressure was involving the sagas. But now that he picked up the Cigar as aid, we're going to combine that with the hammer. We'll have to see if Samantha has a bolt or a fatal push. I'm assuming that Daryl's not gonna go for it, which I guess kind of makes sense. So you see Samantha keep a 1-lane hand. You kind of have to expect that there is a decent amount of 1-mana interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think I saw Samantha draw a land for the turn, but she's at the point where she's like, okay, well, I've already gone this far. I might as well just discard the Archon.
interesting. Sure, that makes sense. And if Daryl didn't have a Hallowed Moonlight here, that might actually work.
Although it might not have been a land. I might be seeing things.
Okay.
Nope, okay.
Well, yeah.
Never mind.
Once maybe, twice probably not.
Yeah.
And yeah, Daryl may be, okay, waiting for the opportunity to send the Nexus in here. And like they're both hammers. What are you gonna do?
Throw some cards.
Actually, just take 2. Okay, or take 1 plus the poison. Excuse me.
Yeah, so Daryl choosing not to go for it again probably makes sense because that Samantha's eventually gonna have to tap out for something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
she's definitely going to.
Right.
Now, I will say, Archon of Cruelty. Oh, it doesn't matter because Daryl has the Moonlight. But if Daryl didn't have the Moonlight, Archon did have flying, so you could see maybe sacrifice the Sentinel, and then Archon would be able to essentially chump block the Nexus through the hammer hit. But likely we're going to see a persist. Daryl's going to play Hallowed Moonlight and then untap and kill with the Inkmoth Nexus. So that should be the end of this game, assuming that Samantha does cast the persist. And she's in a spot where she probably just has to jam at this point. She can't really afford to wait.
Yeah. Another draw from Sentinel, and there is the Hallowed Moonlight. Archon is out of here. I mean, that is a nice plan, but this sideboard card was very effective, even though it wasn't enough to win game 2.
Something that I just was an oversight by me when we were talking about the sideboard games is I had forgotten that Hallowed Moonlight was basically good against both halves of the combo.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that it was only good for the creativity half, but obviously it's good against the Reanimator half, and that's kind of what we saw those games.
Right, and against the reflection also, yeah. So actually, that card does a lot of work. 3 copies is a significant commitment in your sideboard, but certainly looks like a meaningful card in that matchup. All right, so Daryl Patino will take that down and move to 4-0. Samantha Murphy still more than alive in the tournament at 3-1, and we'll see if we've got a live backup or a time shifted match this round. So let's go ahead and roll it. Second match coming
with Joe Lissette's favorite deck name.
Oh boy, yes, Ivan Espinosa. I mentioned this earlier today. Ivan Espinosa loves 10. He registered his deck as 10 rack once again. That's what he does every single time. And it's 4-color Yorion mirror against Adam Wasburn-Moses. So this is a matchup that I feel like is problematic for the format because the games just take a very long time.
Okay, I just refreshed the page and now it shows Ivan Espinosa's deck list as 4-color blank. So I don't know if that was a production change or if that was an Ivan change, but either way, I'm for it. Thank you.
No, it was definitely not an Ivan change. I guarantee it. But we've got that updated to make that simpler for people looking back at the deck list later on. Anyway, so we'll see how this game plays out. It's going to be a while, however it goes.
But Joe, did you ever think about the 10 rack players?
Yeah, I mean the 10 rack player. I mean, well, 10 racks. That's just too many in the first place. If you're trying to bluff your deck list, give us a real name like 7 racks. 10? Come on. You're playing the Planeswalkers too? I don't know. Question: is this sped up? It is to some degree.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's enough. One of the paper PTQs I was at about a month ago. It was modern. Ivan Espinosa playing 4-color mirror. There was a unintentional draw in the Swiss, and then in the top 8, I won my quarterfinal match. Then went over and watched 20 or so minutes of game 1. Lined up several chairs together and took a nap. Woke up, came over and watched game 3, which took another 45 minutes. But yeah, these players, they know that the time commitment to these decks is real, but it is a good deck, and so people are still playing it. And you got to have tech for the mirror, and I'm sure these players do. I'll take a quick look.
Yeah, let's do an Emrakul count.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's look for main deck Emrakuls. All right, we got one
Ivan,
for Adam.
Yeah, I got one for Ivan too. So
okay,
main deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's something where now what's interesting to me as these players continue to not do much on the board, although this Ren 6 will become a reasonable threat eventually. I mean, Adam can't let that ultimate.
Yeah, normally this is kind of like this is the litmus test in the mirror. Is if one player has Ren 6 going and the other doesn't, it's typically a runaway. Just the amount of advantage that card gives you, and turn after turn after turn, and it is a looming threat. It's not just something you can just sit there. Okay, well, I'm going to give my opponent 5 or 6 cards, and maybe I can just come back from that later on in the game with my own iterations and stuff like that. It's a threat. It's going the ultimate will win the game. So.
Right. All right, so up to 6 land acquired to hand. But yeah, this matchup, the draw I watched at the paper RCQ on turn, I don't know, let's say 10, I'm guessing here, Ivan cast Emrakul. It was killed by Solitude, and then Ivan destroyed his opponent's hand, but Ivan had no additional pressure. And then about 8 turns later, the other player cast Emrakul. It got killed by Solitude, and then Ivan's hand got destroyed. And the game just went on and on and on. And that's how things can go sometimes. But there are ways, like you're saying, there are ways for things to end earlier, and a runaway Ren 6 is one of them.
Yeah, and we see a really heads-up play by Ivan, main phasing the Endurance because he is aware of the presence of Unholy Heat. So, for example, if obviously Adam didn't have Unholy Heat in his hand because he would have casted the turn before, but if Adam does draw Unholy Heat, then, if you go end of turn Endurance and here Adam responds and has the Heat for the Ren 6, then that's, so very heads-up play by Ivan.
Okay, so Adam does have Counterspell in hand, Omnath. I mean, those are nice tools. There's a Solitude, I believe. Dress Down. These are all good cards, but they're all designed to deal with creatures or spells. And Ren 6 is already on the board, and clock is ticking, rolling up to 7 here.
Right, and if, as we talked about, the Endurance attacking for 3, we can probably... Life totals basically don't matter as much in this matchup until we've gotten to turn 700. But, the Ren 6 is definitely something that Adam does have to take into consideration if basically looking for that prismatic ending for sure.
All right, so here is a Dress Down. This is second main phase. It could potentially be setting up a Pitchcast Solitude to be able to attack, but no, that's not the case.
Could also see something like Omnath, Fetchland, and maybe a Fury.
All right, so here's a Solitude with the draw trigger on the stack. So no free mana from Adam Wasburn-Moses, and he's going to need a Lightning Bolt or an Unholy Heat, and I believe there might be an Unholy Heat in hand. There's some red card towards the bottom.
Tilting my head sideways like it does anything, but
yeah, I can't tell. Yeah,
I see. I think it's red. I think it's red. It looks red. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a Heat.
Well, it's not
quite delirious, but
right. No, it isn't. So that means we're going to play this. Well, that's a forest. So, all right.
So I wonder if he is okay with the emblem and just kind of hopes that Ivan doesn't have a second Ren, because the Ren emblem without okay, well, if he's gonna instantly do this, he probably has a second Ren. But I was gonna say the Ren emblem without a second Ren could potentially, Ivan could eventually run out of gas. Like doesn't have actual infinite lands, but if he's making an emblem here, probably I would guess as a second Ren, or maybe he just figures that this is more important. He wants to get the emblem, and then even if the game goes on for a few more turns, like it's going to, he'll eventually find another Ren to go with to pair with that emblem.
All right, there it is, right there. But yeah, obviously Ivan's hand's gonna be stacked with lands at the moment anyway, because he's effectively not had to play any since turn 2. Here is the Ren 6 coming into play. Adam is tapped out with Delirium. And if we're talking about potential Emrakul, I believe Adam has 5 land in play, plus 1 in hand. So that's still, he's a little ways away.
Yeah, 4 types. So we got 4 types plus 6 is 10. So we're three away combination of lands and additional card types.
Yeah. But it's just the amount of card advantage that the Ren 6 emblem with Expressive Iteration, or really any sort of I don't know what kind of tutoring Ivan has in his deck, whether it's Eldarmor's Call or Traverse the Uvenwald. I'll check. Actually, 4 Eldarmor's Call in the deck. So once one of those is drawn, then every land turns into a creature. And
I think I saw a call on Ivan's hand, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those spots you have to really think about time considerations. This might actually be a spot where you might want to consider conceding. Now, this might be a little bit too early, but with the red emblem in play, and there's an iteration in the graveyard, it's got to be on the back of your mind, right?
Right. I think so too. I mean, if you have Emrakul in your hand, I think you wait and cast it, and then see if you can recover. That can recover you. I don't know that it will, but I think you at least give it that long.
True.
This match, this game, I totally get what you're saying. But this game hasn't taken. It's hard to tell the pace of play when we're sped up anyway. But these players are both experienced, so I doubt they're wasting too much time, and they know. They realize.
Yeah, they're aware of the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, both these players, I'm sure, have played enough mirrors and both play enough on the tour and and all that kind of stuff. Where I'm sure that they're very aware that of the situation here. They both need to play at a very reasonable pace. But yeah, I'm with you. If you already have the Emrakul in hand, like you said, give it a couple of turns, see if you can get that to work, and and then if that for some reason if that doesn't work, then yeah.
Yeah, and there's an Unholy Heat from Ivan on the Quaddle, and that's a play that I would imagine that you would be somewhat hesitant to make normally. But with this Ren 6 emblem, it's just a land. So Ivan is free to fire things off, even if it's giving card advantage to Adam at any point, just pushing damage through. Adam down to 9. If Ivan draws a lightning bolt, he can just wipe Adam out. And Adam maybe realizes the same thing and just packs it in there.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, didn't even wait for the Emrakul. Maybe you could give it a couple of turns, but yeah, he just he knows.
Yeah, so there are actually so we'll bring up the deck list. There actually are no lightning bolts in Ivan's deck, but even so, it is still fairly tough to beat that expressive iteration. So let's go ahead and take a look at the deck lists. Endurance might have been another reason for Adam to continue playing that game, but didn't have one of those either. And you can see there, even with the switching to the number format instead of the card layout, Ivan's deck still doesn't entirely fit on the screen.
With all I assume this is that was the reason for doing the layout in an attempt to get the full 80 cards. But yeah, there's still too much going on with the Yorion decks. But yeah, as we talked about, the main deck Emrakul, Ivan's deck list is a little bit different than maybe some of the other ones you'll see. There is still Risen Reefs here. I know that people have been kind of back and forth on that stuff. No Traverses. We see Eladamri's Call and 2 Oath of Nissens instead. So a little bit of differences from the kind of the more traditional ones that you've seen.
All right, and let's go ahead and I guess we can go through the sideboard too. We'll see. We do have Obsidian Charmaw. Maybe we'll see that's just as a land destruction as a threat. Ephemerite's in the board is interesting.
Yeah, I haven't played enough 4-color decks to know when you're supposed to want Ephemerate versus not wanting Ephemerate, but I would have to imagine it's probably good in this matchup. It protects your Omnaths, rebuys your Furies to kill their Omnaths. So I would assume it's a card you want, but tough to say.
All right, let's go ahead and look at Adam's deck real quick, and then we'll roll game 2. Probably a lot of similarities here. Well, okay, so we know Risen Reef, so that's a significant distinction, and then the tutor package is different.
So Traverse, Overcall, has Bauble, and no Oath of Nisses. Still has the main deck Endurance. No main deck Fury. That was a card that Ivan had that Adam doesn't. So small differences, but meaningful ones, because the Traverse versus Illidarma's Call is a pretty big debate. So even though it's only 6 cards off in the 95, it does make quite a bit of difference.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the sideboard here. 4 Veil of Summer. Well, that is a significant difference, as Ivan was not playing those, and so this is more of a spell-based sideboard, not more focused. And Ivan had more of a variety of cards. Veil of Summer can do some work. Teferi obviously shuts it down pretty badly. This isn't.
There's not a lot here.
Yeah, there really isn't. I'm less excited about this sideboard.
I'm not feeling the Veils. Like you said, they're really bad against the Fairy, and they're not that great against Fury and Solitude as well. So I don't think it's a card you want access to, unless maybe you're worried about counter. Well, unless there was a presence of a ton of counter spells. But
all right. So we're going to actually switch into game 2 live. This match is still ongoing, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So that's a mess. It's almost like
sorry,
there's 2 players.
I can't help myself.
Well, there's a player sitting at the top of the screen, and you can see their Forest, Risen Reef, and Omnath in play there at the top.
I'm going to be honest with you. This just looks like a Commander game.
Yeah, right. And not a 2-player Commander game at that.
Yeah.
So it does look like Adam has most of the action at this point. Ivan with just 2 cards in hand.
I see a lot of Omnaths exiled for Adam. I think at least 3. There's 2 on top. I'm pretty sure there's 3 Omnaths exiled for Adam. So this has been quite the game.
Fairy meets a counter spell. Let's go see if we can find out the time remaining in the round.
I think Norm said it was about 10 minutes left, and that was a couple of minutes ago. So
okay, 6 minutes,
6 minutes.
Give or take. So Ivan life total plus 20. Adam's at 36.
How many Emeralds do you think have been solitude this game with those life totals? Probably one on each side, right?
I mean, that is okay. Yeah, that was the updates from the tech just there. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. This late in the game, with the amount of tutors they have, it's not like we're in a scenario where, I've got an 80 card deck. Will I ever draw my Emerald in time? They're effectively playing 5 copies each. So if they want them, they've probably been found already.
It's kind of funny. So currently Ivan is up a game, right? Both players know there is no chance that they ever finish a game 3. So this game, the match is essentially being decided with this game. It's either Ivan wins 1-0 or the match ends in a draw.
Right. Unalloyed Heat takes down the Solitude, leaving the run 6 in play. Now, there's no way to is there a way to recur the Emeralds from the graveyard?
From the graveyard. Let's take a look. So. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Sometimes you see Eternal Witnesses, but neither of these players are playing Eternal Witness, so yeah, I don't think there is a way.
All right, so that's a dress down, wiping out the Fury trigger, and then Solitude comes back.
Solitude, kill it.
Yay. End step after dress down expires.
You see Adam kind of smelling blood here. He just like we talked about. This game is essentially this game is going to decide the match. Yeah. And Adam just wants to make sure that this game is finished. And yeah, looks like okay. So I mean, this is 95% going to be a draw. I don't even know if they're going to spend time shuffling up for game 3.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. But
so if we figure there's 4 or 5 minutes on the clock right now, so hypothetically here, what could happen to allow someone to just break a game open within a couple minutes span. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I guess like both players are playing at lightning speed. You go like turn 2 Ren, turn 3 Risen Reef, turn 4 Omnath. Like the thing about the 4-color deck is there's just not really that many ways to put actual pressure. Like Ren and 6, yes, it's pressure, but not in the sense of it's, depleting your life total. It's just inevitability. But as far as getting the life total from 20 to 0, that's almost impossible to do within a 5-minute time span.
Yeah, I mean, endurance into Omnath is probably the most power you can put on the board, but yeah, this stuff is just answerable by everything in the deck. And especially if you're not having to, they're going to try. Okay.
We're going to try it out.
We'll find out. If you're not worried about the longer game, you don't have to, you can be perfectly happy pitch casting incarnations because the game's not going to last long enough for the card disadvantage to matter.
Yeah, the one thing I was thinking of is potentially if, because I think Ivan did have the ephemerates, what you could see is kind of Fury, Evoke, no target, trigger on the stack, ephemerate, I have a 4/4 double strike, hope you don't have an answer, you know? Hypothetically, that could happen. That's the quickest way to get to a victory, I think.
We have seen that. We saw the Elementals deck in back in November winning games like that against, however, not in this matchup. That was against Hammer, where there wasn't a good answer to it. 2 minutes remaining. Okay,
2 minutes.
Good luck.
Yeah, we're gonna need Ephemerate Fury.
Yeah, Fury is at 3/3 double strike, but 6 damage a turn is still pretty considerable. Adam mulliganed one time, and yeah, we can see they're playing quickly, but like you can't shuffle an 80 card deck quickly. It's impossible.
No, it is, especially if Ivan. I think Ivan might be double sleeve with perfect cards because all of his cards are so shiny and fancy. So even harder to shuffle, double sleeve with perfect cards.
Okay.
The beatdowns.
Yeah.
Attack. 20 turns. Let's go.
Yeah, Ivan's off to a bad start. He's actually 17. I mean, Cavern's nice. Risen Reef.
Another 1/1.
Yeah, and gets a land and a fetch land. So that powers up Omnath if Ivan has one.
Okay. So you could see like fetch Omnath. Maybe maybe Adam doesn't have a solitude for the Omnath.
All right.
Okay.
But this is just, I mean, I understand they're trying.
Yeah.
But I know that we can look at this as saying this is pretty hopeless. They know that also. They're just trying.
Yeah, I'll give them an A for effort. They got to try it.
All right, a couple abundant growths. Yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is wasting time on cantrips when you've got some number of seconds to try and win the game with a 1-power creature. But
right,
that's where we are.
Yeah, really need like an Omnath or something. Uncontested Omnath is how one player can potentially win a game within that time frame.
Yeah.
But with what we got the note that it was 2 minutes, probably 2 minutes ago, so they got to be close to within time.
Yeah, all manner of shortcutting happening here, but
ooh, we're not close to that Emrakul, are we?
No, I think the Emrakul might have gone to the bottom.
No, he took it.
Oh, he did. Okay.
I don't think we're close to it. I think we got Sorcery, Planeswalker, Land, Artifact. So that's 4. Yeah, we're not even close to it.
All right, so Red and 6 will pick off another 1 toughness creature. I mean, the further you get before time is called, the more turns we have, obviously. Here's the Omnath with Fetchland in play. So that can, if Ivan has another fetch land, and well, scratch that. That's not even, we're not going to get that far.
There's a Solitude.
And I feel like that pretty much locks it up. Like if that Omnath had been able to go nuts, maybe.
Yeah, but now you give Ivan 4 life, so you know that you're not going to kill Ivan. And now we're just at.
And you put yourself in the draw bracket here, which is, I mean, is there a deck more likely to draw in Modern than 4-color? I would assume not.
No.
Yeah.
No. Even like Azorius Control, I think is probably less likely to draw, especially the versions that have like Days Undoing Narset. So yeah, I would have to imagine that there is no deck in the format more likely to draw than 4-color.
So that means these players, if they take a draw here, are looking at potential mirrors for the afternoon, at least more often than not. And that's an unpleasant way to go. Would you ever consider conceding a game in this scenario to not be in the draw bracket?
It's funny you say that because I was just going to say I would probably rather concede a match, knowing that I'm playing the best deck in the format. I'd rather concede a match and be less likely to play the mirror match than be way more likely to play a mirror match because, to be completely honest with you, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of skill in this mirror match. You're both just kind of like just killing each other's stuff, and the game just goes super long. I don't know. So there seems like there's a lot more variance involved in the mirror matches, and I'd rather, like, if I'm playing a deck this powerful, I'd rather put myself in a bracket where I'm less likely to play mirror matches that are decided by much more variance.
So even though it's an unpleasant thing to admit, I agree with you completely that these mirrors, it feels like if there's a big gap, sure. But if you're the slightly more experienced player with a slightly better sideboard, I don't know how much it matters. The one thing is that the games go deep enough that if you do have a better deck, you're going to see those cards. You're not that likely to get killed before you can draw things if you have more than one of them, or if they're a tutor target. So if you came into this with, I don't know, let's say 15 mana Emrakul, conceivably, you could draw it in a sideboard game and cast it before the game would be over. Like, maybe not every time, but like, what are we seeing ending these games? That's maybe too extreme of an example, but
that's the next text. That's the next tech.
Right? I mean, you're
just going to start to see 4-color players show up with 15 mana Emrakul.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to 13 mana Emrakul me, and you're going to see 15 mana Emrakul in my hand? Good luck.
Yeah.
I guess you could say, I'll cast your Emrakul and miss the trigger. I don't think that's how it works.
Nope.
So
I don't think so.
Yeah, as we're kind of just, I actually astonished. Oh, is that die at the bottom, turn 4? That must be, right? Yeah, okay. So we are right at the end here. But yeah, I feel like given the strength of the deck in the format, we had, I don't know, a few months ago, we had, some people with Emrakul as a sideboard card. And then we had some people with Emrakul main deck. And now I feel like we have most people having Emrakul main deck. And so
I would say that's probably stock at this point.
Yeah. And so I think we've reached the point where if you want to have the edge in the mirror, you need to go further. I don't know what that is, but I think we looked at these two player sideboards. Whatever the edge in the mirror is, they don't have it. And so
yeah,
we're in this scenario.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's an additional threat that you could play in your sideboard that's like a cheap threat that gets under counter magic, that provides some sort of like, especially in these games, because the games literally always come down to time. So if you had something in your sideboard, like, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but like something like a Monastery Mentor, that would allow you to actually close out a game within a meaningful time frame. I don't know if that's the answer, but something along those lines,
right,
where it's a card that allows you to actually win a game in a small time window.
Right. Yeah, something like that. I don't think that someone in the chat says Sundering Titan. That would do some work.
Yeah, that's true.
Teferi into Sundering Titan. Your opponent's not likely to cast Emrakul after that.
6 mana Chandra's. Yeah, that's actually not bad, because you can race to that, uncounterable, puts a pretty big clock on him. I could see that.
Yeah. Someone else says Thrun, Hullbreaker. Hullbreaker is pretty much a beating. Yeah, there are things that, I mean, whatever the right answer is, I don't feel like people have gotten to the point where they've made the effort to play it yet.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't need it. I mean, these decks are doing well, but this scenario that we're watching right now is something that is going to continue happening until someone techs up a little bit further.
Is this the reveal my hand and Because okay, I think this is I don't know if there's an Emrakul, but I feel like this might be reveal my hand, see, okay, this is how the game might have played out.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I don't want to be in the draw bracket. If I'm these players, there's no way I'm taking a draw here.
Mm-hmm. But this is awkward when these two players are saying like, "Oh, here's what I have, here's what you have." All right, let's go ahead and bring it back to the booth now. This game is concluded playing, and so they'll determine if one player feels like they want to concede, they will. That is the last match of the round. So turnover should be fairly short here. We will step away. When we come back for the next round, we'll let you know what was the decision there and what actually happened, who took the win, or if it was an actual draw. But this is NRG Gaming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. We've concluded 4 rounds of Swish. We got 4 more to go, plus the elimination rounds. We'll be back. All right. Hopefully you didn't miss us. We're back. Devin and I are here taking you through the modern rounds of the Nerd Rage 5K event. 5K plus winner gets an invite to DreamHack Atlanta. Okay. So this round up, we've got Gabriel Ebady versus Namdang. Namdang, we've seen a lot playing Delver and Legacy the last couple months. But this time with 4-color Blink versus Gabriel Ebady, we can go ahead and give the players a go-ahead. And Devin, you have something to say about this deck. You're excited about it, I hear.
Oh yeah, this is going to be an awesome one. I'm very, very excited to see Gabriel's deck in action. This is a deck that is near and dear to my heart, playing one of my favorite cards, if not probably my favorite card of all time. Won't spoil it for chat. You can kind of probably get an idea of with the Grixis tempo, but playing some really, really sweet cards here.
So your favorite Voldalian Epicure, that's what you're talking about?
No, it was actually Bloodstained Mire. That's the card I was talking about.
Your favorite card of all time is a fetch land. Interesting. All right.
See, there's the Bloodstained Mire.
Yeah, so you're happy now. But you would be happy often. Like lots of decks have Bloodstained Mire in it.
That is true. Even Burn.
I don't understand your excitement about this round. As Voldaren Epicure
but yeah,
comes into play. We'll
see. If Gabriel is playing. Okay, now we should have talked about this while we were off the air. I'm not going to try and pronounce this card. I don't know if you want to. No. Okay, cool. We're just going to call it Asmo.
Yeah, no. If you there's an MTG Remy song. If you want the pronunciation of the card, you can go there. We're not going to bother.
All right. So Gabriel is playing 4 copies of Asmo, and Asmo is a card, very powerful, 1 minute 3/3. It's got a lot of text on it. You're only basically, as you can see right there, you're only allowed to cast it if you've discarded a card. It doesn't actually have a mana cost, so you can only pay it for a black or a red if you've discarded a card. Gets a cookbook when it comes into play, and then it allows you to sacrifice food to kill creatures. There's just a lot of powerful synergies going on here. The main synergy is you're combining the Underworld cookbook with Oval Chase Daredevil, which is a cookbook. Basically, tap, discard a card, make a food. Daredevil says when an artifact enters the battlefield, if it's in your graveyard, you can put it back into your hand. So you discard the Daredevil, make a food gets back the Daredevil, basically creates an infinite resource where you're not actually discarding cards to the cookbook because you're getting back the Daredevil for free. So what do you do with those resources? Well, you can sacrifice them to the Asmo. You have other things that utilize artifacts like Urza Saga, very powerful card that we've all seen. And there's just a lot of stuff going on here.
Mm-hmm. Is that a Galvanic Blast in Gabriel Ebady's hand?
That is. I think there's 4 copies. Yeah, 4. The full 4 copies of Galvanic Blast here.
Sure, why not? If you're going to have all of these food running around, you might as well be able to take advantage of them, have Metalcraft. All right, so Ragavan dashes again. First time to take down Ren and 6. Second time connects, gets a treasure, flips a fetch land off of Namdag's deck into exile, which he probably doesn't mind up too much. And Gabriel does not have another land.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward for Gabriel. I took a peek at his hand, and he has multiple copies of Expressive Iteration. Normally a very powerful card when you're stuck on 2 lands. The problem is when one of those lands is an Urza Saga, it gets a little dicey.
Mm-hmm. Right. So here, instead of choosing to cast Expressive Iteration, goes ahead and makes a construct on upkeep, and then tutors up Stringleaf Drum. So there is another permanent mana source.
Yeah, the drum is good. So now we have the Saga token in play, which can allow us to utilize the drum, and the drum giving us extra colored mana. So we could see All right, picked up a Spire Bluff too. So Gabriel's mana is kind of back online here. It does get a little bit awkward if Nam kills the Construct token, because then we're down another mana source. Looks like there's a couple copy of cookbooks. I don't see a Daredevil though, so may have to actually, discard real cards instead of discarding stuff like a Daredevil to get that free value that we were talking about.
Right. So this is something that I feel like I don't see very often, is once Ragavan has dashed a couple times, then it getting a hard cast instead of just continuing to dash every single turn. But that is what we see here, as Gabriel does put it onto the board permanently. And here is an Endurance. After Cookbook is cast. So I guess end step there.
Yeah, normally you would want to save the Endurance to try and ambush the Ragavan, but Nam assumes that he's probably going to have something else to do with this mana on the next turn, so just wants to have the Endurance in play to make sure you can block the Ragavan the next turn, while also being able to develop this turn.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of the reason why Gabriel decided not to dash the Ragavan, as with Nam not committing any of his mana to the board. I mean, it's likely he's got something, and
yeah,
Endurance does fit the bill.
Pretty hard to dash a Ragavan into 4 open mana,
Mm-hmm.
There's an Omnath. We'll see if Nam has a fetch land. Something like fetch land, Fury, that'll probably spell the end of the game. There's the fetch land. The problem with this Grixis, with the Grixis Asmo deck, is it's not the best from playing from behind. I understand that Gabriel does have multiple copies of Expressive Iteration, but once you've gotten to this stage of the game where you're this far behind on mana development, even Expressive Iteration can only get you so far,
Right. There's just not enough time for Gabriel to deploy all the cards in his hand for any meaningful effect while getting beat down by Omnath and potentially Endurance. I mean, I guess that construct is decent sized right now.
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 with the potential to make it bigger with the cookbooks. So yeah, the cookbooks do allow you to kind of outsize your constructs pretty well.
But only being able to make one construct token and just not be able to cast your iterations up until now has allowed Namdang to develop a pretty solid mana base while Gabriel's still in the early turns of the game. Like, you look at the left side of the board, it looks like it's, you're comfortably on turn 3. On the right side, we're about turn 5. And that's a problem for Gabriel.
Yeah, Urza Saga, very powerful card if you can, hit enough land drops to make tokens with it. Like, this game's probably a lot different if Gabriel just didn't miss one of the land drops and was able to make multiple tokens off the Saga. But just missing the first land drop meant that he had to play very awkwardly. He had to dash the Ragavan just to get the treasure to make the second construct, then lost the Saga, had to get a Springleaf Drum because he was still short on mana. It just made everything so awkward.
And now the reduced pace of the game gives Namdang the window. Thinks he has time for Emrakul to Promise End, so tutors that up here off of Traverse the Ulvenwald. And this is okay. Expressive Federation now gets rolling, but like you summarized, the time for this is kind of past, and now you're casting a 2-for-1, and Namdang might be throwing down an Eldrazi.
Well, this is not too bad for Gabriel because we do have the Galvanic Blast to take care of the Omnath, and I don't know exactly the number of types in Nam's graveyard, but I doubt it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I doubt it's 7 because it's definitely not 7. We got sorcery, artifact, creature, and land at the bare minimum. I think that might be it. I think it's just 4. So it was a little bit of ways away from Emrakul.
Does that suggest then that either Nam's got the intervening turns already planned out, or maybe that was a bit ambitious to search up the Emrakul while you're thinking your opponent is stuck there? We'll see how things play out, how they develop.
Right. Yeah, so Nam was probably doesn't, without knowing the contents of Gabriel's deck, might think that Gabriel's removal spell of choice is Unholy Heat, right? And because Gabriel has no cards in his graveyard at that time, he thought that his Omnath was pretty safe. Maybe had he known about the presence of Galvanic Blast, might not have gone for the Emrakul, assuming that he was going to keep the Omnath to get that 4 extra mana.
Yeah, that makes sense. So this Emrakul is going to be a little tricky to cast. And, I mean, this construct did come across for a decent amount of damage there. 5. I mean, that's... And there's another saga in play.
Yeah, and
Namdang's...
Nam's on a counterspell too, which is not doing much against the active saga. So
All right, so here's another traverse. Maybe we're getting another Omnath.
yeah.
Yep.
So now this Omnath is likely going to be able to allow Nam to cast the Emrakul next turn after we get the additional 4 mana off the fetch land.
Right.
Could also still do something this turn, like maybe a Solitude or a Fury or something along those lines.
Yeah, all kinds of mana available for these decks, or it could just be a lot of times the Omnath mana just is used to pick up the Yorion as well as another option.
Yeah, I actually saw the Yorion in Nam's hand. I think he might have picked it up on.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's casting it. Okay.
I don't know exactly when he picked it up, but I think it was it might have been might have just been turn 3.
Okay. So this is going to be a Yorion for 3 cards with significant shortcutting there, just putting the enchantments back where they were. So yeah, Omnath trigger and 2 Abundant Growths.
Yep, and then like we said, with the Omnath, likely going to be able to cast the Emrakul next turn. Because I didn't see a removal spell. Okay, I guess we could find a removal spell off of the iteration, which there's an Asmo, which is good. The problem is Gabriel's kind of low on cards and doesn't have that Oval Chase Daredevil that we talked about to basically turn the cookbooks into free resources. So he's basically going to have to trade multiple cards or like discard multiple cards in order to get enough food to be able to kill the Omnath. One thing he could do, if he doesn't have a fetch land, I was going to say he could bobble himself, look to see if there was a Daredevil on top, discard 1 card with the cookbook, play the Asmo, and then if, let's say, there was a Daredevil on top, you could go bobble trigger, upkeep, draw the Daredevil, discard the Daredevil, still an upkeep to make the food, and then use those 2 food to kill the Omnath. But without a fetch land, can't necessarily fix the top card of your deck, as it were.
All right. Well, there is the double pitch.
Yeah, chat's asking about the token that's currently in play. It's a blood token from a Voldaren Epicure from turn 1. We're kind of way past that at this point, but yeah, that is a blood token, not a food token.
All right, here is the Asmo.
So yeah, this is good, but as you can see, Gabriel just has no cards in his hand. So,
well, that's a good place to be when you're going to get Emrakul anyway, as long as you can survive the actual Emrakul, which Nev's at 7. He's
thinking about playing this cookbook. The upside of playing the cookbook is if you know your top card was a Daredevil, you could play the cookbook. So, like, let's say if Gabriel bobbled himself and saw a Daredevil, you play the cookbook, then you can upkeep, draw the Daredevil, and then use it on Nam's turn.
And so, if the Emrakul comes out off the Omnath this turn, it will get to Nam will get to choose how the Urza Saga trigger resolves. That's irritating for Gabriel, I'm sure, but we'll see if that actually is a scenario or not. There are currently 6 land in play, so yeah, Omnath mana boost will be enough to put the Emrakul in.
Yeah, I'm a little curious that Gabriel, unless maybe Gabriel hasn't passed yet, because I feel like you'd probably want to kill the Omnath right now. I think you kind of have to.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, we're not 100% certain on how many types are in Nam's graveyard, so we're not exactly, like, I don't know 100% how much the Emrakul cost. I would have to guess it's 8. I think 5 types is usually the benchmark.
Right. So it's still, without the Omnath, it's still a ways away.
Yeah.
And then it's 2 Omnaths down now, so likelihood of a third one is a little bit low. So I mean, this feels like a game that Namdang, it seems like he should be ahead, but I'm not entirely sure that he is. Because this construct, I guess there's not going to be a second construct made this turn, which if there was, it'd be a much more threatening.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gabriel has done a very good job at trying to treading water this game. He converted both of those iterations into multiple cards, was able to, kind of that one saga token that he made on turn 4, I think it was turn 4, has dealt a lot of damage to Dam. Really kind of been putting Dam on the back foot most of the game. And Gabriel's had the sort of clean answer to both of the Omnath, so has been able to deal with those as well. So yeah, Gabriel is doing well this game.
All right. Well, there goes the construct. Another one could be made here on upkeep, not on end step. And there's another saga in hand, I think.
Yeah, I believe Gabriel drew another saga off of the bobble trigger.
And another traverse. Another Omnath. Okay, well, I said it's unlikely he'll draw another one, but he may have agreed with me, so he's just going to tutor one up.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to draw a third copy when you play 8 of them.
Yeah.
And there is not, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's mana available to activate the saga, right?
No, there isn't.
Yes, we're going to go with the blood. He was going to draw off his bobble and
2 more sagas.
2 more sagas.
All 4 of those, I believe.
I think that's a little too many. I don't think Gabriel wanted to draw all 4 of them.
No, probably not. If he can survive long enough, this construct army will build quite a force unless something like a dress down comes in and cleans them all up, which has a habit of happening.
And Nam is on 0 main deck, 3 in the sideboard. So
okay. Shadow Spear, all right.
Yeah, the Shadow Spear can help the construct punch through blockers like Endurance. You could see something like play Saga, equip Shadow Spear, and then how much damage is this? This might. Okay, hold on a second.
Remember, it's not coming in this turn though.
Oh, right, because it just made it on upkeep. Never mind, you're right.
7 land in play now for Namdang. So if the speculation on Emrakul is that there was 5 types in the graveyard, it's getting closer.
Right, Omnath fetch land. That's break even, right? So 4
Mhm.
Omnath fetch land. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so that would be break even. So yeah, but yeah, if we're speculating on 5 types, or no, yeah, 5 types earlier, this would be the turn if Nam has the 8th land. This would be the turn to be able to cast it. So
Yeah,
doing
he's
some
counting
math.
it up, and it's nice that you don't have to pretend that it's a secret because Gabriel knows he has it from the traverse, the first traverse.
Yeah,
I always feel awkward when I'm trying to count some permanent, some type of thing that's in play or in the graveyard without revealing to my opponent. And I'm sure I just revealed every single time anyway, but I'm trying to be sneaky. I just feel like an idiot every time.
that's like the old school where you people would stack up their graveyard, and then your opponent draws their card for the turn, and then they immediately fan out their graveyard.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I wonder what they drew.
Yeah. So about as far as I got on that was anytime I want to look at my opponent's graveyard, I look at mine first. And then I'm like, oh, just for completeness, I may as well look at yours since I'm looking at mine anyway, even though that was the plan all along. Again, very stupid and obvious, but that's what I do.
You gotta try to not give away the edges,
Right. Yeah. I remember players back in legacy tournaments and local legacy tournaments years ago. And there's one player in particular. Anytime he drew a Snapcaster Mage, he immediately would pick up his graveyard and go through it. And then he'd look up at his opponent like, oh no, I drew a random card. You have no idea what's in my hands. Like, get out of here.
Oh man.
All right, Emrakul is in.
Okay. There's an Emrakul. Yeah. I don't want to say it's over, but I'm trying to think. So we can suicide the token into the Emrakul, the Ragavan into the Endurance.
Yeah.
We can discard a random card to the cookbook. We can sack the cookbook, the other cookbook, to get something meaningless back. I don't know. This is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, when you it's bad enough when your own deck can't make you discard your hand and all. So okay, Shadow Spear equips on Ragavan.
Yeah, that makes sense to gain less life. Because you're going to kill both creatures
Oh, right,
anyways. You might
sure.
as well
Yeah.
gain,
No, yeah, you're right.
gain less life.
Mm-hmm. Nicely done. So that gets cleaned up. And it passed back. So let's him keep the land.
I don't know. I might have.
I would have thrown it away myself because
Yeah.
your opponent has a choice. I mean, sure, they could throw it away themselves, or they could keep it for something else. I mean, why give them the option? If
Yeah.
if you're worried the food is better, well, they can make it anyway. So
Right.
it's not.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Namdang will take up game 1. Let's go ahead and look and see what Gabriel Ebady has in sideboard to potentially improve things for himself. Looks like Shattering Sprees not going to help. Might in the mirror. As we see the main deck here, there's also Shrapnel Blast, so a heavy amount of burn available in the deck.
There's the Snapcaster Mage too. As we were talking about it. But yeah, so I'm going to assume that from Gabriel's side, he probably wants access to Soul Guide Lantern, because Nam is the graveyard heavy version with Heat and Traverse. Kind of like Pithing Needle to stop Teferian Wrenn and 6. I don't hate Spell Pierce, but it is a card that gets pretty dead later on. The nice thing about having cards like that is you have cookbooks, you can always convert them into resources later on. Maybe the Snapcaster, maybe the Fluster Storm is probably not a ton here though.
No, it's not super exciting. All right, let's go ahead and look at Namdang's 4-color sideboard.
So
Dress Down is a super winner.
Yeah, Dress Down very good against the Sagas. Boseiju as well, good against Saga, good against Cookbook. And Chalice as well, because Asmo is a it costs 1 mana to cast, but it is a 0 mana card. So Chalice on 0 is good against Asmo as well.
So a lot. And Veil of Summer can actually counter Asmo food sacrifices as well.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a lot of playable stuff here for Namdang, probably more than he can afford to bring in. So like, if it's just for the Asmo attacks, maybe Veil of Summer's not even worth it at that point.
Yeah, if you're worried about some kind of counter magic like Metallic Rebuke or something along those lines, you saw Black Source, so maybe you're thinking about discard spells. Maybe you could talk yourself into Veils, but yeah, without knowing the composition, probably best to leave those, especially because he has so many other really, really powerful cards.
Right. Okay, so let's see how things play out in game number 2. Players drawing up their opening hands here. Thanks for being with us. We're in round 5 out of 8, so we're going to be here for the entire rest of the day. We've got the elimination rounds coming tonight. Becky Bell will be back. She did a good job yesterday, so we decided to let her come back. Devin, awesome. You're here for one more round after this one, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, I'm having a great time. This has been a lot of fun. We've been seeing a lot of cool decks today. We saw probably your favorite deck of the entire tournament, the Core Tapper deck. Probably my favorite deck of the entire tournament, the Asmo deck. So really, really cool display. We've seen the usual 4-color nonsense, but there's been some cool stuff mixed in. So it's been a fun day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Ragavan flips over a land again, just like last game. Here is a Ledger Shredder. So Traverse with Delirium can actually fetch up Boseiju's now in multiple numbers, even though one has been pitched. So that's something that's a little different from last game. This is a heavy start here.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
So we saw a turn 1 Ragavan connected, and then we had 3 mana with an Urza Saga as our second land, which is probably the best second land you could have, and then a follow-up Shredder and an Epicure. So we got a trigger off the Shredder, a permanent off of the Epicure, and a Saga, and a Ragavan. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, and Namdang will only on 2 lands so far.
This is probably motioning a Wrenn and 6. Yeah. Which is good. Good for Nam.
So what we need to see here for Gabriel is another land, and it is there. So constructs can make their way in and slam the brakes on killing Wrenn and 6. Solitude incoming.
Yep, so we saw the Shredder go after Ren, the Epicure went after Nam. Solitude's going to take care of the Ledger Shredder to protect the Ren and 6.
Yeah, this definitely screws up whatever Gabriel was planning for the turn here, as the Ren 6 wasn't supposed to still be in play.
Yeah, and you saw him pause a little bit there. Just doesn't want to give his hand away. He knows that he doesn't have a counterspell in his hand, but he doesn't want to tell that to Nam. And what he was thinking is, if I want to cast this Shrapnel Blast this turn, so it's good to kind of think about that while the Solitude is on the stack, because that's definitely a place where Gabriel would cast a counterspell if he had it. So just to kind of doesn't want to give as much information away to Nam.
All right, Ren 6 picks off Vodale and Epicure. And anything else before this construct comes in, presumably an end step here? Probably a land drop, I would imagine.
There is a small thing here. I kind of would have liked to see Gabriel fetch on his own turn, because if he goes fetch and end of turn, Nam can respond and Besage the Saga.
Right.
Didn't get punished by it, but I might, you're gonna get him out anyways. I might like to see a fetch main phase.
Sure. A similar reasoning as that is exactly what led to me losing my first Star City finals. Is not anticipating something like that happening. All right, so we have second construct coming in, and as long as this first one can connect here, Gabriel still got a decent start.
Wonder what we're going for. Are we going for a needle or a cookbook? Maybe a lantern too.
If we got a sorry.
I was gonna say needle is kind of accomplishes the same thing as lantern. I don't know. It's probably better to get needle though, I think.
Okay, so I was thinking if you needle the Ren 6, you actually get to attack Nam instead. So that's kind of worth 3 damage, or 4 damage, I guess, or 5. But attack's coming across anyway. So yeah, this is looking all right.
I think Gabriel's plan is to sacrifice the Soul Guide Lantern to exile Nam's graveyard when the Ren and 6 goes up. I think that might be the plan, but that's only a temporary solution because Nam does have another fetch land in play, right? So you could just see like Nam go uptick the Ren, you break the Lantern, then Nam can just next turn break the fetch land. But maybe you're just okay with that.
Maybe. I mean, maybe the Soul Guide Lantern just stays in play to count as for the constructs.
That too. Yeah.
Nam is at 9. If he wants to pick up and use a fetch land, and Gabriel's able to answer whatever it plays, this is a lethal attack.
Yeah, it's possible he also wants the Lantern to prevent a potential Unholy Heat, so it's more of an insurance policy than something that a proactive tool.
Right. Okay, so we saw Nam pick up the Misty Rainforest, and then Gabriel asked him to wait because he may want to respond here. Says that's okay. I'll keep my guys as 4/4s for now. So yeah, the entire graveyard is just the one Wooded Foothills, right?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, well, that is certainly not what Gabriel wanted to see.
Yeah, that's rough. Supreme Verdict going to take out all of Gabriel's pressure. Constellation Prize does have an expressive iteration to potentially find another threat. It does have a Ragavan too. So likely going to go, Dash Ragavan. Okay, we're going upstairs. Interesting. Do you play that or do you play the expressive iteration? I assume you play the expressive iteration.
Okay.
Because the Codal just gets swallowed up by the Ren anyways.
Sure. I might have played the Quaddle, but you're right. That is true. It will get killed by the Ren 6. We don't know, or Gabriel doesn't know if Nam is, shy on lands or not.
Now, I don't know if you got a good glimpse at Gabriel's hand.
I have not.
But there are 2 copies of a certain card with Nam at 7 life.
Okay.
There are 2 copies of Shrapnel Blast in Gabriel's hand.
Yeah, well, that's certainly interesting. There are several artifacts in play. So if Nam taps out without an Omnath here, then that might be it.
What happened? Oh, yeah. Nam couldn't cast the verdict. We did not. Yep, we missed that. I see. I just always
Wow.
kind of assumed that 4-color can always cast all of their
Right.
spells.
Especially
So
with 4 land in play.
I don't even like ever really realize that kind of stuff. But yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Well, that is. Let's see. I know we tried and failed to back up earlier because too many things had happened, even though the judges decided they wanted to. This seems cleaner.
Because it was a Misty, right? And I think Nam got a forest with the Misty, so you could just get an island instead.
Well,
And it
that
doesn't-
would right. That wouldn't be the backup though, because the fetch was not an illegal play.
Sure, that's fair.
So you would back up to the casting of the verdict because that's what's not allowed to happen. So this would be backing up here would be to put the verdict in the hand, but the fetch has already happened. However, since we've cast an iteration, that might be relevant enough that they aren't willing to back that up.
Oh boy.
But if there's double shrapnel blast, it may not change necessarily. Gabriel may be able to win anyway, but yeah, I wonder about that.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. This is probably very similar to the last situation where too much has happened.
Yeah. But given that they wanted to back up the last one and then couldn't, this one is I mean, so the iteration, we can locate all the cards because it's the bottom card of the deck. Well, I guess there's a hidden information of card in the hand, and Nam doesn't know what that card is. So there is some unknown info.
It's hard to say exactly what that one card was from the iteration. Yeah, apologies for that. We definitely both missed that. I just like I said, I'm just kind of at this point. I just assume that they can always cast all their spells.
Yeah. All right. So
especially with 2 abundant growths, you know.
Yeah. No, right. That's kind of the easy assumption. Like 2 abundant growths. Okay, you gotta be able to cast anything. Well, not quite, especially after you fetched. But yeah, obviously Nam not thinking that through either and just blindly getting a forest and assuming. And yeah, so for the second time today, we're going to have a judge consider backing up a game, which, well, what do you want to talk about this time? Because last time we talked about scenarios like this where we used those. So
I don't know if I have any more of those scenarios in the back of my head.
No,
Nothing fired
I've got
up.
all kinds of random crazy judge calls over the last years of playing Magic, but I don't think we've used some of those before too. Yeah. So all right, so we're playing Modern today. This event, we've kind of accepted the fact that 4 color is probably the best deck. Would that be your choice? You say you love this Asmo deck. Are you playing Asmo if you have an event? If you have
definitely not playing 4 color.
Yeah.
Looking at my schedule, I think I have one left that might be Modern.
Okay.
But I would play Team of Rhinos. It's still the deck that I've played the most in this format, the deck I have the most experience with, and I think it's still decently well positioned. I think there's a couple of bad matchups, but no, I refuse to play the 4 color deck.
Sure.
It's just not me.
Right. And yeah, I think I remain a Tron child for now. My faith in the deck was reinvigorated after that top 4 run in an RCQ here locally. I had been willing to set it aside, but I hadn't been playing a lot of Modern. I'd been playing mostly Pioneer lately, and I was like, okay, well, we'll play this Modern event. We'll play Tron, and actually it went pretty well. So yeah, I think they reeled me back in.
Once a Tron player, always a Tron player.
I guess. I mean, I even play. I mean, my deck in Pioneer Lotus Field is actually not that dissimilar from Tron. You're trying to get ahead by cheating a couple land that boosts you on mana, and then just cast expensive spells. In that regard, it's very similar. I even I actually was going through my card box and I was like, "Why? Where are my Sylvan Scryings?" And I was like, "Oh, they're in the Tron deck." Of course, so just switch them over.
Yeah. Get the Baize in there, all that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's practically the same deck.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we sort things through, hopefully you all in chat are enjoying your day here with us, despite the fact that we've had a couple ruling snafus, but that's not unusual. The fact that we caught 2 lengthy ones on camera isn't ideal, but
things like this happen. Everybody makes mistakes. It's just part of Magic tournament. That's why judges exist. If people didn't make mistakes, judges wouldn't have anything to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's definitely it's just a very, very common occurrence, and it's unfortunate when it happens, but the judges will definitely do their best to put the game state back into if they can, if they think it's reasonable. If not, then play continues, but they'll make the ruling.
Yeah, and it's something where I saw there were some judges that were disappointed by the money being offered by the DreamHack event for judges, and it occurred to me. Now I don't know what all goes into that, but judging in Magic is probably significantly more demanding than judging a video game, which is what DreamHack mostly consists of, because there you're probably dealing with, I would think, mostly interactions between players, keeping the peace, or else, now I may be short-sighted here. I don't know, or tournament, like things like brackets, who plays, that kind of thing, or keeping track of things, not actually dealing with the game, because the video game itself keeps track of that. Whereas in Magic, obviously, that's different, coming from the pre-digital age, more or less, as we currently stand. All right. Okay. The ruling is both players are going to receive a warning for a game rule violation, and the game is going to stay exactly where it is now, as they've ruled that we cannot back up. So, okay, let's go back to the table and continue things on. If they're ready for us, looks like there's still some conversation going on, but
understandably so. There was a lot that did happen with the expressive iteration, a card being in Gabriel's hand that was unknown to Nam from the expressive iteration. So understandable that it was unable to to rewind it.
All right. So players in chat asking, why do both players get a warning? So the reason is one player gets a warning, obviously, because a spell is cast illegally. Both players are required to maintain the game state, which includes keeping things accurate. Like, for example, if a 3/3 takes 3 damage in combat and doesn't die, as both players are responsible for keeping up on things like that. Same here. Mana was spent to cast a spell that didn't exist. That's the responsibility of both players. So both players get a game rules violation warning. This is not a warning where the many warnings can be upgraded. For example, if you do something, I don't know, there are many things that can lead to an upgrade. For, I don't know, like if you attack with a Goblin Guide and forget to tell your opponent and they don't know, and you just don't say anything, and you do this multiple times throughout the tournament, and that's realized, those can be upgraded to game losses. Failure to maintain state cannot be upgraded. So you can never be punished for not holding your opponent to playing properly.
Yep.
So in this particular case, if Gabriel had multiple opponents today cast spells that they couldn't illegally cast, he would not be punished for that. If Nam Dang cast multiple spells without having the correct mana, those would eventually upgrade. So that's the difference. So that's why both players get a warning. It's more of a tracking feature than it is an actual penalty to the player. And I'll take a minute here because we have the ruling is being appealed, so we have a minute here. That is something that I feel like a lot of less experienced players almost panic a little bit when the judge is involved and they get a warning. And it's really something to just, if you haven't been through it before, just take a breath. It's not a big deal. It's something that's used to just keep track of things throughout the day. It's not, no one's accusing you of cheating. And I think that's an easy assumption to make, is that if a judge is called in a warning, some player had to be cheating. That's not true at all.
The judges are there to help you.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of people who people who call judges not necessarily for anything one specifically, just just want to make sure that the game is being played properly, and this people shouldn't take offense that there is no offense when a judge is called. It's just mostly to the judge. Like I said, the judge is there to just make sure that the game is being played properly. So
yeah, and I think that's so someone like me, if let's say my opponent has a Thalia and they cast an Ether Vial and they only pay 1 for it, I'm not suspicious that my opponent is cheating. However, I will call a judge every single time that happens, because I have no way of knowing if the player is doing that constantly throughout the day or not. And the only way the judges can keep track is if you let them know by giving the player a warning. So that's just kind of something that a lot of people would just say, oh, that's fine, just tap a second mana. And that's okay. But it's fine. It's fine to call a judge even when you're not suspicious of cheating or something like that. Anyway, I don't know if we're back to gameplay. Not, it actually looks like we still aren't. Okay. So we'll take questions from chat here. Should the warning be more severe for the person who misplayed? Yes. and it is. So that's why I was saying how the player who misplayed gets the warning that can be upgraded later on. The player who's on the other side who didn't do anything wrong, their penalty is just a tracking. It's not something that can get worse later.
Correct.
Disqualify and 100-year ban. Well, that seems a little bit inappropriate.
That's probably a little aggressive.
All right. So now we're back to gameplay. So let's see what happened. It looks like the original ruling
was upheld.
Yeah. So the ruling was upheld. The Supreme Court did resolve, and we are where we are at, which means that Gabriel Ebady still has 2 shrapnel blasts in hand, if Devin read that correctly. And
I thought so.
Nam might still be in some trouble here.
I could have sworn that there was... Yeah, there's 2 shrapnel blasts.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this it might not even matter, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, well...
Because I think Nam's just dead.
Mm-hmm.
I like how we just sat here for 20 minutes, like all this judge call. It's just
Dang,
like, all right, dead.
Damn Dang's like, Judge, he can't put 2 spells on the stack at the same time. I have Teferi in play.
Oh, that was too good.
But okay, so after all of that, game resumes, and 12 seconds later, Gabriel Ebady wins anyway. So we're on to game 3.
That was a good one. I like that. That's awesome.
So, and Gabriel Ebady's like, yeah, we had to wait through that whole ruling, and I knew what was going to happen anyway as soon as the result. But yeah, still have to
imagine being Gabriel in that position. Like, you have the 2 shrapnel blasts, you have the game locked up, and you're just sitting there for 20 minutes with like this elaborate judge call, and it's just like, oh, it's too good.
Right. So for people that are just showing up, there are some questions in the chat. Oh, what was it that happened? The player cast Supreme Verdict without having the mana to actually cast it. So that was, and then, but the other player didn't realize it, and the game went on for a turn cycle, and then it was caught, and the judges ruled that it was too far to back up.
Yeah, the mana base was forest, mountain, and then 2 lands that had abundant growth. Now, normally, when you look at your mana base and you see 2 lands that have abundant growth, you just kind of assume that, you just kind of assume you can cast anything, and that's what me and Joe both assumed as well. It's really hard to keep track of specific, mana, like those basic lands and all that stuff. So
yeah, certainly something that that I have been guilty of a few times doing coverage is not realizing, like in the early, like turn 1, turn 2, okay, yeah, sure, there's not much of the board, but like once you get to like turn 8, turn 10, it's easy to lose track of like what mana is available, and a player can cast something and something that's easy to miss. So a lot of times chat is pointing out things that happen in games that are illegal that aren't actually illegal, but sometimes they're on top of it. This time was one of those cases. So thanks, chat, for being here and getting that right. And if you were involved, if you caught that yourself, follow the channel so that you'll get notifications and be here next time to help us out. And if you didn't catch it, well, maybe you learned something from the rules discussion, so you should follow so you're here next time to learn more.
Also, follow the stream if you're a big fan of Shrapnel Blast. Me and that card go way back. So,
all right, rolling up, moving it. Yeah, Shrapnel Blast, real 2 mana, 5 damage. That's quite a bit.
Legal and Pioneer. A lot of people seem to forget that too.
Yeah, so a lot of cards have kind of been trumped by the recent stuff, but that's a card from way back that still thumps you pretty hard.
All right, I think we got 2 keeps.
All right.
We got, I think, a turn 1 Voldaren Epicure. Now, I looked at Gabriel's hand. Looks like he had a Steam Benson Urza Saga, a couple iterations of Voldaren Epicure. And I was a little bit worried for a second that he wasn't going to be able to cast spells because, as we saw at Game 1, Saga doesn't cast iteration. So, a little awkward, but did find an island to help cast those iterations down the road. And Saga's probably his best. This is a good sequence for Gabriel for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so committing himself to making constructs the next couple of turns, probably instead of casting iterations, but nothing wrong with that. Mounting a solid board presence. There was a question in chat about the deck list. The deck lists are available. We did go over them previously, but since we went through it after game 1, we didn't bother bring them back up for you this round. But all the deck lists from yesterday's team event are available now. Deck lists from today's event will be unlocked once we reach the top 8 of the top 4 this evening.
Yeah, and this is definitely the kind of where So you see cracking the fetch lane with the abundant growth. Always kind of interesting, but that it's so good when you're playing with the traverse stuff, because getting to put that enchantment on a fetch lane and then give you an extra type basically for free, because the chamber plays itself anyways, helping turn on traverse and holy heat and that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is kind of exactly what Gabriel wants to. I don't know what he's doing there, but wants to be able to get the saga into play, have apply pressure without having to commit to counter spells, things of that nature, and then 2 iterations if Nam's able to deal with the sagas. So.
All right, there's unholy heat on Shredder, which does allow connive. I believe Gabriel has quite a bit of burn in his hand.
Yeah, what, 2 galvanic blast? Is that 3 galvanic blast?
I think it is.
It might have been.
Yeah.
Trips. Well, now it's dubs because he discarded one. It drew a third iteration.
Yeah.
We got a full house going on here.
Well, you see, you don't need 3. Yeah, full house is maxed on 5 cards. That's why he pitched one of the galvanic blasts.
True. Although, to be fair, I think if he knew he was going to draw another iteration, he would probably rather have 3 galvanic blast 2 iteration.
I agree. All right, iteration for Nam Dang, but given even just 8 points of burn in Gabriel's hand, yeah, constructs aren't going to take too many hits to put Dam in serious danger here. We'll see if one is able to come across here and connect. Okay.
Seiju, I assume, going after Saga. Yeah. Weirdly enough, kind of fixing Gabriel's mana, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I probably would have enjoyed being able to get that last token out of it, but this is okay too. It does just, he would have committed another turn to making a token. Now he's going to play iteration instead, presumably, which is, also just fine.
Yeah, iteration, try to find maybe another artifact to pump up the constructs this turn. Finds a Saga.
That works.
Might have been a Shredder too. That'd be a good turn. Saga plus Shredder. Cookbook, okay. Found a Daredevil, which allows us to make makes a lot of food, which makes the construct even bigger. So that's an attack for 4, I believe.
Yeah, and that's with 2 galvanics left in hand. One more swing like that will actually put Dam in serious danger.
Yeah, and then the cookbook giving us basically infinite access to artifacts. We're never going to lose Metalcraft. So Nam's going to have an answer for this construct token. Something like a Teferi is probably Nam's best play here. Teferi bounce the construct token, get a little bit going that way.
And Nam Nam is aware. I mean, he saw that galvanic blast get discarded. So it may be on his radar that Gabriel has quite a bit of burn in hand already.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be a thing where maybe you assume that Gabriel discarded the Galvanic Blast before he had access to the cookbook. Maybe he thought that he wasn't going to be able to turn on Metalcraft. But yeah, you're right. That's a little scary discarding that Galvanic Blast.
All right, there's Teferi, Time Reveler. This will get rid of the token and okay, Galvanic in response.
Upstairs.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think Gabriel wanted to do that because if he draws another red card, he only has access to 2 red sources. So if you use the burn spell now, did he? No, that's not a red card. But now we can iteration. So you can iteration here, try to find another burn spell. If you miss, then you just make a token.
That sounds good.
That's probably what Gabriel's going to do here. Now, obviously, there could be a counter spell. Was Nam playing counterspell? I believe he was. Let me take a look.
Interesting. Shredder or Ragavan are the options here.
Yeah, Nam is playing 4 counterspells.
And the choice...
Maybe he wants to take the Ragavan.
I believe the Shredder was taken.
I guess if you take the Ragavan, there's just... Then you kind of get... could be bad against... What's it called? Icefang Kotal. Because you just go dash Ragavan Kotal, that kind of stuff. So maybe it's a little bit better to take the Shredder there.
That's true. I guess Ragavan Haste is nice. I mean, you're making the token at the end of the turn here.
See, this is kind of the nightmare scenario because you can't kill the Omnath with the trigger on the stack.
All right, that's 4 life gained with potential 3 more on Gabriel's turn. And now this Galvanic may have to actually go towards the Omnath.
It probably does at this point, yeah. But now we can make tokens, so we can go make a token. It's a big token because we have 1, 2. I think it's a 5/5, potentially a 6/6 after a cookbook activation, 7 after a saga, 8. So this might just be a lethal token this turn.
Needs to remember to untap the cookbook there.
Yeah, I don't know why the cookbook's tapped.
It's on its own row. I think you just missed it.
Yeah. So we're gonna make a token. That is not there yet. Did make a token, right? Emotion, yeah. You tap 2 mana. I believe you made a token.
Well, unless that cookbook's in play, right? That's not an exile zone, I don't think.
I believe it's in play, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe, Director, if you want to radio over to Corianne, because it's already been done, because you're not actually allowed to forget to untap something.
No.
I remember learning how to play Magic. Yep, there we go. Someone would always not uncommonly forget, phase out of turn is like, oh, you forgot to untap. Dang, I guess my turn's over with. Yeah, no, we don't allow that.
I guess I just said go. Oh, whoops, forgot my turn again.
All right.
Upstairs.
So not clearing out the Omnath first, and there's a Solitude.
Yep, Solitude pitch to kill the token, which makes sense. Nam would rather do that than chump block. Might as well gain the extra life. So Gabriel's going to gain a bunch of life. Token's going to die. Now you have the question of, do you go after the Omnath? You kind of have to, right?
I think
and honestly,
so.
I mean, Gabriel's kind of up on cards. Like he has, if this Galvanic Blast on Omnath resolves, he has the threat in play. Teferi can't downtick. Now it looks like it's going to get counterspelled, but yeah, you just kind of have to go for it here, I think. Oh, nope, just gain 4 life. Okay, that's fine. I think Gabriel's okay with that. I would probably play the Epicure, and you could dash the Ragavan to play around Red and 6 next turn, potentially. But yeah, this looks okay, because you basically forced Nam to 2-for-1 himself with the Solitude to not have to chump block the Construct token. You were able to answer the Omnath, so yeah, this is looking okay for Gabriel.
Okay, replacement Teferi.
And that'll answer the Construct.
Boy, Urza Saga is so strong, but these decks have a lot of answers to the constructs as well.
Yeah, run down tick, kill the Ragavan.
Called that one, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's kind of why I would have rather seen the Epicure last turn, and we could dash the Ragavan this turn.
Iteration finds Asmo, Voldaren, Epicure, and a land. So Asmo goes to hand.
Yeah, that's not bad. Still has the cookbook to be able to make more food. So we can go play Asmo, play the Epicure, play the other cookbook. Okay.
I mean, plenty going on here for Gabriel.
Yeah.
But not making rapid inroads on Namdang's life total. And with the constructs all gone now, it's going to be a little more difficult. But at least the Asmo's in place, so Omnath tricks are kind of offline.
Yeah, Gabriel's making a lot of game objects, just not a lot of power, you know? So you typically see there are some versions of these decks that play Time Sieve. They're usually Grixis or sometimes Esper, and they're playing with Time Sieve, which you can kind of go off with Cookbook, making with a whole bunch of extra food left over. But Gabriel isn't really focusing more on that combo aspect. He's more of the kind of mid-range tempo-ish kind of deck with playing the cheap creatures like Asmo and that kind of stuff, and then backing that up with burn spells. So we're not seeing any of the combo elements from Gabriel's deck.
Run in 6 picks up a land. Soulway Lantern says that's okay, and I believe Gabriel's tapped out anyway. I guess it's free to wipe the graveyards, isn't it?
It
It
is,
only
yeah.
costs mana to draw a card.
Yeah.
All right, Namdang picks up Yorion. It is not a very impressive Yorion, but it is castable. And if Namdang doesn't have another blocker, then I guess he could play it, but no, it's just going to pass.
Yeah, representing. I don't know if I caught a glimpse of Nam's hand, but could be a Solitude, could be Icefang Codal. Not exactly sure.
It could be Supreme Verdict as well.
Yeah, because the fairy did uptick that turn.
Yeah, as long as he taps his mana correctly this time. There are 2 white sources and a blue in play, so it is possible. Urza Saga's a nice one.
Yeah, Saga's definitely good. Saga is a way for Gabriel to put a lot more pressure on. Again, each of these constructs at this point of the game is going to be lethal by itself with all of the extra food and cookbooks going on. So definitely what Gabriel was looking for. I think that might be the 4th Saga. It's at least the 3rd, I think. Funnily enough, does have the Blood Crypt as well. It could hardcast the could hardcast the Daredevil.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens, you know.
Just blooded the Daredevil that time. Found Ragavan. That's gonna be dashed now. And well, Namdang's gonna need something. Obviously, Supreme Verdict would be ideal, but a hardcast Solitude would be significant.
Yeah,
Not likely to be able to. Yeah, not likely to be able to block because of the Asmo, but
yeah, funnily enough, Solitude plus Asmo kind of doesn't work the way you want it to, because Asmo is having the creature deal damage to itself, and the Solitude has lifelink, which means if you Asmo a Solitude, your opponent gains 6 life.
Right.
So, not exactly what Gabriel would want. I mean, obviously he would kill the Solitude, but
okay. Ragavan eats an unholy heat. 5 damage comes across. Namdang now in Shrapnel Blast range with just 1. Gabriel had 2 the previous game. Not ready to fire here though, but does have another blood token, so can do some more digging for future turns.
play
Another
cookbook. Yeah, get the Daredevil back, make some more resources. But yeah, not really, like as we talked about, with no presence of time sieve and things like that. No way to kind of convert these extra food into meaningful resources if Nam doesn't have creatures to play into the Asmo.
All
So
right,
Boseiju probably going after Saga, I assume.
Yep, you are correct on that. Land fetched up, which, if nothing else, does allow Soulguide Lantern to be able to draw a card. Instead, it's going to blow the graveyard away. No interest in Emrakul coming down. Understandably so.
Yeah, I think Gabriel's trying to break up the Boseiju Ren loop. Maybe he wanted to protect the cookbooks or something like that. I don't know though. Maybe worse to just dig a card deeper. You know, just get closer to the Shrapnel Blast or the Galvanic Blast. That's lethal.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, Namdang with just 2 cards in hand. Asmo's still on the board.
Yeah, technically a 2-turn clock.
And
maybe Gabriel's got a blood.
Yeah, there goes Oval Chase again. Yeah, hardcasting Oval Chase is becoming reasonable here. It's practically a lethal threat, and there isn't a whole lot else going on after all this other stuff has happened. So we're going to see an attack here. It's not lethal. You can kill a Planeswalker. It is going to kill a Planeswalker to fairy down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that
yeah, there. Oh no.
Oh yeah, we're going. Might as well make some food first.
Yeah,
we found I didn't know he had a second one. Okay. Yeah, make some food first, and yep, it's 4-2 time. This is whenever I play Asmo, everybody in my chat loves when I start casting 4-2s. So
yeah, of course, it's great. It's almost lethal, and to combined, there is lethal damage available. Ren 6 doesn't have any outlet here to impact the board, and is Namdang going to succumb to the beatdown here?
The claw. in fairness, this is like Plan Q. You know, this is we're exhausting a lot of plans at this point.
All right. Can't tell quite how many food are on the table, but it's a lot.
Enough. There's multiple dice worth of food.
Okay. We have reached time in the round. So at some point, we're going to find a time to run the interview that Matt Monte filmed yesterday with a few of the players, but it's not going to be this round either. As we keep finding our way to time. We didn't even get to the backup match this time.
No.
All right. Cantrip dress down. Looking for help. Microman makes a good point in the chat. These players would definitely have a time extension. So let me clarify what the director was. Okay, time in their match has been called, is what was being told to us.
Has it been that long?
I mean, it feels like it's been a while. Yeah. All right, so we are going to turn 1 here. There you can see it at the top of the screen. Here's an attack, Quaddle. All right, that's pretty ineffectual. I guess it draws a card. Oh, and that's it.
That'll do
Gabriel
it. Yep, it's the
Ebady
Asmo. Yeah, wow.
takes it down with Oval Chase Daredevil. I mean, Asmo helped out, I suppose, but really, when they're writing the history of this match, Oval Chase Daredevil won the game, right? It did the most damage at the end there.
Oval Chase Daredevil with the MVP. I'm not trying to say that I was biased, but Asmo taking down the round. Love to see it.
All right. So that's going to conclude 5 rounds of Swiss with Gabriel Ebady taking down Namdang. We'll be back for round 6 in a few minutes. Not too long as we're way over time on the round. So stay right here. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Round 6 incoming at Nerd Rage Modern 5K. Hope you're enjoying the coverage this weekend. Devin O'Donnell's here with me. We've got Burn versus Amulet in this round. There's no way this match lasts very long.
Not nearly as long as the last match.
No.
This is kind of a classic match that we've seen. I mean, ever since Amulet was in, basically created as a deck back in 2011. So we've been seeing this matchup for the better part of the last 10 years. So we'll have to see how this plays out. It should be interesting.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go down the table if the players are ready. Nemo Baize versus Nick Peterson, both players with 1 loss. So still optimistic getting through the top 8. Goblin Guy is a good start. I say this every single time, and I can continue to say it every single time. I really like seeing burn decks with creatures on turn 1, and we've got it here. Too many players start without them, and it just does not go well.
And you saw Nick flip a basic island, which is not something you typically see from Amulet. But I believe, if I have to pull up Nick's deck list, Nick is on the Hydroid Crisis plan. So this is something that I believe it was created by Canister as like a kind of a plan for the Murktide matchup, because that's traditionally been the worst matchup for Amulet. Hydroid Crisis could be pretty good in this matchup if Nick does get enough mana. The life gain is obviously relevant against a deck like Burn.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, gaining life is just okay. It's 2 amulets.
That is, I think, Crumbling.
Did you say if Nykthos makes enough mana? There's Nykthos in this deck?
No, I said Nick.
Oh, okay, Nick. Right. All right. I was like trying to process that for a second. I'm like, I don't think something's wrong here. I must have heard wrong. Okay.
And we got a Dryad. We'll have to see if Nick has a. I think Nick was floating a mana, or no, so not floating a mana, but we get to see the Grazer here, and we'll have to see if Nick has a bounce land. That's kind of what we're missing here. We have Dryad, we have multiple amulets, we have all of the mana in the world. If we have a bounce land, and that's gonna be the deciding factor here.
Yes, indeed. All right. So does Nemo have a land at all? Looks like the answer is no. So that Eidolon is going to stay in hand. Goblin Guy's obviously not attacking, and Nick Peterson at 10 life, but maybe with quite a bit of time here to work out a way to gain the instrumental advantage.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I saw people in chat asking about Radiant Fountain. There's actually not a Radiant Fountain in Nyx 75. Not even the main deck, not the sideboard either. So
Wow. I feel like that's something that you can expect to see a decent amount of the time. Here's a Pact. And with a Vesuva, that would have made a couple mana.
because we copied the Crumbling Vestige. Yep, that's the extra mana.
I see. Well, and Nemo questioning that.
Yeah, this should be lethal damage. Just gonna go Titan, get which Hasteland are we playing? We're playing Garrison Stronghold. So Titan, get Garrison Stronghold, untap, haste the Titan, and then on the second trigger, you probably get what I guess Valakut Slayer or Valakut Sunhome. Yeah, Vesuva. Well, the Vesuva's in play, so we only have one of those. So we can't get a Vesuva off of the Titan trigger, but
right. Yeah, Valakut would be just fine though. And there are still land drops to be made with Dryad in this Primeval Titan. Actually, I guess the Dryad can attack also. Why not?
Yeah, might as well get it in there. But yeah, this should be more than enough for lethal.
Goblin Guy gets in the way of Primeval Titan.
It's trying, you know?
Well, I guess if blocks are permitted, that means Nick would have missed the attack trigger. So maybe that's what Nemo was hoping for.
Yeah.
Well, we're not
you just throw the Goblin Guy in front of the Titan and just,
Yeah. Two Valakuts, and Nemo will scoop up what few permanents he has. And all right. Well, we'll have plenty of time to digest the deck lists this round. As this game is most definitely over. There's a sideboard. Let's go ahead and look at the main deck for Nemo Baize. As much as burn decks are standardized, you can look for any sort of peculiarities here.
Looks like pretty standard stuff.
Yep.
Going back to Nemo's sideboard, definitely going to want the paths, definitely going to want the deflecting palms. I would have to guess that the Searing Blazes and the Skullcracks come out, and I think that's a clean 6 for 6, so pretty straightforward stuff here. I guess you could maybe cut the Helixes instead of the Skullcracks, because you're maybe worried about the presence of Fountain. We know that that's not the case, but Nemo certainly doesn't know that. So
Right. All right, and then looks Nick Peterson on Amulet Titan. And you can see the array here. So the one Hydroid Grixis, not necessarily going to be found in every single deck, every single version, and one Cultivator Colossus.
Yeah, the one basic island as well. And then as we talked about, the absence of Radiant Fountain, which, I feel like that's been pretty standard at Amulet for the better part of it being conceived as a deck, and 0 copies here in the main deck or sideboard. So maybe not too concerned with the burn matchup.
Well, imagine how much he would have won that game by if he'd had Radiant Fountain in his deck. Yeah, so let's go look at the sideboard here. 2 more copies of Hydroid Grixis and 3 Endurance. So plenty of blockers for early creatures if Nick wants them all, or any of them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think Nick has a good enough matchup. I don't think he really needs to do all that much here. You might want to consider bringing in Boseiju if you were worried about the presence of something like, I don't know, an Alpine Moon or something along those lines. Maybe Force of Vigor, because Force of Vigor can answer an Eidolon without taking damage off of it, so that's not bad. Maybe Endurance as a blocker, but that one's also 3 mana on the draw, could be kind of awkward. So I don't think Nick needs to do a ton, and that there's not a lot here. So
yeah, okay. Well, we'll go back to the table. Players are still shuffling up, getting close to the point where we're ready. Well, we're certainly going to have time for the backup match, and maybe as Nemo accidentally reveals a card from his opening hand. Maybe we actually find time for Matt Bamonte's interview from yesterday afternoon, which has been waiting in the wings. But every single round, we seem to have a 10-minute judge extension, and we never get around to playing it.
One of these days.
Yes, indeed. His interview better be worth it for how long we've waited for it at this point. All right. Nemo is not satisfied with having revealed a Rift Bolt. He's like, nope, I'm not giving away information. I'm going to mulligan. I'll rather just not have it in my hand if you're going to know about it. And if Nick Peterson keeps, well, that's bad news. for Nemo.
Yeah, anytime your amulet opponent keeps 7, there's like the sinking feeling, It's just oh well, they have the turn 3. To be fair,
Exactly.
their deck is fairly consistent at getting the turn 3, especially with the addition of Urza Saga. If you have Saga on 1, it's just a guaranteed amulet on 3. So just really, really consistent access to the turn 3 Titan.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe it'll be Saga and then Alpine Moon and wiped out, destroyed, but probably not. What is happening? Oh, maybe a sleeve was broken. Maybe that was just Nemo's pregame ritual. I'm not sure.
Okay. We got a Boros Charm, a Deflecting Palm, an Eidolon, and maybe a 1-drop?
1-drop would be ideal. 2 land would be ideal. Can't have everything, so I guess it's just 1 land. No creature. And leading on the cavern and Grazer, Garrison, no problem. All right. Grazer does its thing. There to block any creatures that may be found in the future.
Yeah, notably, drawing the Boros Garrison can actually be kind of awkward in some situations, because usually you want to have a setup where you have Amulet in play Primeval Titan, get the Garrison and the Stronghold. Now, the Vesuva, having a Vesuva kind of is insurance policy against that, so if you draw the Garrison, you can't fetch it, then you can fetch the Vesuva, which copies the Garrison, but there are some situations that it can make things a little bit awkward sometimes.
All right, so Eidolon of the Great Revel into play here for Nemo. So cheap spells will do damage to Nick Peterson and also to Nemo, I guess, but he's less concerned about that. He's going to die all at once if he's going to die at all. Saga. So oddly enough, Amulet does not have green mana in play on turn 2.
And we know about the Cavern, so if Nick had something like a Dryad, you could have seen Cavern on Dryad, play Dryad, then play the Saga, so probably safe to assume for Nemo that there is no Dryad in Nick's hand. But yeah, the Saga is going to set up for a potential turn for Amulet of Vigor for Nick, which that's probably the turn where Nick is looking to go off here.
Yeah, there's a Simic Growth Chamber from the Goblin Trigger, which Nick Peterson seemed quite pleased about. Picking up a free card and a green source.
Go chapter 2, yep, chapter 2, and then we even have a blocker for the Goblin Cat this turn, or an additional blocker this turn, so basically we're going to take no damage this turn. And then next turn you'll probably see something like float the mana with Saga, get the Amulet, play the Growth Chamber, so on and so forth.
All right, so
Cavern naming Snake.
So Sakura Tribuilder is in there. So the potential Eidolon trigger. Not sure if that happened or not.
Yeah, they didn't point it out, so tough to say.
Oh, we'll see if Nick's life total updates or not. But like you were saying, no route to... Okay, there it was. That actually did look like both players have forgotten it, and then now both players have acknowledged it. And another Growth Chamber.
Yep, so block both, sack the Sakura Tribuilder, get a Forest. Next turn, float mana, get the Amulet, play the Growth Chamber, play Titan. I don't think it's going to be lethal damage, but with Nick at a healthy 16, and we'll have to see how Nick sequences, because there is a sideboard card in Nemo's hand, Deflecting Palm. So if Nick does go for a really, really big attack, maybe that Nick's got to basically respect Deflecting Palm. So we'll have to see how he wants to sequence around that card.
Right. I mean, I guess the cleanest route around it is to do smaller chunks of damage or just go with Valkuts all at once and not really even worry about it. 3 damage getting reflected, you're not going to care about that.
Well, the cool thing about Valakut is, so if there are, like, let's say there's 1 Valakut and 6 triggers, you can Deflecting Palm the Valakut, I believe, if I recall correctly.
And you get all of it?
Well, the Valakut's a May. Oh, because each trigger is a separate. Okay,
Right.
that's how it works. I wasn't sure if you could choose the Velikut or you have to choose the individual triggers. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So it just
Got
gets
it.
one. All right. So here's an amulet off of the saga. We know there are 2 semi-growth chambers in hand. By itself, one of those is not enough to. Nope. There's already 4 land in play, 4 mana in play. So it is. So 1 growth chamber would allow a type in here. If Nick has one,
Yeah, we know
Nemo.
we know about the growth chamber from the Goblin Guide. So.
Mhm. Yeah, and Nemo's like, "What do you got?" Because I'm sitting here. We're both at 16. Like my chances, right? I've got 2
Yeah,
creatures on the
especially at
board.
16. Yeah.
What are the chances you've drawn a Primeval Titan again?
I guess the consolation prize for Nemo is that Nick has packed and has to take 2 to play the Titan, but
Mm. This does not look like a person that's tapping out.
looks like just a Titan. Yeah, no pack tier, just Titan.
Well, there's 1 mana floating from. Oh, there was a Saga land. That's what I'm missing. Okay, yeah, so that is 6. All right.
Yeah, I think Nick was deciding on what color he wanted to float, because sometimes you would want to float a red or a white if you're like trying to figure out, okay, well, can I get, like let's say if Nick floats a white mana there or a red mana, then he can just get like a Crumbling Vestige and the Haste Land, then use the Crumbling Vestige, make the other color to activate the Haste Land, rather than have to get Vesuva to copy a Boros Garrison, something along those lines, minor things, but.
All
In
right.
the grand scheme of things, probably not going to matter.
No, I don't think so. Nemo may be optimistic that some combination of burn spells and maybe deflecting palm, maybe path to exile, whatever he's got to deal with.
Oh, actually, Chad makes a good point. Did he not tap a second green to cast that? Because there was 1 colorless floating. So I guess he might need to tap the forest. I might have to just get him to stop here real quick. I mean, he has second green, but yeah, because right, the cavern. The cavern was on Snake. Okay, so we might have to just get that corrected real quick. Just have him tap the forest.
All right, that's all we need. Another questionable. Yes, cavern was definitely on. Well, something involving.
Yeah, cavern was on Snake, I believe.
It was on Sakura Tribuilder. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So I don't know if we can. Okay. Yeah, we might want to just have them double check here. Now, I'm fairly certain that obviously Nick has the forest in place, so he can still cast the Primeval Titan. But might have to.
Okay. All right. The players say that there was double green, so there was no issue.
Must have been missing something.
All right. So here is Titan. Here are the Valkyrie triggers. Here's a path on the Triad, which is pretty disappointing to have to path the Dryad when there's a Primeval Titan in play, but at least it doesn't have haste. That's something.
Yeah, you have to, because it that answers the Valika triggers. So.
Right. Nick Peterson's like, well, I'm holding my deck in my hands at the moment, so here's a forest. All right, and we'll just keep on going. Shuffle that up, and I suppose the turn's going to be over here.
Yeah, not going to haste the Titan, but with Nick at Nick at 12. Okay, well that's a good turn for Nemo.
Yeah.
Able to path the Dryad to not have to deal with that, and then have the Boros trying to put Nick to 8. So
yeah, it's
game's not over yet.
No, absolutely not.
I have to see what Nemo's leftovers are. Maybe another Boros Charm. Doesn't look like they're that great if we're starting off by just sacking the Sunbaked Canyon.
And there is there is deflecting palm.
I think I'm looking at Palm, Path, and then Skewer the Critics, I think is Nemo's hand right now.
Okay.
So just gonna be holding up that Deflecting Palm for as long as possible.
So what can Nemo do? Well, it's not really up to Nemo. It's whether Nick Peterson runs into the deflecting
The
palm or
deflecting palm.
not. Yeah.
Yeah. Which, definitely could happen.
Mhm.
There's definitely a sequence where Nick goes, transmute for. Okay, I guess we're gonna go Pact for Dryad here. So that puts Nick to 6.
Mhm.
Go Pact for Dryad. I believe there was a green floating off of the growth chamber. Yeah, because we tapped the growth chamber for 2 blue, 2 green.
Mhm.
Use 2 blue and a green to transmute green floating, tap the garrison, play the Dryad. So this puts Nick to 4, assuming the trigger was remembered.
Mhm.
2 Valakuts. I believe Nick has already played 1 land this turn. So you go pre-combat. Yeah, put Nick goes to 4. So you go pre-combat, play land, but then Nemo has the path for the Dryad. But I guess if you path the Dryad to go shields down, deflecting palm, this is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, but in that case, Nemo won't die this turn, and then we have the deflecting palm up next turn. Plus, I believe you said he had skew or some kind of burn spell in his hand.
Skewer, yeah.
That's yeah.
Yeah, so I'm assuming these Dryad triggers are on the stack.
Mhm.
I believe that's the point at the game at which we are, and I think Nemo is considering whether or not they want to kill the Dryad or, keep the shields up on the deflecting palm. I think you have to kill the Dryad here, yeah.
Okay, so there it is. 2 damage from Eidolon. Dryad gone again. Yeah, Titan attack is not lethal here. So if Nemo drops to 3, still would have the life points to cast a spell, or conceivably could just attack for the win with the 2 creatures. Yeah, so Nick not even maybe hesitating on attacking here, does decide to go for it.
So
Attack and skewer.
Nemo should be at 9,
Right.
I believe.
Yeah,
Right,
no, I
assuming
think you're
that
right.
the Eidolon trigger was corrected.
He indicated his own Eidolon when he
Yeah.
played the spell. So assuming the life totals were right before, then he is currently at 9. Yeah.
Is it chat saying it's 7? See, I see that's where I was kind of confused. I wasn't sure if it was 9 or 7. If it's 7, that makes this thing a lot more difficult for Nemo, because if it's at 7, then you can't take the Titan hit. You have to chump block it in order to cast a single spell. But I guess you want the Eidolon to die anyways.
I agree. I thought he was at 9. I thought he was 11 before. But yeah, chat does. Yeah, Table Spotter says 9. Apparently
Oh yeah, we just double strike the Titan. Right.
Yeah, okay, I suppose that would do it.
That makes it easier.
All right. So yeah, see, rating found unnecessary. Nick Peterson takes this down 2-0 over Nemo, Baize, and doesn't. I mean, Nemo drew a couple cyber cards, and it still just wasn't really enough. All right, backup match is ready. I don't know if it's live or a replay, but let's go ahead and hit us with it. All right, so we're gonna watch it from the beginning.
And me and you talked about this deck in the backup match before the round started, and it was an interesting one.
Yeah, yes, it was, wasn't it? It was the. This is the
It was labeled as jeskai.
The Hushbringer deck. That's right, the Hushbringer deck. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this going. The players' names are backwards, I am told, and since this is a replay match, it can't be fixed, at least early on. But it is Gabriel Nicholas with Izzet Murktide and Justin Andrus with the Hushbringer jeskai aggro deck. And I say that it's not probably the Hushbringer deck, but since it has 4 Hushbringers, and that's somewhat unusual, that's what we're going with.
We'll call it jeskai Hushbringer.
Sure.
There it is.
So, so this is Justin Andrus on the left and Gabriel Nicholas on the right with Izzet Murktide.
Yes.
So the Hushbringer leads off with Ragavan.
And we Yeah, the Channeler. This should be a pretty interesting matchup. Now,
Yeah, I think so too.
taking a look at this Jeskai aggro deck, there are some interesting card choices. I mean, it's very similar to in terms of like threats plus iterations plus counter spells. It's probably plays out pretty similarly to Murktide, but the white cards I think are actually going to do some good work in this matchup. You have Teferi, which bounces Murktide and helps play against counter spells. You have Prismatic Ending, which is another clean answer to all the 1-drops. And then couple of copies of the Wandering Emperor, which, if you can resolve that card, got to be pretty good against Murktide.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's Hushbringer. Gabriel Nicholas gives it a read and is like, is that a Hushbringer? And Justin's like, yeah. All right.
Yes, this is game 1 for those of you just tuning in, and Justin has 4 copies of Hushbringer in the main deck.
Which is unfortunate because I don't know if it actually has any impact in this matchup aside from just the body itself.
Yeah, this is probably the one matchup where he doesn't want it in his deck, to be quite honest.
But, I mean, if he had to battle through several 4-color control decks, well, Hushbringer is a great way to do that. All right, Expressive Iteration loads things up. Here's an Esper Sentinel. Gabriel Nicholas is like, all right, thanks, I'll connive.
Yeah, I mean, it does trigger the Shredder, but not a terrible turn for Justin here.
Yeah.
See if Justin maybe has a follow-up of like a Prismatic Ending to answer that Shredder, potentially found a Prismatic Ending off of the iteration.
All right, there's Esper Sentinel doing its thing, taxing mana. If nothing else, making it harder for Gabriel to actually connive on this Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, somebody in chat asked if Hushbringer stops Murktide from entering the battlefield with counters. It does not, because Hushbringer specifically says, I believe it's the wording is abilities don't trigger, but the Murktide region entering the battlefield it's not a triggered ability, right. So it doesn't stop the counters from going on the Murktide.
If Hushbringer stopped the Murktide counters, then Lightning Bolt would be able to kill Murktide before the counters went on the play. Yeah, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
It's the difference between, if you're actually up on the rules knowledge, the difference between as something comes into play or when it comes into play trigger. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If there's a when, that creates a trigger.
Yeah. Whoever said Magic was complicated was out of their mind. As we sit through multiple on-camera delays for rule violations and such. Anyway, here's an attack from Hushbringer. I'm sorry, from Ledger Shredder. By Gabriel Nicholas. Now, Hushbringer, does Hushbringer have lifelink? I feel like it does.
Yeah, it's a 1/2 flying lifelink.
All right, so there's an attack 3 for 3. So this will net, Gabriel will net 1 damage on the exchange. But he may be thinking, well, first of all, he may well be thinking, I have no idea what the heck my opponent's playing at this point. So if he's misjudging his role, that would be entirely reasonable.
Yeah, there's the Prismatic Ending, which I have to believe was probably found off of the iteration, because if Justin had the Prismatic Ending in his hand, he probably would fire that off prior to the iteration to not trigger the Shredder. Right. So likely found off of the iteration. And there's another 2-drop in Justin's deck, and he's fetching free combat, so we'll see if we get to see it here. And we are. So this is something there is 4 copies of this card as well in Justin's deck. 4 copies of Luminarch Aspirant. Which is a card that, yes, this is a Pioneer card. You probably haven't seen a lot of it in Modern. This does a couple of good things, even on this board specifically. It pumps up the Esper Sentinel, which makes Gabriel's spells a little bit more awkward, having to pay more mana for the tax. And you can also pump the Hushbringer to get a bigger lifelink flyer. You know what I mean? So,
not that big, though. There's a Murktide Regent for Gabriel Nicholas. The spell pierce in the hand to try and protect it.
Yeah, and as we talked about before, Hushbringer not doing a lot against this Murktide.
Right.
Now, however, I will say, go ahead.
I was going to say, if we're staying on theme for the last few rounds, then there will be some kind of violation here and a judge call, and we'll sit here for 10 minutes. But yep, the Murktide comes in with 2 counters. Okay.
We figured it out. But yeah, we were going back to Justin's deck list. Now, normally white, you would think that maybe like a what you associate with Solitude and things like that. Justin does have Teferi Time Raveler X4 in his deck, so that is probably the single best answer to Murktide, because the rest of his removal's not touching it, Prismatic Ending, Lightning Bolt, that kind of stuff. So
Okay, now we have the names corrected. Here's another Luminarch Aspirant. All right, can Hushbringer get big enough to tangle with Murktide Regent, or at least Dragon Rage Chandler? Which I guess that's for sure, since it's a 1/1. But yeah, this is interesting. And Gabriel Nicholas kind of, if he's having the board here, like, you're in the wrong format. Get out of here with this.
Oh boy.
All right, so that's a now a 3-powered lifelink flyer.
Yeah, and I mean, to be completely honest with you, if Gabriel doesn't kill these, if Gabriel can't kill these Luminarch Aspirants, this Hushbringer's going to get out of control. So
yeah, and Justin picks up a card there from Gabriel's end of turn cantrip because of the 2-powered Esper Sentinel, and there's a Lightning Bolt. That's not going to kill Hushbringer.
No, you can kill one of the aspirants, but
I mean, you can kill Esper Sentinel as long as you're willing to pay 3 mana.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, the Spell Pierce in hand, not in fact, is there 2 Spell Pierce in hand? I think there are. I think they have different artwork, but I think there's 2.
I know I saw Island, Bolt, Iteration, Spell Pierce. I couldn't quite tell what that last 5th card was.
Yeah, tell your friends. We're not going to have too many games like this today, I don't think. People are going to have to watch this one. Murktide Regent's like, I guess I'll attack. I may not be able to block next turn.
Yeah, normally you want to hold that back on defense. Probably not now.
And all right, Justin's at 10. I guess the Dragon Rage Chandler did more damage than I realized.
Yeah, I think Justin had... Well, I mean, I'm assuming the Sacred Founder came into play untapped, and I think he may have tapped the Sunbay Canyon once or twice, so might have been a little bit painful with his lands. But yeah, the Dragon Rage Chandler did a lot of work this game.
Yeah, so Justin, considering a block here, I feel like, I mean, even though there's some risk potentially, if you don't block here, I don't think you can.
And with chump blocking, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that because...
wow, there it is. Okay, so Justin, this is a conservative route. The main problem here is I feel like you now have lost your kind of best way to gain life back, to race the Murktide.
Right, because Justin didn't have a direct answer to the Murktide in his hand, but he didn't necessarily need one, because if you just keep loading up counters in the Hushbringer, and Gabriel can't kill it, then you can just kind of outpace the Murktide, but do it that way. So,
all right, Prismatic Ending on Dragon Rage Channeler. It is unfortunate for Justin, although there's no way for him to know, that he chose to play the spells in this order. If he led with Teferi, it would have gotten... I guess it would have gotten double Spell Pierce. This way it'll get single Spell Pierced.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe he's thinking about holding the Teferi for a turn. I mean, well, you can't though, right? You have to play it this turn. I think there's a Hushbringer is the other card. It's hard to tell.
All right, so a couple counters here. Spreading them out. In for
Spreading
6.
the love.
Okay, well, that's a pretty sizable attack.
I wonder if we're just gonna... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can just race it straight up right now. This may be an Archmage's Charm stealing the Sentinel.
No,
we're just gonna bolt and pay 2.
This is bolt paying 2. Yeah. All right. So Esper Sentinel's down. That would be not... Archmage's Charm there would have been pretty sick.
Yeah.
But okay, 4 damage comes across here. So now we're gonna see Teferi. This is gonna eat a Spell Pierce.
That's gonna get pierced. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is gonna fall apart real quickly for Justin Andrus, who was looking decent there, but a couple of choices he made, even if they made sense at the time, didn't line up well with what Gabriel had. And now Gabriel's looking pretty strong.
Yeah. Now Gabriel could just go Iteration, hold up Counterspell. I think Justin's last card was not very meaningful, so whatever card Justin's draws just gets counterspelled. And I guess, oh yeah, that's right. For some reason I was thinking that Justin was still at 10, but he did gain 3 life off of the Hushbringer, so this Murktide is not necessarily a 2-turn clock.
That
Now,
is
if Gabriel
true.
finds a second Murktide, that's a different story.
Right. And we know there's another Spell Pierce waiting, and if Teferi is the primary way to deal with Murktide, I guess Spell Pierce can't stop a Teferi right now as long as Justin just draws it instead of having to cantrip into it or something like that.
Yeah, if Justin just rips at Teferi for the turn, you have 5 mana, and given that Justin got Spell Pierce the turn before, he'll probably play around it. So
yeah,
if he can afford to.
Oh, but you're right about that counterspell being in hand also. So even then, it won't make a difference. Okay. I mean, these Luminarchs are growing.
This is what, 6?
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of a 2-turn clock, right? This is 6 and then 8?
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
All right. Yeah, 6 and then 8. Okay. Gabriel goes to 7. We have a Hushbringer, which doesn't look great, but it is a chump blocker. Yeah, Gabriel just kind of has to fire that off. You can't give Justin a cut chump blocker here. So Justin should be at 8, correct? Because that would be 13 minus the hit last turn. So with the Ragavan, that's 7. Okay, so that should put Justin to 3.
Yeah, the Ragavan might need to block because I think Gabriel is at
Gabriel should
7.
be at 7, yeah.
Right. And now there's an Archmage Charm in hand. So Justin's gonna need 2 cheap things in order to get through this, but if he finds them, another Aspirant. There's a Lightning Bolt. That's not gonna help.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it's one of the things he. Oh, you know what? I'm wrong. This is going to counter it, and then Aspirant is 1 extra damage, right? And I think Gabriel's at 7.
No, because if you play Aspirant,
but the Ragavan's still there.
You just blocked the bigger one.
Yeah, I forgot the Ragavan was still there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so do see the life totals updated now.
This has been a sweet game.
Yeah, it's neat. Here's a third Aspirant, which is a little bit futile.
Yeah, not quite.
Here's an
chump
attack
block, take
block.
4. Unless we have the life totals wrong. I think we do. Yeah. Okay.
Nope, they're right. Okay, so Gabriel Nicholas wins game 1 against the Peculiar Hushbringer deck that put up somewhat of a fight there and looked a little dangerous.
That was a super interesting game. Very conservative play to chump block the Murktide that one turn instead of trying to just take a hit, grow the Hushbringer. That might have been the turning point of the game. But yeah, very very surprising to see that Luminarch Aspirant looked really good those games.
It did. It was impressive. All right, let's get game 2 rolling and see if things go a little different here for Justin and his Hushbringer deck. Yeah, I very much like Luminarch Aspirant counters going on Esper Sentinel is a pretty nice trick. Going on Hushbringer and Life. I mean, that looked good overall.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on there. And we got a Bolt for a Ragavan. Have to see if Justin has one of the signature 2-drops. I assume there is 8 of them, so. Whoa, that's a sideboard card. See if we can get that up on the screen. That is Malevolent Hermit.
Right. So this is a mana leak for spells, and then I believe, and then returns as a 2/2 flyer, and then your non-creatures can't be countered. Yep, there you go.
Yep, disturbs for 3.
So another card that is more often seen in Pioneer, but does do some work in other formats.
Yeah, I feel like Justin's maybe been playing a lot of Pioneer, and if he's like, okay, how can I get these cards into Modern?
This creature has 2 power, yes?
Yeah, I think the idea of leaving it back is to play around Dash Ragavan.
You're right. That makes sense.
And if you can, it's cool because if you trade off the Malevolent Hermit, then you can just flash it back the next turn, and you all of a sudden have this threat that makes it so your stuff is better against counterspell. Obviously, it's still the flashback creature could die on Holy Heat, but so we're gonna go after Teferi, trigger the Shredder. Very similar to game 1. We'll have to see if Justin has a copy of Prismatic Ending to answer the Shredder. maybe a something like a Luminarch Aspirant to get the ball rolling.
All right.
One thing worth noting, Justin has 2 copies of Sunbake Canyon, so already down to 14 after only casting 3 spells.
Oh, that's a little bit rough. So fetch here can clean that up a little. Well, at the cost of some more life points, at least can stabilize. Yeah, and his life he did take his dropped pretty quickly last game. Also, feel like Dragon Ridge Chandler hit once and then he was at 10 all of a sudden.
Is he thinking of getting a shock? Uh-oh.
I think he probably is because he can't get an island off of the Arid Mesa. So that
Yeah.
is where he's at. Does this deck have Narset also? I know we talked about a deck that had Narset.
No, that was
No,
the
it
Team
wasn't.
Control
Oh,
deck.
this is the Wandering Emperor deck. That's right.
Yes. All right, does have the ending.
Another Hermit. Okay.
I'll have to see if maybe Justin boarded in something like a Death Shadow. I don't know.
Huh. I mean, that would certainly work right now. He's doing plenty of damage to himself, down to 9 already. And well, Gabriel's not going to be putting too much on the board here with Expressive Iteration, but does have removal spells in hand. Although, are you super excited about killing a creature that has
Just comes back, yeah.
Yeah.
Arguably, it's better on the back half anyways.
Perhaps.
Looks like we're asking a judge question. Understandably so. Wonder what he could be asking here. What are you thinking?
I don't really have maybe I mean it has to, I don't know. I got nothing for you.
Something to do with Disturb, maybe, and how Disturb works.
Sure. That could fit. Ooh. I didn't love that. I think that card went to hand and then he changed his mind.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right. So he's seeing Justin take so much damage from his lands. He decides to even that up a little bit. Steam vents into play.
Gotta make it
untapped
fair.
there. Yeah, exactly. And 2 Unholy Heats. All right.
Okay, so removal spell not the best against Hermit, but it is 3 mana to flashback, so it's something that's going to be over the course of the next couple of turns.
Mhm.
Can't necessarily deploy them both this turn. So
Yeah. Well, we could see. I believe Dash Ragavan was the draw. I mean, Ragavan was the draw. We could dash that and then bring back one of the Hermits. Instead, it's just going to be bring a Hermit back anyway,
so painful.
and then play the Ragavan. Okay. All right. But yeah,
Justin's at 7, and Gabriel hasn't attacked with a single creature this game.
oh, this is extreme. Another Expressive Iteration.
This is rough.
So this backside of Malevolent Hermit, I believe it's your creatures can still be countered, right? It's just your spells they can't.
Non-creature spells.
Yeah. Okay. So Wandering Emperor also has a life gain option. There's a Lightning Bolt.
That's half of Justin's life total.
Yeah, pretty dangerous at this point. But it does
Going
take
after
down
Ragavan.
Mm-hmm.
Bobble, take a peek at Justin's top.
Hey, it's a Canopy land.
Hey, another Canopy land, just what the doctor ordered. Yeah, we can start sacking him, I guess. I mean, I would imagine that Justin probably wants to flashback or disturb the other Hermit here. Yeah, only going to tap 1 pain land this time.
Even to draw a card off a Canopy land, you got to take a point here. Here. This is rough. Down to 6. Although Gabriel's at 8.
That is true. This is a 2-turn clock. Gabriel did a lot of damage himself too.
Well, that's
the judge call was what the mana value of the back half of those are.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Explosives for 2 does take down a couple of. Ooh, then Murktide.
Exiled, right? I think they're exiled.
Yeah, they are.
So. Yeah.
And here is a Murktide Regent, which is, well, let's see. If Justin's gonna take a painted draw, maybe.
I have to imagine that thing's got to be an 8/8, right? Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to make it an 8/8 because it is, just lethal as a 6/6.
That's true.
or even 5/5. So we're gonna make it. I think he did 3 spells. Yeah, 3 spells.
Well, I had high hopes for this Hushbringer deck, and it looked like it might be on its way game 1, but this game has not gone as well. I guess sacrificing half of your life total to lands is not a good way to race.
Not great. Well, the idea is you just Hushbringer, right? So you go Hushbringer, and then you play the Luminarch Aspirant. So all these pain lands kind of get, get sort of canceled out by the Hushbringers.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Teferi would be good here, at least as a temporary reprieve. I think there's one in hand.
Yeah, just kind of buys you a turn, sort of.
Players correcting life totals. Justin's like, yeah, I'm taking all this land damage. You're taking your land damage also. Canopy lands are a scourge to our existence. All right, Teferi, bounce that Murktide. So Gabriel will benefit somewhat from not having exiled too many spells the first time around.
And I feel like, well, no, Justin did have the 2/2/2s. I was going to say Justin hasn't attacked with much this game, but did have the 2 hermits attacking for a little bit. So
for a couple points. All right, so here's not the biggest, yeah, 4/4. That might be good enough. It is lethal.
Justin is at 4. Yeah.
All right, we cash in another Sunday Canyon. I think we do.
Probably have to at this point. I don't know what you're looking for, though. Gabriel's at 6, so Bolt's not lethal. Find a couple of bolts, but... Okay, into 2 bolts. There's one. Yeah, only 1 bolt.
Oh, is there a Snapcaster in hand?
No Snapcaster in the 75.
Darn it.
I wish. I think it was that. I think the iterations of Bolt and 2 lands. Then I think the leftovers were, I don't even remember.
All right, Justin's going to give up some more life points. The Murktide's already lethal. Doesn't matter if he goes lower.
Yeah, you can go all the way. You can go all the way to 1 at this point.
All right.
I guess you can pop a canopy land and hope to draw a bolt. That's his out. Doesn't look like a bolt.
Okay, so attack. Yep, and there it is. So Gabriel Nicholas does defeat Justin Andrus with his very inventive jeskai Hushbringer deck. That was kind of that was cool. We're not supposed to be biased, but I would have liked to see game 3. I would have liked to see Justin get a game there. It's not to be the case. All right, so that's 6 rounds of Swiss. We're through. That felt like a short round, even though we watched 2 matches because the neither one was particularly long. Devin O'Donnell, I think are you out of here now?
I am. I think that was my last round. So
I'll
it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, you're always welcome here. Great. Why don't you so you stream a lot? Is it at Doomwake just like it is before on your name there on the channel?
Right below my name. That's the Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube handles. So
all right. So if you're in the area, you may see Devin at RCQs coming up in the near future, still trying to qualify for Atlanta. Good luck, man. I hope to see you there. I guess, well, I was stand corrected. You said you're going to be there regardless, right?
Yeah, I'll be there regardless.
All right. Well, then good chance at the last chance qualifiers. Maybe you'll be the one people are watching for the new day 1 tech with the Brothers War being legal. All right. So Becky Bell's going to join me for the last couple rounds as well as the elimination rounds. Tonight, we're playing all the way through the finish today. So we're going to step away for a break now. We're going to play the interview that Matt Monte filmed yesterday. So that's going to run right now. And then we'll move into the break. And then we'll be back for round 7. So thanks for being here for Nerd Rage Gaming. Follow if you're enjoying the content. And we'll be right back. Are we already back? What just happened?
Oh, what happened?
Okay.
I don't...
Monty. I am joined with some members of Swish Gaming here. I just kind of want to check your guys' brain, pick your brain, how you guys came about and stuff like that. So who wants to start off? How did you guys get founded?
I guess technically it's about 3 years ago now. It was 4 years ago. We got together, a group of us from West Michigan. We were playing games together, and we wanted to have a group that could go and compete at events. Sure. And then anything that we did, content generation, we wanted all the money to go right back into the group. So then that way it could help us elevate the game, provide content, but then still put some money in the pockets for everyone that's doing it. A group of us did it. We founded the team. The three of us are the owners of Swish Gaming, so just started from there.
Awesome. Well, I've seen you guys, like Andrew, I know I've seen you compete in the championship a couple years ago. You guys have been around on the NRG series for like 3 or 4 years now. What drew you personally, I guess, to the NRG series?
It's just a really well-run series, and then I won it, so that's the thing. So I had to go to the championship. So
yeah, I find winning helps usually. Yeah. Like once you win one, you kind of like move on. You're like, you know what, I might as well play the next one. You're playing on house money, so pretty cool. So your guys' separate roles. So I know you guys said you're all owners, right? Like Jeff, what do you do basically for the team? Like, what's your role, I guess?
So I'm mostly in support. I help get our guys, make sure they're all set for the events that we come out to, make sure they have the decks they need, make sure that everything's registered on our Patreon, our Twitter feeds, and our Discord, so that we are out there and get them going.
Okay, very good. I always find that like when there's a group of people, somebody has to be like, for lack of a better term, like the team mom, right? Like, okay, Andrew, do you have all your cards? Like, do you guys have all the cards you need? Because it's like a mad dash sometimes. Mm-hmm. Like when these things start. I know this is like the 300th Magic tournament I've probably been to, but inevitably, like there's 2 minutes left until the tournament starts, and someone scrambled around like, "Hey, do you have those 2 Fluster Storms I asked you for 6 years ago?" So yeah, it's good to have someone that will coordinate that kind of stuff. As far as like a goal, I know you kind of went over it. Do you guys have like maybe a goal for the NRG series? How many? I know there's like 6 or 7 of you guys here today.
Yeah, there's 7 of us here today. Okay. Two teams are fully comprised of Swish members, and one that's also just another team. Andrew and his team are doing very well. They should be in a pretty high contention for top 8. And I mean, we just like grinding the circuit. A lot of us like being here. You guys run a really well-run tournament. Honestly, I think a good proportion of us put this above the other 2 circuits that are going on right now too. But as overall, I mean, we just like to come to these events, run them, and see how many we can get into the championship.
Very cool. So, well, before I let you guys get out of here, where can we find you? You mentioned like Patreon and things like that. Where can we, Jeff? I'll let you be in charge of this because you're the team. So, can we find you guys if all the viewers at home want to watch you?
So we are on Patreon on the Swish Gaming MTG. Correct? Yep. We have deck lists, deck guides. What our tournament reports are up there. We're also on Facebook, also at the Swish Gaming MTG. Okay. And yeah, go ahead. Oh, and we're also on.
We're also on Twitter, and then daily, Steven Dykeman. He does stream every day from 10 to 6 or 10 to 5, and then Jeremy will stream at the evening times too. So.
Okay. Very good. Any other shout-outs you guys got? You got any shout-outs? Shout-outs, Jeff?
Just everyone on our team. We really appreciate all the work that everybody puts in. So.
All right. Very cool. Well, thanks, guys, for the time. We look forward to seeing you guys, obviously, in the future match area. More Swish Game members. Hopefully, a bunch of you guys qualify for our end-of-the-year championship, and thanks again for taking the time. We'll see you guys next time.
All right, here we are. We're back, moving into the later rounds of the Modern 5K. We've got 2 rounds of Swiss left, followed by the elimination rounds, and we're subbing in the A team. Becky Bell's here. Get her in here. That's not a slight against Honorog and Devin. It's just, I mean, everyone can see the obvious, right? Becky Bell, welcome back.
Thanks so much, and thanks for having, Honorog and Devin on as well. They're great people. They have a lot of really good insight, and I'm here to have some jokes along with some insight.
All right. Well, you're well dressed. Look at that Nerd Rage sweatshirt there. Awesome.
We match.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay. So we're getting ready for round number 7. We're going to watch some players who did very well yesterday and actually played into this morning. Maxx Kominowski, who was on the winning team and thus will be seen at the Nerd Rage Championship in December or whenever it happens, versus Jesse Robkin, who came up just 1 match short playing Pioneer. Their team made it to the final. So these 2 players faced each other this morning. Now facing off in Modern. So if we are at the table, we can get that ready to go here. We see Izzet Murktide versus Izzet Breach. So Jesse Robkin wrote an article a few months ago about the Izzet Breach deck in Modern, the aggressive elements of it backed up by the Underworld Breach combo win, which adds an element, threatening element to the deck. And we actually saw it yesterday play out more or less according to plan.
Yeah, we at least got to see it go off once and then kind of have a little bit of a backup plan as well. So it's cool to see that decks like this get to have a certain level of potency. And we were kind of talking about it yesterday as well, that it's almost more fun to watch all of these combo decks go for their plan B rather than their plan A. And it's nicer to see because there's like this element of if you're going to play a deck like this, you have to know how to navigate the times where things don't always come together for you.
Mm-hmm. Now you want to see something? Here's something funny. Maxx
Hmm.
Kominowski. So these players both had to buy in round 1 because they were playing the finals from the team event.
Hmm.
Maxx won. So his first round of the Modern 5K was round 2, and he played his teammate Theodore Jung in the first round of the event.
That's funny.
In his first round of the event, and did prove victorious. And both players here are 5-1. And they have the posture of players. No, I was going to say it looks like they're waiting for us, but actually Jesse's working on the mulligan here.
Hmm.
So question in the chat, isn't this a team finals rematch? Yes, it is. Maxx Kominowski and Jesse Robkin both played this morning. Jesse was playing Pioneer, playing Green Devotion, switching over to the Izzet Breach deck. As Mono Green Devotion, I'm not sure it's a powerhouse in Modern necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, there's some amount of people who play it, but I think they're the type of people that you see that get played and you're like, what are you doing? But, I don't know. Maybe I feel like the Mono Green Devotion decks that I was used to seeing in Modern are quite different from the Pioneer version. And the Pioneer version could potentially be a hint at some upgrades or some different directions that the Modern version could go in.
All right. So let's see how this develop. We almost saw a Pioneer deck last round. I mean, it was the Hushburn deck was like 2/3
I
of the
watched
Pioneer
it.
deck.
Yeah, it
Not
was
quite.
an interesting thing to see. Certainly very different innovation as far as creatures are concerned, and was very cool to see the kind of difference in how you can navigate certain decks from different formats, which kind of has me thinking about, once again, the difference in how Devotion could potentially work in Modern now.
Okay, so there's a Ledger Shredder, and he gets spell snared.
Okay.
I don't know if that was
Sure.
necessarily something that Jesse was expecting.
I wouldn't have, but also if Ledger Shredder is going to be as big of a card right now, I definitely understand why you would be putting in something like Spell Snare.
How good was this turn for Jesse Robkin? This was turn 2, Ledger Shredder and
turn.
Emery.
Yeah. Definitely a crazy turn, but gotta be a little bit intimidating for Maxx, and at least Maxx was able to go for that Spell Snare and take care of how even more potent this turn could have been for Jesse.
Yeah, Grinding Station did mill over there, as well as a Mishra's Bauble. So Maxx certainly incentivized to take down the Emery, and does so. Which probably means Ragavan, that's a tough choice to have to make, to allow Ragavan to hit you again, but allowing Emery to survive isn't any good either.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty close to just like the combo pieces that you need for Jesse's side of the board. So
that's sturdy.
Don't mind if I do.
Revealed. Mox, Amber, and Steam Vents. Can you cast it? Interesting that it was not Mox, Amber, and Mountain to cast it. I'm not sure the reasoning there. Maybe that's just an oversight, or maybe something I'm missing. There we go. Mox Amber doesn't only taps for red with the regular play. Okay, that does square then. And Maxx needs to get some board presence here. I was actually thinking, this Ragavan hit and revealed Unholy Heat. It's unlucky for Jesse. There's nothing to kill, but I suppose if there's anything to kill, it's going to have blocked the Ragavan in the first place.
Yeah. Inclined to agree, and Murktide region going to be a good thing to come down here. A big potent blocker, and certainly something that, if large enough, is kind of difficult for any other Izzet deck to go ahead and kill. Confirming that we do not need to tap that extra Steam Vents for this Murktide Regent.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, you may as well make sure of it. I mean, you don't want to run into any more Spell Snares or whatever else Maxx might have in there.
Honestly, that's very fair.
All right, so there's the die. It's a 6/6 Murktide, which is not good enough to get through Unholy Heat. Treasure does allow a construct to come into play there. And
Looks
here we
like
have
we're
a second.
making another one. Yep.
All right, Saga goes down. This would be a nice time to have an Ether Spellbomb, which I seriously doubt is being played in this deck. Boom! Wow.
Yeah, I was about to say, I actually can confirm that there is one copy of Ether Spellbomb as I have Jesse's deck open on my other monitor.
Well, that is brilliant for Jesse Robkin then. Ether Spellbomb to clear that Murktide out of the way. And of course, it just goes back to hand. But as you can see by the current size of Max's graveyard, it is not going to very easily be redeployed.
Yeah, the size of Max's graveyard as well as the amount of lands in play for Maxx. Certainly is not coming back nearly as potent. And I imagine that with the current size of the board, Jesse would like to just go ahead and clear that up, get attacking.
Sure. Yeah, sounds good to me. As we finish up shuffling here. And open the door for an attack for, it looks like 5 damage here. Comes across another Ragavan hit. This is the most times I've seen Ragavan hit in quite a while. And Bolt, Lightning Bolt's a much better flip than Unholy Heat. And
yeah,
Maxx,
really go upstairs.
I mean, Maxx does have a great card in the graveyard now. So
That's
Jesse was just trying to help him out.
Yeah, that's how we'll look at this. I mean, with a treasure and play. Okay, never mind. We're not even going to worry about some things that are going to be concerns. As Maxx says, it's not going to be enough regardless of how this ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, Ragavan hits. I mean, you're bolting yourself basically. That's just a bad way to run. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the deck list here. We see Maxx, Kominowski's Izzet Murktide here, 1 Brazen Borrower, couple Ledger Shredders.
Most notable interests to me are the 2 Spell Pierce main along with that 1 Spell Snare. I mean, that Spell Snare was good. It just seems like Jesse's initial hand was exactly what you would want to see in a matchup like this and doesn't even need to worry about the breach combo pieces. Just got to play all of the creatures that were important, namely 1 copy of each Ragavan and Emery, and keeping those legends on the field long enough for that Mox Opal to matter, or Mox Amber to matter as well. So just nicely working out for Jesse's side of the board, more so than Max's.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at... Oh, here's the sideboard. I guess that's relevant too.
I guess.
All right, so we do have some graveyard hate options, and then Maxx is faced with the choice. Do you bring in your graveyard hate? Do you worry enough about the combo, or do you ignore it? I mean, in game 1...
It didn't even matter. I think to care
yeah.
about it a little bit. And considering that you don't have that many pieces, you have the Tormod's Crypt and the Unlicensed Hearse, and those are like your only options. Like you could spare 2 cards on the off chance that Jesse even thinks about going for an Underworld Breach combo. And then I think the Engineered Explosives potentially could just be a nice way to clear up some of these cheap creatures that end up mattering a lot for Jesse as well.
Maybe so. Mystical Dispute also hits a fair number of things in the deck, so we'll see. There's definitely some options here. All right, let's look at Jesse Robkin's Izzet Breach deck that she has put work into for quite some time over the span of this year. We do see the 1 Thassa's Oracle, which is the combo kill if it comes up.
As well as that 1 copy of Ether Spellbomb that ended up mattering quite a bit. That's made a little bit easier to find based off of that Urza saga. So nice package of Izzet creatures that were very popular or are very popular right now, and just a little bit of extra oomph in some of these combo pieces from that Grinding Station, Underworld Breach, and that, as you mentioned, the Thassa's Oracle to kill.
Yeah, not quite a substantial Urza Saga package as a lot of decks would have, but there is the 1 Spellbomb, the 1 Shadow Spear, and the Springleaf Drum in case mana is what is required. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the table, see if these players... Oh, I don't know what's the matter with me. Round 7 here. I forgot about sideboarding entirely. So the sideboard, Jesse does have Fairy Time Raveler to protect potentially the combo against more controller stacks, perhaps, as well as a suite of counterspells. So certainly prepared for that that avenue. Here, what do you think?
I would imagine that we end up caring about, again, same kind of wavelength of caring about those mystical disputes and
Mhm.
some of those spell pierces, potentially caring about the Tormund script, but I feel like it's less necessary for Jesse to bring in compared to Maxx here. And I think I would actually almost rather have some Teferis just to not have to worry about instant speed interaction to come out of your
Sure.
opponent while you're trying to kind of just put your head down and do your own game plan.
And it is similar to the Easter Spellbomb, just more ways to bounce difficult to kill Murktide regions off the board. And that is an interesting aspect of these Murktide matchups, both in multiple formats, where you don't have to kill it. Bouncing it is sometimes similarly effective, at least for a while. All right, bauble for Maxx, but no early play. Jesse's like, well, I was going to play my 2-drop auto win card, but I don't want to get spell snared, so I'll just pass.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I feel like if you don't have interaction coming down from something like this as a Murktide deck, I feel like that's pretty telling. I feel like also this Steam Vents kind of getting tapped would potentially tapped to enter the battlefield speaks heavily to what is potentially in Max's hand, as it is likely a lot of cheap interaction.
Yeah, definitely screams that he does not have Archmage Charm in hand. And Jesse brings out Sacred Foundry, suggesting, oh, well, there may be Teferi looming somewhere. Here's a Shredder. All right, Maxx, do you have this spell snare? You had it last game.
I think I do see it in hand.
Really?
But I do respect the decision to wait. And yep, there it is. And will we have something like a mystical dispute? Yep, that is going to be the case. Do we fight for it? Nope, that Shredder can stay on the field.
The opportunity for conniving is gone for the turn, and there Shredder goes. So didn't amount to too much, but the players did exchange cards a little bit, build up their graveyards, which is actually beneficial for both sides. And here's a Ragavan.
Now we're going to have to worry about if Maxx has a counterspell for the Teferi that is, in fact, as you mentioned, based on the kind of telegraphing of that Sacred Foundry in hand, if that decides to be the case here. But going to start off with taking down that Ragavan and going from there. Shadow Spear as well, but no creatures to put it on.
Yeah, that cannot be a card that Jesse's happy about drawing.
Yeah, but might as well have it in play anyway.
Yes.
We're going to see this expressive iteration allow for Maxx to do a little bit of extra filtering and get a land for the turn as well. Joe Lisette, a big fan of this land choice, I'll tell you right now.
Oh, Becky Bell loses points.
Oh, because this isn't the exact one?
That's not even the right artwork. You're the one that knows art.
Okay, to be fair, literally both of the land artworks from this set are pretty much identical.
Okay, for one thing, there's 3.
Yeah, they're both
sure
cool.
they
They're almost identical, and these are signed like you like.
I'm just... It's a good thing for you that we don't have another alternate caster ready to go this afternoon. You might be out of here.
For getting your favorite basic land wrong, I'm sorry. My apologies.
I mean, you could be... I would allow you to be wrong, to not know, but instead you claimed to know and were wrong.
Okay,
I mean, what if I said that your favorite Pokemon was like, I don't know, Grouchosaur or whatever? I mean,
well, at least I named something that actually exists in the world. Grouchosaur is not a Pokemon.
How is that possible? Aren't there like 10,000 Pokemon at this point? How is
there are 1,000 Pokemon now? Yeah.
All right.
That's true. Anyway, Garbodor would have been a correct answer.
Emery gets knocked out of here, so Ragavan once again gets to survive. Well, never mind. I'll take that back. I was going to say Emery got prioritized, which makes sense, but Ragavan went down as well.
Just so much reaction for Maxx.
Okay, well, Jesse's going to need something to rebuild here. Underworld Breach is potential always looming when she has a large graveyard, which she does now. Okay, there's Unlicensed Hearst.
Okay, I mean, we kind of talked about it. We were like, you might as well, if there's only 2 pieces, and finding one of them, especially at this point, I think is a welcome thing to see for Maxx.
Yeah, and between the option of Tormund's Crypt and Unlicensed Hearst, Hearst is more functional as a game piece, not just as the graveyard removal because it's actually a threat as well. Emery comes in and flips over 4 more cards, and yeah, this Unlicensed Hearse is going to be problematic. And if it's not animated, I don't know that Jesse can get rid of it.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that because we didn't see like any artifact removal aside from things like just the explosives in the
Mhm.
sideboard. So yeah, if there's no like targeted removal, that could potentially end up being a really annoying thing for Jesse to have to deal with here.
All right, so Jesse's spreading out the graveyard so it's easier to see what all's in there. I'm sure Max appreciates that, as do we. Now, check me on this. Emery is going to tap to make a spell castable from make an artifact castable from the graveyard. Unlicensed Hearse, I would think, can probably respond to that targeting. So this this definitely shuts it down. There's a counter spell on Teferi, which is one way to get Hearse off the board. I guess there were 2 prismatic endings in Jesse's sideboard. If those came in, that's another way to do it. And
just kidding. We weren't sad to see the Shadow Spear. Any creature with Shadow Spear is a little bit more potent, and now we get to attack for more.
Sure, why not? Yeah, Max, eat a couple damage there. Jesse will pad the life total a little bit. This is exactly the way Jesse drew up her sideboard game play, I'm sure. Emery shut down by Hearse with Shadow Spear, but you take what you get. Good players make what they can out of what's presented to them, and that currently is a 2-power lifelink creature. Max, nothing going on.
But I mean, I would say arguably maybe doesn't need anything to be going on, at least for a little while longer. And as long as you drew every Unholy Heat and every Lightning Bolt in your deck to take care of every creature that Jesse's been able to play, maybe you're not too upset about it.
Yeah, well, Max has a Spell Pierce in hand right now, and that's not going to do anything. And these Urza Saga tokens are going to start coming. And 14 is a solid life total, but he's going to need something here.
Some action, yeah.
Any legitimate creature can crew that Unlicensed Hearse. Ragavan, that'll work.
It's
actually going to dash in. Well,
maybe
dashing is going to potentially trade with the Saga token. Ooh, so Max rushed this one. I think didn't think it through, and now is faced with, do I want to trade this or not? And decides he does.
Well, I mean, if you've already gone ahead for the dash,
yeah,
it does feel like you've kind of priced yourself into it. So,
right. And I mean, trading off that token does significantly slow down Jesse's assault on the way back, because instead of attacking for 3 this turn, attacking for none, and this construct is capped at a 2/2, at least for the moment.
Looks like we're activating in response to the 3rd chapter of Urza's Saga.
Okay. In case Patino comes down. Okay, that makes good sense. From Max, we'd be aware of the potential of what could happen. And here's that spell bomb again. Nice way to deal with the Unlicensed Hearse if it ever actually decides to attack or block. Can reset it and get all those counters off.
Yeah, unfortunately, those counters are just kind of sitting there. We don't have a ton, but
yeah, so they're definitely Max. If he just cast the Ragavan, then the Hearse would have been able to block, but this Ether Spellbomb that came in would have undone that anyway.
Yeah. Let's see if any action has been found for Max now, as this construct that is on the board for Jesse has a Shadow Spear in hand. This time, not a Dash Dragavan, so we won't be running into any constructs today.
All right.
Teferi number 2.
Possibly. There is Teferi Time Reveler. That is going to resolve whether Maxx wants to play his Spell Pierce or not.
Yeah, that's kind of a rough decision because then either way, your Unlicensed Curse is getting bounced by either the Teferi or the Spell Bomb.
All right, so there it is. It's going to be reset in size. I don't know that Jesse's going to want to attack here anyway. If she did, she'd have to Spellbomb the Ragavan, which could be done, I suppose. All right, she is going to attack, so I'm going to suspect she did draw something desirable off the Teferi or has something else to play this turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's an attack for 4.
Nice little graveyard fan from Maxx here as well. Thank you, players. And in fact, you are correct. Ledger Shredder was a draw and is going to be a great blocker against the Ragavan.
Ooh, Maxx draws a Polluted Delta. This is just...
falling apart.
Yeah. Okay, Jesse indicating, you know what? I think we had you take the wrong amount of damage there. Maxx probably agrees. So they adjust that. So Maxx at 10 here. Jesse a little ways away from it. Looks like a 2-turn clock if she sends into everything, but she is strongly incentivized to not do that.
Yeah. And I think that Jesse is in a fine place to just continue to play safe anyway.
Mm-hmm. There's Thassa's
Ooh.
Oracle, which pretty cute using this. This is Devotion of 4, I think.
4 or 5? 4, yes.
So getting a little bit of turbocharged scrying there.
Normally intended to win the game with, but
Right.
it's okay to do some scrying too.
Also capable of blocking Ragavan just fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not
Maxx.
sure about this, but I feel like it might have been a lightning bolt that stayed on top there for Jesse. If that was the case, then this
Trying
game
to just close out the game, yeah.
Yeah. We all in here? Could be even more all in by bouncing the Ragavan. Well, it does shrink the construct by 1.
Jesse has gone ahead and said, all right, well, we're coming in with everything. If you're at 6, we're just trying to get this done this turn.
Mhm.
And starting with crew, 2 unlicensed hers, but we have the Seether Spellbomb.
Yeah, losing the spell bomb would make this no longer a lethal attack.
But if you're correct in assuming
Yeah,
that
if it's
the
a
lightning
bolt,
bolt,
then it doesn't matter. So that's 5. Maxx drops to 1. Bang. All right, Jesse Robkin advances to 6-1, looking good to potentially play in the elimination rounds again for the second time this weekend. Max Kominowski, 5-2. You know, so he has some work to do in order to be seen for the second time today with the trophy, but it's still possible. All right, so I believe we have a backup match.
Let's go.
Yes, indeed. That was a cleanly played game. Pretty entertaining stuff as well.
A little sad that we didn't get to see like the breach go off, but it's fine. Again, plan Bs are something that are entertaining, but every once in a while I'm also very interested in seeing those like kind of flashy combos.
You
I
weren't
want a
satisfied.
little bit of both.
You weren't satisfied with we had Emery equipped with Shadow Spear.
It only attacked once.
What plan do you think that was? Is that lower than B? Is that why?
Oh, it's probably way lower than B. Well,
Okay.
I would not put it further than like D though.
Sure. But certainly not plan numero uno.
There was earlier Devin said something. Devin was like, this has got to be like plan Q. And I was
Right.
like, actually, it seems like a huge upside if your deck has enough game plans that you can go all the way down to Q. Most of my decks barely even have like a D. So
All right. So we're moving in here. This This is game 1, not game 2, despite what it says on the screen right there.
Oh, time shifted. Okay. I was like, we just shuffled for forever? Okay.
So if you have any complaints about the overlay, we'll get Director Dave to answer to your answer for his crime. So obviously this pip on the screen is his fault. But
Yeah,
he's
the
new.
deck lists are also backwards. Skylar is actually playing Boros Burn, and Dylan is playing Izzet Murktide.
All right, blame being passed around left and right in Nerd Rage behind the scenes, but that's okay. It takes a lot of work to put on these shows. Mostly viewers just see, my mistakes or our mistakes, but there are plenty going on behind the scenes. It is all over the place, but we're happy to bring you Magic Gaming as best as we can manage it, and we hope you're enjoying the show. So opening up Skylar Warfield with a Monster Swift Spirit across for 1.
Good start, and good basic land choice. I'm a big fan of the Kamigawa full art basics.
Mm-hmm. It does take a lot of work to put on these broadcasts. Something Anurag Das was talking about this morning between rounds is he is now learning about the
intricacies.
Yes, of doing coverages. He does his work at the SCG cons. All right, so here we go. 2 lava spikes. This Swift Spear is getting in pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a removal spell? There is not.
Damage.
If this connects, that is a great start for Skylar.
Yeah, that's 9 damage in 1 turn. So yep, Dylan's sitting at 10, gonna be going to 9 off of that fetch, and things are already getting a little bit not exactly where you'd want them to be, and your silver lining on the horizon has to just be, well, Skylar only has 2 cards left in hand. It's gonna draw 1, but you just gotta hope that it's not bolt.
Right, and this is the kind of start we need to see from Burn more often. I feel like lately we've had a lot of anemic Burn games. They just the one a couple rounds ago was extreme, where Amulet Titan just absolutely demolished it. But
yeah,
but even so, Burn needs to put up a better show. All right, Ledger Shredder pitches Ledger Shredder on Connive, advances to 2/4, making it rather more difficult for the Burn deck to deal with. Although Skylar can just attack into the Ledger Shredder, and any spell will at least allow Swift Spear to survive combat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was trying to figure out what the Mystical Archive card was in hand, but it has to be a Lightning Helix. So
right.
1 card in hand is Helix. Unsure about the other one. Skullcrack. There we answered.
Skullcrack. So Dylan drops to 6.
I feel like this is sending us to just not attacking at all, because we could have potentially gone for the attack and then with the Ledger Shredder block use the Helix to finish it off.
Well, that would have been threatened. Also, I feel like the attack there from Skylar is basically free, as Dylan may block or may not. But from Skylar's perspective, I'm not sure it matters unless there's Dash Ragavan and Skylar wants to be able to potentially block in that scenario. That would be a reason to hold back. Okay. Unholy Heat without Delirium. Ooh.
Oh, it is a Lightning Bolt.
The Lightning Bolt. And
not a Helix.
Right.
I for some reason keep thinking there was Lightning Strike instead of Bolt because of trying to keep a lot of standard legal cards that were kind of mopey.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Counterspell does take down the Lightning Bolt. Swift Spear will die to the what?
It has to still be Unholy Heat. Just has
does,
Delirium.
Yeah, it has Delirium now. Okay.
Eidolon.
That's a solid one.
Okay.
It's probably going to stop every card in Dylan's deck aside from Murktide from doing damage. And he's at 6, so that Mishra's Bauble in hand is kind of stranded now.
Yeah, do you want to take 2 damage for that bubble? How are you feeling about it?
Wow. This Eidolon's going to have a outsized impact on the game. Dylan's going to need to find a removal spell for it, and even then it's going to drop to 4. There's a Lightning Bolt and a counter spell.
Bolt Eidolon, take 2. So do we have a response that we want to do? Ooh, Bolt right back. So Dylan's going to be at 1. No fetching for you, but we'll accept.
Yeah, this one still might be just fine. With 2 counterspells in hand. What would be a good draw here? Soken's would be great for Skylar.
Isn't anything a good draw? Oh, I guess because
most
we have
things
a
would get
counterspell.
counterspelled. Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
Soken's does take 4
Bobble?
mana and also is unlikely to be in the deck in the first place.
You think so? Let's look. There's no Soken's. You're correct. I got a little excited though. I was like, but maybe.
Dylan draws a Spell Pierce, all counters all the time, and only 2 damage a turn here. But yeah, I don't know how easily it's going to be for Skylar to get through this.
Yeah, and the one card that is in hand, Dylan knows based on the Mishra's Bauble that was used last turn. So, and with enough mana to just kind of like sit back, probably attack with the Shredder and have both Spell Pierce and Counterspell to handle whatever, like Skylar just like waits to have 2 spells to go for the kill and then is not really going to be able to do it. And these Mishra's Baubles are going to keep Dylan pretty well informed about what exactly is in Skylar's hand and know whether this little bird can actually go attacking or not is kind of a nice situation to be in, considering that you're at 1. Like, it could be worse.
Well, there's 1 burn spell drawn.
This is the Lightning Helix.
Spell Pierce hurts on this.
Yeah, Connive going off as well.
Okay. Ooh, is that another Eidolon? 2 threats in 1 turn. It's a Rift Bolt. Okay.
Oh, I was going to say a Lava Spike, so we were all wrong. Those aren't even the weird arts for them.
Yeah, we can't misidentify the original versions of cards. Then where are we going to be? That's just all downhill from there. Okay, Dylan has Ragavan. Thinking about dashing it in here.
Are we able to?
Well, the treasure would provide some backup. He would be vulnerable momentarily, though.
I guess we still technically know the card in Warfield's hand. Yeah.
And there it is. And Skylar Warfield does manage to work their way around Dylan's counterspells and take down game 1.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so we're going to start. Okay, so players. Okay, so I think what I was just told was that the players are about to start game 3.
Yes.
Which would imply that Dylan won game 2, and we're just going to move in and pick it up live once the players are ready, but they're still shuffling up for game 3. So I think that's what I understood there. So, okay, we'll take a minute. All right, we're back, which apparently there was some question of, as when Becky gestured to her Pikachu collection, Pikachu thought it was a Q and triggered an electrical thunderstorm over the venue, which knocked out the power. So,
my bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. We made it back for round 8. We can tell you that Skylar Warfield did win that match to advance through to 6-1, I think.
I believe so. I believe the record was 5-1 going into that round.
And we've got some round 8 featured matches coming up now. Last round of the Swiss. So hopefully you stuck through that with us. If you did, thanks for your patience. Don't have anything to reward you with except more coverage, but hopefully that's what you're here for.
Yeah,
so there
you
go.
Everybody wants.
Yeah. If you want more coverage, you should follow the channel. And honestly, if you're tired of coverage and you feel like, well, that thunderstorm was just the last straw, then you should follow the channel on your way out. Anyway, we've got round 8 matches ready to go. Players are sitting down, playing for spots in the top 8. So let's go ahead and get down to the table if things are ready. They're still shuffling up. All right, we got Damian Del Nero versus Jordan Litsky. And we've got
Eldrazi-tron.
We do have Eldrazi-tron against Mono White Hammer. So, okay. There you go.
I'm so excited. First of all, don't know what you were like digging into in your little brain sitting at home, like, what do I think I want to play this weekend? Eldrazi Tron. But I'm also here for it because sometimes, it gets boring to play 4-color or Hammer or any one of these top meta decks. And sometimes you just got to be like, what is something I can really come in here and psych people out with? And Eldrazi Tron certainly has been doing a good job as Damien is at 6-1.
Yeah, impressive display here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and check at Damien's tournament history here and see what he lost to today. It was Azorius Blue-Eye Control against Gerrick Alfond, the Days Undoing Narsa deck that we saw earlier today. So
that does seem like a rough matchup.
yeah, potentially, and has not played against Hammer yet today. So we'll see how this plays out. I can tell you that there are Karn Great Creators in the deck, which can be an issue for Hammer. Although with a good draw, it'll be on the board potentially ahead of that when that would be an issue. It looks, does the feature match area look a little darker than it did before?
Hey, maybe some of the lights still haven't turned on.
I wondered. Maybe that's the way it's looked all day. I'm not sure, but it definitely seems not.
We did lose all power, so yeah,
okay. Yeah, so the lights aren't back to 100%, but it's good enough to get things going. So if the players, we keep running into this scenario, the players are waiting for us, we're waiting for them. Somebody got to make a decision. I'll make it. Tell them to go.
Go.
Or maybe they're waiting for the lights to come back to full power. I don't know.
Honestly, that would be fair. With how cards look nowadays, you got to make sure that you're seeing the correct ones.
Yeah, that's what these altars, blueprint cards, everything else like this. Yeah, it is a little dark there, but that's some alternate Tron land in the expedition map. So
yep. I believe it is I'm not going to say tower. It would have been my guess based on the artwork, but that is deceptive with some of the Urza's artworks. So, see?
All right. So
Production told us it's a power plant after telling me it was a tower.
Well, so maybe the idea is you play the power plant and then the lights increase because things are better supplied to the venue.
Smart.
I don't know.
I appreciate Damien looking out for us in that way too.
Yeah. All right. So
whoa,
mismatched. Come on now.
Oh no.
Well, that is Tron, and this is a situation where I feel like, and I think many players feel like it's just so unreasonable. Eldrazi Tron actually assembling Tron on turn 3. It's just not fair.
Okay, based on somebody who started playing Modern and playing Eldrazi Tron as my deck of choice for a long time, it happens a pretty decent number of the time. It is not that difficult to assemble, especially like you kind of mulligan, not as aggressively as Green Tron, but you can still mulligan at pretty aggressively and be in a fine spot. And then like for the other times, you just have your Eldrazi temples to kind of like tide you over until you get Tron.
All right, so here we go. Tron's going to be assembled for Damien Del Nero versus Giver of Runes and Stoneforge Mystic. And, well, there's all kinds of hurting that can come down here. Including, obviously, there's a playset of Karn the Great Creator. There's also a Karn Scion of Urza. There's 2 Ugin the Ineffable and an Ugin Spirit Dragon. So fairly greedy on the Planeswalker list as far as Eldrazi Tron lists go, or at least used to go.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. But the same old package. Not playing Endbringer is just kind of sticking to Matter Shaper, Reality Smasher, and Thought Nuts here, along with those good old walking ballistas. I guess fun fact, if we were concerned about trying to machine gun down some creatures, we are not playing Basilisk Collar for walking ballista, but not too bad.
We're playing against Mono White Hammer. You don't need too many. You don't need Death Touch. You just need a few counters.
That's true. I don't even think I see a Basilisk Collar in the sideboard either. So we're not even. Also, the entire sideboard for this Eldrazi Tron list is 1-ups.
All right. So Giver of Runes here showing why in some cases it's an upgrade over Mother of Runes, as it can protect from Colorless. And the play here is something Jordan Litsky is going to read.
Yep. Okay, we are allowing that to come into play, make a construct, and Relic of Progenitus. Okay.
All right, so that was some of the mana. Did we overpay for that? Oh, because we
no,
paid for the
'cause we
we
played
cast the relic. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. We cast the relic. All right, so there's a 2/2 construct in play right now. 2 mana unused, so that's not as bad as it could have been for Jordan. Full grip here, and artifacts are still useful. There's no static ability on this card.
Yeah, probably not the Karn you actually were hoping to see, and that's your one of Karn here.
Well, it's good enough, at least for the moment, to cause some trouble for Jordan.
That's true, and at least being able to make blockers when we haven't been able to draw any of our creatures quite yet, I would imagine. It's got to be kind of nice. Definitely, like, having a Planeswalker on the board in general just, like, presses the matter. But let's see what Jordan can put together. Urza Saga was the start, and we're going to go ahead and activate that Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah. Cauldron Complete into play. So that is going to be able to take down the Karn Scion, whether Damien wants to block or not. And I have to imagine that he does. Giver of Runes not going to want to give this germ protection from Colorless to protect it from any sort of artifacty type thing, as that would knock off the Cauldron Complete as well.
I didn't even think about that, to be honest. But yeah, okay. Thankful, smart, not gonna do it.
You don't really need protection, right? I mean, Cauldron Complete doesn't get beat by much.
That's true.
Question, which Planeswalker was that? Yeah, that was Karn Scion of Urza. 4 mana, down tick to make a construct, which is what it did. And then we see Esper Sentinel on the board now.
Thought-Knots here going to come down, and coupled with that, Urza's Mine and Eldrazi Temple that was the play for turn. And we're getting to see Sigarda's Aid, Colossus Hammer, Shadow Spear, and Core Outfitter, I believe.
So 2 ways to equip the Colossus Hammer. So Damien may actually be forced to take the hammer itself. Unless
this is a tough choice.
Yeah. I mean, Shadow Spear on top of Cauldron Complete isn't anything great.
It's not great either.
Yeah.
And I think that's what is actually making this decision difficult, is like, you're just like, well, maybe I wish I would have played this Thought-Knot Seer last turn so I didn't have to worry about Cauldron Complete, but it being on the field, it's large and in charge here.
Yeah, it is. So 2 equipment and 2 equippers. I'm inclined to still take the Colossus Hammer myself. I don't know what's in Damien's hand with 5 mana available. Yeah, the hammer is the choice. So Damien will write down the contents of Jordan's hand before continuing on. We'll see if he's got anything else to play with his 5 mana. For his sake, hopefully so. He's going to need something. There's a Reality Smasher. Okay.
Are we attacking with this Reality Smash? No, we can't attack.
Why not? We got 2 blockers. We got Core Outfitter and
fair.
And our construct and Thought-Knot Seer. I guess those are Jordan's cards.
It feels like a means to an end to attack with this Reality Smasher. We're just like, let's get in when we know that this Cauldron Complete is likely going to be suited up with a Shadow Spear, and all of that work is going to be undone anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like we're doing anything effective by blocking. So this is this is looking tough. Eldrazi Tron 6-1, and not a deck we commonly see, but Hammer is kind of showing it what's up right now. Here's the Sigarda's Aid. I
mean, that's kind of, we see this a lot in Modern. You just get to see people who are like, oh, this is my deck that I'm comfortable with. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. And sometimes just like knowledge beats out everything else.
Yeah, I mean, Eldrazi Tron isn't, completely unreasonable. I did play it in the Modern RCQ I played in last month, or I guess now is Well, I guess it was still last month technically for a couple more days. Second Esper Sentinel. All right, that's fine. Jordan Liskey's board is just looking very strong here.
Yeah. I would say so as well. And somebody asked if this is a win and in. This is table 4 and both players at 6-1. I do believe this is a win and in into top 8.
Mm-hmm. The fact that if this is table 4 and they're playing would mean that it's not a clean cut that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Or else one of these players is trying to play for seeding. But most likely it's not a clean cut. So they are playing. And yeah, the winner will definitely make top 8. Damien trying to figure. I mean, there is an Ugin the Spirit Dragon in the deck. That would certainly solve these problems. That's
Chalice feels so late.
Boy, that's not going to do so much. Chalice on 2. Okay.
2 to stop.
All right.
Outfitter?
I mean, Matter Reshaper. I mean, any Matter Reshaper is a cantrip when it blocks, and Damien can, even if Damien gets to 1 and then is able to find Ugin the Spirit Dragon, it conceivably could square up everything as long as there's not a construct in play.
That is true.
Well, there now is, I realize, but
but I mean, like Ugin doesn't out a lot of your things, so
that's true.
Could potentially still be safe.
Well, okay, so here's a Colossus Hammer off the Urza Saga onto the now very well equipped Germ, which is looking something like a 16 power, maybe.
A lot. It's a big little Germ.
All right, Damien's going to block with the minimum, it looks like. Mana Reshaper and the Construct. All right, chat suggesting that Damien Del Nero is an experienced and successful Eldrazi player, which that comes as no surprise. He is 6-1.
I think you would have to be, to be 6-1 with this deck right now would have to just be something that you're very comfortable with. Because this isn't a deck like, I'm saying this as a lover of this deck and these cards. It's kind of a mopey deck. And so to end up with positive records time and time again, playing Matter Reshaper, you got to know what you're doing at least a little bit and have a good understanding of the matchups and the format.
Matter Reshaper is mopey, says Becky Bell. Boy.
And I love Matter Reshaper.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, Damien Del Nero is going to need more than Matter Reshaper to recover this game. Facing down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's it. All right. So Jordan Liskey's take game 1. Damien Del Nero will try and do better, which, I mean, it's tough. Turn 3 Tron is, what you're hoping for. It was there, and Jordan Liskey was able to win anyway. That may be a game that would have played out very differently before Cauldron Complete was added to the arsenal for the Hammer decks. With Luris and no Cauldron Complete, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that there's something to be said for like the 2 strongest cards that Damien has in this matchup just didn't show up, or did show up, but the challenge showed up extremely late. And so it's kind of just an unfortunate way for that game to have shaken up for Damien specifically, because I don't think that this is that horrible of a matchup because you are playing 2 very potent cards, even main board. And speaking of which, we do get to look at deck lists.
Yeah, so let's go here. Is Damien Del Nero's Eldrazi Tron. 3 Walking Ballistas, 4 Chalice, so certainly interaction. And then we have these powerful Planeswalkers and really I mean, you're saying mopey, but this deck has a lot of removal. All's Dust is another inclusion that would have gone to town that game up until the end. So as long as the mana is assembled here, Damien has a lot of great cards for dealing with the Hammer deck. Let's look at Jordan. Actually, we have sideboard here. Okay, let's take a look here. See more. You're right. 15 1-ofs. Wow.
15 1-ofs, and the only 2 that can't be searched for by Karn are going to be that Kozilek and Emrakul the Promised End.
Okay, well, I doubt those are getting boarded in here.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they're super duper necessary, but does have a lot of toolbox cards to work with because of that Karn, which a lot of the time we've talked about the difference in evolution of, I mean, you were kind of mentioning it yesterday for Pioneer, the way that a lot of people will play Karn sideboards and how they start off with like a ton of cards in the sideboard, but then like whittle down to like, well, the 4 that I realistically need are these artifacts, and then the rest are just going to continue to be main sideboard cards. Damien, though, has said, you know what? My main board already just solid. I've called it mopey, but Damien thinks it's solid. I also think it's solid, but I will continue to call it mopey as well. You can know that something is not ideal and still love it. I think everyone as a human being has likely experienced this, so I'm going to defend my statements here a little bit with that. And I think that obviously Damien has had a lot of experience with this deck and is continuing to play a lot of these artifacts and probably has situations where these are all good. And based on how the format is kind of evolving very rapidly and people are bringing a vast variety of different decks, it's not like a lot of previous times with Karn where you really are just like, well, I want Trinisphere because everyone is playing mono red prowess and Phoenix. And so why would I play all these other things?
All right, so here we are.
Different formats.
Game 2, Colossus Hammer in play early, a couple Tron lands, and now the Chalice comes out real fast for Damien Del Nero. And Jordan Litsky, are you going to be able to bypass this effectively enough to take down the match, or are we looking to be Game 3? Passing the turn suggests might be difficult.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty good start here for Damien, who I believe has a mine and a power plant, so he's waiting on a tower. Unfortunately, that isn't in hand, but we have a blast zone just in case some 1-drop does kind of get through.
Well, that certainly could happen with Urza Saga, plus this, or this hammer that's already in play, equipping to the core outfitter, or at least attempting to, but there's a dismember to say no to that. So at the cost of a few life points, Damien will keep the 12-12 out of commission for now. How does this hammer deck react to Karn being in play? Well, the core outfitter that we just saw would still work as far as equipping. Sigarda's Aid would also still work, but Pure Steel Paladin would not, as that does change the cost of the equipment, but I believe it would still actually be equipping, so would be shut down.
Walking Ballista in play, unfortunately, doesn't work super well at taking out the 1/2 that is Stoneforge Mystic, and Cauldron Complete is going to be the card to go into hand off of that Stoneforge Mystic from Jordan. Did pretty good work in game 1, so let's see if it can do it again in game 2, you know?
Yeah, even a land here would be pretty key because the Ballista could power up and then take down the Stoneforge Mystic, because we saw Cauldron Complete went absolutely to town in game 1. But no land here for Damien Del Nero. This is, without Tron, 3 mana is not enough to cast most of the deck. And here we are again, Cauldron Complete. And this is just a lot of pain coming across here.
Yeah.
5 damage. Damien down to 11. No play this turn cycle. Needing, well, the Ballista roll up is, no, that's too late, obviously. The Cauldron's in play. All right, that's an Eldrazi Temple, but the Cauldron Complete is basically going to beat all of the actual Eldrazi. Thought-Knot Seer, Matter Reshaper, it's not enough.
This is one of the places where you're, I don't know, hoping for the other Dismember.
All right, there's a card.
We have a lot of cards in hand, though. I'm like, oh, could we potentially get to a place where we safely Ensnaring Bridge? But we have so many cards in hand. I don't know if...
Well, so yeah, so this was a plus on Cauldron Complete to turn it into a creature.
And that takes off the Germ. Well, it takes the Cauldron Complete off of the Germ. Okay, nice.
This was Path to Exile. This was Path to Exile into Chalice of the Void. I see.
Oh, okay.
So that probably was inadvertent. I don't know what advantage the hammer deck could gain from Path being in the graveyard. So this Cauldra is a creature for the whole turn cycle. So it is currently a 7/7.
I guess so.
Yeah, doing extra damage.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit potent. I think we're gonna be blocking it, shooting face, so we keep this Karn alive at least.
Yep, sounds good. Pierce Till Paladin comes in. No Metalcraft currently, and not able to function as long as the card's in play anyway. And Damien, all right, well, things are better than they were before, but still needs some help.
Looks like a lot of Eldrazi in hand. And we're going to take a peek at our bunch of one-ofs sideboard. Do you think Damien pretends to sideboard for game 2?
That's funny. Yeah, probably. Is there a land in the sideboard? Is there an artifact land in Damien's sideboard?
I don't think so. Let me double check. No.
Okay. All right, Reality Smasher's in. Karn ticks up.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations where it's interesting to see somebody who obviously has a ton of experience with the deck right now saying this Karn is so important that like I could go for one of these like maybe suboptimal but still okay artifacts for my sideboard, but instead choosing to go ahead and continue to plus it and keep it safe from the creatures on board, knowing how threatening the hammer deck can be if you do get to go ahead and use those activated abilities on these equipments.
Mm-hmm. Shadow Sphere comes to play off Stoneforge and does draw a card. Ooh, I don't know if that's a third different Tron land or not.
I think we'll find out based on how things get tapped here in just a sec, but I believe we decided that that was a power plant, so I think we have double power plant.
Okay. Skyship. Wished for into hand. That's going to come into play, and well, that's a nice one. That's going to come into play and bolt a creature or a planeswalker. Pure Soul Paladin, you're out of here. Stoneforge Mystic still in play, so a Batterskull Skull could be dropped if there was one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it unfortunately doesn't have haste, but wouldn't be able to get through Reality Smasher anyway, so always funny to see a Reality Smasher be on blocking duty, but you got to do what you got to do.
Right. So there's actually no Batterskull Skull anyway. There's a Nettle Cyst is another germ creature in Jordan's deck. And here's another Reality Smasher. We may see one of those equip. Actually, it's just going to use Karn to equip and attack for a very impressive amount of damage here.
I believe it's going to be 6, trying to do something to protect the Stoneforge Mystic. That's a Chalice check, and we're just going to activate Stoneforge in response.
Yeah, that's probably a Blacksmith skill, I think. But yeah, countered, and oh boy, is that a lot of damage. Karn's ability to skip the crewing phase allows an extra attack there. And Reality Smasher could have gone in also, but Damien doesn't want to risk his Karn, and that is plenty anyway over the course of the next turn. And Jordan Litsky is going to say, let's go to game 3. I'm going to go first. You're going to hopefully not have Chalice at least quite as early. Maybe not have Karn or that Karn.
Yeah.
And see how, so these are players playing for top 8. Yeah, a lot on the line here. This is a 5K event. We have the prize pool. Let's go ahead and throw that up. Let's see what's on the line here. First place does receive an invite to the regional championship in Atlanta in November.
Very cool.
And you can see the rest of the money and the points. The points will be season 2 will lock in after the September event. And we'll qualify some more players for the NRG championship. We need a name for the NRG championship. Do you think?
Isn't it just the NRG championship? What do you mean?
No, but do we need a name for it? Do we need something catchier than that? I don't know.
I think I like names that explain what they are. I think that's actually been like kind of a fault to Magic over time, is a lot of things get named not what they really are. Like, I was very confused, like, when I started playing Magic and people were trying to, like, explain, like, PBTQs and PTQs and
All of them.
like, I was like, this is a lot of abbreviations.
Well, that's the abbreviation's fault, though. They still describe what they
That's fair.
are. Let's go ahead and take a look at Jordan Litsky's hammer deck. We didn't get around to that between the previous games. So here it is. You can see here the one ginger root that is stock appears to be in all these lists. 2 blacksmith skills. We don't see that every single time.
That Nettle Cyst, as you mentioned, instead of something like the Batter Skull as
Mhm.
well. And let's just go straight to sideboarding. Look at that. See the Hushbringers that maybe aren't going to be the most impactful things. I appreciate the 4 Drannith Magistrate quite a bit.
Yeah, that's certainly can do some work.
You watch somebody play. Oh, it's called Hollowed something, the instant that stops things that weren't cast from coming into play.
Moonlight.
Hallowed Moonlight. And I was
Yeah.
like, wow, that's a throwback to like standard
Yeah.
when everyone was playing Collected Company.
Right. No, yeah, I remember
Holy.
playing that too. Yeah, these Drannith Magistrates pretty nice against the Cascade decks and a few other things. Not going to do so much here against this Eldrazi deck. And the Hushbringers, yeah. I mean, the Hushbringers had their shot at glory last round, and they didn't quite, or maybe it was 2 rounds ago. They weren't quite up to the task. That would have been exciting, though. I was rooting for them. Here, though, they're just a sideboard card, probably not coming in. Damien, evaluating hands. No, looks like we're both keeping. Jordan on the play. Springleaf Drum, but nothing to go with it. Okay. Underway. Oh, unidentifiable Urza land.
That's like very commonly considered the unidentifiable one.
I know, but it's a picture. It's the originals. That's what's recognizable to me.
It's the one. That's the one that you and I both play with. So
yeah. Well, I play with all of them. What are you gonna do? They provided 4 of each all the way back. Those are the ones you got to use.
That's fair. Okay, you heard it here first.
I remember getting those. I got them like 1 at a time at the local game store downtown when I was younger. Because I didn't even have any purpose for having them. I was like, I want these. I want to have them all. And I bought like 1 a week for like months.
How much did they cost back then?
I don't know if they were like $1 or $2 or something. I can't remember.
Okay. So it wasn't like a big spend once a week, but it was like, why not? I'll treat myself. $1 for a Tron land. Let's go.
Okay. Cigar is 8 in play. Now we're doing some threatening stuff. Stoneforge Mystic gets wiped out, though.
Speaking of threatening stuff, Dismember.
Yeah. Oh, Damien can't do too much threatening stuff on 2 mana, 2 land, except for, I guess there could be Chalice.
Chalice?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a Chalice. That's a Pithing Needle?
Okay. We'll find out what that's naming.
I believe that's a Pithing Needle. We taking a long time to decide what we're naming as well. I mean, I guess that makes sense. There's a lot of things to name from the opponent's deck here, so
I suppose. Probably not going the Horizon Canopy. Hopefully not going a Springleaf Drum.
Hopefully not.
That would be embarrassing. Damien Del Nero, not to those levels. So, yeah, I'm not sure what is actually happening here.
Okay. Yeah, just taking a really long time to decide what to name has been confirmed. Based on 2 players writing things down, maybe we have a name now. Would like to know what it is. And the name is Inkmoth Nexus. We should have played a little game with chat. We should have been like, what do you name here? And then do, and then see what chat names and if they
Well, yeah, but commonly, if we were ever going to attempt something like that, the player would decide before we even got halfway through explanation of what we're going to do. It's just this time it was longer and we were unprepared for it. So, yep, another caster fail.
Chat names Abandon Hope. I like it.
Nice. All right, Pure Steel Paladin. Metalcraft, nowhere close. But it's on the board, and it's a good place to have it be. 1 Dismember already used. I believe Damien plays 3. Mm-hmm. So chances this Paladin survives for a while, decent chance of it.
All right. What do we got in hand? We got a Wastes. We got another land. Oh, you played a game with Devin earlier where Devin asked you how expensive some token was. I guess we could play that with how expensive is the foil waste?
I would guess under $5.
I believe it's more than that. I haven't looked actually in a really long time. Hold up.
I don't know what cards are worth anymore. All right, here's an Ornithopter closer to Metalcraft for Pure Steel Paladin. Here's a mana. Here's another mana. What do we got?
They're $11.
There you go. Player from chat. Oh, actually, someone from chat did know the answer to that.
Wow, nice.
We got 3
actually,
guesses.
everyone's pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
I was the worst out of
Good
everyone
job,
that guessed.
Let it be known that today chat beat Joe Lissette on how much is it anyway?
Well, that's probably going to be something that happens every single time we play, but certainly this one. Okay, so 2 across here for Pure Steel Paladin. This isn't too threatening yet, but boy, any equipment here from Jordan would draw 2 cards, and well, let's see. There's a hammer costing a life point. This will be potentially a divination plus 10 extra damage.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yes, indeed.
Damien, kind of making me question why we kept this hand.
Jordan's
Was
thinking,
the dismember
wow,
worth it?
everything worked exactly as I was hoping it would. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And 12 damage comes across. I feel like my voice is going out. This is a problem.
I'm sorry. I'll talk for a second while you take a moment. I mean, the dismember to take down like the first threat seems like reasonable as far as the keep is concerned. And obviously, if the pithing needle came into the deck, like it has to be something that you kind of wanted to see. But
yeah,
I'm definitely a little concerned about this keep and just like hoping that dismember was enough to take out one creature, and then we are just hoping that we don't see another one.
Yeah, well, I mean, Damien, certainly waste is not the way you want to develop your mana. I mean, that's in the deck for a reason, but it's not, the reason is not to be your 3rd land drop.
Yeah.
So, question from chat: would naming hammer have stopped that with needle? No, it would not. It would stop Pure Steel equipping it, but it would not stop Sigarda's Aid.
Yeah. And we're kind of double whammying on Jordan's side of the board with both of them.
Yeah, so Damien here, even a blast zone that blows up for 1 to kill the hammer, Sigarda's Aid, Springleaf Drum, there's still 4 damage of Pure Steel Paladins on the board, and Damien's at 4. So, kind of just evaluating what to do here. It's hard to imagine that. Okay, there is a blast zone.
Okay.
Maybe I'm psychic and didn't know it.
How big is Pure Steel Paladin on its own? Isn't it
2/2?
a 2/2?
Yeah.
Yeah, so isn't just getting attacked by both of the Pure Steel Paladins us dead anyway?
Yes, it is.
Oof.
Don't forget the Ornithopter chipping in for a 0. It's just along for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, I love it when Ornithopter gets to just be involved anyway. That's me in life. I'm the Ornithopter.
Well, all right. This is game 3, playing for a top 8 berth here. Damien does have a Karn. Okay.
Oh,
this can, well, unequipping Colossus Hammer is not going to do it.
What are we hoping to?
We can animate the Pithing Needle to block.
Yeah, oh, yep. Okay.
Nice.
Sure.
And
now we're not dead to. Now we're dead to bear.
Yeah,
okay.
And Path to Exile takes out. I don't know how many games I've ever seen where it was decided by a Path to Exile on a Pithing Needle, but there you have it.
Well, we'll take it.
And Jordan Liskey will advance to 7-1. A pretty beastly record there. And if there are some draws at the higher tables, Jordan Liskey may find himself as one of the top seeds of the event. So congratulations to him. Damien Del Nero 6-2 with Eldrazi Tron, totally respectable, but probably not what he was hoping for. And yeah, so let's see if we can put another player in top 8. Do we have a secondary match this round?
We'll see if that secondary match is
All
still
right.
playing. Cool. Sounds like we will be going into a backup match, and it is going to be a matchup of Azorius Hammer versus Azorius Hammer.
Whoa! So hammer decks are flying
We're
to the top of
really
the
hammer
standings here
time in
today.
this round.
Yeah, we are. So Travis Brown, Adam Saba, Hammer Mirror, a little bit accelerated as we are playing a replayed game here. Can we have 2 hammer decks in the top 8? Looks like we're guaranteed of that.
Yep, sounds like it.
Unless,
I'm a little bit sad because, yeah, a lot of people are talking about how the Eldrazi deck probably has like normally a great matchup against Hammer and was probably kind of stoked to play against it. It just seems like the Hammer deck was on the play, had accelerated starts, and we just got unlucky about seeing the best 2 cards Damien's Eldrazi deck has in that matchup in Karn and Chalice both games.
I haven't noticed. So when we reset, when the lightning storm wiped everything out, it looks like the camera setting has reset also because there's a crosshairs on there. But please ignore that. That's what happens when you have an owner and director who is a professional photographer. You get things like that. I mean, it's just unavoidable.
I think that's what happens when Mother Nature decides to thunderstorm at the same time as your Magic tournament.
I mean, I suppose. I suppose. All right. So I guess we should somewhat pay attention to this game as the players are starting to develop their boards. Sigarda's aid for Adam, allowing explosiveness. So, boy, my voice is getting a little shaky. I wonder how this evening's going to go.
If you just need me to talk for a long time, you let me know.
All right. So Stoneforge and Colossus Hammer in play for Travis Brown. Adam Saba rotates his deck slightly. I guess that's the preferred angle. Understandable. We all have our little quirks. I do like my deck a specific way as well.
Yeah.
Although it's more along the lines of, well, I basically just have it horizontal like Travis Brown does, except on the other side of the board. Deck in front of the left hand, not the right.
Yeah, Joe, how are you going to sing karaoke later?
Oh, that wasn't going to happen regardless. Karaoke, boy. There's something I have no interest in. I don't even like to watch other people do it.
Also, we mentioned like planes. Is that a Guru Plains?
How would I know? Are you kidding me?
I don't know. That's like an old basic land that's pretty swaggy.
Yeah, it looks nice.
All right. Definitely a Guru land confirmed. Thank you. I guess I probably could have figured that out from the signature as well. But Giver Rune's going to be the thing to be cast off of that Guru Plains. Come into play. So this is the part about like Azorius Hammer where I'm always like a little bit back and forth and trying to decide like, well, how do you really tell who's ahead when there's like just slight differences between each of these boards? And I feel like I would give the slight edge to the player with Sigarda's aid, but having Stoneforge Mystic in play is such a big leg up, it feels like.
I agree with you. I think Sigarda's aid allows Hammer to do its work. Stoneforge, I mean, we can put in Cauldron Complete, we can germ it up, and that's great and everything. But Hammer on one side, Cauldron on the other side. I'll take the Hammer side, but both players not too much going on here. Just rolling up the Urza Sagas, waiting for the right opportunity to spring into action here. We may just see a couple constructs come into play. Question in the chat that's actually relevant to the NRG series. If you are already qualified for the DreamHack event, you cannot play in an RCQ, but you can play in an event that awards invites like the Nerd Rage series events do now. So if your only reason for not coming today, or you're wondering if you can play in the next NRG event if you already qualified, the question is yes, you can.
All right, it looks like we are in attacks for, well, maybe thinking about attacks for Adam Saba, but going to start off with potentially a Pure Steel Paladin. Looks like that will be the case coming into play. Unfortunately, we have two great... Oh, no, I was about to say we have two great ways to attach a Colossus Hammer to something, but no Colossus Hammer. And Adam was like, hold up, I got you.
All right, hammer is indeed in the play. Where is it going to go? Outfitter's going to swing in. So there are chump blockers available here. Or Travis could actually just take the damage and hope there isn't a second hammer. Block. Animate using or activate using white mana.
Play another Colossus Hammer. Maybe not exactly the thing that you wish you were doing with tapping that Stoneforge Mystic, but
right. And then Colossus Hammer moves over. Because the Stoneforge Mystic is just a 1/2, the Giver of Runes is fine, even after being dequipped. Is that, can you say that? Dequipped? Is that a word?
unequipped?
Yeah, I suppose that's better.
It's okay. I would say something like de-equipped too. So I think if you can understand what somebody is trying to say, you have successfully used language. That's my like overarching how I feel.
Wow. You were very eloquent there, and then the last word just wasn't coming.
I couldn't find it in my head. The little librarian in my head was like going through the files, and I just couldn't find it. I don't. An inexplicable moment for me.
Do
you ever have a moment like that? I had one this weekend too. I was trying to come up with the name of some place in LA to tell my brother to come visit me. And I remembered the name of a game store in that part of LA. And I was like, just look up where this game store is. And that's where we're meeting.
So there's nothing wrong with that. Plus, I mean, you know your interests. You know what the landmarks are. All right, Urza's Saga rolls up to 3. Pierce still comes down.
Yeah, do you think the land base for Adam Seba is worth the same as the deck? Oh my gosh, this Inkmoth Nexus. Yep, that Ornithopter is getting thrown under the bus.
It's very sick. 20 infect damage. That's a lot. That's like monkeypox times 10. And now this Pure Steel Paladin is 22 powered, but at least it's clean damage.
True.
Things are still starting to happen here now a little bit. We have at least creatures dying, creatures chump blocking, lethal threats being presented. These players trying to battle it out and make it into the top 8 here. All right. While things are developing fairly slowly here, I will admit to also having you said about parts where your brain doesn't quite function. I have my window open, my shade open, so I can have natural light in here during the broadcast, which I don't normally have.
Yeah.
And I was using the bathroom earlier between rounds, and I was looking out the window. I was like, "Oh, this is nice. Why don't I normally do this?" And then I realized, well, I'm looking out the window. That means other people could be looking in. This is not a good plan.
Yeah.
And then I realized, you know what? I've done this before, and this was dumb the first time too. So there's definitely times where your brain doesn't quite kick in right away. And we have, all right, Ornithopter for Adam, providing another flying blocker in case that is needed. Which it may be.
Seems like I would assume that would be the game plan once again.
Yeah, as Inkmoth Nexus can be loaded up and then reflown. Because it's deflown by the Colossus Hammers and then it gets reflown by the activation.
Okay, I like it. Sure.
I don't know. All right. There is Nettle Cyst. That's worth a card. Also a sizable body. Well, in a normal game, with all these Colossus Hammers running around, is actually maybe not a sizable body in these games.
Yeah. Germ coming into the party as well. Do we have a land? An Inkmoth Nexus of our own. All right. Game plan here for Seba seems to be stay alive against the incoming threat of either a very large Pure Steel Paladin or an Inkmoth Nexus.
All right, that second Cigar is aid there for Adam. So ability to threaten the multiple equips when an equipment comes into play to dodge removal, which perhaps isn't too prevalent here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that a lot of these decks don't really play removal in the main board.
Mhm.
And even then, sometimes you just don't even worry about bringing those Path to Exiles in unless it's really necessary.
All right, so what do we got here? We got Giver of Runes for Travis. I don't believe there are any white flyers, only artifact flyers. So if a Flying Nexus can be set up, no, I scratched that. That doesn't work anyway, because if you give your Nexus protection from artifacts, you will not, your equipment won't work.
Yep,
Same
your
as we
equipment falls
discussed
off.
earlier. So
Yeah.
that's not going to work. There's only one, I guess there's one artifact creature on Travis' side plus the Inkmoth Nexus, which you can animate. So here is an animation of Inkmoth for Adam.
Mm-hmm. First move of the Colossus Hammer to the Inkmoth Nexus. We do have an Ornithopter for Travis, though, so feeling safe, if only for a moment.
Okay, so it's probably the mana spent was probably a re-equipping here, but this is easily handled by this Inkmoth that can block and then give protection. This is actually going to kill Adam's Inkmoth Nexus at the end of the turn if Giver gives protection.
Well, the Giver has Summoning Sickness, yeah.
Aha, you're right. Okay. Both Givers have Summoning Sickness?
No, Adam Sebas is good to give protection. Travis
Okay.
is a Summoning Sickness.
All right. So this Inkmoth Nexus with a counter, I guess, is this okay? I guess this lives because it's once it checks, it's no longer a creature anymore, so that's fine. But it will not be able to be reactivated, reflown, re-equipped later on.
And the Sigarda's Aid was the play for Travis before just passing back to Adam, and a little bit choked on mana here as well. That drum trying to hold things down a little bit, but still a little bit difficult.
All right, there's a Nettlecyst count there. Ornithopter blocks. All right, protection. Giver Runes finally does something. Defends, and this attack goes for naught. Travis rapidly untaps. Looks excited. Let's see. What do we got here?
Arid Mesa.
Well, I mean,
Fetch lands excite me
your
too.
second land on turn 8. Yeah, I'd be excited.
Yeah. Well, we had a second land earlier.
Yeah,
we
I
just threw
know.
it under a bus. Plains, tap 2, Pure Steel Paladin. Let's go.
All right, so now both sides fully powered with Pure Steel Paladin, Sigarda's Aid, Giver of Runes. And
We
another
can
pass.
re-equip things so fast.
Yeah, certainly an example of a stalemated game here where even playing aggressive decks, a lot in many formats or maybe archetypes within Modern, you have two aggressive decks, even if they're the same deck, they will just kind of beat each other up and go past each other. But here, we're really seeing the players dancing around each other, and there's no breaking through as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult too, because yeah, you keep thinking like, oh, I could maybe like go for this, and then the moment you try to give one of these flyers protection, your equipment just falls off because the flyers are all colorless.
Right.
And then you don't really have the ability to be hitting in the air for as much damage as you thought.
Well, Shadow Sphere is going to change the abilities for Ornithopters to chump block anything at all. As well as draw another free card for Adam. So this is a very nice turn so far. We'll see if it results in a victory or even any kind of inroads. Esper Sentinel. Springleaf Drum. All right, there's the Shadow Spear.
Ornithopter number 2. All right. Do we have enough equipment that we could be... Yep. All right.
I would think.
Yeah, I would think now that we have like 2 Ornithopters, we could really start getting a little punchy.
Absolutely. This looks like a massive attack here. It's at least... Oh, I'm not sure how many... what size the Ornithopter is. It's probably at least 30, 35.
Yeah, gotta be pretty big here.
Well, maybe not at least 30, but certainly in the range of 30.
Mm-hmm. And I guess like one of the upsides to, like, we have the Giver and we can give her protection from white just fine. So if we try to, if the thought is to maybe block with a Pure Steel Paladin, that's not too bad for Adam.
Well, also, and we have Trample with Shadow Spear, so yeah.
We're looking at a lot of damage. 29, I believe.
All right, you got Pure Steel Paladin with 2 Colossus Hammers. You're too small. Although it will absorb a lot. All right, there is double block. All right, hit them both. Protection on the Ornithopter.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun if we then, Travis had given protection from Colorless to the Pure Steel Paladin, and then the Pure Steel Paladin lost both the Colossus Hammers and the trample damage was enough?
That would have been quite an amusing way to decide this game. Well, not for Travis Brown, but it would have been for everybody else.
Yeah. Considering that neither of these players have made that mistake so far, I imagine that they're quite aware of it.
All right, the Ornithopter with 4 equipment on it. Gotta be a record.
And only does, what, 8 damage, 6 damage?
Hey, it wiped out, a creature, and, well, it didn't kill the Ornithopter, but still.
Yeah, where are we moving this stack of equipment? The whole package. Where's it going? The other Ornithopter? Okay. All right, cards in hand look to be a Memnite and another Sigardizade for Travis. Which...
Memnite, Sigardizade, that's not good.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to be after a turn like that. At least this Memnite gets to hold some hammers and hopefully soak up some damage.
I don't think there's enough artifacts in play to de-equip the 2 Colossus Hammers and attack with the Ornithopter. It actually is a flyer. Here's the Cauldron Complete. Okay, well, that's going to be very large as well.
Yeah. I think we're likely looking at close to the end of round 8, even though we are still just watching the time-shifted first match of these 2 players.
I forgot this was a replay game. You're right. But yeah, this is something where, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this about a hammer mirror, but these players, given how long game 1 is taken, may have to actually be conscious of a draw in the other 2 games.
That would be bad considering they have potential of still being live for top 8.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they conceivably. Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
All right. So that was game 1, finally decided there in certainly a record for Nerd Rage coverage as far as the time a hammer mirror took. But it is finally decided. We could look at, they're both Azorius hammer mirrors. Do we even need to look at the sideboards? I guess we could. Yeah,
Let's
let's
just go into game 2.
All right, we'll just go game 2. Becky makes a call.
Let's go. Cauldron Complete, the thing that ends games.
Yeah, it does that quite often, doesn't it?
It definitely did for the first game of both of these rounds. So,
all right, we'll get off to a better start this game. Our Gingerbrute in for 1.
All right, now we're really cooking with gas. Fire? What's the phrase?
Gas, I think.
I thought it was gas too, and then I said it, and I was like, that didn't feel right.
Hey, you're the one that's supposed to provide the hip lingo to me. It's not the other way around. Not that necessarily would count, but yeah, you have a word for us this time, or a phrase.
A word or phrase?
Yeah,
what was the last one? Have I already explained lit to you?
The first, I knew that one.
You knew lit?
The first one was tea.
Oh yeah, tea.
And you know what? After you told me that, then I saw a little thing with Daisy Ridley, and she said something about, that's the tea, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know what she's talking about. Thanks, Becky.
You're welcome. I'm really, really helping out here. I'll try to think of a new word.
I'm sure chat can get in on it, but see, I'm gonna get the avalanche of them. I just need one.
Yeah, just one, but it's impossible to ask for just one when there's 1,000 people watching. Also, if you're one of the 1,000 people watching and have a good word, the good word should be follow or subscribe. Thank you.
Grouchosaur. Yeah, see, I provided the word. That's right. Being reminded by the chat. It was me. I'm providing the name of the next Pokemon.
Oh wait, cap is a good one. Do you know what cap means? Like no cap?
No. Well,
okay.
Well, aside from the obvious of, that would be like the limit that you no, I don't know what it means.
Okay. No cap is like I'm not lying. And if somebody says cap, they're calling you a liar.
Okay, so that works.
That you're full of it.
All right, chat, you have done it. We don't need more. We got the one for this week, for this weekend.
Now cap was a good one. Thank you.
All right, so back to this game. Things are accelerating here. Apologize to the players themselves, Travis Brown, Adam Saba. If you're coming back to rewatch this commentary later on, you're probably not thrilled, but it's round like 30 of the weekend. This is what you get.
Yeah, as we're really whittling into it, and Joe has been here for 9 hours. I gotta spice things up a little bit and keep everybody on their toes a little bit, and sometimes that means explaining some lingo and phrases, but Travis does seem to be in a pretty good position so far this game, and that is going to be simply based off of board state differences here.
Yeah, having more stuff on the board is the way to go. Cauldron Complete, we've seen, takes no prisoners. Urza Saga rolls up to 3. Colossus Hammer is often the target. There's no Sigarda's 8 in play, so it's going to need some help to equip, or maybe we're just making a construct. Looks like that's what, in fact, Travis is going to do. That construct is a big boy all on its own. And yeah, Adam really just doesn't have much going on here at all.
No, this is very different from how game 1 went, where it seemed like they were both basically doing the exact same thing. And this time we're seeing quite a different side of it here. It looks like that is going to be a Pithing Needle to name Shadow Spear.
All right.
At least that's what was indicated. If I am incorrect, production, please alert me.
No, I think you nailed that one. Or else Travis's body language was very mysterious, because that certainly looked like what he was saying.
Yeah. Also, I appreciate that the germ token looks to be a Polaroid of Travis's dog. It's very cute. If it's not a dog, I'm sorry, but it looks like a very cute dog with very perky ears. And I love when people add their pets into their magic decks and magic tokens.
All right, so Travis's dog germ hybrid token attacks across alongside Stoneforge Mystic. Inkmoth Nexus is going to animate and put a -1/-1 counter on one of those creatures, effectively for free.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Stoneforge Mystic, you will do no more damage this game unless you get equipped with a couple of Colossus Hammers, in which case then you're still lethal.
All right, yep, making sure that everything is figured out before passing the turn back. A lot of cards in hand for Adam, but as you mentioned, just not a whole lot happening on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We've been informed that because the dog is a German Shepherd, it's like a German. That's actually really cute. I like that a lot. Thank you for telling me that. Made my day.
All right. Pierce the Paladin for Adam on the board with an important card. Finally, let's see. We got a Colossus Hammer to back it up. We do. Draw a card. No Metalcraft yet. And only 8 life remaining. Ugh. This is going to lead to, let's see, is there chump blocks required here? Not quite yet.
Not. Yeah, it depends on how much life you're really trying to save.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ginger Brute, effectively unblockable, and 6 across plus the construct. I forgot about the construct. So we're still looking at Pierce still could block the construct and get protection from Giver Runes if Adam chooses. That would lead to no losses on the turn. That looks like what we're going to see. All right, so Adam drops to what looks like 2, and 2 is still okay as long as he can get something on the board or threaten lethal, which he does have Inkmoth Nexus. But there is another Nexus and an Ornithopter in the way, so that becomes pretty tricky.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. The right pieces in play, unfortunately, the pieces on Travis's side of the board doing a good job of stopping what would be normally game finishing for Adam.
All right, Sock in, which is just a mana source for now, but does lead to a recovery potentially later on if Adam can survive the next couple turns, which is asking a lot at the moment. Travis has a lot of action, still in hand. Good board position.
All
Trying
right.
to figure out quite how to maneuver through this turn, facing this incoming damage, and can he steal a win going back the other way?
Yeah, and I think a part of it was gonna have to just be a little bit of a gotcha. I'm trying to figure out, like, every time I think I come up with some direction, it feels like there's a good stop for it on Travis's side, and I think Adam might have run into the same problem that I am as Adam goes ahead and passes the turn.
All right, so Esper Sentinel equipped. All 3 of the creatures for Adam are white, but the Inkmoth Nexus is hanging back as well. Because there's no Giver of Runes for Travis yet, so that's not really relevant. But lots of cards in hand. 2 Stoneforges in hand.
All right, well, here's Gingy, unblockable except for by creatures with haste, getting in. And Adam at 2 will at least be able to won't be able to block the damage from that Ginger Brute.
Mm-hmm. And this turn, Adam might actually have to lose a creature. It looks like it's going to be the Pure Steel Paladin.
Oh, unless we can save
we
it.
can give her one of the 2. Yeah. All right. So it's going to be, looks like the Pure Steel Paladin. So then, oh, there's more coming. Okay. Blacksmith skill it is.
All
So
right,
maybe the giver,
we're holding on.
maybe
We're
the giver
one.
did protect the Esper Sentinel there.
Yeah. Keeping it together for Adam here as ooh, that's a little rough. Another
Yeah.
Stone Forge Mystic coming down. Looks like we moved Reality Chip to the front, but I feel like okay.
Adding a white creature to the board is pretty important here, as it ensures a block through Giver of Runes on the ground. Because there's actually 2 Stoneforge Mystics up at the top, so that was kind of maybe already covered.
Mm-hmm. Right. Adam with quite a few cards in hand and activating this Ink Moth Nexus. Thinking about activating the Ink Moth Nexus. Wow. Okay. It looks like Adam said, I have no way to stop Ginger Brew, and I'm at 1, which is very fair. And feels rough to sometimes die to the Ginger Brew, but I think if you've played against Azorius Hammer enough times, that pesky little gingerbread man does
It's probably
work.
happened. Yeah,
Yep.
it's probably happened to you. Yeah, Ginger Brute does surprisingly effective, and obviously there's a reason why it's in the deck. Okay, game 3, playing for top 8 in the Hammer Mirror. Let's go. Here we go. Last game with the Swiss.
Oh, we did get rid of the crosshairs. Thank you, production. And are we immediately on time? Do we only have 2 turns apiece?
No, these are 2 mulligans.
Oh, okay. That makes
We
sense.
forgive you, Becky. Don't worry.
This has to have gone on for a long time. That first game took so long that my first thought was just like, wow, we're at time already? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Chat asking a couple of questions there. That Shadow Spear couldn't be used because it was needled much earlier in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the Giver of Runes protected, which is why the creature blocking the Cauldron Complete did not die. All right, Travis going down to 5. When all this is concluded, we will step away. We'll come back. We'll have a top 8 bracket for you, and then we'll get through the elimination rounds and crown a winner for the NRG Modern 5K in St. Louis and hand an invite to Atlanta to someone, which is looking less and less likely to be Travis Brown, unfortunately, as they mull to 4 cards here.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of rough. And I mean, Adam's going to be on the play here. So being on the draw and going to 4, like you definitely want to be on the play with this deck and get off to the races. So this seems definitely like a rough situation here.
Well, last year I did play in a team event, and our Hammer player mulled to 5 and won a game on turn 3.
Whoa.
Stunningly. So,
okay, so it's possible.
4 cards, this isn't even 5. This is 4, but it does look like Travis is at least finding a key, probably.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what's staying in hand here.
Yeah, this is tough. 4 cards is not a lot. I'm informed by the chat that Travis Brown's actually already qualified for Atlanta, so congratulations to him. And maybe that takes some of the pressure off, although still
money on the line.
Oh yeah, still money, nerd rage points on the line. Sure, there's lots to play for, just not the DreamHack qualification, which I may overrate because I had to expend some effort to get mine. So I assume other people are trying to do the same, but I guess that's not always the case, especially in Travis Brown's case. Esper Sentinel and Stoneforge Mystic, a fine start for Adam Saba here.
Yeah, this seems like I can't think of a card that I would want more to have on my side of the board when my opponent mulled to 4 than Esper Sentinel.
Cauldron Complete, called to hand by Adam Saba. And
that was a good little pun.
What are you talking about? I'm just describing the action.
Okay. Stoneforge Mystic forging a card from the deck. Okay, I tried. Yours was better.
Are Nurridge points legal tender? Basically, you can use them to buy your way into the NRG Championship and absolutely nothing else. But that's still something valuable.
Basically, a chance to compete for more money, which does track kind of.
Mm-hmm. All right, no construct for Adam. He's just getting busy with the germ here.
They only got so much time left. Let's get this Conjure Complete rolling.
Yes.
We didn't even put that germ in vertically. We straight put it in horizontal.
Well, we knew what was happening. So the players. All right, Urza Soccer for Travis Brown. Can this 4-card hand lead to a functional state here? Ooh, well, all right. That's not bad. This card is 8.
Definitely not shabby. Oh, okay. Our players are debating about a mistrigger for Esper Sentinel. As a little bit of an update about the hand gestures back and forth here.
Well, we have had a couple rules explanations earlier today on different issues. So I can tell you, as far as mistriggers go, what defines a mistrigger when you're out of time on a mistrigger is when something else has either verbally acknowledged that it's happened or something that's physically it's shown, like if, for example, a pre-combat thing and then you attack. Well, that's something that actually happened in the game. It's too late. In this case, it looked like the Sargatis 8 came into play. I don't believe anything had happened. And there was no untap for the next turn. So okay. So what happened was the ruling was that the player verbally acknowledged it, so that's enough. And so now we can continue on, assuming we didn't disrupt the replay by switching, which I'm afraid we did. Okay, no, we're good. All right.
We just didn't want to look at the characters, the players gesturing back and forth at each other, and we knew that you would rather look at Joe and I, so that's why we came back to the booth for a second.
Absolutely. All right. Okay, I'm told that was actually a 5-minute ruling. So we have advanced the time, which we can do because of the nature of the replay of the match. So maybe these two players heard about the other judge calls we had on camera, and they were trying to see if they could beat the time discrepancy record, but they failed as we can just fast forward. Ha.
Bested this time.
So are we resuming live action? Are we resuming action yet?
Yeah, well.
Okay, so this is actually currently an attack coming across here. Cauldron Complete would just bounce off of a Cauldron Complete, right? As they are indestructible, can't take damage. Do they exile each other post? I mean, they exile each other after combat normally, but
yep, it's exile.
Deals combat damage to creature, exile the creature, but I guess if you're indestructible, you're still actually taking damage. Yeah, I think that actually is correct. So they would both wipe each other out.
Oh,
I've never witnessed that, but that's my understanding of what's going on here.
You do technically deal damage even though things are indestructible, so that does make sense. I think they would do that, but I guess if we are incorrect, let us know. Sick, we're correct. Let's go. Give us the judge test.
Yeah.
Not now.
What are we sure that we actually advanced past the rules discussion? So this is just what's happening in this game right now.
Oh. All right. Just debates back and forth about what's happening in this game.
All right. So this game is certainly, I don't know where we're at as far as when these players were playing, as far as time in the round, but this round has only lasted a long time. This combat phase or that end step.
End step? I don't know what.
Directors told us that we had
were
advanced. This was actually a turn further. I don't think that's actually correct. I think we were stuck on that judge ruling the whole time there, and our director was incorrect. But I don't actually know for sure. Either way, gameplay is finally moving again. We have a construct coming to play, and Urza Saga is going to bring out. Shadow Spirit looked inviting last game, except it was knocked out by the needle. Let's see if that's the answer this time. There are no auto equippers in play right now.
What if we Pithing Needle and name Stoneforge Mystic while the white mana is tapped?
Ooh. Well, even so, the you couldn't respond. So yeah, that would definitely work. And lock out Stoneforge from Travis Brown.
Instead, we got an Ornithopter.
All right, and a swing across. Well, now at least the pace. Yeah, boy, for a game that's been sped up time-wise, this is really taking a while to get going. Travis Brown down to 9. No play for the turn. Just planning on making a construct potentially, or dropping off Stoneforge Mystic. I wonder if that's turn 1. That dice just moved. That Travis Brown just moved a die onto the table with a 1. This is probably in turns. I wonder if that previous discussion was like, whose turn was it when the player said go, and then discussion of what turn, who would start on which turn. Yeah, so that might be what the second discussion was. That was a lot of gesturing before a player untapped. All right, so we're on turn 1. There is an attack coming across. Construct. Okay, Travis takes damage down to 4. Turn 2. It's possible if the players draw that one or both of them will end up in top 8 anyway.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, it's all. Well, it's possible. It's also possible neither does. But
yes,
when you're playing the event, hard to really know about things like that. Ginger Brute.
Whoa.
Coming across.
Oh,
and
because it is just Travis winning off of.
Yeah. So that is done. Turn 2 of overtime. Travis does win. Travis Brown takes this match with a Ginger Brute. Again, the Ginger Brute always matters. Okay.
I think Ginger Brute is like one of the best cards in that deck. And I'm always stoked. It's like a little draft common. And I'm just like, let's go, Ginger Brute.
It's not even a draft common. It's not even playable.
It wasn't, you're right. It really was not very playable in its draft.
21 damage there for the Ginger Root. That might be the most damage, more damage that it dealt in limited in its entire season. Anyway, that is.
I need everyone who did damage with the Ginger Brew in Throne of Eldraine draft to message me right now. My DMs are open. Only message me if you've Ginger Brew damage.
Well, you're not going to get any messages then, and you're gonna claim it's because no one knows your address, but it's actually because no one did damage with the card. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with top 8 bracket and play the elimination rounds. Thanks for sticking with us. Swish is over. This is NRG Gaming Modern 5K. We'll be back. Okay, we are back. Becky and I are here to escort you through the last few rounds of the day. Elimination rounds on tap. Let's go ahead and look at the bracket, see who advanced through. We saw some of the players on camera. We saw Jordan Litsky, certainly, with Mono White Hammer. It's going to be playing against Gerrick Alford, playing Blue-White Control. That is the Days Undoing version that we saw yesterday. Mm-hmm. Ivan Espinosa with 4-color Blink. We know what his decks are always like. They're always registered as 10 rack. They are always 4-color. Versus Chris Smith playing Golgari Yawgmoth. All right. And that is, I guess, I would have ended with that if I had known, but that is the match we're going to be watching. Ivan versus Chris. We get Charles Eiler with Azorius combo, which is that Tamishi, or is that just Blue-White Control with Days Undoing? Actually, I think that's what it is. Versus Jesse Robkin, not satisfied with one finals of performance on the weekend, going for a second with the Izzet Breach deck. And then Travis Brown, the other Hammer player, versus Gabriel Ebady with Grixis Tempo, which that may have been. There was something special about Gabriel's deck also. I know we watched it earlier today, but it's been a long day, and I don't remember what stood out about it, but there was something. Oh, it's the Asmo deck.
Yeah.
Gabriel Ebady is playing the Asmo deck. So that's interesting.
And it's also worth mentioning that I think Charles Eiler is calling it Azorius combo, but is playing just the same. The combo is Narset Days Undoing.
Right. Yeah. So it's so we have two blue-eye control Days Undoing decks, two hammer decks, a breach, a only one 4-color deck. No, I don't know what's more surprising. Chat, I'm interested in your opinions also. What's more surprising? No blue-red Murktide decks or only one 4-color deck? Because I feel like
That's a
both of
good
those
question.
things are somewhat unusual.
I think I think 4-color has been around enough that we're us only seeing one, and that person being Ivan Espinosa, who is probably one of the better players with 4-color.
Mhm.
I think we're starting to understand that like people are figuring out either how to play against 4-color or bringing decks that have good matchups against 4-color, and that's why we're seeing that fall off. So I think that one is less surprising to me now.
Okay, so players are shuffling. I guess we can go ahead and go to the table and see how things are going to work their way through. Ivan Espinosa, I believe we saw get a draw in the mirror a few rounds ago, and already had a loss at that point. So 1 out and made it into the top 8, facing Chris Smith on Golgari Yawgmoth. So this is, we've seen the Yawgmoth deck a few times. Impresses normally. Whenever Young Wolf is relevant, Golgari Yawgmoth looks great. If the Undying creatures aren't able to do anything important, then the deck looks a little underpowered.
Would you say it looks mopey?
That word would be appropriate. It wasn't obviously the word I chose, but yes, certainly. If I was trying to fit that word into the broadcast, that's where I would have done it.
Okay, cool. Good to know. All right, so which one of these do you think is going to take it down? Let's make some predictions. Let's have some fun. Let's also throw out your predictions in chat. Who do you think is going to win? Whether it is because you're just a fan of the player or bigger fans of which one of these decks.
Yeah, so in chat, if you think Ivan's going to win, follow Nerd Rage Gaming. And if you think Chris Smith is going to win, follow Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll figure out your votes later on. Personally, I would side with the 4-color deck.
I would too, and I think it's also going to be slightly skewed just because I think that if somebody is going to pilot this deck very well, I am kind of leaning in Ivan's favor.
Okay, well, we shall see. This is now top 8. Deck lists are open. Players were able to review each other's lists before the game started. And if you're just joining us and you're thinking it looks a little dark, well, it is a little darker than normal. This is a relic of the thunderstorm that knocked the power out of the building a couple hours ago, as the lights did not come back to full capacity. So it's bright enough, so the game must continue.
Yeah, I said when all of the power went out, I was like, the thing I want more than anything is a picture of everyone who simultaneously pulled their phones out and like propped them up with the flashlight feature on to start playing Magic like that. And just a picture of a room full of people doing that because the power went out. Oh, well, okay. Dashing my hopes. It felt like forever on my end.
All right, so just to explain why Becky's hopes were dashed, it wasn't because you all didn't vote immediately. It's because we were informed the power was only out for a couple seconds. But that's certainly enough to disrupt the room. It's enough for every single person in the room to go, oh! And then it comes right back up. Yeah, because you know that's what happened. All right, 2 lands for Ivan to open things up. Chris Smith, Wall of Roots. All right. That's fine. Produces a lot of mana, especially a discount on Court of Calling. And Ignoble Hierarch. Okay, 2 mana creatures. That's fine and everything. No pressure, though. So Ivan probably doesn't mind this too much. And we'll see if we can get things rolling. So the Yawgmoth obviously it requires this nameset card in order to combo. It can win just through combat. However, that feels like it's going to be difficult here against a deck that's basically just stocked with removal and value cards like Ice Fang Coatl here. With one snowland in play so far for Ivan. Hoping to get towards 3. So this actually can trade off with, well, actually, what am I talking about? A 1-power Coatl trades with almost everything in Chris's deck anyway.
That's true. Only for it to come back a little bit stronger.
Yes, indeed. So Graveyard Hate and Endurance may play an important role here. Also, I suppose if Ivan is able to tutor up an Emrakul and cast it, Chris Smith's deck might be vulnerable to combo killing itself with Yawgmoth just drawing cards over and over again to eventually run out of life.
Yeah, that's very true. Lots of shuffling, as per usual, for the modern format, and especially this 4-color deck that has to be very careful about its mana. And run in 6 is going to be the swift end of that ignoble hierarch.
Yes, it is. Okay, so earlier today, there was a question that I forgot to address in the chat asking about if the winner of this event, which is a qualifier for DreamHack Atlanta, is already qualified, does the invitation pass down? The answer is no, it does not.
Oh.
That was a ruling that was made for all events like this, the Nerd events, Star City events, any apparently, well, at least those two, but open entry events. There's a term for them, I believe, that escapes me now, that refers to events that there are qualifiers, but if you're already qualified, you're still allowed to play in because they're
destination events.
Ooh, Becky's on top of it. For destination events, they are not going to push down. So if the winner of this is already qualified, second place will not pick up the invite. So whoever asked that question 3 hours ago, if you're still here, there's your answer.
If you're still here and you didn't leave when the power went out, there's your answer.
All right, here's a Grist. That's an excellent card for Chris Smith in most scenarios. Here, we're probably just making a token. Yes, we are. Mills of Birds of Paradise, which is convenient because I doubt he wants that right now.
Yeah, that always feels good to get rid of a card that you maybe weren't the most interested in keeping. And going right back to Ivan. Renin 6 and Icefang Quaddle in play. If we can, I guess we're 2 snow basics away from this Quaddle being a little bit more potent. So that's a bit unfortunate. And we're going to start by, ticking down to do 1 to Grist and then swing another 1 with the Icefang Quaddle, putting it to 2. Notably stops Grist from being able to tick down.
Yeah, and there's the rest.
Okay.
Finishes it off. Okay, so Ivan decides, you know what, this is going to require a little bit of damage, a little bit of resources here, but it's worth it to get this Grist off the table and stop this flood of random tokens, which actually are going to be a nuisance.
Wow. We actually put a poll in the chat for who we think is going to win. Thank you, production. And it looks like 76% of people think that Yawgmoth is going to win.
Really? Do you think they actually think that, or they're just trying to disagree with us?
They're trying to disagree with us, or we got a lot of Chris Smith fans in the house.
That could be true as well. So it looks like the doors are open for this token to come across and pick off Renin 6, but Stringer Root Geist is going to make it much more likely as 2 attackers. Second Quaddle is not going to be able to stop both of them. And yes, answer to that question. Players were given each other's deck lists to review before top 8 began. So there are no secrets left in the deck list. And really, that seems unfair because Chris Smith just has to do more reading because there's more cards in Ivan's deck.
We're also in untimed, so I think we're still pretty safe for both of these players. Also, I want to highlight, because the lighting is worse, the ominous shadows that are going over the battlefield. This is feeling it's feeling more epic.
Sure. Okay, so Quaddle does come down there and save the run in 6, and both creatures presumably were attacking 1 at Ivan, 1 at run in 6. Alternatively, Ivan is at 12. Maybe they're both going at Ivan. But that seems aggressive.
Yeah.
Another question. Yes. So, I mean, yes, you can double qualify for the DreamHack events. Because the destination events, thank you, Becky, are not designed only as qualifiers. There's other reasons, other incentives to play them. It's not like the local RCQs where really you're only play them to qualify, and so there's no. I don't really want to discuss the reasoning because I don't know what it was, but you are not allowed to play double qualify in local events like that. All right, Omnath into play here for Ivan. Enough of questions regarding that. I shouldn't open my mouth in the first place because now that's all we're talking about. Omnath into play, Misty Rainforest at the ready.
Just Omnath things. And yeah, let's cause for a little bit of a pause here with this Misty Rainforest sacrifice on the stack. What do we got here? Dismember? What could we do to take out this Omnath here? Grasp of Darkness and Modern. I have deck lists. I know that that's not what's going to be the case, but
I was going to be surprised if it was, let me tell you. Question about the top 8 archetypes. All right, let's see if we can get this right. There are 2 blue-eye control with Days Undoing. There are 2 hammer decks.
I think
There
so, yes.
is Golgari Yawgmoth. There is Full Curler Blink. There is Grixis Asmo. And
Izzet Breach.
Good job. I definitely was not going to remember that. Jesse Robkin, how could I forget? Jesse Robkin is in with Izzet Breach. I'm not sure what is going on right now.
Oh.
Okay. So judges have paused the match. It's unclear to us why, but they're going to fix that up. In the meantime, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard and see where the players are at. We know Jesse Robkin's in the running. We know Zoe Riederman had a big finish as well as a teammate of Jesse Robkin this morning to vault up the leaderboard. So here's the season 2 standings. This will lock up after next month's event. You see Zach Allen up top there with 37 points. He was there this weekend. Jesse Robkin, who got to the finals in the team event, that is going to be, I believe that's worth 30 or so points. So that might be enough to put Jesse Robkin up top, barring other people's
probably going to be
finishes.
a whole lot, but I know Scott Polera, I believe, is in this top 8 as well.
Yes.
So, but Jesse is also in this top 8. So if we were ever concerned, I think 2 top 8s probably shoots Jesse up there pretty highly.
All right. So let's go ahead and look at the overall leaderboard while we have another moment here, as the players are going to go back to shuffling because a game loss has just been issued. We'll get to that in a moment. Meanwhile, you can see here Zach Allen also on top of the 2022 year-long leaderboard, which will be if he qualifies on the season 2 list, then his overall leaderboard he will orange out just like everyone else, and Zoe Riederman would then be on top. She might be on top anyway at this point after making the finals this morning. You see Jesse Robkin down there in 9th. So that team really putting up strong finishes both throughout the year and this weekend. All right. So let's go ahead. If the players are shuffling, go there. Otherwise, we can just come back to the booth and explain what just happened. Chris Smith has been issued a game loss, apparently, for presenting 59 cards in game number 1. That's unfortunate. It is, in fact,
weird and different from callings that I've had, but I trust the judge staff that's there.
Yeah. So that may have to do with the fact that you're not allowed to have more than 15 cards in your sideboard. And if he presented 59, then he must have had 16 there. I don't know the ins and outs of this exact ruling. I know sometimes there is leeway based on certain things that can happen. I believe there's more forgiveness if you accidentally have a sideboard card. If you forget to de-sideboard, there's perhaps some forgiveness. But actually presenting too few, apparently in this case, whatever the exact ruling was, it was a game loss.
I do have a fun story about this interaction in my life, actually, but it may be too long for our situation. Oh, okay. Short version? Okay, short version. I'm in a PPTQ. I'm playing against a teammate at the time, and we're playing a Izzet Phoenix Mirror in Standard. And the judge takes both of our sideboards away, and I had accidentally presented 59 cards, and I get told by the judge that it's a game loss. 2 people around at the time say, wait a minute, that's not right, because obviously wasn't purposeful. The card that was missing from my deck was one that I definitely want in there. And then I basically sit there, wait a while, my opponent shuffles everything up, and then all of a sudden we get told by the judge, oh yeah, that is wrong. We should try to reconstruct the board state. And
Jeez.
my opponent goes, "That's not possible. I shuffled everything in. I want my free win." Pretty much. Anyway. So I basically get told that since the board state couldn't be reconstructed, and because the judge had pretty officially issued the game loss,
You lose
and
anyway?
I lost anyway, and then proceeded to lose game 2.
Wow.
This was like more than halfway through the first game too, where I was pretty slated to win the first one.
All right.
So
Well, that's
was
ugly.
certainly rough, but
All right.
I mean, again, there are certain times where that is something that is game lossable, and there are certain times where that is not game lossable, and I trust the judge staff that is there that they would make the correct call.
Mhm.
So
All right, so let's go ahead and look at the players' deck list while we have a moment. They are sideboarding for game 2 right now. Let's in particular look at Chris Smith's deck as we haven't seen him on camera yet this weekend. So here you can see the Golgari Yawgmoth deck. A suite of mana producers, undying creatures, Yawgmoth obviously, and then a couple singletons that are effectively tutor targets that allow the wins, Blood Artist and Geralf's Messenger. And then when you every good deck needs some removal, so 4 copies of Grist the Hungertide.
No copies of Grasp of Darkness.
Shocking.
And let's take a look at sideboard, see what would likely be coming in. Do you think that Magus of the Moon looks pretty spicy?
I think I like it. Yeah. Now this is something with open deck lists. Ivan's going to know it's there, and there are abundant growths and some basics to fetch out, but still, it's possible that plays a role. We do have a couple discard spells, maybe Endurance, maybe Turok. I don't just like Turok. Its protection from white actually plays a pretty big role sometimes.
Yeah. No, I'm a pretty big fan of Turok as well.
And Scavenging Ooze. Well, let's take a look at Ivan's deck real quick. It's a Eldarmy's Call version, I believe. Scavenging Ooze would be more effective against the Traverse version, although it's not like any creature against these 4-color decks lives more than 10 seconds anyway.
Very true, very true. And to go into Ivan Espinosa's deck, I mean, these are pretty close to what we see a lot of the time, except for, as you mentioned earlier, Ivan is still playing Risen Reef, which I believe is kind of different. I believe for a while Ivan was not playing Risen Reef and now has gone back to playing Risen Reef, as well as going into the new kind of tech of these Oath of Nissas, some Abundant Growths, and is actually still playing Eladamri's Call, even though a lot of people are moving on to Uvenwald.
Yeah. Yeah, Ivan actually at one point was playing Ragavan actually for a while in the 4-color deck just to try and force players to respect creatures, even though it was really the only early pressure that was there. But yeah, you're right. Risen Reef has replaced that, at least in this build for now. If the players aren't ready to go, yeah, here's Ivan's sideboard. Nope, sorry, this is Christmas sideboard again. There we go. So you can see what he has access to. And of course, why wouldn't a 4-color control deck have Magus of the Moon in the sideboard as well?
It just depends on it. Like, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and defend myself and why I think that it is something that you would bring in, at least for the second game, is because if I'm playing against a Golgari, okay, well, I guess this doesn't work anymore because we get to see sideboards, but if I'm playing against a Golgari Yawgmoth deck, I would never expect them to whip out a Magus of the Moon. And I would definitely not be searching for basics as a result of it. Like, first off, I'm not bringing in my Magus of the Moon in the sideboard. So on the off chance that you're playing in that matchup and deck lists aren't open, I would do it at least in game 2 as a potential little gotcha.
Right. Okay, so the players are shuffling up, taking mulligans. Let's go ahead and go back to the table. Chat comments, ephemerates in the sideboard is a little odd. I agree there. And we have Ivan on 6 cards, and you see Chris Smith there with the smiley face, shrugging off his game loss there, keeping 7.
Made a little happy face for us too. Thank you.
It does seem odd.
Both of them did.
Poured in Magus of the Moon against an opponent who himself is playing Magus of the Moon. That is rarely something that's going to be viewed as a correct decision. However, if it's only in specific scenarios, the intent of the Magus might be just not to mana screw a multicolor deck, but just to cripple something like Primeval Titan, Valakut. So maybe you could still, like you're saying, maybe you could catch your opponent unawares.
All right. A little bit of a quicker start that is immediately shut down for Chris in a young wolf that gets prismatically ended.
Okay. Same turn 2 as last game. The young wolf was a change, but Chris is in identical position. And Ivan handled this last game with, I believe, a running 6 that shot down the ignoble hierarch. If he's got that once again, that would be a pretty clean way to recover from the
only
early
after
mulligan.
a nice Fink Waddle.
Oh, right. In fact, it's an abundant growth. So 2 lands now that are functional, very functional, with Magus the Moon in play. So Ivan already
Ooh.
setting up.
But do
in
we not have a third land?
Ooh. Actually, well, was that? I think that was the second turn.
Oh, you're correct. Chris is on the play. My bad. Yeah, I'm just confused as how there was a Well of Roots and ignoble. No, that makes sense. We're following. Ooh.
Okay, fetch Dryad Arbor. And this is a cord for 3. Here's a grist. This is an impressive allotment of stuff for turn 3 of a game. Chris, I believe, did he forget to actually take out his... Oh, no, he fetched Dryad Arbor. I forgot. It's up top there.
Yeah, coming together quite nicely, and especially this ignoble hierarchy getting to live.
So there we go. Insect on the way. Is it first to 10 permanents? Is that how we determine the winner? Christmas got 7. Although Ivan having 4 on turn 2 is also quite a bit.
It is a lot of permanents in play for both of these players. I believe we're now back to Ivan's turn. We have 2 lands tapped for any color.
Very much any color.
Okay. So maybe my joke about not having 3 lands was not, in fact, I mean, it was too early, but potentially not misplaced.
Right. It's hard to imagine that was a play that Ivan would make if he had another land in hand. So maybe Chris Smith's very quick start here is going to get a chance to actually put a hurting on Ivan.
So far, it definitely looks that way.
There is a land.
Oh, we did get a land. Okay.
Maybe it came off the second abundant growth.
If so, wipe the sweat off your brow. It looks like there is an expressive iteration in hand that maybe we're just trying to decide if we do that or something else. If we have the time to expressively iterate, or if we simply need to make sure that we're not taking too much damage.
All right, Chris asks for the lands to be spread out so it's clear what is what or where things are. Okay. Ephemerate pitching. I'm sorry. Fury pitching expressive iteration takes down Grist. Ephemerate would have been ultra nice there, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe a breeding. Oh, well, I guess we have the hollowed fountain that can tap for any color, so we would have been able to ephemerate for sure.
All right, so Chris, not a whole lot of attackers, despite all these permanents that he started with and getting that Grist out there, can only attack for 2 this turn.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate, but I mean, hoping that only the 3 things in Ivan's hand are good enough to keep this train rolling, and we've got 3 in hand for Chris as well. Though I would be worried if something hasn't just like started to happen this turn already for Chris, that maybe this hand is not ideal. That Blooming Marsh does come in tapped because of the Dryad Arbor being the 3rd land.
That feels like one that would be easy to forget with the Dryad Arbor in a different row of the creatures, which is the way it's supposed to be positioned. But I'm just saying, like, I looked at the board, I came into play tapped, and I had to think for a second as to why that was happening.
And Eladamri's Call going to be the end step play for Ivan here, who's searching up for a Solitude.
All right, Solitude Omnath in hand. And no attack. That would represent there's no reason not to attack. So that would no reason to have fear of what Ivan's going to do. So that would suggest, I'm sure to Ivan as well, that Court of Calling is in Chris's hand,
Mm-hmm.
and he wants the. There it is. So this is 4/7, which is the amount required to get Yawgmoth. 3 land, 3 additional creatures plus the Wall of Roots mana. And there we go. Or there is at least the likely target. Yawgmoth, Thran Physician, which is a phenomenally strong card in this deck, especially combined with Undying creatures, of which there aren't currently any. And there that goes. Ivan, aware enough to be fearful of what Yawgmoth can do, is going to dispatch it immediately before Chris untaps.
And it looks like in response to it, we're going to go ahead and activate a few times, sacrifice that insect.
All right. Chat questioning whether Ivan has priority to cast that. He most certainly does. So what would happen there is Ivan passed at the end of turn. Chris Smith responded with Cord for Yawgmoth, which anytime you are passing the end of a turn and then the other player effectively interrupts that, then the phase resets. Ivan once again would have the ability to pass, and instead chose to play the Solitude.
And now the sports ticket is looking really rough for Chris, barring something nice in hand. But I believe we're already through 3 copies of Court of Calling as well from Chris's deck.
All right. Again, not much of a potential attack here. Still 2. But a couple cards drawn last turn there. Okay, Wall of Roots. I mean, that's great and everything. But Chris's draw certainly would have been more well suited to dealing with an aggressive deck, although that may be true of just the entire deck as a whole.
Yeah, fetch coming through, but with 2 mana, 2 cards in hand, I have a hard time thinking about what Chris could do exactly this turn, aside from, I don't know, 3rd or 4th Court of Calling somehow in
We have
hand.
Eldritch Evolution here.
Okay,
that is,
sure.
in fact, what we have. So Evolution wipes out the wall. And let's see, we're going to get another Yawgmoth. We are. I mean, that is generally what this deck tutors for.
It's just as scary that we keep going for this Yawgmoth when we don't have...
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. My concern is fine.
All right. Well, that certainly, Chris is now empty-handed.
Empty-handed. If we make it through this turn, we're kind of looking pretty smooth.
Yeah, maybe so. Here's an Omnath for Ivan. I believe that Dried Arbor did just attack for 2 damage. Unless that was required to cast a Young Wolf. I lost track of the mana that was available.
Yeah,
and the life total hasn't changed yet.
I think the Noble was used to cast the Young Wolf, so I think we're all good.
Okay.
Maybe we needed the Dryad Arbor to cast Young Wolf.
All right, here we go. So, Yawgmoth activation number 1. Young Wolf sacrifices Undying's back and puts a counter on Yawgmoth.
Omnath.
On Omnath. You are correct again.
To be fair, Yawgmoth, Omnath, similar last half of their names sound, so...
Sort of.
We'll just call one Yawg and one Om.
Okay, great. That'll make things simpler. Then anyone who shows up in the chat midway through this match will be like, what are they talking about? All right. Horizon Land sacrifice there for Chris Smith. And an attack incoming, which is something. Yawgmoth is certainly going to disrupt things. We've got, this is actually a 3/3 Young Wolf because of the Undying counter and because Ignoble Hierarch. So does Yawgmoth want, or I'm sorry, does Omnath want to block here? Almost certainly not.
And continuing to just be able to get in here.
All right.
We sacrificing this Dryad Arbor, and Ivan is responding.
Ivan might be responding just to gain life here with Omnath. Okay, Ivan's life total was 13, which is so the Dryad Arbor did attack last turn. That all checks out. Now he's going to gain effectively 3 and go up to 16.
There's just so much priority passing, not only for both of these decks, but both of these players are using priority passes in a very like exact way.
All right, so Dryad Arbor pulled the counter off Young Wolf, which drew a card. Young Wolf then, I believe, post-combat, sacrifices to put another counter on Omnath, resetting itself. And let's not forget that Yawgmoth also has a secondary ability where it can proliferate by discarding a card and paying 2 black mana, which can also increase the counters. Even without the full combo in play here, which Chris Smith obviously does not have, the interactions with Yawgmoth on any or more amount of undying creatures do allow just a setup of an overwhelming hand size advantage that can be used later in the game if he's unable to dig for the win this turn. And you can see here he's going to have used dice to indicate floating mana here as more cards are being drawn. Yawgmoth takes another counter of Omnath with the Young Wolf. On each one of these will cost Chris Smith a life point at this point, something he's surely willing to pay. Ignoble Hierarch onto the board.
Oh, okay. Thoughts used to the last 2 cards in Ivan's hand that are both fetch lands, I believe.
Yeah, so things not looking very good for Ivan Espinosa. We may be looking at a game 3 here. Chris Smith's like, yeah, you take away a game from me due to my own potential mistakes on presenting my deck. I'm going to win it right back.
All right. Ignoble Hierarch will be a sacrifice as well.
Young Wolf is just like a machine gun here. It's a Gatling gun, just taking down the Omnath one piece at a time. And now, yeah, Ivan with 2 land in hand, like we just saw. And Chris Smith with a full hand. Here's a Wall of Roots. Here's a Strangler Geist, another undying creature. That's a big part of being able to continue on here. And does pass the turn, but basically replaced everything he had, killed Ivan's Omnath while increasing his hand size at the same time. A turn to be very proud of. Ivan, do you have anything at all?
I mean, we know the chances of it are kind of low here.
Yeah, I believe he drew a Solitude, actually. No, maybe not.
To be fair, everything looks shiny in Ivan's deck, so it's a little bit more difficult to tell.
All right. Finally, a slightly more respectable attack here. First, Strangler Dice is going to grow itself by sacrificing to Yawgmoth.
I mean, even if it is a Solitude, like, when is the best time to Solitude Yawgmoth?
Well,
that's kind of hard.
Earlier in the game, it was obviously Ivan decided it was immediately, but now it might be when I can block.
Yeah.
Even though it's not guaranteed this will actually be, maybe not likely this will actually be allowed to block, but it is on the way in here at this point.
All right, and it looks like we're going to quickly throw more things to the slaughter here to try and keep, as you mentioned, Solitude from blocking.
Yep, and this is a proliferate and going to grow the undying creatures. So this attack actually became quite sizable.
Wow.
Something is on the way out here from the Solitude, which looks like it's taking out the Yawgmoth. That makes sense. Chris Smith down to 5. Although unlikely Ivan can punish that, and a little bit of life being gained here, and a pretty sizable attack all of a sudden. I will say that Chris Smith does seem adept at maneuvering his way through this deck. Not a
Mhm.
lot of uncertainty on his sacrifices and activations here. He seems to know what he's doing.
I'm inclined to agree, and I think that Ivan very much is of the same caliber. It just this one a little bit flooded out in this game in particular.
Yeah.
But Chris has definitely not made it easy for Ivan to be able to have any amount of wiggle room, and that is certainly applause worthy.
All right, Unholy Heat takes out Grist, but Ivan now facing down a pretty sizable attack with a rapidly diminishing life total. Looks like an attack for 8 at present.
Oh, do we have another Yawgmoth in hand? Yep.
Not shocking there. There were 2 copies remaining in the deck, and Chris Smith has drawn a fair number of cards over the last few turns.
Very true.
There's definitely another Grist in hand. I'm not sure that committing more stuff to the board, unless it's just trying to Rurik Heist, or he's going to try and dig for one, is going to actually increase the clock ante. Yawgmoth itself is not going to push any more damage through this. No, I take that back. Yawgmoth and Proliferate would actually push the damage through this turn. In fact, it would push it up to 10, which is what Levin's life total is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, question about some wording on a card, it seemed, from Chris Smith's hand. I'm just trying to decide exactly how we're navigating through potentially trying to win on this turn and maybe call Ivan's bluff here.
Well, I believe, does Chris Smith know Ivan's card? There were 2 lands on the Thoughtseize. Then the Ephemerate was drawn, then the Unholy Heat. So I'm not even
we might just know
that Ivan's hand is a mystery. Yeah, it is the land, and here is 10. And that will do it. So we'll go to game 3. Chris Smith looking to pick up another NRG win. Actually, both players trying to pick up another NRG win. Chris Smith having won a modern event previously, and Ivan having won the championship last year.
Yep. Yeah, some people in chat were mentioning that this is likely a little bit of a rematch, though I don't know if these players played the same decks or if this is exactly the same list that they're playing either. Based on how often I think I've seen Ivan's change, I would be inclined to believe that that is not quite the case.
Right. But certainly a lot, very much similar. I mean, there may be, I mentioned before, the Rag events that used to be in the deck obviously aren't there now. Whereas the Golgari Yawgmoth deck, I'm not sure how much that deck has changed recently. I don't feel like we're seeing
it. Also feels like a kind of difficult deck to change because it does need like a certain number of pieces to enable and go into it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly some of the sideboard, some of the one-up creatures that you're tutoring for could be dependent on changes in the metagame, things like that. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty consistent list. Players are going to revisit their sideboards, or sorry, the deck lists, see what's going on. And I guess we can do that also.
Sure. Let's take a look.
So Ivan Espinosa's 4-color blink here. We can see now, having watched one sideboard game, do we have any difference of opinions on what may actually matter? I love the options here.
Yeah, I was kind of just feeling that same way. And I also don't have great insight onto why some of these things are in the sideboard for Ivan. Like, I'm looking at this Meddling Mage and I'm like, I mean, it seems like just like a useful card, especially if you're already playing Eladamri's Call. Then you're just very interested in some of these, again, like kind of toolboxy creatures in that, and the Knight of Autumn, the Magus. But it is interesting to see and be like, can you really name anything like actually useful? Or are you just like kind of getting wrecked by the fact that you're playing against a Court of Calling and Eldritch Evolution deck at the same time?
No, I think the Meddling Mage is going to be more for specific decks where you can name something that actually locks things down. That's not going to be the case here. Flusterstorm, maybe. I mean, if Ivan has cards he wants to cut, I mean, you can use it to stop Court of Calling Eldritch Evolution. That's iffy, maybe. But yeah, this isn't super exciting. All right, players are drawing opening hands. Let's go ahead and get back to the table, see who's going to make it through to the top 4. Ivan was on the mulligan last game. flooded on Abundant Growth didn't get things really rolling.
Flooded on Abundant Growths into more lands.
Yeah.
Namely.
All right, Chris Smith is going to take a mulligan.
Do feel like that is likely the more mulligan-oriented deck as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's looking for specific things where I was just looking for lands, spells. I mean, his spells are not necessarily interchangeable, but they're all of, so many of them generate some card advantage. I mean, I guess there's only a few things, like Renin 6 would be ideal, as it is able, not only does it fix your mana, it actually, the 1 damage shot actually matters here, killing a multitude of Chris's creatures, especially with Ivan going first. That actually play a pretty significant role on how these games develop.
Mm-hmm.
Play draw and Ren 6's ability to shoot down mana creatures.
Yep. No, I mean, Renin 6 is just such a potent card that, yeah, anytime you're trying to play an elf or a bird, it just starts to all kind of go downhill. You're really hoping the Wall of Roots is just really going to hold it down for you here.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's possible Chris Smith boards out some of his single mana creatures on going second in this matchup. I don't necessarily know that that's very likely, as they are still good even later in the game off of powering up Court of Calling or just off of Yawgmoth.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's rough if it happens, but you just got to hope that it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Oath of Nissa finds Icefang Quaddle, and now any 2 land will cast Renin 6 for Ivan. Doesn't necessarily need to have a red and a green.
Yeah, speaking of a 1 mana creature, here we are with Ignoble Hierarch. So let's see, is turn 2 really just going to be Icefang Quaddle again, or do we have a Renin 6? There is a Renin 6 in hand.
Ooh, well, that's quite a beating, and I'll give Ivan a solid advantage to start the game here. If Chris has a Strangleroot Geist, that can at least prevent Ivan from picking up any additional value from the Renin 6, aside from the Ignoble Hierarch. Then it's just a 1-for-1. That's really the best you can hope for on a Planeswalker activation like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, finding the exact land that we want. What?
These decks are so big. I mean, you take a big handful of decks, search through it, the land you want's not even in that whole handful. You have to go back for more. Jeez. And there is Strangleroot Geist. Okay. So Chris is not going to fall too far behind here.
Okay. Not too. All things considered, not the worst.
Yeah.
No Fury or Solitude to even stop that from happening. Would you do that to? I would do that to protect the Renin 6, but maybe I'm wrong to do that.
The Solitude on the Strangleroot Geist? It's probably arguable that you might, depending on your hand size. Mm-hmm. Fury doesn't have flash, but Solitude certainly does. All right, Abundant Growth on the snow-covered island.
I'm drawing and deciding exactly what we're going to be gathering here. Looks like we have another fetch in hand, so should be pretty safe to have all the colors that we could possibly need. Mm-hmm. Actually, it looks like Ivan's hand, once again, is quite a few lands.
Yeah, I thought that would look that way as well. So maybe didn't mind too much losing the Renin 6, but yeah, it looks like there's a lot of fetch lands in there. Prismatic Ending takes down Strangleroot Geist. Okay, I mean, that's nice, especially an undying creature, but it did what Chris Smith needed it to do, which was take down the Renin 6.
Yeah, make sure that Renin 6 doesn't shoot our birds and our hierarchs is definitely action number 1.
All right, so Chris Smith looking for, I mean, a number of things here would be nice. I believe there's another Strangleroot Geist in hand. That's not a bad option, but really we'd like to get something more substantial on the board here. Nothing is the play. So maybe an Endurance, or maybe just actually nothing to do.
That seems a little spooky if that's the case, but looks like Ivan is just going to be able to expressive iteration.
Yeah, I mean,
not a bad thing to have as your first play for turn.
No, absolutely not. If Chris Smith's going to give Ivan time to just build up his card advantage, I mean, I'm sure Ivan's going to take advantage of it. So we see here, iteration finds wooded foothills. And there is an endurance. Which does make sense. Chris Smith was unlikely to have nothing. And Ivan's Gabriel will go back to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure you shuffle it up good in case we draw the next 65 cards and then get back to that part. That'd be random. It's important stuff. That's something that, like, I understand the impetus to make, you know, in the last, I don't know, handful of years to make cards that put things on the bottom, randomize it. But casting things like Shimmer of Possibility over and over again, having to shuffle up the three other cards and put them on the bottom, it feels a little silly, even though I understand why it's the way it is.
Yeah. I am in agreement.
All right. 5 damage across here for Chris Smith. I mean, Ivan drops to 11, now 10, unless he's got Elder's Call here. Okay.
Okay. And what are we? Eladamri's calling for an Omnath to get some life back? Yep. Cool.
That seems
among the few things that Omnath does, of course.
Right. Seems to be a prime choice, Omnath, especially when you're going into your 5th land drop next turn. Solitude, I guess, would have been a reasonable option as well, but yeah, I mean, Omnath's ability to just, replace itself and then pad your life total, generate mana, potentially drain your opponent's planeswalkers outside of combat. It's just awesome.
Oh, and we drew one too. Just in case this first one doesn't maybe go according to plan, let's start it off. We knew we have an abundance of fetch lands as well. So let's just get this ball rolling. Go to 14. Make sure that we're a little bit more safe. We could even, I mean, depending on what's in hand, maybe we're just holding this fetch land to... Okay, we're not holding the fetch land. Never mind. I was like, maybe we hold it for the second Omnath, assuming that this one is going to die and then be able to double fetch in a turn to be able to shoot something.
Maybe this is the second Omnath. Maybe Ivan's going to generate mana here and just let you roll himself. I would be very much shocked if that happened, but you never know. It does make the correct mana.
Rogran Triumph going to be the pick off of that Flooded Strands. We have one of those Triumphs in play as well.
All right. Quaddle, still a white-red floating. Wow, what a turn.
Whoa. All right, maybe there weren't a bunch of lands in Ivan's hand like we thought. There was definitely the Flooded Strand, but certainly a bit more gas in the tank than we initially thought.
Well, those cards could just all come off the top. We don't know.
That's fair.
There could still be a bunch of lands in there, but yeah, that turn was excellent for Ivan Espinosa. And Chris Smith rebuilds with another Strangle, Rootgeist, and Young Wolf. So Undying Creatures ready to go, waiting for Yawgmoth. This Yawgmoth deck can fight through a lot if it's able to do its thing, but is Ivan going to be able to prevent that? Is Chris even going to be able to assemble it? More mana is required. Only having 3 for Chris Smith did not make the 4th land drop.
And only 2 cards in hand definitely makes me concerned about the hoops that Chris would certainly have to jump through to make that happen. And especially considering the board state that Ivan currently has alongside the, 5 cards in hand, it looks like? Oh. Definitely concerned for Chris right now.
All right. Ivan gains 4 life. Omnath attacks, a luxury that Ivan has because he has a replacement in hand.
A replacement, and because this Omnath has gained us 8 life.
All right, Chris deciding, I mean, these blocks are seemingly free with the Undying Creatures, at least one of them. He's actually going to double block to try and take down the Omnath. Vulnerable to removal here, which we know that Ivan may not even bother casting even if he had it. But a sensible block for Chris Smith, probably losing. I mean, what do you even kill if you're Ivan here? you kill the Endurance or the Young Wolf, which, I mean, putting a counter on the Young Wolf isn't very impressive.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Lights tried to pick back up there for a moment and then went back again. As long as they stay on. Triple block. Interesting. So that's this feels bad for Chris Smith, as he wants to be able to kill the Omnath pretty badly here, and it's just not going to work. Dress down for Ivan Espinosa is going to be pretty nice, as well, as both Undying creatures are going to die and not Ing. So just Endurance will be left.
I followed with that. They are just going to die. They will not or Ing.
Yeah.
And with that, get this Yorion back. Well, not back to our hand. Yorion to our hand. And I think Ivan's pretty stoked about that turn. Both those Undying creatures
He
off
deserves
the
to
board.
be.
Feels pretty good.
So Chris Smith's going to get the turn back here. A land potentially to allow Yawgmoth, if it even has one, would be nice, but there's not enough creatures on the board to do anything anymore. Which is tough when your namesake and strongest card of your deck isn't actually even that useful.
Yeah,
that's
would be kind of rough here.
Pretty big problem. Here's a Grist. That's a good card. That can, provide some advantage, stabilize the board a little bit, and it flips a Grist, so actually get an extra shot at this, an extra loyalty. You don't see that happen every day.
Pretty nifty. Unfortunately, I do not think that these 1/1 insects are maybe going to be the most impressive against what Ivan is going to do on his next turn.
You have no faith?
I have some faith. I just think that Ivan's last few turns have been very potent.
Yeah, yes, they have. Completely devastating would be another way to put it. Now he's going to line up what Chris almost certainly does not want to see more than anything else, is a replacement Omnath, I guess, after an Abundant Growth. Can Ivan play Omnath and Yawgmoth? Oh my goodness. Omnath and Yorion in the same turn here.
I believe
suspected that he had a bunch of fetch lands in hand, and if he does, this will pay off handsomely.
Just moving some lands around, deciding exactly what we're putting where. Looks like the land for turn is actually going to be a Cavern of Souls.
All right.
But I think that we already have a Wooded Foothills in play, if I'm not mistaken, about the land under the Triome. Cool.
Okay, well, that works too. And this is going to allow the Yorion to pick up 5 cards. If my count is correct, 2 Abundant Growths, Oath of Nissa, Omnath, and Icefang Quaddle. That's a lot. That is more than double the size of Chris Smith's hand. And I was just going to pick it up for free. Nope.
Yep.
Unholy heat. So I was not going to worry about Omnath or Yorion right now. Yeah, okay. He's got more mana. He's got play. He's going to do everything.
And do a little bit of everything. Yeah, use the 1 mana from Omnath for the red, Unholy Heat, and then the remaining 3 plus the 2. Get this little snake bird into play. Serpent bird, excuse me. It's not a snake.
All right, so Ivan will rotate 1 Abundant Growth onto the Cavern so he can tap for colored mana, and he will draw 5. I believe he'll discard 1 to hand size. Okay, draw 5. He's drawing 4 and then anticipating for the Oath of Nissa.
Oh, yeah, this is potentially a little bit of just insult to injury, it feels like. Because what? Chris's most ideal draw is what, a damnation?
Good luck with, sure.
Hey, Chris already has 1 game lost, so Oh, Mehochko Massacre would be good, except for that we
What?
actually can't cast it for a lot, so it
Yeah,
wouldn't be
for
good.
one, that's not going to do us anything.
We need a
Becky,
land and a
that's what you get for
damnation.
listening to the director.
I know.
He's just
To
setting
be
you
fair,
up.
most of the fun facts that our director has given us have been pretty good.
Well, that one certainly lacked. All right, Chris Smith still trying to win this game. Still trying to move on to the top 4 here.
Torok is
All right. I like Torok. I respect
a
Torok.
blocker for Omnath.
Yeah.
And got some cards out of Ivan's hand, even though I think Ivan is saying whatever.
Yeah. What card's out of Ivan's hand? That wasn't even a kick Turok.
Oh, that's fair. So, yeah, we're just a 2-1 blocker for Omnath. Cool.
Yeah. So we're kind of winding our way towards a conclusion here.
I think we were concluded probably definitely last turn, leaning that way about 2 turns ago.
Well, still, we're going through the motions here as Ivan seems very likely, barring I don't even know what sort of top decks from Chris Smith, to advance through. There is Renin 6 to take down the Turok, Prismatic Ending to take down Endurance, opening the way for attacks. Chris Smith at 10, both players at 18 actually. But Ivan can come across for half of Chris's life total right here. Unless an insect decides to block. All right, this is the last quarterfinal running. So once this match concludes, we'll take a short break, and it's going to conclude right now. Okay, there it is. Ivan Espinosa defeats Chris Smith and advances to the semifinals of the NRG Modern 5K. We have got 2 elimination rounds left to go. Becky and I will be with you all the way through. Please stick with us. We'll be back with updated bracket and then semifinal action right here. All right, we're back. It's been a long weekend. We've got 2 rounds left. Becky Bale's here alongside me. Joe set to take it down to go through the last couple rounds with you. We've got an updated bracket or a bracket that we had before, and I'll walk you through the updates. Either way, let's take a look and see the players that are still remaining in the event.
Yep, let's take a look at them. Or just kidding, we're going straight to the game. We'll update you verbally, I suppose.
All right, I will tell you the bracket. The winners, as you saw, were Ivan Espinosa. He will be playing against Jordan Litsky, who's playing Hammer. And the match you're going to see, as you see on screen right now, is Jesse Robkin with Izzet Breach, a deck that more than anyone else, I think, she's associated with. And Travis Brown playing Azorius Hammer. So 2 Hammer decks make it into the top 8. They both advanced. 2 Blue-Eye Control decks both lost. And the top 4, if you're just interested in the archetypes, is 4-color Blink, 2 Hammer decks, and the Izzet Breach deck played by Jesse Robkin. So let's see. We figured this would be the game that people would want to see. It's the match that I want to see, and that counts a lot too. So here we go.
And Joe Lissette has final word. So Joe Lissette is law.
That is most clearly not true, as I asked for a bracket and I was given the match.
That's fair.
Not everything.
Well, you did also say that you wanted to see the match. So which one did you want to see more?
I wanted to see a bracket, but we did. I was overruled. So, okay, let's get this semifinals underway. Jesse is going to take a mulligan.
Yeah, shortly after a mulligan.
Okay, so long weekend here in St. Louis for all the players and all the staff. Hope you enjoyed watching. Let's go ahead and put up the next event while Jesse is shuffling through. If you want to show up to the next Nerd Rage event in September, it's in Minneapolis. The date is, I believe, the 24th and 25th. As my request to see the event, seems like it's to go unrequited, but yeah, it's September 24th and 25th in Minneapolis is the next Nerd Rage event. It is also the end of season 2. So if you want to show up and play, if you want to watch us here on Twitch, both of those are available to you. On Twitch, no charge. If you want to show up and play, there's a little bit of a charge. but good times hopefully were had by all. This actually may be a multi 5 by Jessie because there are 2 cards held in the right hand there. Yes, indeed. So not the ideal way to start off the semifinals, but nevertheless, she, I'm sure, will be up to the battle. Okay,
Unsure, but okay,
Yeah.
we're allowed to resume fetching our marsh flats.
And we're on camera again. I was just waiting for there to be another 10-minute judge call based on, I don't even know what, to kick things off here.
Yeah. But it's just going to be a start of the planes into an Esper Sentinel, which seems like, once again, a very good card to start off with in this matchup.
All right. Island, Mox Amber. Ugh. Mox Amber is a key part of the deck, but is not doing much right now.
Yeah, thankfully we were able to pay for that Esper Sentinel
Right.
tax.
I mean,
so
yeah. I mean, it actually makes sense to play it on a turn where you're not doing anything else since the Sentinel is there. It's not free later on.
Mm-hmm. And this Urza Saga coming into play, going to allow for us to play the Springleaf. And what else we got? Along with that Springleaf, we're going to go ahead and Stoneforge Mystic. What are we searching for?
Well, odds are it's a Colossus Hammer. There's probably more hammers than there are other equipment combined.
But
I'm
Cauldron
wrong.
Complete.
Yeah, it is Cauldron Complete.
Why
That
would
is a
we
good
go
one.
for a hammer when we have Cauldron Complete?
It has been impressive today. I will grant that. Eldrazi was full of good-sized monsters, and the hammer, the Cauldron Complete, just absolutely blew through everything. All right, Emery for Jesse. Flips over. I don't believe an artifact went in there.
Look like it looks like 2 lands and 2 Emerys. I don't think that other one is an Emery,
No,
but I
it's a
can't make
Shredder.
out what it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, you're right. This Mox Amber is now turned on. So that's a good step for Jesse. And we'll see. What does Travis have? It's gonna be Cauldron Complete. No shock there.
Yeah, just trying to get as aggressive as possible.
Mm-hmm. So obviously, well, I was going to say Jesse obviously doesn't have a removal spell for the Stoneforge Mystic, but actually it may be the lack of red mana. But too late now. This Cauldron Complete is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse's Teferis are in the sideboard, so we do know there's an Aether Spellbomb, however. So there is an avenue to getting this germ off the board. It's just going to take another turn and require Jesse taking another hit, which is rather painful.
Yeah, thankfully for Jesse, you're at least playing a deck with a combo win. So there is a silver lining of maybe my life total isn't the most necessary thing in the world.
Sure.
The other semi is a 4-color versus Azorius Hammer.
And we did see an Azorius Hammer mirror go to turns earlier today. So if you're rooting for that in the finals, well, then you're rooting for as much magic as possible.
Isn't that what we came to see? As much magic as possible?
I think so. I think that's what we've offered. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. I feel like,
Yeah.
Especially the first half of the day, you barely had any breaks. Every single round was going to time. It's been a whole lot of magic.
It did seem that way. I'm looking forward to dinner after this event is over with, but I am looking forward to the semifinals and finals as well. I want to see which player can prove worthy of the NRG St. Louis 5K crown. All right, Giver of Runes.
I got a Springleaf Drum number 2 from the Urza Saga.
All right, Jesse makes a construct.
Yeah, good to have blockers, especially with how this Cauldron Complete is starting to rumble.
Yeah, now this turn could really be strong for Jesse Robkin here. If Aether Spellbomb is fetched up, with Emery in play, it can actually be cashed in to bounce the germ right away and then recast. Now, that's not necessarily an obvious line or the chosen line because there is the ability to make a construct with Urza Saga as well. So Jesse with options, even though hand size is somewhat limited after a mulligan to 5, there are still some choices here on how to maneuver this game.
And it looks like, yeah, as you mentioned, that Ether Spell Bomb going to be the pickup and allow for a nice little bounce of that Cauldra Complete. Ooh, but do we have a way to protect it? Oy.
All right. That's bad, but that Emery can recast the Spell Bomb, pay for the trigger on the Sentinel, and then the Mox Amber can still allow it to be rebounced during Travis's turn. So effectively, arguably, this Blacksmith skill traded for Jesse's ability to make a construct would be one way to look at it. As
Which,
she is,
if we're gonna be trying to get, if we're trying to get like punchy with other creatures later, like I don't know, spending resources as much as possible is certainly not a bad side. And yeah, with the Giver of Runes coming online the same time that Jesse would be able to activate that Ether Spell Bomb, gonna go ahead and get rid of Travis's construct.
Sure, that's totally reasonable as well. So Jesse's construct is at 2/2, enough to hold off. I guess it can hold off everything that Travis has except for the Cauldron Complete. So no risk of dying this turn without additional pressure, but Travis may have some to bring out. So we see the Shadow Spear there.
Oh yeah, do you want to attach it?
I'm not sure why the Stoneforge tapped.
Springleaf Drum.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Wow. Okay. And attaching to Esper Sentinel and saying, hey, if you want to trade your construct, okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Which may actually be a trade that Jesse wants to make.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking too, especially because like losing the ability to like coincidentally draw cards as Jesse casts draw spells. I'll throw draw in quotation marks. Seems quite good, but it looks like there's also 2 Colossus hammers in hand for Travis. Which could be a little bit spooky, but looks like that trade is going to be the case here. That Esper Sentinel will fall, but a lot of life gained, and Jesse taking a lot of damage here. But once again, is still playing a combo deck that maybe has potential to not care about it.
So yeah, still lacking red mana. So Giver of Runes did not activate. Probably wants to stick around to save the construct. Probably wants to stick around to protect the germ. However,
well, it's also the same thing if you would have lost the Shadow Spear and Esper Sentinel would have like stayed alive, but you would have lost the Shadow Spear to gain the life. I don't know. Like it could have been a decision, but I like keeping the Giver and just like gaining life.
That's anyway. A good point. Yeah, no, actually that wouldn't have worked. I misspoke because protection from Colorless would have knocked off the equipment, so that wouldn't have worked anyway.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't have gotten to destroy the construct as well, which I'm sure has some pluses to it as well.
Yeah, so there's a trade that makes sense here. Jesse deciding on the Saga here. I don't believe there's a Pithing Needle main deck.
I can check. Looks like the artifacts that can be picked are Mishra's Bauble, Mox Amber, Shadow Spear, Ether Spellbomb, Springleaf Drum.
Okay.
So yeah, no Pithing Needle main, just one side.
So this Giver Runes is going to be able to stay in play, and Jesse's running out of mana as well as options here. Construct is made, Springleaf Drum tutored up. Springleaf Drum will allow access to red mana finally.
Yeah, that's got to be nice to have, but is it going to be too little too late here? So we have 2 mana available for Jesse. And is just checking how many cards are in hand, and Travis is allowed to go to his turn. Didn't have to utilize the Giver last turn, so still chilling there. And I believe has a Windswept Teeth and 2 Colossus Hammers in hand. Unfortunately, those Colossus Hammers are looking quite expensive.
Yeah, but they may even be required here. These color completes have looked so impressive every single time we've seen them. I don't know, maybe even pre-Lurrus ban, maybe these Hammer players had messed up by not playing color complete instead. I know obviously Lurrus is great too, but with the banning, just unlocks the ability to go higher on the curve.
Mm-hmm.
Nettle Cyst, Sword of Fire and Ice, Culture Complete, whatever.
That still doesn't make... Okay. Yeah, I guess since the Culture Complete is lethal, just saying, all right, if you want to block Stoneforge as well, you either have to throw away Emery 2. Looks like Emery and this construct are going to be blocking, but also in a way that is functionally able to kill Stoneforge Mystic.
Right, and the construct will survive. I mean, that's a start.
Mm-hmm. This could be a place where...
I mean,
yeah, and this could be a place where you see the Giver give Colorless the equipment fall off, since like Stoneforge isn't going to be able to kill the construct anyway.
That's true.
Unless the construct wasn't actually blocking.
No.
Oh, no, okay. I was like, wait a minute.
Well, Travis running out of threats, but Jesse running out of life points.
Mm-hmm.
Finally finds a red mana. Somehow this Spire Bluff now comes to play untapped on about turn 7.
Yeah, it hasn't actually been a lot of land. Well, there has been a lot of land, but it's been in the form of those Urza Sagas that have left. And it looks like we're going to be taking a moment, as I believe Jesse is likely asking a question about interactions away from the table.
All right. So, chat addressing some issues. Wondering about Spellbomb being recast with the Emery. Well, the Emery was kind of needed to block there, and it can't bounce anything when the Giver of Runes is there to protect, so it can't bounce the Cauldra. Could have, I suppose, tried to bounce the Stoneforge Mystic, but that's not exactly a road to success. And let's see. Jesse's graveyard is not stacked, but it has a decent number of cards in there. Okay, Lightning Bolt on Giver of Runes. It cannot protect itself.
Nope.
So that's out of here.
Gonna give protection from something before Giver falls. I'm gonna pass. So is this Cauldron complete with a Shadow Spear going to be enough to trample through? Jesse, is it too that construct is currently a... Oh, well, I guess we can make another construct, huh?
Right. Yeah, second construct can be made. So Jesse, on board at least, is able to survive the turn.
All right, what was the draw? Obviously not a Sigarda's Aid, or we'd be swinging heavy.
All right, Shadow Spear on board. Swing for 6. And Jesse is... Oh, the Moxie mana.
Oh, you're correct.
There are no double construct there, so no double block, so the game is over.
Yeah, and then you would even... You could tap the construct with the Springleaf Drum, but then you'd only have a 4/4, and it's still exactly lethal for 2. Darn. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, players consulting sideboards. Let's go ahead and do the same. In fact, we can just go ahead and look at deck list or the bracket or whatever we've got. Show us something, production.
Surprise us. What do you got for us?
All right. We have Jesse Robkin's Blue Red Breach. If you haven't seen it from a few hours ago, here it is now. It is somewhat of an aggressive blue-red deck. You can see Ragavan, Ledger Shredder, and then Emery. And then the combo kill consists of using Underworld Breach alongside Grinding Station to mill the deck and load up Thassa's Oracle Victory. So certainly multiple routes to victory, which makes it somewhat difficult to play against. We can look at the sideboard. There are 3 Teferis in there. We saw those earlier today. And that does provide a good answer to constructs. Also, Engineered Explosives, Prismatic Ending, Wear and Tear.
All
Reasonable
seem
cards.
like winners.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to like here for Jessie Robkin. That is a considerable number of cards to bring in. So we'll see if she actually wants all of them and what may come out. And if we look at Travis Brown's Hammer deck, you can see here, Memory Chips still in the deck list. Ginger Brute and a whole bunch of 4-ofs. For the most part, one Memnite only, which I guess saves the problem of drawing several Memnites and feeling miserable. If there's only one in the deck, you can't do that.
Yeah, let's take a look at Travis's sideboard, though. I'm interested to see, like, we know that Jessie's got a lot of winners that could potentially be a big part of coming into this deck. So what does Travis want to be bringing in? I think it's kind of hard because what are you trying to interact with specifically?
Yeah, do you worry about the combo part or do you worry about the early game part? Now, Ragavan is not great against hammer decks traditionally because they're so full of early creatures that can trade. So Travis is kind of well equipped naturally to deal with the aggressive component. Lavinia has a ability to counter the Mox Amber as it doesn't allow free spells to resolve. And Mox Amber is a key component of being able to combo off. So that's an interesting option. Hushbringer also would stop comboing off, as it would stop Emery and, more importantly, perhaps stop Thassa's Oracle from triggering.
Yeah, and I think that the Pithing Needle is just a great card in there as kind of like a catch-all as well. So a few pieces to the puzzle here that'll help out Travis Brown, but it really doesn't seem like these sideboard cards are nearly as important or nearly as potent as what Jessie has in store.
Maybe. They definitely both have a lot to bring in, though. I expect that this game, both players will be trimming some of their aggressive components in order to bring in sideboard cards. So this game is likely to be slower than the average game 1, which is probably true in a lot of matchups, but certainly true here. All right, players shuffling up for game number 2. Let's go ahead and head back down to the table. Travis Brown, a pile shuffler. In this day and age, can you imagine such a thing?
Unfortunately, I can't imagine it because I feel like every time I think we're done with it, I see it every single day.
Okay. Finals berth on the line.
Oh, that's fair. Okay. You could also just like make sure that your deck is or your sideboard is 15 cards, and that takes less time than pile shuffling.
Right. Becky referring to the fact that we did have someone get a game loss for a 59 card deck around about 1 round ago in the quarterfinals. So yeah,
an
kind of
unfortunate
deck.
time for
Maybe
that to
Travis
happen.
Brown is not an inveterate pile shuffler. Maybe he just did it after hearing about what happened,
which would be fair.
Last round to Chris Smith. All right. On the board with land, no Ragavan to start for Jessie. And again, it is possible that Ragavan got boarded out.
It is possible, especially since that does seem like one of the cards, like if you're not going to be able to attack into a lot of the creatures that Travis is presenting, or you don't want to attack into a lot of creatures that Travis has, some other cards in Jessie's sideboard seemed just a lot better.
Yeah.
So Esper Sentinel going to be the start once again for Travis.
Yeah, these Esper Sentinel, there's obviously the power level cards printed in the last couple of years is very high, but there's a lot of cards that you would never consider banning, which are just strong, that allow like Esper Sentinel. I mean, this is just a reasonably good card to start the early game with. It has it's just solid.
Yeah. I like this card a lot.
Yeah. and it gives the opponent options. Yeah, sure, you can play right through it and ignore it to your card advantage detriment, but it is an option given to you. And here's a Ledger Shredder, which is a perfect answer to the early game, flying, blocking, able to attack if Jesse wants, although that doesn't seem incredibly likely. And able to do some fixing as well.
And Springleaf Drum and another Esper Sentinel. Whoa.
Okay. Well, when they stack up, that can get problematic. Jesse does get the connive, and wow. So you can see here how an early Ragavan would be minimal value against a deck like this, as there's already multiple creatures in play that would happily just trade with it.
I will say that as far as like the whole pile shuffling thing goes, I do think that if your intention from pile shuffling is just to like do it as like an anti-stress thing, like it's less stressful to spend time counting and pile shuffling like that. Like I could see that if you just like need an extra like little bit of a breather moment that does take up time for you to take that breather. That place, I think it's okay. But again, I do think it is less time consuming to simply count the 15 cards in your sideboard if that is what you're trying to do.
I mean, that's not something I'd ever considered as a purpose of pile shuffling, but okay, I can get behind that.
As somebody who has a lot of anxiety at paper events, I have quite a repertoire of anti-anxiety methods. Looks like Jesse has just gone ahead with that fetch land and seems to be sending it back to Travis, or we're waiting for some kind of call.
Jesse may just be thinking through the turn. Because, clearly we're not on Travis's turn yet. So, and Jesse is not taking any action right now. Here we go. Maybe it's a matter of, do I want to run into these Esper Sentinels and give Travis free cards or not? Which is certainly unpleasant, but if it was,
but if you've got two, it's hard. Like, what are you really going to do against two Esper Sentinels? Like, not cast your whole deck?
Right. So let's just say hypothetically, if Jesse had Engineer Explosives in hand, you explosives for 1, let Travis draw 2 cards and then blow up 4 permanents, or do you pay 3 and then wait to blow them up next turn? I mean, if it's something like that, there's all kinds of scenarios I can envision
I would probably get rid of 3 permanents right now, or 4 permanents right now. That's like a 4 for 2. That's fine.
Right. Yeah. But so there's definitely things Jesse could be considering here as to, is whatever card worth playing 2 of, or an more expensive card into the Esper Sentinels or not. Maybe it's a 3-mana Emery.
Wear Tear. And it doesn't look like we're going to be paying for the Esper Sentinels, but we will be getting rid of quite a few mana generating things for Travis.
Yeah, 2/3 of Travis's mana get blown up there. I mean, you can obviously have a land drop for this turn, and he's much more likely to have one after drawing 2 cards, but Jesse does certainly slow down the capabilities right there.
Does still have a Marsh Flats. I feel like the Azorius Hammer decks, I'm always so surprised. I feel like they never have a ton of mana, but Travis has been just like as much mana as you could possibly need for this deck every single time. And Pure Steel Paladin coming into play. And that could potentially get a little spooky. We are still off of Metalcraft, but going in the right direction. A nice thing to have in play for if we do cast a hammer soon.
All right, bobble here from Jesse, and wow, 2 cards drawn. So this is going to have to be a big turn for Jesse here to justify that, which I'm sure it will be. Conniving on Shredder is also nice. Here's an Emery for 2 mana. Shredder first.
Well, it looks like 2 artifacts went to the graveyard, but I can't quite make out what they are exactly. And I don't think any of them look like Grinding Station, but could be wrong.
No, I don't see. I didn't see a grinding station either. I thought I saw 2 land, Unholy Heat, and Prismatic Ending, but could be wrong.
It could have been a Prismatic Ending and not a artifact.
Huh. Question from a viewer that just showed up: is it through the breach or Underworld breach? And it is Underworld breach.
I thought the same thing earlier when I was like just listening to the broadcast, and you said that you were going to be watching Izzet Breach. I was like, oh, through the breach, and then it ended up being Underworld breach, and I was like, oh, okay.
All right, so Travis looking at Jesse's graveyard. I believe, okay, so there is a grinding station in the graveyard, so you're right about that. I believe there is an Underworld breach in Jesse's hand. So Emery is one of the key components. Sounds like we have most of the elements. No Mox Amber yet.
But it also doesn't seem like Travis has anything to do about it. And instead is just going to try and go for a big attack here.
Mm-hmm. Well, this Ledger Shredder is available to block. And also, it's not going to be a lethal attack anyway, although it is certainly sizable.
Are we only missing Mox Amber?
If there is, in fact, an Underworld breach in hand, then yes, I believe that is true.
Because there's a Thoracle.
Right.
This might have been a great start for Travis and I'll be for naught.
There's a Mox Amber.
Okay, and it looks like that was also the draw based on Jesse's body language there.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Emery is active. Here's the breach. 2 mana tapped here. So this Underworld breach allows cards to be cast from the graveyard at the cost of exiling 3 cards from the graveyard to give anything flashback. It's not technically flashback, it's escape. Here we go, and Jesse looks pretty confident here. Grinding Station will mill 3, untap whenever an artifact comes into play, which is enough to just filter through. And this looks like that's going to be it.
Yeah. Wow.
And so instead of going through the combo, Travis is just going to say, I can shortcut. I accept that you're going to win this game. Let me just look through your deck because I'm going to get to see it all anyway as you mill it. And then we'll move on to game 3. So there we go. Relevant aspects of playing a deck with a potential combo finish is when it comes together, you can win situations where you're behind on the board, which is most definitely what I would say would describe this situation here.
Again, Travis just going to take this moment, take a look at how Jesse sideboarded. Makes sense and good to do this as well.
Yeah. So without drawing the Mox, it wasn't guaranteed that Jesse couldn't have won without drawing the Mox. It would have just been harder, I would think. The Emery or the Breach could still have played the Grinding Station. You can mill some cards. If you find a Mox, it's easy. Otherwise, it's easier. Otherwise, you perhaps go with Mishra's Bauble. The problem is that case you don't get to build up mana like you do with the Mox.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you mill the Mox, then you can generate mana, and you're on your way. And then Thassa's Oracle will eventually win you the game by casting that off of Underworld Breach when you have no cards left in your deck, or at least fewer cards than your Devotion, which is basically going to be 0. So, game 3 incoming. That was nice. This is what we wanted to see, right? We wanted to see exciting games. We wanted to see game 3. We want to see Hammer versus the combo elements of the Breach deck.
Yeah, and we can see that Travis is, based on how that game went, or being on the play this time around, making some amendments to some sideboard decisions.
Yeah, so, and because he just got to see all of Jesse's deck and how she boarded in game 2, I didn't actually notice myself during the cards that milled or the Ragavan's present, but maybe that would lead Travis to think, okay, I can trim out maybe the Mem Knight or something else. If there's no early creatures to block with, that would be one way to go.
Well, this is also interesting too, because then we're also getting to see Jesse made a few changes as well. Those could be play draw decisions, but it could also be like, okay, now that I know that my opponent got to look through my whole deck, see how I sideboarded, do I at least pretend to sideboard and change some things to keep my opponent on their toes, or exactly what is happening there?
Right. Okay. So, game 3. The finals is waiting. Is it for Jesse Robkin or is it for Travis Brown? Jesse was already in a finals today. This weekend playing the finals of the team tournament this morning, coming up just shy of the win. Playing Pioneer, Green Devotion. Here, we're all playing Modern, not just 1/3 of each team, and playing her Izzet Breach deck versus Travis Brown, Azorius Hammer, who has looked good all day long, looking to make his way to the finals. Potentially, I mean, there is another Hammer deck in the other side of the bracket. We could have, we saw a Hammer Mirror a short while ago. Could we see another one in the finals? So the other side of the bracket was Ivan Espinosa's 4-color versus Jordan Litsky's Hammer deck. And I can tell you that Jordan Litsky did prevail. So the Hammer deck, a Hammer deck, is waiting in the finals for the winner of this match.
Wow, that was a strong finish too, because last I heard they were going to game 2, and that was what feels like 3 minutes ago. So,
well,
oof.
All right, drawing up opening hands. Let's see it. Travis still owes Jesse a mulligan, although most people don't abide by that. In fact, none of my opponents ever have.
I was just about to say the exact same thing.
I do always offer. Look at that. Travis Brown's like, you know what? Jesse took a mulligan this match. I haven't. I'll even it up. Fair is fair.
And that looks like Jesse is choosing to keep 7. Just got to make you shake in your boots a little bit.
Yeah. So, in chat, do you want to see a Hammer Mirror in the finals, or do you want to see Izzet Breach versus Hammers? Let us know in the chat. Let us know by subscribing to the following the channel, following us on Twitter, YouTube, all those things. You know, if you do those, if you do one of those things, we'll assume you're interested one way or the other, and that's all we really care about, making you all happy. Well, maybe not all we care about, but it's somewhere on the list.
Somewhere on the list, for sure.
Call to complete in the hand. It's not exactly where you want it. Is this a keepable 6 anyway? It is not. Travis Brown going to 5. Okay, this is harder, but as we talked about earlier, Hammer can win on a 5-card hand on turn 3, so no guarantees yet that Jesse's going to be safe. Although we also talked about how in sideboard games, the games are likely to be slower as the players are playing more removal and adjusting to what their opponents are bringing. If you're interested in looking at the deck lists, they are on MTG Melee. They'll also be posted on the Nerd Rage social medias probably within a couple days. But you can see every deck list from the tournament, from both tournaments, available on MTG Melee right now. Okay.
Looks like throwing back a Shadow Spear as one of the cards. Unable to get a look at the other one, but it makes sense because you have so many ways to tutor up the Shadow Spear if that's what you wanted.
All right, choices have been made. Travis Brown ready to go on the play here in Game 3 of the semifinals. Nerd Rage Modern 5K. Let's get it underway. Windswept Heath to start. Turn 1 play incoming. Some of these turn 1s these Hammer decks have, Travis might only have 1 card left in hand at the end of this turn. Although, notable, I believe last game, Travis got 6 cards off of the 2 Esper Sentinels.
Yeah.
So that's a way for him to recover cards.
Card advantage doesn't matter if you're just going to combo win like Jesse did last game as well, though.
Yeah. That is certainly true.
Jesse with a start of Bobble. Take a look at the top of her own deck. And must not like it very much if we're Arid May saying to shuffle everything back up.
Okay, chat. I apologize if it is in fact true that the deck lists are not available yet on Melee, even though they're supposed to be. We will get that done. Production's hearing me talk right now, and they'll get to work on that for you.
Sacred Foundry untapped looks to be the pick for Jesse. So what's going to be the follow-up? Oh, maybe not going to be the
She
pick.
was
My
bluffing.
bad.
Yeah, she was just trying to provoke a response at you.
Success.
Yeah.
I have been baited.
All right. So the white mana will have to wait. Steam Vents into play. And just a pass. Card coming from Mishra's Ball. We have certainly seen a few Mishra's Ball triggers missed this weekend. Jesse's on top of things, picks it up. The cantrip and Travis. All right. Urza Saga. That's a way to generate extra cards. Stoneforge Mystic. That's a way to put a massive 5/5, very difficult to deal with Germ into play on turn 3.
Looks like that was what was moved to the front. It got things done in game number 1. Oh, you
Well,
know,
it's a
that's
hammer.
fair considering that we have Sigarda's Aid in play, but not going to be able to live. Unholy Heat going to take care of that Stoneforge Mystic. So maybe actually a heads up play to go ahead with a 1 mana thing and not go for the more difficult to actually cast Cauldron Complete.
Right, I definitely agree. Yeah, if you're concerned that the Stoneforge Mystic isn't going to live, then getting the Cauldron Complete is the worst way to go. So here is a Mox and then an Emery flipping over a Grinding Station. Mox casts a Springleaf Drum. Okay, pretty solid developmental turn here for Jesse. Travis, no, I was going to say no haste creatures in Hammer decks.
Ginger
That's
Brute.
incorrect. There is one. That's right, Ginger Brute. So a Ginger Brute off the Urza Saga, if there's a second hammer, could potentially provide lethal next turn. That's optimistic, but when you mold a 5, you have to be optimistic because there's no reason to play scared.
Did we not get anything off of our Urza Saga?
No, that's a turn away still.
Oh, right.
All right, Pure Steel. That allows a cantrip off of the hammer. There's that.
Okay.
Making back up a card. And a pass, tapped out. No interaction here.
Oh, looks like Jesse is hand gesturing like this is pretty much it too.
Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff happened there. The Urza Saga dice is on the wrong land. Travis is like, hey, do you want to straighten this out? And Jesse's like, it doesn't matter. You're dead.
I got it.
Yeah, and that is, in fact, the case. Jesse Robkin will tutor up. Well, not necessarily tutor, will mill through the deck. So I guess it's still tutoring, really. Find Thassa's Oracle and defeat Travis Brown.
Yeah, I mean, Travis already looked through all of Jesse's deck once before, so understands how it worked from the previous game, and Jesse's able to put it together once again.
Yeah, and Jesse will advance to her second finals of the weekend, looking to take home the trophy this time around. We'll find out. She'll play the same match that we just saw again in the finals. We'll take a short break. We'll come back and see how the end plays out. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We have one more match to go, just the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, here we are. Becky Bell, Joe Lissette representing Nerd Rage Gaming. We got one match left. 2 players. Jesse Robkin versus Jordan Litsky. Izzet Breach versus Hammer. The players are still making their way back over the table, sitting down, getting ready to go. I'm going to briefly cover the upcoming events of Nerd Rage Series. If you're interested in showing up and playing or just want to know when to block out your weekend so you know when to watch, our next event is in the end of September, which you can see there in the bottom corner of the screen, September 24th and 25th in Minneapolis. This is the last event of Season 2. You can see it there featured as a full page. Modern 10K, Pioneer 5K. So that's the events that's the last event for Season 2. After that, the leaderboard will lock and then reset for Season 3. The overall leaderboard will continue, obviously, but the Season 3 leaderboard is unique, and it will consist of the following events. October in Newark, Ohio. Team Pioneer Modern Legacy and 5K Modern. November 5th and 6th in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Team Pioneer Modern Legacy 10K and a Pioneer 5K. November 26th and 27th, the home base in Mundelein, Illinois, the first 10K Pioneer event the Nerd Rage has ever hosted, and then a 5K Modern on Sunday. And then as part of Nebula Comic Con in the early part of December in Louisville, Kentucky, first time Nerd Rage has ever been to Kentucky, a 15K Saturday main showdown event and 5K Sunday trial. So hopefully you choose to join us for some or all of those events, either in person or online. If you're enjoying the coverage, feel free to follow. And we're going to get ready for the finals here. We're going to go over the deck list first. If the players aren't quite ready yet, well, it looks like they are. So, we'll scratch that, but you already know what they're playing anyway. So this is the finals. We may as well beat Nerd Rage and have the names reversed, because that's definitely Jesse on the left and Jordan on the right. So we'll see if we can get that cleaned up. And you can see the trophy there. Kind of elegant the way that looks, the transparent. I like that.
Does look quite swanky.
All right, there we go.
Jordan is, as the first seed, going to be starting off on the play, which I'm sure has been at least slightly instrumental in Jordan getting to this point as well.
I mean, it helps, certainly. It also is something that I feel like, Jordan Litsky has earned.
Mm-hmm.
Being top of the Swish should be worth something, and I do like the modified play draw rules, what the judges call it, since it did used to be random. But player, I feel like in team events, going first is a little overpowered, but in solos, like we are here today, I do like it quite a bit. So let's go ahead and get things rolling. Let me check the tournament summary. Yeah, that didn't work. Let me not do that then.
Is that
Here we
Jordan
go.
Linsky counting his sideboard?
Ah.
I'm sorry, chat. I gotta get my little rub-ins where I can,
All right, so I can tell you that Jesse Robkin's loss today was to Eldrazi Tron against Damian Del Nero, who we saw play later in the evening. And Jordan Linsky, if this will come up.
I guess that makes sense that you would struggle a little bit against the deck that is playing 3 to 4 Relic of Progenitus.
I suppose that would make things difficult. And no, the tournament summary thing is not going to cooperate quite yet. Give me a second here.
Yeah, and it sounds like we do have deck lists. If we want to pull up deck lists for everyone to see as well, we can. And if we're just going to watch the players take a look at them. Okay. Jordan is playing Mono White Hammer, so does have some Horizon lands as well to help draw things out a little bit. Otherwise, pretty close to what we were seeing actually just before as well. In fact, this might be almost the exact same 60, though maybe has some different sideboard things if we want to take a look at that, or if we just want to go to Jesse's deck.
All right, so that did come up eventually. So Jordan Lidsky, I can tell you, lost to Gerrick Alford's Blue-White Control deck in one of the later rounds. So that was
and
his
got
loss.
vengeance.
Yes, so both players lost once in the Swiss and have made it here to the finals. Jesse Robkin's Izzet Breach, drawing opening hand. So you can see what she's got there, what she has access to, and the finals is ready. Let's go. We'll see how long that trophy manages to stay on the board before someone has to move it out of the way for their overflowing board presence. Both these decks can put, especially the Hammer deck, can put quite a few permanents into play.
Well, we've seen Jesse put a lot of permanents into play on turn 1 as well, is also playing Springleaf Drum, which is kind of one of the more infamous cards for allowing for very quick deploys of permanents.
And let the record show that 5 seconds was how long it took before the trophy was removed from the board.
It looks like Jordan going to be taking a mulligan here. This seems weird because, like, game 1, I guess you're just trying to be as aggressive as possible, especially now that Jordan's been able to see exactly the list that Jesse is playing.
Sorry?
Game 1 Mono White Hammer is just probably trying to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of main deck ways to really interact with this deck, so
Mhm.
just trying to mulligan and be as aggressive as possible, especially after having seen Jesse's exact list.
Sure.
Because I could see a world where Jesse plays like a Ragavan or a Ledger Shredder, and you maybe don't get all the way through the game, and you'd be like, I'm playing against Izzet Murktide.
Mhm.
Especially if you win too fast as the Hammer deck. So
Yeah, I think in this matchup here, this is a matchup where Jesse is, I mean, probably a lot of the time, I would guess that she wins more often with the combo than with the creatures.
well, I think we've
Aggressive
seen 3 out of 4 times that I've
Yeah.
at least been here have been combo wins instead of
Yeah.
creature wins. So
And a
I'm
matchup
inclined
like
to agree.
And in a matchup like this, it's going to be extreme, where there's just so many creatures on Jordan's side. It's hard to get through with Ragavan. Ledger Shredder has a better chance, but even so, I do expect that the Underworld Breach is the way to victory for Jesse Robkin, as we saw last match. And we are underway. Drum, Ornithopter, Cigar is 8. Okay. Well, 4-card start there for Jordan Litsky. Impressive stuff. We'll see if there's a good follow-up.
I mean, Jesse could not quite do the same thing. I guess we don't play any 0-mana creatures in Jesse's deck.
No, but Ether Spellbomb is a nice way to protect from a potential non-lethal hammer hit this turn. There's a Stoneforge in Jordan's hand. There's a Nexus. Okay, well, that certainly is a dangerous card if when hammers are available. Is Stoneforge Mystic going to come down here? We shall see.
Looks like that is it. Hammer into hand. Gonna go ahead. Hiya!
Yeah, not wasting any time at all. 1 card left in hand. Attack for 10 here. Drop Jesse to 9. Ether Spellbomb ready to go. Watch out for Blacksmith's skill, which can give hexproof and thus would result in a lethal hit next turn.
Yeah, so is there potential to just try an Ether Spellbomb on this turn?
Maybe.
Especially Jesse just played against a Mono White Hammer deck that played Blacksmith skill in one of the games, so it's got to be kind of on your radar.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That plan Mox, Emery.
And Emery does allow to turn on that Mox Amber so that we have that available to activate the Ether Spellbomb.
All right. Mill 4, no artifacts. And main phase bounce. Jesse is not going to get caught by Blacksmith skill just in case Jordan has it. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Second hammer.
whoa!
And that will
And
do it.
Inkmop has flying, so yeah, after no blocks to clear.
Right. And
wow.
That was short. So that was Jordan.
We might be in for a short finals here.
I mean, I mentioned the Molda 5 turn 3 win that I witnessed a while back, and there's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Litsky not wasting any time picking up for game 1 of this finals. And Jesse Robkin, I mean,
swift.
Yeah.
We're looking at this little bit of a written down sideboard guide. No way we know what we're, unless this was written right before this match. I feel like that's fair, you know? I guess. Yeah, Jesse's written whole articles on this deck, so you have a lot of material to study.
Sure. Yeah, so Jordan Litsky may very well know exactly what he wants to be doing here. Let's go and take a look at the sideboards ourselves so you at home can see it. And we'll see if Jesse can make game 2 last longer than game 1. Or if Jordan Litsky is going to be on his way to picking up this trophy and the big prize today here at Nerd Rage Gaming. All right, Jordan Litsky's sideboard. Lots of useful cards. Hushbringer does prevent the combo from working. Drannith Magistrate also prevents cards from being cast from graveyards, so 2 opportunities to do that. March of Otherworldly Light, Path to Exile, Relic of Regenerative, Pithing Needle. All these cards are good, basically, except Sanctifier and Back.
Yep, that sounds about how I feel about this too. But you do have to worry, like, how much is overboarding for this deck? And are you okay with putting in a bunch of these different things and kind of watering your deck down? Because then you have less of a chance of having a hand just like that one that we just saw.
Absolutely. No, that's definitely true. I would expect that Jordan will look at this as he's unlikely to be grinding out a lengthy win here, because if you do get involved in trading stuff off, moving into the later game, Jesse has the ability to just draw the right cards and kill you despite any blocking you might have.
Yeah.
So I think Jordan may be trimming out for some removal, but it's going to be slower cards. It's going to be grindy cards. Maybe something like Nettle Cyst even doesn't make the cut when it's not one of the early equipment you're going to go for, and you're thinking, I don't want to play a longer game. I'm not going to waste my time. Let's go ahead and take a look at Jesse's deck list and sideboard. Or just sideboard, that's fine. That's good enough. We just saw her play this matchup. We saw the wear and tear came in.
Yeah, I believe the Teferis also came in.
Right.
We didn't see her get to play one, but I believe I saw one in her hand previously.
And that makes sense. Ways to deal with the Cauldron Complete, ways to deal with a wear and tear just deals with the whole deck basically. So also a case where there are lots of available cards to board in. However, in this case, I feel like on Jesse's side, it's easier to determine what to board out because we talked about it before. The Ragavans are just so unlikely to ever get through against the Hammer deck that they probably don't provide a lot of value. And Jesse may be swapping them out for creatures. I don't know that for sure, but that seems likely.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. How do you feel about things like the Spell Pierce?
Not great. I mean, it's fine, but
we're on the play too.
Yeah, we
I
are.
don't know.
That's true. That's true. But we do have some powerful removal spells here. Explosives.
Very true.
Wear Tear, Teferi, maybe even Prismatic Ending is more desirable. Although Spell Pierce is probably close. All right, let's go ahead and go to the table.
Openers drawn. Are these sevens good enough? What'll it be?
No for Jesse Robkin.
How are we feeling about Jordan? I would guess that the put my cards down on the table means that it's a keeper.
I would feel likewise. So, Jesse Robkin, got some work to do here. Oh, we just saw Jordan Litsky win from 2 cards down. Jesse Robkin more than capable of doing the same. Let's see how it works, how things play out. Now, Jesse Robkin, I mean, I don't want to overstate this, but it's hard not to. Lost in the finals of the team event early this morning. So has been playing Magic all day long. Both these players have been playing Magic all day long, all weekend long, really. Jesse Robkin came very close this morning to taking home the trophy, piled up the NRG Series points, and is, even without an auto invite that would have been garnered by winning the team event this morning, still looking really good to potentially be in the NRG Championship at the end of the year. But I'm sure she would love to finish out the weekend by taking down this event.
Oh, and a nice start here. Otawara going to allow for that Ether Spellbomb to go down, and Mox Amber as well. So a lot happening early. Unfortunately, not really red mana, but Urza Saga, not going to be something that we're upset to see. And it allows for this Emery to come down extremely
good
well.
Start.
The Urza doesn't, but the other artifacts allow for this Emery to come down super cheap.
Really nice start for Jesse this game. I think maybe another Mox Amber in hand, which isn't ideal, but can be used as a Lotus Petal at some point later on.
There's a Lightning Bolt in hand as well.
Okay. Yeah. So no red mana again. So a little bit unfortunate in some of these games we've seen Jesse play today. Red mana just not coming out very early. But either Spellbomb being an opening hand twice, I mean, that's kind of intended to be found with Urza Saga, but it'll work. And here's Granite Magistrate. So
thankfully we have this Lightning Strike, huh?
Well, Lightning Bolt even, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
the Granite Magistrate, maybe we can pop that up. This is going to prevent cards from being cast that aren't from hand, I believe is the exact wording of the card. And it's going to go return to hand immediately. Yeah, your opponent can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hand. Return to hand immediately because the Emery didn't mill any other artifacts. Now at least the Spellbomb does give it something to do.
Yeah, and I guess if we're worried about not getting a red mana for that Lightning Bolt, just spending the Ether Spellbomb to keep the ability to go off at some point available.
Right. Yeah, so there are definitely choices here. If there's not another land in hand, then the choice is going to be Construct or Ether Spellbomb out of the graveyard. And yeah, the deck making things difficult, not offering up the red mana sources. Jesse will pass.
It looks like an Underworld Breach is the other card in hand
Hmm.
too. So close to all the pieces.
So if Dranath Magistrate comes back down here, that Ether Spellbomb will be trapped in the graveyard for now. But Urza Saga can bring up Springleaf Drum, which would unlock red mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like gonna go ahead. Get that construct. Looks like we will be thinking about if we actually make another construct here. Wear Tear in hand along with Underworld Breach.
Okay, so 2 constructs flying through the deck, looking for Springleaf Drum. Okay, red mana, which will enable if there was, you said there was a bolt in hand?
I'm pretty sure there's a bolt in
Okay.
hand. I could have possibly mistaken it for a Underworld Breach, but I think that I saw like the full art bolt in hand.
Okay. Well, that would certainly prove nice. Here's an attack with the older construct for 4 damage, which is a pretty decent amount. Oh, and there's a land drop as well. Okay, so that fetch land likely came off this turn off the top of the deck. And now Jessie is really going to unlock her capabilities. So things start to look up for our prospects of having a game 3. And Jordan Litsky missed a land drop, I believe, this game.
Yep.
And he's going to lose the one of the ones that's in play, as Tear is going to take down Urza Saga. Unfortunate to miss out on a second target, but certainly just fine given the scenario here. And Lightning Bolt does check out Dranath Magistrate, and this is not a whole lot of board presence here for Jordan Lindsay.
Yeah, definitely a very different situation from what was happening previously, and no land still does mean that just Esper Sentinel is going to be the play, and Jessie is certainly in the driver's seat here.
Mm-hmm. All right, 8 damage coming across.
Yeah, has the Underworld Breach in hand, so do we even try it? I don't know, we have these 2 constructs, our opponent's missing land drops, do we even try to go for it?
Mm-hmm. All right, here's a Spell Bomb coming back into play. Potentially, I don't want to, I mean, Jesse Robkin knows this deck much better than I do, but Spell Bomb would have allowed 2 more damage to come across from those constructs if that had been cast pre-combat. Either way, it does reset the Sentinel back to hand, and this might be it. And that is curtains on game number 2. Jesse Robkin couldn't quite get it done as fast as Jordan Linsky did in game 1, but pretty close. And this may very well be the fastest match on the day.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of how this is going, I mean, Jesse's either going to be comboing off or Jordan is going to be winning very quickly. It's hard for me to imagine a way that both of these players end up with not a lot happening and us just kind of being stuck in a bit of a stalemate. So looks like we will be looking at some pretty quick games here, and Jordan now going to be on the play here as well, which certainly makes quite a bit of a difference, I would think.
I would think so. So both players shuffling up for game number 3. If you want to follow Nerd Rage Gaming, this is one of your last chances on the day. You don't want to miss out. You better do it now. This is the last game of the day. We'll wrap things up after this, and then we'll be off till the end of next month when we show up for the September event in Minneapolis. Took me a second to remember that, but we will be in Minnesota next month for the second time, I believe.
This is Minnesota, yeah? St. Louis?
This is St. Louis.
Missouri? Oh. Okay, yeah. We're going back to it. Last week, I made fun of people for not knowing how far apart San Francisco and Los Angeles are.
Last week? That was yesterday.
Last week. Did I say last week? I meant yesterday. But I also probably did it last week. And here I am. Isn't St. Louis what's the name of the other city by Minneapolis, Minnesota?
St. Paul.
Oh. And I lived in Minneapolis. You'd think I would know. But...
What? Yeah, I would think so then in that case.
Clearly, I was a very pertinent point in my life. So, oh my gosh. All right. Looks like Jordan happy keeping 7 and Jesse mulliganing at least once here. Start us off.
Okay. Well, let's see. So far we've had, did the player that mulliganed Jordan mulled to 5 and won game 1. Did Jesse mull and win game 2?
No, Jordan mulliganed last game, though.
Okay. All right.
So, been a lot of mulligans for Jordan.
Yes, but keeping 7 here, so he must feel good about it. We did see the Draft Magistrate, which we expected, and it did not seem to cause much problem for Jesse.
Yeah, I think Jesse ended up pretty much just winning with beats instead.
Yeah.
Did not really care about the combo, which, again, we've seen the combo more often than not, which seems very different from a lot of the matches that we watched yesterday. So we saw a lot of combo decks winning comboing and a lot of combo decks not being able to combo yesterday.
I mean, how many times you said combo in that sentence? But I think it was like 5.
A lot.
Yeah,
It was
that's
probably
all
very
right.
confusing to listen to.
Okay, so Jesse with at least some removal in hand. We see Unholy Heat there. See some lands, access to red mana before turn 5 for the first time in a while, feels like. And maybe a Shredder as well. And a pass. So if the turn cycle here is Jordan plays anything, Jesse Holy Heats it, untaps and plays Ledger Shredder and Mox Amber to connive. That's pretty positive start for her side. However, Jordan loading up with Stringleaf Drum, maybe looking to play more than one spell this turn.
Yeah, and certainly thinking about the sequence and ordering that is going to be coming from that.
Stoneforge Mystic. The Hammer de Colossus. And it's into play.
Whoa, okay. Even if we have Pure Steel Paladin, we'd have to come up with one more thing next turn.
And it wouldn't be attacking. And any delays are probably in Jesse's favor. So we'll see here whether this Unholy Heat comes off. I mean, I feel like you can't really risk not Unholy Heating because you don't know if there's a Cauldron Complete waiting in Jordan's hand.
I am likely in agreement with you.
All right, untapped Steam Vents certainly suggest there is going to be a play, and I actually don't think there are any end of turn plays in Jesse's deck aside from removal spells. Okay, bang. Stoneforge Mystic is out of here.
Not allowed to stick around. Steam Vents, Urza Saga. I don't know if Jesse has not had an Urza Saga in the last at least 6 games that I feel like I've watched her play.
It is certainly a nice card to have. All right, so it's a bauble actually that triggers the Shredder and pitches the Mox Amber. Jesse says, go ahead.
Springleaf Drum was the draw for turn. And there's a Silent Clearing in hand, so another Colossus Hammer too, it looks like. The play that we made last turn would make me believe that we have a Pure Steel Paladin in hand, but it's still not very great here.
I mean, it's a reasonable assumption to make from Jesse's position also, seeing that Colossus Hammer just come down immediately. There could also be a Core Outfitter. That would be the other card that takes advantage of the equipment already being in play. On the other hand, Core Outfitter, one of the second tier cards in the deck that could have been boarded out for sideboard cards. Something has to go, like we talked about. And we know the Dragon's Magistrates at the very least came in and probably several other cards alongside them.
Yeah. And it is kind of a difficult decision. Do you go for something like the Pure Steel Paladin and just like suit it up? That gets kind of blown out by Aether Spellbomb, but like, it's a one of. Do you think that Jesse actually has it? Do we go for the safer play of doing Drannith Magistrate? But that's something that dies to Lightning Bolt and some other things that we know Jesse has in the deck too. Granted, we probably at this point also know that there is only one Lightning Bolt in Jesse's deck, so just a lot of decisions and definitely a worthy head and hands moment for Jordan Linsky.
Okay, there is indeed a Paladin coming into play. Here's a second hammer, so this will trigger the Shredder. Some much Appreciated fixing, I'm sure, for Jesse Robkin, who loots away a Flooded Strand. Jordan will also draw a card from the Pure Steel Paladin and then load it up. So there you go. 22 powered creature. Don't want to get hit by that one.
Yeah, Ledger Shredder is available to be thrown under the bus. We can also probably make a Urza Saga token here. And that Urza Saga in 2 turns will be likely looking for an Ether Spell Bomb.
Yep, that would fit. Now, we do know there are blacksmith skills in the deck which can get in the way of that effect. There is, looks like another Unholy Heat in hand for Jesse. That's not going to do any good.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and fetch to start this off as well.
Why does Colossus Hammer give +10/+10? Wouldn't it be more fitting if it was +10/+0? Why does a big hammer contribute to your defensive ability? I don't know.
That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I was just imagining, like, if you're a Colossus, you are good at fighting and defending, and it is a hammer of a Colossus. I don't know.
Okay, so does the Colossus Hammer magically turn you into a Colossus type creature instead of just being a heavy weapon you wield? Maybe so. Anyway, Jesse draws the Ether Spellbomb for the 3rd game in the match.
Wow.
And just gets that Paladin out of here, guaranteeing that she'll survive through the Urza Saga being able to trigger.
Yeah, do we have an Emery in hand too, or is that another Ledger Shredder? Yeah, Sigarda's Aid in hand, certainly not a bad thing to have here, but gonna start off instead.
Not at its best when there's 2 hammers already on the board.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But I mean,
still going to be the play. I mean, if you've got it, you may as well play. It's certainly a card that is a threat for the opponent to have to worry about. And if there is another equipment that can be played off the Springleaf from, especially.
Oh, are we not playing back out the Pure Steel Paladin? We are not.
Drath Magistrate and another Connive for Jesse Robkin. Certainly nice. Ledger Shredder getting pitched, not contributing too much to the game plan right now. And Piling Needle was drawn. Jesse drawing these single mana Urza Saga tutor targets, whether she wants them or not.
Well, now that the Sigarda's Aid in play, you know that a Pure Steel Paladin is hand. You could, correct me if I'm wrong, play the Pithing Needle and name Colossus Hammer.
That's true. Yeah, you could definitely do that. That would shut off the hammers that are in play.
And that might be the clarifying question that's being asked here.
Yeah, this Unholy Heat is... Okay, so Urza Saga is not going to make a construct. That was how Jesse won game number 2. Game 3, shaping up a little differently. She decides to just float the mana and then dig through the deck once again. And that is a Mishra's Bauble. Okay, so just going for a card here, seeing what's coming.
Yeah, I think that actually Jesse has either drawn or has drawn all of the 1 mana options aside from maybe Springleaf Drum, unless that's in hand. So Mishra's Bauble may be the only target left in deck for Urza Saga.
All right, Pithing Needle into play. And let's see if Jordan has a response here. I don't necessarily know what that would even be.
Oh, somebody's correct. Yes, Mox Amber is left as well.
All right, we'll find out from the table what this is naming, as there are certainly some options. So the rest of Jesse's hand appears to be a land, an Unholy Heat, and another Bauble. Another conniving is done. Okay, so Colossus Hammer is the name. So to lock those two in play where they are, despite the presence of the Pierceful Paladin in hand. And here is Prismatic Ending to take out the Sigarda's Aid.
Whoa, that's
And
pretty...
there's a response. And it's hammer number 3.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty devastating for Jesse Robkin. Cannot say otherwise. And so now with 2 baubles left and empty-handed, I believe.
Actually, this Colossus Hammer being on this Draenith Magistrate when our Ether Spellbomb is already in the graveyard is kind of really spooky.
Yeah, that's a problem. So Teferi could clean that up.
Yeah, we just have to draw it. I guess
right.
we have 2 bauble triggers, and we're just gonna
Yeah.
hope.
Right. Yeah, this unfortunate. Jesse did throw away, I believe, a burn spell on the last connive, and that would have allowed a way around this this now 11 power Draenith Magistrate.
Oh, this is hard now too. Empty-handed, like, has baubles to look at the top cards of both libraries, but
Yeah,
you can't do anything to alter them.
right. There is always the option. I mean, again, this is not currently a lethal attack, and there is a blocker in play. Oh, that is very good for Jordan Litsky. I was going to build up to saying that Jesse still has the combo kill that can come off the top of the deck.
And that just went so
wow.
deep down.
Relic of Progenitus is vicious here. So that means the Draenith Magistrate and the Relic. 2 cards have to be dealt with before Jesse could combo out. I'm not going to say she can't come back from that, but things are looking up for Jordan Litsky here.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've got this pretty big bird in the air, it is not as big as this 11-14 Draenith or 11-13 Draenith Magistrate, and it's not as much of a clock to take out the 16 life points left for Jordan Litsky.
Yeah, and he's gonna check out the graveyard, decide whether he wants to cash in the relic right now.
I mean,
for a card. I mean, there are. You would say it seems safer to leave it in play, but there are cards that he can draw that would just allow him to win the game immediately instead of letting Jesse be able to block for a turn. So it's going to activate for 1.
Card in hand appears to be...
He's going to keep it in play. Jordan Litsky's play has seemed pretty sharp. The draw is a Horizon Canopy.
Yeah, and I believe 2 of the 3 things in Jesse's hand are a fetch land or a Spirebluff Canal and a Lightning Bolt. Unfortunately, that Lightning Bolt looks really rough right now.
All right, 4/6 Ledger Shredder will block, and even in combination with the Lightning Bolt, isn't going to come anywhere near dealing with this Draenith Magistrate. Let's see.
We have it's unholy, but
so the combination of
4,
the combination of all the spells, even if it could take out the Magistrate,
not with the Relic of Progenitus in hand.
Probably relies on
Delirium.
Right, exactly.
Production keeps trying to lead me astray. I realize that there's a relic in play.
And
like the math is there, but maybe you just have to go for it. Like, what are your other chances going to be? The Ether Spellbomb is already in the yard, and even if you get Emery, there's a Draenith Magistrate in play.
What is action has stopped here? Oh, all right. All right, so they're pausing the match for a moment here. The room is a lot quieter, obviously, than it would have been during the day, and there is, well, unclear exactly what's going on here, but well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, because even if we go for this play. Like, what are the other outs? And I don't think that there are a ton, especially now with this relic in play, and we've seen that Jordan is choosing to kind of hold on to it and play a little bit safer with it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it looks like we are in a little bit of a judge call situation as well here.
Okay, so we're waiting for action to resume here. All right, well, I don't know if we should bring it back to us while we're waiting to see what... Jesse appears to be in agony here over something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, so unclear exactly what it is, but we are certainly on the brink of the match ending. Jordan Linsky looking prepped to pick up the trophy and walk away as the winner of the NRG Modern 5K and earn an invite to DreamHack Atlanta, which is a pretty nice achievement for a day.
Yeah, do we want to take a look at some of the future events?
Sure, we might
That
as
could
well.
be something. Yeah, well, we've got nothing else to talk about. We've talked about
No.
what is happening in this exact match 10 ways to Tuesday, so...
All right, so we do have the last event of season 2. You can see there, Modern 10K, Pioneer 5K at the end of September in Minneapolis. And then we have the season 3 schedule, which you can see the full version of it on the next slide. If we get to it. All right.
There we go.
So October in Newark, Ohio. November in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Also later in November in Mundelein, Illinois, which is outside of Chicago, featuring our first Pioneer 10K. And in December at Nebula Comic Con at the beginning of December in Louisville, Kentucky, 15K Modern Showdown with a 5K Pioneer Sunday event. And that will be the end of the year, the end of season 3. We'll lock up the remaining players for the NRG Championship.
And that Nebula Comic Con one, 15K. That's kind of a lot, yeah.
Right. Absolutely. That was just a showdown event. The showdowns have increased prize pool. That's every 4th event that ends each season, or at least the intention was that it would end each season. But then the January event was canceled due to lingering coronavirus issues. So we are actually, it's the event after each showdown that has qualified in season 1 and season 2. But yep, season 3 is back on track. We can go ahead and bring it back to us. Perhaps we can hop up the leaderboard, which if the leaderboard was updated for this weekend's events, Jesse Robkin would be very prime position. As it is, still looking pretty good. You can see there where things are at. This is the season 2 leaderboard. Jesse Robkin will be moving upwards, probably to the top based on the finals appearance at the team event yesterday and this morning, and then the finals here today, regardless of the outcome, which we're still waiting for. And then the season 3 the overall leaderboard, where Jesse's teammate Zoe Reederman looking in 4th place, but 2nd out of the unqualified players, and also looking to move up potentially over Zach Allen, who may have had a good weekend, but the Reederman Robkin team, really did nice work making it to the finals this weekend alongside Piper Powell, and then with Jesse making the finals of the modern event, really taking a leap up the leaderboard. So you can come back to us. Some sort of rule. I don't even know what the issue was particularly yet, but the judge is issuing some sort of ruling right now. So we're about to resume the game, and I don't think we have much time left, many turns left in the game before it's decided.
Yeah, and hopefully
So-
when we have this ruling, we will let you all know as soon as we know. We're just as anxious as everybody else here.
Right. Yeah. There have certainly been a few judge calls today that were complicated, required rewinds. I don't know that this one necessarily could be one of those. So we remain where we are. So we are in a situation where nothing is going to be changed. Whatever the judge call was about, nothing is going to change, and we still have this Stratus Magistrate attacking for lethal, Regis Shredder blocking. And yeah, so this is where we left off. All right, Unholy Heat to load up damage on the Stratus Magistrate, and a Relic of Progenitus will reduce the damage from 6 down to 2. Oh, I'm sorry, that's just the first activation. All right, there's the full activation to wipe the graveyards. So, I looked at Esper Sentinel drawn off the cantrip effect by Jordan Litsky. Lightning Bolt, Connive, Unholy Heat still on the stack. I believe the draw was Urza Saga. There it goes. So this looks like it's going to be a collective, or never mind that. It's going to be a blue-red duel. So it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, it looks like. So the Stratus Magistrate will survive. So if Jordan Litsky had let the Unholy Heat resolve for the full damage, then the Stratus Magistrate looks like it would have traded. That would not result in Jesse being ahead by any stretch, but it would at least clear the board and force Jordan to find out another threat. Instead, it's going to come up 4 damage shy. And
yeah, literally exactly because of that Relic
Right.
of Progenitus. So things that we're looking for Jesse off the top of the deck here are Teferi. Ooh.
Oh, there is the Pure Steel Paladin back into play, and there is a Esper Sentinel. So
That
this
does
is
not have Colossus Hammers attached to it.
no, it
mind you.
doesn't. But yeah, and that will do it. So Jesse did have the Underworld Breach in hand, but with the graveyard wiped out and the Dragon's Magistrate in play, like we said, the two answers to Underworld Breach prove sufficient. And Jordan Litsky is going to win the Modern 5K event. Congratulations to him, taking home the top prize, the points, and an invitation to DreamHack Atlanta. So well played by him. Well played by all our players. Becky, good time, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
and congratulations to Jesse for, sure it wasn't a locked up win in either, but second in 2 events over the same weekend is definitely still very impressive.
Right. Absolutely. The huge point windfall for Jesse Robkin, going to be skyrocketing up the leaderboard. Jordan Litsky qualified now for DreamHack Atlanta if he wasn't already. These invites do not pass down. So if he was already qualified, it doesn't impact Jesse's fortunes at all. But yeah, an exciting weekend. And we got to see this matchup twice. We got to see Hammer versus Blue-Red Izzet Breach twice in the last 2 rounds. I don't think he disappointed. I thought it was fairly exciting to see how this played out.
Yeah, and I think that we did get to see Jesse do a really good job in both games. I do think that the sideboard from Jordan in particular was just like a little bit better, was playing that Relic of Progenitus that ended up mattering quite a bit in that final game. So different to see, even though it's the same archetype, not quite the same exact deck, and it makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Dragon's Magistrate, I mean, granted, 11 power is a lot. Yeah, that third hammer, after the first 2 were locked down, having the third one in hand to Springleaf from in to save that Dragon's Magistrate, that was really a key play in the outcome of game 3 there.
Yeah.
And it just, it proved to be too much. So, yeah, quite a weekend. Hopefully you all enjoyed the coverage. It takes a lot of effort to bring these to you. I don't know if we've got anything else for you. I don't know what that would even be, as we have completed our run through the event. So that is going to do it for the end. We'll see you next month. I want to acknowledge all the people that put a lot of work into this event. The judge staff headed by Sam Lewis and by Maxx coordinating and putting things together. We had the booth, which helps us put on these events, run by Dakota Clark and his and his other employees that buy and sell cards all weekend long at these events. I mean, it's a long day for us, long weekend for the players. The players at the booth and the judges work hard also. We've got David as the new director. Don't remember his last name, but it's Eldon. All right, we'll learn it eventually. I mean, he's new. We'll give him maybe 6 months or a year. Then it will be bad if I don't know his name. At this point, it's fine, right? For our spotter, Corianne, and for our commentators, we had Becky Bell on both days. We had Devin O'Donnell, Anurag Das, and Julian Kanab yesterday morning, all the way back at the beginning of this event. For Nerdbridge owner Norman Cohen and everyone associated, thanks for watching. We'll see you next month.